Chapter 1. Capturing the Cold School Belle, 997, 998. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a gentle golden hue upon the towering buildings. At that moment, on the rooftop, a robust man was intently performing pull-ups. The man had a rugged appearance, with strong features and piercing eyes, embodying the quintessential image of a tough and handsome man. Standing at approximately 1.90 meters, his physique was sculpted and muscular, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded respect, simply by his presence. 999 1,000 pull-ups completed, Zhu Linyuan announced as he released his grip and gracefully descended from the bar. Such a powerful body fell to the ground as silently as a leaf drifting down. Host has completed 1,000 pull-ups, daily task accomplished, attribute point 1, another attribute point in hand. A smile crept onto Zhu Linyuan's face as he focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Strength: 46 speed, 31 constitution, 38 attribute points, 1 daily tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture task: none. Upon seeing the remaining attribute point, Zhu Linyuan promptly allocated it to strength. Instantly, the values on the system panel fluctuated, with the strength value rising from 46 to 47. Simultaneously, he felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. Zhu Linyuan clenched his fist, reveling in the tumultuous power within him. As if drawn by his vigorous vitality, a series of hoarse roars echoed from below the skyscraper. There, a horde of wandering zombies appeared. These zombies, with ashen eyes and sharp claws, were violently banging against the building where Zhu Linyuan stood. Zhu Linyuan paid no heed to the zombies below, but slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, looking down from his elevated position. His gaze was sharp, and his bronze muscles glimmered under the sunlight, resembling an ancient bronze statue. Below, a throng of zombies clamored like sharks sensing blood, desperately attempting to ascend the building. However, the entire building had been specially fortified, not only immensely sturdy but devoid of any footholds, rendering the zombies utterly incapable of climbing up. With my current strength, dealing with this horde of zombies should pose no challenge, Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly. The attributes of Olympic champions typically hover around 8 or 9 points. Yet, his strength had reached 47 points, nearly 5 times the human limit. For him, lifting a 500-kilogram dumbbell with one hand was a trivial feat. However, my stored supplies are sufficient to sustain me for several lifetimes. Moreover, I only need to complete my daily tasks to rapidly grow stronger. There is currently no necessity to engage in combat with these zombies. In due time, aberrant creatures will emerge. That will be when I take action. Over a month since the apocalypse began, Zhu Linyuan had amassed considerable strength through the completion of daily tasks. For him, there was no need to risk confrontation with zombies. Only those aberrant creatures that could yield substantial rewards were worth the risk. Nonetheless, in the early stages of the apocalypse, aberrant creatures were exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. Just as Zhu Linyuan was contemplating this, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Survivor Luo Qingying is heavily guilty. Please apprehend or swiftly successful capture rewards an armored off-road vehicle and 10 attribute points. Upon hearing the first sentence, Zhu Linyuan paid little attention, but when the second sentence registered, his eyes ignited with fervor. 10 attribute points. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhu Linyuan's gaze. This was equivalent to completing 10 daily tasks, capable of significantly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, there was a reward of an armored off-road vehicle. Although he did not lack resources in the apocalypse, having more supplies was always advantageous. Having experienced the latter stages of the apocalypse in his previous life, Zhu Linyuan understood the importance of resources. In this world, a single loaf of bread could persuade a goddess to shed her nobility, and a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine could compel someone to risk their life. Following the system's guidance, Zhu Linyuan clicked on Luo Qingying's name in the capture task panel, and a three-dimensional map materialized before him. The map indicated that the target of the arrest was currently situated in a building approximately 2 kilometers away. Luo Qingying, a prominent figure in the sanctuary in the last life, he mused. Zhu Linyuan recalled that in his previous existence, Luo Qingying was known as a femme fatale, possessing a stunning beauty that captivated countless admirers. Yet, she was equally notorious for her ruthless heart, gaining great infamy throughout the sanctuary. I wonder how much strength this femme fatale possesses now. Zhu Linyuan remarked with a smile, a hint of coldness evident in his expression. He then promptly rose, donned his custom combat attire, grasped his alloy-long knife, and proceeded to exit. At this moment, within a warehouse 2 kilometers away, a young girl was meticulously savoring some jerky. She wore an oversized white t-shirt, her long, fair legs captivatingly alluring, and her beauty was simply breathtaking. However, it was her ethereal demeanor that drew even more attention than her looks. She resembled a snow lotus atop an iceberg, exuding a chilling aura that inspired awe from a distance, yet discouraged any presumptuous advances. It was none other than Luo Qingying. Despite being in a post-apocalyptic world, her attire was remarkably clean, entirely unreflective of the chaos surrounding her. Furthermore, her eating habits were refined, devoid of haste. After a while, Luo Qingying slowly finished her jerky, drank a bottle of milk, and finally stretched before rising. "It is time for the hunt," Luo Qingying spoke softly, her voice as enchanting as her demeanor was frigid. As she spoke, she casually shed her clothing, revealing a slender, alluring figure. Her delicate waist, long, pale legs, and exquisite collarbone appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting of unparalleled beauty. Soon after, she quickly changed into tattered, blood-stained garments, concealed a dagger at her waist, and adeptly climbed out of the warehouse through a skylight. The main entrance of the warehouse had long been sealed by her. The skylight was discreet and narrow, making it difficult for anyone but her slender frame to navigate. This design was intentional, a precaution for her safety amid the apocalypse. Upon leaving the warehouse, she found herself amidst a desolate wasteland. The once thriving city had turned into a pitiful ruin, populated by wandering zombies. Yet, Luo Qingying remained unfazed, evading the undead as she stealthily walked approximately 300 meters east before seeking refuge in a hair salon by the roadside. She had visited this salon numerous times. The inhabitants had long since perished, and she had transformed it into her stronghold. Upon entering, she began to apply makeup. She took out a packet of red pigment and smeared it on her fair neck and thighs, as though she had sustained injuries. She then tousled her hair, and combined with her ragged clothing, she appeared as if she had suffered greatly. Subsequently, she concealed herself at the doorway, her right hand resting on the dagger at her waist, quietly observing the outside world like a hunter awaiting its prey. Before long, she spotted a figure appearing in the distance, and a cold smile graced her exquisite face. At that moment, not far from Luo Qingying, Warden Qingying was cautiously advancing. She struggled to control her breathing, her demeanor radiating tension. Just moments ago, she had risked her life to procure some supplies from a supermarket. The supplies were scant, barely enough to last her a week. Yet, she had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a zombie for this meager bounty. Even now, her hands trembled uncontrollably. A month prior, she had been a carefree university student, with her greatest concern being her studies. Now, she fought for a mere piece of bread against the undead, and her parents had transformed into zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. Lacking any support, she was forced to summon her inner strength. Warden Qingying bit her silver teeth, suppressing her fear as she evaded the zombies, inching towards her dwelling. Just then, a scream erupted from the hair salon beside her. Instantly, a graceful figure dashed out from the establishment. "Run!" Upon hearing the cry, Warden Qingying was momentarily startled, instinctively following the figure forward. After approximately a minute of running, she dove into a nearby small shop with the stranger. Click! The sound of the door closing made Warden Qingying suddenly realize something was amiss. However, in the dim light, she finally discerned the appearance of her companion. Before them stood a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of coldness. However, at that moment, she was drenched in blood, her clothes tattered, and her hair a disheveled mess, presenting a woeful sight. Upon realizing the figure before her was a woman, Warden Qingying instinctively relaxed her guard. Yet, upon witnessing the other's dire condition, she was reminded of the tragic tale she had heard, hesitantly inquiring, Are you all right? Wan Qingyin cautiously probed. In the apocalypse, the perils of a lone beauty were all too evident, especially in the case of this girl, whose beauty surpassed even that of television stars. Rest assured, I am not infected, Luo Qingying replied nonchalantly, casually tying her hair back, her tone as icy as her demeanor. I merely encountered some ill-intentioned survivors, hence my warning for you to flee. Hearing the other's nonchalant tone, Wan Qingyin felt a twinge of admiration. Had she found herself in such a predicament, she would have likely been paralyzed by fear. She pondered to herself, I haven't eaten anything after a long day. Luo Qingying remarked, extracting a piece of chocolate from her pocket and consuming it, before suddenly asking, by the way, have you eaten? Luo Qingying turned to Wan Qingyin and said, this is my sanctuary. I still have some supplies. Would you care to share a meal? Upon hearing the invitation, Wan Qingyin hurriedly shook her head, replying, no, you should eat by yourself. She intended to mention her own food, but swallowed the words. After all, in this apocalypse, even if the other was a woman, revealing her supplies was unwise. She silently reminded herself of this. However, Luo Qingying seemed to catch her unspoken hint, glancing at the backpack behind her. The backpack appeared heavy, and a peculiar glint flickered in Luo Qingying's eyes. Based on her experience, it likely contained enough supplies to last a week. With this thought, a faint smile graced Luo Qingying's lips as she leisurely finished her chocolate and slowly approached Wan Qingyin. Just as they were about 3 meters apart, Luo Qingying suddenly grasped her dagger at her waist and lunged at Wan Qingyin. Swish! A cold gleam flashed through the dim room. The instant Wan Qingyin spotted the blade's glint, she instinctively dove to the side without hesitation. After a month of struggle in the apocalypse, her agility had significantly improved, allowing her to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Having dodged the initial blow, Wan Qingyin hurriedly retreated. However, the door was firmly shut, leaving her with no escape. She continued to shrink back into the corner, her face etched with despair. Quite nimble, Luo Qingying remarked. Brandishing her dagger, Luo Qingying slowly advanced towards Wan Qingyin, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had taken many lives, growing accustomed to such expressions of hopelessness. Do not worry, it will be over soon, Luo Qingying said, raising her dagger. Wan Qingyin's eyes brimmed with despair. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from the entrance. Boom! The sturdy door burst open in an instant, sending debris flying. Amidst the smoke, a tall man strode in with purpose. The man stood at the doorway, nearly blocking all the light from the room, casting a formidable shadow that exuded an intense aura of oppression. His gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Luo Qingying, as he suddenly broke into a chilling smile. I've got you. Chapter 2. The aberrant species I've caught you, Zhu Linyuan declared as he slowly approached the stunningly beautiful Luo Qingying, cornering her against the wall of the room. Meanwhile, below the towering building where Zhu Linyuan resided, the horde of wandering zombies lost their target after his departure and suddenly began to turn on one another, tearing each other apart. Moments later, only one zombie remained among the fray. This last survivor was battered and bruised, ravenously devouring the remains of its fallen companions, its stomach swelling with gluttony. Suddenly, as its abdomen expanded to a critical point, a transformation occurred. The zombie, originally standing at a height of 1.70 meters, visibly grew larger, surpassing 1.80 meters, its physique becoming increasingly robust. Even more terrifying, sharp bone blades emerged from its elbows, glinting ominously in the light. At that moment, another zombie nearby seemed to sense the commotion and rushed towards the transformed creature. However, with a mere flick of its hand, the aberrant zombie swung its bone blade, cleanly decapitating the approaching zombie. As it surveyed the fallen body, a flicker of human-like greed flashed in the eyes of the bone-bladed zombie before it returned to its ravenous consumption. After devouring its prey, this peculiar zombie made its way back to the ground beneath Zhu Linyuan's residence, the very path he would traverse upon returning home. Simultaneously, 2 kilometers away in a cramped room, Luo Qingying gazed up at the imposing figure before her, feeling a tremendous pressure that compelled her to retreat slightly. In the corner, Wan Qingying huddled, trembling in fear, uncertain of the identity of this sudden brute. What if he is a villain? Am I doomed? Seeing the thick arms comparable to her own thighs, Wan Qingying instinctively shrank deeper into the corner. Are you here for me? Luo Qingying inquired coldly, fixing her gaze on Zhu Linyuan. Did Lanning send you? Is she so intent on bringing me back? Zhu Linyuan remained silent. advancing step by step until he had her completely cornered. "I am not here to find you," he replied nonchalantly. "I am here to capture you." Before Luo Qingying could finish her retort, she suddenly lunged forward, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Zhu Linyuan's throat. Yet, he remained unfazed, swiftly seizing her wrist and applying gentle pressure, causing the dagger to clatter to the floor. In the same instant, with a swift strike, he delivered a chop to her slender, pale neck. The impact caused her head to buzz, and she promptly lost consciousness. "Decisive and ruthless," Zhu Linyuan remarked casually as he hoisted the unconscious Luo Qingying over his shoulder and turned to leave. Meanwhile, a petrified Warden Qingying remained huddled in the corner, praying fervently. "Do not take me, do not take me, do not take me." At that moment, a deep, sinister voice whispered in her ear, "Follow me, and do not make me act." Mechanically, Warden Qingying raised her gaze, locking eyes with Zhu Linyuan. "It's over," she thought. "He'll take us back. Surely he won't find me appealing compared to that beautiful girl." Resigned, she stood and, like a puppet, followed Zhu Linyuan step by step. Moments later, laden with a hefty bundle of supplies, Warden Qingying trudged behind him, panting heavily. The package was filled to the brim with provisions, and she felt utterly exhausted. She never anticipated becoming a laborer in the blink of an eye. After leaving the small room, she followed Zhu Linyuan to a warehouse, where she witnessed him kick down the door with a single blow, raiding the interior and emerging with a large sack of supplies. After witnessing this display of strength, her desire to escape completely evaporated. "One kick could reduce me to nothing," she mused inwardly, accepting her fate as she shouldered the hefty bundle Zhu Linyuan had handed her. Becoming a proud laborer, 1 month into the apocalypse, she had never possessed so many supplies, yet joy eluded her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Linyuan, walking ahead, wore a faint smile. "Imagine the envy of those fellows if they saw Captain Warden Qingying carrying my pack." The thought of how his past companions would react to this scene brought a smile to his face. Who would have thought our female warrior would be reduced to this? Stealing a glance at the downtrodden Warden Qingying trudging behind him, his smile broadened. In his previous life, there was a well-known survivor team in the Nanchang gathering place named Fanxing, with Warden Qingying celebrated as their captain, the female warrior. Zhu Linyuan had been a member of the Fanxing team, and without Warden Qingying, he might have perished long ago. In a world devoid of familial bonds, their team had become each other's family, and Warden Qingying was his family in this apocalypse. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to include her. With this outing, not only would he capture Luo Qingying, but he would also bring his captain home. Today, fortune smiled upon him. As he contemplated this, his expression suddenly shifted. His eyes sharpened, and he instinctively shielded Warden Qingying behind him, gripping the hilt of his blade. Warden Qingying, initially lost in her thoughts, was abruptly pulled against Zhu Linyuan's back, her chest pressed tightly against him. The warmth of his body sent her mind spiraling into confusion. "Hush," he whispered. "There's something large ahead. Drop the supplies and hide in the convenience store to your left." Zhu Linyuan spoke as he slowly unsheathed his long knife, taking a defensive stance as he focused on the street corner ahead. Warden Qingying, unsure of what was unfolding, felt an inexplicable trust in Zhu Linyuan and complied, retreating into the nearby convenience store. The store had long been ransacked, leaving only dried blood and scattered shelves. Warden Qingying crouched in a corner, clutching her backpack tightly, peering through the glass door at Zhu Linyuan, seeking a sense of security from his presence. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan discarded Luo Qingying and the gathered supplies by the roadside, his sharp gaze fixed on the street corner as he prepared for confrontation. Not far away, a peculiar zombie scrutinized him, its eyes gleaming with human-like greed. This zombie was significantly larger than ordinary ones, with 2 sharp bone blades protruding from its elbows, indicating its unusual nature. "Aberrant species," Zhu Linyuan murmured. "I have truly encountered one." He recognized it immediately. This strange zombie before him was the dreaded aberrant species that would instill terror in the hearts of many in the future. Aberrant species are the product of zombies or mutated creatures devouring one another and ultimately evolving. Compared to regular zombies or mutated monsters, aberrant species possess far greater strength. However, the rewards for slaying an aberrant species are equally substantial. In his past life, survivors formed combat teams specifically to hunt aberrant species. This was the first aberrant species he had encountered in this life, igniting a fervor within him as his eyes gleamed with battle intent. At the same time, the aberrant creature appeared to be provoked, charging towards Zhu Linyuan with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye and lunging to bite. What a beast, Zhu Linyuan thought as he faced the oncoming aberrant species, refusing to retreat. He stepped forward with fervor, bellowing as he swung his blade downward, aiming straight for the creature's head. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 3, Bathing. With a swift, furious strike, Zhu Linyuan faced the aberrant creature, which surprisingly raised 2 bone blades to block the attack. The long sword collided with the bone blades, producing a shower of sparks, yet the bone blades remained unscathed. Zhu Linyuan silently acknowledged their remarkable sturdiness. His sword, forged from alloy, could effortlessly cleave through steel plates, yet had been thwarted by these bone blades. The durability of these blades was indeed formidable. After deflecting Zhu Linyuan's strike, the aberrant creature's ferocity intensified as it relentlessly attacked with its bone blades. Each strike accompanied by a fierce wind. Zhu Linyuan deftly sidestepped the assault, causing the bone blade to cleave through a nearby streetlight. Shattering the sturdy metal pole into two pieces, the severed end remarkably smooth. Inside the convenience store, Luo Qingying gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. The zombies she had envisioned were sluggish and merely roared. Yet this creature was not only swift, but could also sever a streetlight with ease. The disparity was staggering. Faced with the aberrant creature's fierce onslaught, Zhu Linyuan advanced rather than retreated. He suddenly swung his sword downward, targeting the creature's head. The creature reacted in a manner identical to before, raising its bone blades to block the strike. Indeed, the newly formed aberrant creature possessed only the most rudimentary combat skills. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes as he flexed his arm muscles and forcefully pressed the long sword down, firmly pinning the creature's bone blades, thus restricting its movements. In that moment, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful knee strike to the creature's chest. The impact reverberated with a loud thud as the creature, unable to evade, took the blow directly. Its chest, unprotected by bone blades, was significantly more vulnerable, resulting in a series of rib fractures and a concave sternum. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Linyuan followed up with a powerful kick to the creature's chest. The force sent the aberrant creature hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby van and embedding itself deep into the vehicle. Indeed, confronting humanoid aberrant creatures required such a visceral approach. A smile crept onto Zhu Linyuan's face. For his strength was his advantage, while the creature's was agility. Close-quarters combat was where he thrived. Hence his decision to immobilize the creature with his sword before engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The only caution was the risk of infection. Both zombies and aberrant creatures possessed formidable infectious capabilities. Any ordinary person scratched by these entities would almost certainly succumb to infection. However, Zhu Linyuan, having navigated the apocalypse in his previous life, was well prepared. He donned a specially crafted combat suit, reinforced with alloy plates at the knees and feet. Eliminating any cause for concern, Zhu Linyuan charged toward the van, discovering the aberrant creature trapped within, thrashing wildly. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the creature's neck, then swiftly pulled sideways with tremendous force, severing its head cleanly. Inside the van, the headless aberrant creature writhed uncontrollably, the wound a dark void devoid of any blood. Once the creature ceased its convulsions, Zhu Linyuan lifted its head with his sword and placed it on the ground. At that moment, Luo Qingying rushed over, a mix of fear and curiosity in her gaze as she examined the aberrant creature's corpse. Was this once human? Why'd it look so grotesque? With bones protruding from its body? From a moment of infection, this entity was no longer human. Zhu Linyuan remarked coolly, "You can consider it another species." He retrieved tools from the pockets on either side of his thighs, beginning to dissect the aberrant creature's head while explaining. The humanoid monsters you see by the roadside are called zombies. What I have here is merely a product of zombies devouring each other, resulting in an aberration known as the aberrant species. You can think of it as a more powerful zombie. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan had already opened the entire back of the creature's head. Upon witnessing the contents within, Luo Qingying gasped in shock. "What is this?" She stared in horror at the back of the aberrant creature's head, which contained no brain, but instead a web of crimson connective tissue resembling a spider's web. At the center of this web was a white, cocoon-like structure that trembled incessantly, akin to a beating heart. "This is a spore, a developing spore," Zhu Linyuan observed coldly, reaching out with his gloved hand to extract it. Feeling the spores quivering in his palm, his eyes grew frigid as he placed it into a pre-prepared container. "Isn't the spore a reproductive cell of plants?" Luo Qingying murmured, stunned and rooted to the spot. Why would a plant seed be in the brain of zombie? Zhu Linyuan hoisted the body of the aberrant creature in one hand, while cradling the unconscious Luo Qingying in the other, striding forward as his voice echoed in Luo Qingying's ears. "Because those zombies and aberrant creatures are mere vessels for this entity." His words, though softly spoken, struck Luo Qingying like thunder. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, staring in horror at the head of the aberrant creature on the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The spore vessel. Upon a moment's reflection, she felt a chilling dread envelop her. The sudden onset of the virus, the transformation of humanity into zombies. Their purpose was to cultivate this cocoon-like spore. It resembled someone tilling the soil. The spore is the seed, and the zombies serve as the soil, transforming humans into zombies, akin to amending the earth before planting, merely to create a more suitable environment for the spore survival. What kind of audacity is it to use the life of an entire planet as soil to nurture spores? What creatures will emerge from these spores, cultivated with lives as sustenance? Faced with such an enemy, Did humanity still hold any hope? As these thoughts consumed her, Luo Qingying felt engulfed in despair, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a tall figure ahead. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, that silhouette appeared unwavering, as if nothing could deter its forward march. Luo Qingying's despondent gaze gradually regained its spark, as if catching a glimpse of light in the depths of darkness. Gritting her teeth, she fought back tears, hoisting the heavy backpack from the ground, stumbling to follow. To her, that tall figure represented her sole hope against the apocalypse. After they departed, a massive mutated dog arrived at the site of Zhu Linyuan's recent battle. It sniffed the ground for a moment before heading straight for the severed head of the aberrant creature. After a bout of gnawing, the mutated dog noticeably grew in size once more. It then searched the vicinity but found no other food. Seemingly dissatisfied, it turned back and devoured the remaining scraps on the ground, leaving only the broken streetlight and the damaged van as evidence of the battle that had transpired. Meanwhile, within Zhu Linyuan's grand mansion, Luo Qingying placed her backpack down, gazing in astonishment at the spacious living room, her expression more shocked than when she had learned the truth about the apocalypse. Is this entire building yours? This living room must be several hundred square meters, and it even has electricity? Is this really the apocalypse? Am I dreaming? She exclaimed incredulously. Zhu Linyuan, uninterested in her astonishment, tossed the unconscious Luo Qingying aside and opened the refrigerator, throwing Luo Qingying a chilled bottle of yogurt. Drink some yogurt. After finishing her drink, she headed to take a shower, and upon completing her bath, she changed into a clean outfit. The toiletries and clothing were readily available for her to take. Luo Qingying instinctively accepted the yogurt, scrutinizing it for a long while, utterly unable to fathom that such treatment could exist in a post-apocalyptic world. After a brief moment, she suddenly realized, as if struck by lightning, a shower. Chapter 4. Asking the campus belle to do this? Before bathing, Luo Qingying felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and conflict. She was uncertain about what she would face after a shower. In a world ravaged by disaster, with solitary men and women, she felt utterly defenseless. Would he do anything to me? He doesn't seem like a bad person, but he appears so fierce. What if he succumbs to his primal instincts? Should I fight back? Imagining Zhu Linyuan's arms, which were as thick as her thighs, and the scene of him kicking down a door, Luo Qingying thought that her fight would likely only serve to amuse him. With an exceedingly anxious heart, she stepped into the bathing area and began to wash herself. Instantly, all her worries evaporated. It was heavenly. Under the shower, Luo Qingying allowed the warm water to cascade over her body, her face radiating pure bliss. For over a month, she had barely enough water to drink, let alone bathe. Until today, she had never dared to dream of enjoying a refreshing shower in this desolate world. Such a dream could easily lead to being devoured by zombies. Could there really be a bathtub? Might she indulge in a soak? Gazing at the immaculate, luxurious bathtub not far away, Luo Qingying felt an irresistible urge and reached out to touch it. It was smooth and warm, akin to the finest jade. Just as she was about to immerse herself in the tub, a vivid image flashed in her mind. In the next moment, her delicate earlobes turned crimson. Oh dear! Realizing her unusual reaction, Luo Qingying felt both embarrassed and angry, stomping her feet in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan was entirely oblivious to the commotion. After Luo Qingying entered the shower, he took Luo Qingying down to the basement. Upon pushing open the large door to the basement, a row of prison cells came into view, stretching so far that their end was indiscernible. In truth, Zhu Linyuan had never reached the end of these cells. This was a prison provided by the system, situated in an isolated space that had already been activated, but today marked the arrival of its first occupant. Once the target entered the prison, every action was under Zhu Linyuan's surveillance, and without his consent, the target could not even take their own life. The prison doors were locked tight. Only Zhu Linyuan, as the host, could unlock them. He opened the door to cell number 1, dragged Luo Qingying inside, and secured her limbs and neck with chains affixed to the wall. Only then could he consider the target successfully captured. Indeed, after accomplishing this, a notification echoed in his mind. Host successfully captured Luo Qingying. Mission accomplished. Host has received mission rewards: 1 armored off-road vehicle and 10 attribute points. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the system panel and noted the addition of 10 attribute points. The armored vehicle, however, was stored in the system space, and he would need to retrieve it himself. To his surprise, after completing the capture mission, a subpanel suddenly appeared at the bottom of his panel. Name: Luo Qingying, prison number 1. Submission value: 12, strength 4, speed 5, physique 5, daily task, complete 1,000 squats. Reward for the host: 1 attribute point, 1,000. Note: if the prisoner completes the daily task, the host can gain corresponding attribute points. Note: as the prisoner's submission value increases, the number of daily tasks will also increase. Upon reviewing this subpanel, Zhu Linyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The prisoner actually had daily tasks. Furthermore, if the prisoner completed these tasks, they could grant him additional attribute points. He immediately recognized the significance of capturing prisoners. If he apprehended 100 prisoners, and each one completed a daily task, wouldn't he gain an additional 100 attribute points in a single day? If it were 1,000 or even 10,000 prisoners, he would be invincible. Moreover, this was under the lowest submission value. As the submission value rose, the number of daily tasks would increase, accelerating the acquisition of attribute points. With this realization, Zhu Linyuan's gaze towards Luo Qingying transformed into one filled with fervent desire. This was not merely a prisoner. This was his treasure trove. As long as Luo Qingying completed her tasks daily, she could provide him with over 300 attribute points within a year. Enough of the pretense. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan unhesitatingly lifted Luo Qingying, declaring, "I know you have already awakened." Zhu Linyuan, seasoned in combat experience, could easily see through Luo Qingying's convincing act of unconsciousness. Yet, she remained with her eyes tightly shut and her breathing steady, appearing completely oblivious. With a swift motion, Zhu Linyuan slapped the beautiful face of the campus belle. Observing her porcelain complexion turn a vivid shade of red, he coldly remarked, "If you continue to feign, I will break one of your arms." Luo Qingying immediately snapped awake, glaring at Zhu Linyuan with a defiant expression akin to a stubborn little beast. "What do you want with me? Why don't you just kill me? If you dare to touch me, I will haunt you even in death." Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan delivered another slap to her face. "Welcome to seek revenge after you die. I can kill you once more then." As he spoke, he struck her again. "However, since you are still alive, let me explain the rules. Here, you simply need to follow my instructions without question. I dislike idle chatter and abhor wasting time. Do not even think about suicide in my presence. You cannot even accomplish that." With that, Zhu Linyuan carelessly tossed Luo Qingying to the ground as if discarding garbage. The campus belle, revered by others as a dream goddess, seemed insignificant in his eyes. Luo Qingying had never been treated this way, and an unusual sensation began to stir within her. Biting her lip, she fixed her gaze upon Zhu Linyuan, her eyes reflecting both defiance and a hint of panic. She could already envision what Zhu Linyuan intended to do to her. Just then, Zhu Linyuan suddenly commanded, "Get up quickly and start doing squats. If you don't complete 1,000 a day, you won't be allowed to eat or sleep." As Zhu Linyuan turned to leave the prison, he called back without looking, "I warn you not to slack off. I will know exactly how many squats you do. If you fail to complete 1,000 a day, you will regret ever appearing in this world. Also, the movements must be precise, feet shoulder-width apart, thighs should lower to a 90-degree angle, and your center of gravity must remain over your feet." With that, Zhu Linyuan left, leaving Luo Qingying sitting dazed on the prison floor. What did he just make me do? 1,000 squats? Luo Qingying was stunned, her frosty visage filled with shock. She could never have imagined being captured by man in this apocalyptic world and forced to perform squats. It was surreal, recalling the man's warning. Luo Qingying suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. In an instant, the cold prison seemed to burst with vibrant colors. After leaving the prison, Zhu Linyuan once again checked the system panel, discovering that Luo Qingying had completed 36 squats. Quite diligent. Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction, already anticipating the additional attribute points for the day. Just then, he noticed that Luo Qingying's submission value had risen from 12 to 18. Her submission value increased so much? Zhu Linyuan mused. Could it be that she has begun to appreciate the benefits of squats and is feeling grateful towards me? No wonder she was able to make such a name for herself in her previous life. She indeed is quite exceptional. Lost in thought, Zhu Linyuan was suddenly struck by a delightful aroma. What was that scent? Following the fragrance, he discovered a woman in a bathrobe, blow-drying her hair. The woman possessed skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, her exposed shoulders and neck forming an exquisitely graceful arc. Her petite, fair feet rested upon the floor, with toes that resembled lustrous pearls in their rounded cuteness. Zhu Linyuan found himself puzzled as to why he had suddenly absorbed such a wealth of information. Could it be that after the enhancement of his physique, his mind had also grown more agile? At that moment, the woman faintly sensed a presence and turned her head in curiosity, revealing a face as radiant as a freshly bloomed lotus. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of playfulness, and her rosy lips curled slightly, as if she had just recalled something amusing. Perhaps it was due to her recent bath, for her fair complexion bore a touch of rosy hue, akin to the twilight sky. It was none other than Warden Qingying. Suddenly startled by the presence of another person behind her, she let out a cry. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Linyuan cleared his throat awkwardly, gesturing with his hand as he stood on the moral high ground, saying, "Quickly finish drying your hair and come to eat. Don't walk barefoot on the floor. Put on your slippers. You'll leave watermarks everywhere, and you'll have to clean it up later." After speaking, Zhu Linyuan strode directly into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Yet for reasons unknown, the image of Warden Qingying turning around lingered in his mind. Hearing the sound of water running in the bathroom, Luo Qingying finally reacted, only to let out another shriek the next moment, this time due to the heat from the hairdryer. Both individuals, preoccupied with their own thoughts, were unaware that several kilometers away, a riot was erupting at a school. Chapter 5. The beautiful principal in Qipao, Luo Qingying at this moment. In the hall of Nanqing No. 1 High School, a few kilometers away from Zhu Linyuan, two groups faced each other with palpable tension. One group, clad in tattered school uniforms, appeared youthful and unmistakably comprised of students. The other group, older and more corpulent, wore cleaner attire. Among these middle-aged individuals stood a woman in a blue and white porcelain qipao. She appeared to be around 30, possessing fair skin and an exceptional demeanor, exuding a fragrance akin to orchids in a secluded valley. Yet, her figure was notably mature, resembling a ripe peach. The combination of grace and sensuality endowed Luo Qingying with an indescribable allure. "You are students. How dare you speak to Principal Luo in such a manner?" A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward to scold them. He was the director of the school's administration and a devoted sycophant of Principal Luo. "Students?" A tall youth in a school uniform stepped out from the crowd, his voice filled with anger. "It is already the end of the world. We, like you, are survivors. Do not wield the authority of a teacher against us. Today, Principal Luo must explain where my sister, Lu Yao, has been taken. We demand to see her alive or dead." Upon hearing Lu Yao's name, students raised their arms, shouting in fury. The middle-aged men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, many of their gazes falling upon the beautiful, qipao-clad woman at the center. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Principal Luo Qingying slowly stepped forward, adjusting her clothing with poise. She raised her hand to signal for silence, and, after clearing her throat, began to speak. "Little Lu, allow me to say a few words." Luo Qingying's voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a clear spring, instantly quieting the crowd. "I have previously explained your sister's situation. She was attacked by zombies while gathering supplies. I understand your feelings, but inciting conflict among us during this critical time of survival is unwise. What we need now is unity to endure this apocalypse." Another zombie attack. The tall youth, Lu Bai, exclaimed angrily, clenching his fists. "My sister was attacked by zombies. Just days ago, Linyuan was also attacked. A fortnight ago, Luo Qingying was a victim of a zombie attack too. Why is it always the beautiful girls who are targeted? And every time, it happens when they are with you." As Lu Bai's words echoed, particularly with the mention of Luo Qingying, the crowd erupted into a fervor, shouting in righteous indignation. Even the zombies outside the school fence took notice of the commotion, beginning to thrash against the iron barriers. "We demand an explanation." The students roared under Lu Bai's leadership. When the apocalypse first struck, Luo Qingying exhibited remarkable leadership and decisiveness, guiding them through survival. Many owed their lives to her. Yet, half a month prior, during a supply run, Luo Qingying mysteriously vanished. According to Luo Qingying, she was attacked by zombies, and there was no time to save her. This was the first incident of its kind, and while zombie attacks were not uncommon, the students had reluctantly accepted Luo Qingying's explanation, albeit with lingering doubts. However, soon after, a spate of missing female students plagued the school, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. All evidence subtly pointed towards Luo Qingying. Yet, due to their personal concerns, the students had not unified to confront her and the forces behind her until Lu Yao went missing. It was Lu Bai, as her brother, who finally stood up to rally the students for justice. Seeing the students stirred with fervor, Luo Qingying furrowed her brow slightly. At that moment, her supporters stepped forward, encircling her. These were the school's teachers and security personnel, fewer in number, but possessing an inherent authority. "Please, everyone remain calm," Luo Qingying proclaimed, her calmness returning as she addressed the crowd. "I, as the principal, also feel deeply saddened by little Lu's situation. However, death cannot be undone, and blind speculation is futile. If you insist that I provide an explanation, then let us do this. One of you may come forward and accompany me to the scene of the incident. I believe we can still find some traces of Lu Yao there." Upon hearing that someone would have to accompany Luo Qingying to the scene, the previously fervent students fell silent. None were willing to be the scapegoat. They understood that venturing outside the school was fraught with peril. Not only could they encounter zombies, but they might also face other survivors scavenging for supplies. The brutality among survivors over scarce resources was all too familiar to them. Thus, no one was willing to join Luo Qingying. Seeing their reaction, Luo Qingying secretly chuckled. Having lived for so many years, she had a keen understanding of human nature. When personal interests were at stake, people could be remarkably brave. In a crowd, they would be emboldened, yet if one were singled out to face danger alone, that individual would quickly become mute. Such is human nature, complex and despicable, vividly revealed in times of crisis. It was this profound understanding that allowed Luo Qingying to thrive in the apocalypse and commit her deeds. "I will go with you." Suddenly, Lu Bai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Qingying. Turning to the crowd, he declared loudly, "Classmates, I will accompany her to search for clues. I will stay by her side at all times. If zombies attack, we will face it together. If she returns, but I do not, then she is surely the one responsible for my demise. I hope my classmates will seek vengeance for me and those she has harmed. Good. With Liu Bai stepping forward. The crowd erupted once more, filled with renewed energy as they cheered for him. Listening to the cries, Liu Bai felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. He turned to Lan Ying, his voice resolute, and said, "Let us proceed. I wish to see what evidence you can present." The calm demeanor of Lan Ying instantly darkened. She was acutely aware of her own actions. If these matters were to be exposed, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, caught in a predicament, she suppressed her unease. Forcing a smile as she replied, "Since you are so eager, let us set off. Rest assured, upon reaching the scene, you will understand that I am wronged." As she spoke, Lan Ying guided Liu Bai out of the school, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. "For the sake of my sister, I have sacrificed so many. I do not mind adding you, Liu Bai, to that list. If you seek your end, I shall oblige you." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, at Zhu Linyuan's residence, Zhu Linyuan and Luo Qingying had just finished their dinner. Luo Qingying's belly was pleasantly round as she slumped in her chair, gazing at the ceiling. Murmuring dreamily, "Am I dreaming? I cannot believe I have savored braised pork and sweet and sour ribs in the apocalypse, not to mention dessert." The thought of the fragrant rice she had just consumed made her yearn for another bowl. Witnessing the once imposing female warrior in such a state, Zhu Linyuan could not help but chuckle, yet he maintained a serious facade as he remarked, "Consider today's meal a reward. Starting tomorrow, you must prove your worth if you wish to eat." He added, "And do not forget to wash the dishes afterward. Do it thoroughly." With that, Zhu Linyuan ascended the stairs. Luo Qingying remained slumped in her chair, utterly drained, unable to move, her face reflecting sheer satisfaction as she mumbled, "If I could eat like this every day, I would gladly wash dishes for a lifetime." Prior to this, she had not enjoyed a hearty meal in over a month. A mere piece of chocolate was a luxury. Vegetables and meat were but distant dreams, let alone braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. And there were apples and bananas for dessert. For her, it felt as if she had stepped from hell into paradise. Who exactly is Zhu Linyuan? Watching his tall figure ascend the stairs, Luo Qingying softly murmured, "Is he a deity sent to rescue me?" Although they had spent much of the day together, this robust man remained an enigma to her, both powerful and mysterious. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan, oblivious to Luo Qingying's musings, continued his ascent. He regarded the meal as nothing extraordinary, merely a mundane part of his daily routine. Before the apocalypse, he had utilized the system's prison space to stockpile an abundance of resources. Just the two of them would never exhaust the supplies. Moreover, given his capabilities, acquiring resources in this new world was a trivial task. What truly mattered to him was the spoils he had obtained that day, particularly the spore, a genuine treasure. In his previous life, countless individuals had gone mad over it. Before long, Zhu Linyuan arrived at the 14th floor, which he had designated as an anatomy room, specifically for processing the remains of aberrant creatures and the mutated beasts he would undoubtedly encounter in the future. The corpses of aberrant beings held a powerful allure for zombies, as consuming such remains would heighten their chances of mutation, akin to taking a potent tonic. Thus, in his past life, survivor teams would promptly reclaim the bodies of aberrant creatures to prevent the emergence of more. Furthermore, there was a vital reason for retrieving these corpses. They contained many treasures. For instance, the two bone blades from the aberrant creature before him. These blades, impervious even to my alloy longsword, boasted remarkable hardness and sharpness. Observing the corpse on the dissection table, dressed in protective gear, Zhu Linyuan picked up a nearby scalpel, a smile gracing his face as he said, "With just a little processing, these will make excellent weapons." Zhu Linyuan commenced the dissection of the aberrant creature. Moments later, with a resonant clatter, the last of the bone blades fell into a nearby container, prompting Zhu Linyuan to nod in approval. Indeed, the hardness of these blades was extraordinary, rivaling that of his alloy longsword, which he had crafted from the finest materials worldwide. It could slice through iron as if it were mud. This indicated the formidable nature of the bone blades. Fortunately, the other bones of the aberrant creature had only received slight enhancements. Otherwise, subduing it would not have been so straightforward. As he surveyed the now disassembled remains on the dissection table, Zhu Linyuan quietly reflected on the earlier battle. Before him lay the completely dissected aberrant creature, reduced to a mass of bones and dark flesh, parts that were not directly utilizable. However, Zhu Linyuan had his methods of employing these resources. In the apocalypse, any waste of resources was tantamount to a crime. Thus, despite his ample supplies, he had scavenged every resource from Luo Qingying's warehouse. The bone blades could be fashioned into 2 short swords for the captain, who had wielded short blades in his previous life. It was also time to begin training her in swordsmanship. Even though he understood that Luo Qingying was no longer the captain of her former life, he still preferred to address her as such. In his past life, Luo Qingying had wielded short blades, and thus, in this life, Zhu Linyuan intended to train her in the same style. As for himself, he was accustomed to using his fists. However, To avoid infection, he occasionally employed the longsword. While contemplating his future plans, Zhu Linyuan tidied the dissection table, placing the dark flesh and bones into a sealed container for refrigeration. Perhaps these materials would prove useful the following day. Closing the cold storage door, Zhu Linyuan tossed the bone blades into a barrel of high-concentration alcohol. The barrel contained not only alcohol, but also various other agents, all aimed at eliminating the zombie virus. The bones of the aberrant creature were also tainted with this virus, known for its resilience against extreme temperatures and its difficulty to eradicate. The concoction Zhu Linyuan had prepared was effective in neutralizing the zombie virus. Having completed these tasks, Zhu Linyuan turned his attention to the dark metallic container on the table. This was where he stored the spores. Now, it was time to deal with you, Zhu Linyuan said coldly, opening the container filled with spores. Inside, the spores had lost their vitality, sluggishly writhing at the bottom. Observing the spores, Zhu Linyuan smirked. He then retrieved a syringe filled with a crimson liquid from the reagent box and plunged it into the spore mass, slowly pushing the plunger. The syringe contained a specially formulated agent. Let us see how you fare with this concoction prepared just for you, Zhu Linyuan intoned coldly, injecting the entire contents into the spore mass. As the liquid entered its body, the spores began to convulse violently, as if in a seizure. Zhu Linyuan looked on with cold detachment. After a time, the spores finally ceased their movements. Only then did Zhu Linyuan reach for the spore carcass. The once cocoon-like spores had become soft and limp, akin to a peeled egg. Zhu Linyuan fetched a cup and tore open the spore's outer layer above it. Immediately, a milky white liquid gushed forth from within the spores, resembling milk flowing into the cup. Once all the liquid had drained, Zhu Linyuan discarded the spore skin and lifted the cup filled with the milky substance to his nose. To his astonishment, the liquid emitted a fragrant aroma reminiscent of fruit, invigorating every cell in Zhu Linyuan's body. He could feel each of his cells transmitting the same imperative: drink, drink, drink. He understood this was a primal desire for evolution, rooted deep within his genes. This must be the world's first cup of evolution fluid. Zhu Linyuan's face broke into a smile as he became entranced by the alluring aroma emanating from the milky white liquid before him. This was the evolution liquid, a pivotal step in humanity's ascension to a higher form of life and a crucial countermeasure against the undead. In his previous life, the first bottle of evolution liquid was unveiled over 4 months after the apocalypse had commenced, a precious elixir born from the sacrifice of countless lives. However, in this life, Zhu Linyuan leveraged his informational advantage, advancing this critical moment by 3 months. Just as the flutter of a butterfly's wings can incite a tsunami, his actions subtly influenced the fate of humanity as a whole, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the extent of his impact. With determination, Zhu Linyuan tilted his head back and consumed the evolution liquid in one swift motion. As it coursed down his throat, a searing sensation ignited within his abdomen, akin to a furnace forging his very being, accompanied by intense pain. Veins bulged across his body as he let out a low, guttural roar, acutely aware of his muscle fibers becoming increasingly resilient and his bones solidifying. Observing from a microscopic perspective, one would witness the liquid transforming into a surge of white energy upon entering his body. Under the catalyst of this energy, his cells began to undergo frenetic division. Post-division, the cells did not revert to their original size, but maintained a volume approximately half that of their previous state. This resulted in no significant change to his physique. Yet his bodily density had dramatically increased, akin to a mass of cotton morphing into an equal-sized block of iron. The long-awaited sensation of evolution washed over him, prompting Zhu Linyuan to smile broadly. This is rather impressive, but it still lacks potency. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 of his recently acquired attribute points to strength and constitution. In the next moment, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, laced with a myriad of blood vessels, and droplets of blood seeped from beneath his muscular surface, indicating he was nearing the limits of his physical capacity. Gritting his teeth, he felt his strength escalating at an alarming rate, bolstered by the dual nourishment of the evolution liquid and attribute points. Suddenly, the pain within him dissipated, and Zhu Linyuan, akin to a fish deprived of oxygen, gasped for air, drenched in his own blood. At this point, his physique appeared slightly smaller than before the evolution, taking on a more elongated form reminiscent of an athlete in peak condition, remarkably fit yet devoid of the overwhelming aura of brute strength. Such power, he murmured to himself, captivated by the surging energy within his body. In an instant, he clenched his fist, and his muscles erupted with ferocity. His stature nearly doubled, with his pectorals swelling and his entire frame resembling that of a primordial beast, exuding a formidable and lethal presence. With unwavering resolve, Zhu Linyuan struck the wall before him with a mighty punch. The impact resonated like an explosion as the seemingly indestructible concrete wall shattered, revealing a tangle of rebar beneath. Such power, he repeated, incredulously examining his unscathed fist. My body can truly withstand this level of force. With this revelation, he turned his gaze to the system panel, his eyes alight with astonishment. Chapter 7. Capturing the beautiful Principal Zhu Linyuan beheld his attribute panel, astonished to witness a remarkable surge in his statistics. Name, Zhu Linyuan. Rank, First Tier, Evolver, Evolution Level 7. Strength, 57. Speed, 42. Constitution, 47. Attribute points, 0. Daily tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture task, none. His evolution level had reached 7% of a first-tier evolver, and his overall attributes had increased by 30 points. Zhu Linyuan found this hard to believe. Aside from the 10 attribute points earned from task completion, the additional 20 points were undoubtedly attributed to the evolution liquid. It seems the efficacy of the evolution liquid has indeed intensified, he pondered. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the liquid's effects were not this formidable. Was it an issue with the liquid itself, or with him? After some contemplation, he surmised that it was unlikely to be the liquid's fault. The extraordinary enhancement was likely due to his body's improved absorption capabilities compared to his last life. He would test this hypothesis when the opportunity arose, simply by administering the liquid to others and observing the outcomes. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, he resolved to focus on elevating his evolution level and acquiring more attribute points. With the synergistic combination of evolution and attribute points, Zhu Linyuan was confident that he could reach an astonishing height in this lifetime. Glancing at the sterilized bone blade, he retrieved it with ease. Now a first-tier evolver, his immunity to the virus had significantly strengthened, rendering him impervious to ordinary zombie viruses. After a brief handling of the bone blade, he placed it in the nearby armory and proceeded downstairs. It was time to train the captain. After all, she was destined to become a Valkyrie. Halfway down, he suddenly noticed that he was covered in bloodstains from his recent evolution. He reconsidered and turned back to the dissection room to take a shower and change into clean clothes before returning to his quarters. As he pushed open the door to the living room, he was taken aback. Is this my home? He exclaimed, astonished. The entire living area had been impeccably cleaned, with everything arranged in perfect order, and the floor gleamed with a pristine shine. It was a refreshing transformation, exuding warmth and comfort. I didn't expect the captain to be so diligent. Perhaps I should let her take a break from practicing her swordsmanship today. With renewed enthusiasm, Zhu Linyuan strode towards the room, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. Following his line of sight, he saw Luo Qingying, clad in a white tracksuit, curled up on the sofa with her knees hugged to her chest, soundly asleep. She was evidently exhausted. Seeing Luo Qingying sleeping so peacefully, coupled with the immaculate state of the room, Zhu Linyuan hesitated to awaken her for practice. In his mind, the captain, revered as a Valkyrie in his previous life, was the same individual as the current Luo Qingying. Yet, in this moment, the two figures seemed to diverge. One was the valiant captain of his past life, while the other was the now-rested Luo Qingying, having just tidied up the space. Zhu Linyuan contemplated whether Luo Qingying truly aspired to become a Valkyrie. He wondered what experiences could transform such a delicate girl into an indomitable warrior. He understood that the journey must have been fraught with challenges, not merely physical suffering, but a profound metamorphosis of the spirit. A once innocent girl gradually hardened within the apocalyptic world, evolving into an unyielding Valkyrie. Would Luo Qingying be willing to endure such trials again? Perhaps it would be better to let her choose for herself. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan chuckled softly and gently approached, cradling Luo Qingying in his arms and carrying her to the guest room's large bed. Just as he turned to leave, Luo Qingying, still in a daze, instinctively grasped his arm. Zhu Linyuan froze momentarily as he felt her entire body snuggling closer to him, wrapping her limbs around his arm as if she were embracing a cherished doll. Zhu Linyuan hoped that Luo Qingying could feel the tranquility of her deep slumber, her every movement a subconscious reaction, indicative of her lack of security. He hesitated for a moment, yet remained rooted to the spot, turning his back to her, slightly bowing his body, allowing her to embrace him as she wished. Luo Qingying slept soundly while Zhu Linyuan remained motionless, listening to the soft rhythm of her breath. Time unfurled, and suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Survivor Luo Qingying is deeply sinful. Please apprehend her swiftly. Successful capture rewards. A pair of evolutionary combat gloves, 15 attribute points. Attribute points were delivered right to him, along with combat gloves. How fortuitous. Zhu Linyuan gazed at the red dot on the map representing Luo Qingying, a cold smile gracing his lips. Gently, he extricated his arm to cover Luo Qingying with a blanket, then quietly exited the guest room, donned in his specially crafted battle attire and wielding a long blade. Zhu Linyuan strode purposefully outside, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Upon stepping through the door, he was met by a horde of zombies charging towards him. Indeed, a true night owl. A hint of amusement flickered across Zhu Linyuan's face as he swung his blade with fierce precision. With a thunderous whoosh, the alloy sword cleaved through the foremost zombies, severing them in twain. In the next instant, with a mere thought, a colossal off-road vehicle materialized in the open space before him. This behemoth, crafted entirely from black alloy and adorned with bronze accents, boasted rugged lines that exuded a wild, formidable aura. The moment Zhu Linyuan laid eyes upon this magnificent machine, he was captivated and unhesitatingly entered. The spacious interior of the five-seater vehicle accommodated his towering height of nearly 2 meters with ease. Outside, the encroaching zombies clawed and battered against the vehicle's frame, yet could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the formidable behemoth. With a roar, Zhu Linyuan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle erupted with a thunderous roar as the tires gripped the ground, propelling it forward in an instant. The horde of zombies before him appeared utterly insignificant, scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving behind a trail of wreckage. Exhilarated, Zhu Linyuan could not suppress his laughter. The road ahead was strewn with obstacles that would hinder ordinary vehicles, yet this behemoth bulldozed through them like a heavy truck barreling down the highway, crushing everything in its path without impediment. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Lu Bai followed closely behind Lan Ying, venturing forward. "Did you bring my sister all the way out here for supplies?" he questioned, eyeing the woman ahead with her enticing curves. They had already traversed over a kilometer, a perilous distance. "Little Lu, you speak lightly, but no one wishes to travel so far. Do you have any idea how much supplies are needed to sustain such a large group?" Lan Ying sighed. The resources near the school were long exhausted. "If we don't venture this far, we will all starve. Even with this distance, many have succumbed to hunger." "Hearing your explanation gives me pause," Lu Bai replied, skeptical. "How far is the location where you and my sister's supplies are?" "We're almost there," Lan Ying responded, a peculiar smile flickering in her eyes as she pointed to a junction ahead. "Just turn right at that intersection, and you'll surely find clues about your sister." With that, she quickened her pace, prompting Lu Bai to match her stride. Upon reaching the street corner and turning right, Lan Ying led Lu Bai into a roadside repair shop. "A repair shop?" Lu Bai questioned, puzzled. "You're gathering supplies here?" "Indeed, this is where your sister was attacked," Lan Ying replied, her urgency palpable as she pushed open a small door. Inside, an unpleasant odor of oil mingled with other strange scents permeated the air. Lu Bai frowned, and in the next moment, he froze in shock. Inside the small room, several burly men, smeared with grime, squatted while some lifted weights. Others practiced punches against a sandbag. Instantly realizing something was amiss, Lu Bai turned to flee, but he heard Lan Ying's melancholic sigh. "Aren't you searching for your sister?" Lan Ying's smile vanished as she fixed her gaze on Lu Bai. "Don't be so hasty to leave. Your sister is right here." Chapter 8. Where is Lan Ying? Horrified, Lu Bai looked into the room, where a muscular man stepped forward, casting a glance at him before addressing Lan Ying with a smirk. "Isn't this Sister Lan? You just delivered goods this morning, and now you're back for more?" The man's gaze flickered over Lu Bai, appraising him like a piece of merchandise. "You do resemble her. Siblings, how intriguing." Nodding in satisfaction, he added, "As it happens, the goods from the morning have yet to be delivered. We can package them together, perhaps even increase the price." Hearing their conversation, Lu Bai felt a chill wash over him. Yet an inner strength compelled him to stand firm. With a trembling voice, he pressed, "What have you done to my sister?" "Fear not." The man casually grasped Lu Bai's shoulder, dragging him toward the corner of the room. "Your sister is just fine. We are men of integrity and would never harm our goods." As he spoke, the man abruptly pulled open a nearby iron cage, revealing a young girl in a school uniform curled up inside, her mouth and limbs bound in black tape, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Lu Bai. "Xiao Yao!" Lu Bai rushed forward, intent on tearing the tape from her. Just then, a sharp pain surged through his back, and he crashed heavily against the cage, collapsing to the ground. "You've seen what you wanted to see. Haven to you?" The man retracted his baton, hoisting Lu Bai effortlessly and swiftly binding his mouth and limbs with black tape before tossing him into a nearby cage. "Now, just wait for the organization to come collect you." As he spoke, the man retrieved 5 chocolate bars from a corner box and handed them to Lan Ying. "Sister Lan, while we don't typically deal in male goods, this one is special. Consider it 5 chocolate bars." Lan Ying accepted the chocolate without a glance, turning to leave. Suddenly, the man blocked her path. "Sister Lan, our boss has been thinking of you daily. Why must you make things difficult? Our boss commands the entirety of the Ji-Dao organization, overseeing thousands of people and controlling the population trade in the southern city. We have all the provisions you need. If you desire a better life, our boss can accommodate you. Sister Lan, you must understand, our boss has no intention of forcing you. There are countless ways to acquire what he desires." Upon hearing this, Lan Ying finally spoke, her tone cool. "Indeed, he has many ways to claim my corpse. If you don't wish to become one yourself, I suggest you step aside. Your odor is quite repulsive. Also, please relay to Gu Qiyu that if anything happens to my sister, I will not let it go unpunished." As Lan Ying concluded, a realization struck her. She approached the cage where Lu Bai struggled frantically, her expression a mixture of complexity. Little Lu, I warned you numerous times. Why didn't you heed my words? Now, not only have you failed to rescue your sister, but you've also landed yourself in trouble. In the apocalypse, pride and bravado serve no purpose. I am unafraid to reveal that my younger sister is currently in the clutches of this underworld organization. It is precisely for this reason that I am compelled to work for them, ensuring her safety. Had I acted recklessly like you, my sister would have perished long ago. With a wistful sigh, Lan Ying lamented, however, your suspicions are indeed correct. The several young girls I previously lost were sold by me. They were sold to the underworld organization in exchange for my sister's safety. Except for Luo Qingying. Shaking her head, Lan Ying reminisced. Luo Qingying is truly formidable and exceptionally clever. Even before I could make a move, she discerned my intentions and fled while I was distracted. Unfortunately, you lack the same cleverness and ended up sold here. Upon hearing Lan Ying's words, Lu Bai and Lu Yao instinctively recoiled. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the despair reflected in the other's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, being sold as mere commodities results in dire consequences. One could hardly imagine a fate worse than death. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted from outside. Boom! Instantly, wooden splinters and stones flew in every direction. The crowd hastily ducked for cover before turning to see a massive all-black SUV blocking the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in black combat attire. Wielding a gleaming silver alloy longsword, his appearance strikingly rugged. It was none other than Zhu Linyuan. Ladies and gentlemen, who among you is Lan Ying? Zhu Linyuan inquired as he stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the 10 or so individuals present. In the next instant, he observed several figures charging toward him, brandishing steel pipes and wooden sticks. So, you wish to refuse courtesy and invite punishment, Zhu Linyuan remarked with a cold smirk. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the steel pipe wielded by the nearest burly man. Bang! The impact of his fist against the pipe produced a sound akin to clashing metal. Simultaneously, the sturdy pipe bent into a U shape under the sheer force. The burly man stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Zhu Linyuan in shock. What a monster! Zhu Linyuan remained indifferent, transforming his fist into an open palm and delivering a swift chop to the man's neck. Crack! The burly man's head twisted at a grotesque angle, his entire body collapsing as his cervical spine was severed. In the following moment, the man fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The others behind him were left in stunned silence, hesitating to advance. Now, can we discuss who Lan Ying is? Zhu Linyuan delivered another punch, obliterating the head of an assailant attempting to ambush him from behind. He stepped over the lifeless body, casually inquiring, shall we? The remaining burly men hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling one by one, completely shedding their earlier defiance. Oh, noble sir, no. Esteemed hero, the leading burly man, the one who had previously offered Lan Ying chocolate, pointed at her, exclaiming, that's her. She is Lan Ying. We are not affiliated with her. It was merely a coincidence. Please spare us. Lan Ying stood in disbelief, unable to fathom the immense power Zhu Linyuan possessed. In the cage, Lu Bai and Lu Yao watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Those who had just moments ago exuded arrogance now groveled before Zhu Linyuan like dogs begging for mercy. In that instant, Zhu Linyuan's imposing figure became indelibly etched in their minds. Chapter 9. The stunning principal is knocked out. The burly men lay prostrate on the ground, tails between their legs. They all recognized that Zhu Linyuan's strength was on an entirely different level. One punch bent steel pipes, another shattered skulls. Was he even human? Anyone with a modicum of training could discern the sheer terror of such immense strength. If a confrontation truly ensued, they would surely perish at his hands. Zhu Linyuan paid no heed to those groveling on the ground. He understood that their pleas for mercy, whether sincere or feigned, were merely survival tactics. In a world ravaged by chaos, everyone had their own methods to endure. Absent any conflict of interest with him, he saw no reason to retaliate. After all, with the impending lunar disaster, it was likely that few would survive in the southern city. Contemplating the approaching calamity, Zhu Linyuan felt a heightened sense of urgency. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly to reap the greatest rewards when the disaster struck. Confirming the burly man's statement through the system panel, Zhu Linyuan approached Lan Ying step by step. At that moment, she stood by the cage, her brow slightly furrowed as she contemplated her next move. She could not fathom how she had offended this harbinger of death, compelling him to pursue her relentlessly. Yet, from the very day she began working for the underworld organization, she had been prepared for her demise. Alas, she had failed to save my sister, Lan Ying silently lamented. The next instant, darkness enveloped her as Zhu Linyuan delivered a swift blow, rendering her unconscious before hoisting her over his shoulder. Standing approximately 1 meter 65 tall, Lan Ying was quite light, weighing around 50 kilograms, and her chi-pao was pleasantly tactile. This mission was surprisingly straightforward. Zhu Linyuan mused as he made his way toward his imposing SUV. Just then, an uproar erupted outside. Hey, we're here to collect the goods. Where's the haul? Wow, whose car is this? It's stunning. How about letting me take it for a spin? Zhu Linyuan turned to see a young man with dyed blonde hair and lip piercings, exuding a somewhat unsavory air. Behind him trailed several thugs, each holding a rope tethered to a group of women. Despite their disheveled appearances, the women's figures and features were still discernible. As Zhu Linyuan's gaze swept across the group, it suddenly halted upon one woman, and a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. At that moment, the burly man kneeling in front bolted toward the blonde youth, whispering urgently, "Brother Huang, I'm afraid there's no stock today." The blonde youth slapped the burly man across the face, rebuking, "What do you mean? You said there would be good merchandise today." Misunderstanding. Brother Huang, we have guests today," the burly man replied, casting a furtive glance toward Huang. Upon noticing the burly man's expression and the downed thugs on the ground, Huang felt a chill run down his spine. He realized they had encountered trouble. Moreover, he instantly recognized the person being carried by the burly man. Lanning, she was the target of their leader. If anything went awry, he would be doomed. In that crucial moment, Huang's mind raced. "Well, since you have guests, I'll come back another day," he said, feigning composure as he waved his hand and prepared to flee, intending to alert his leader to dispatch reinforcements to rescue Lanning. Just then, a deep voice resonated behind him. "Since you've come, you needn't leave." Huang's entire body tensed, and with a furious roar, he shouted, "Kill him." He charged toward the exit. However, at that instant, a fierce sound of air being sliced through echoed in the room. The next moment, Huang felt an inexplicable lightness in his body as the world around him began to spin. Looking down, he realized 2 legs stood upright before him, connected to only half a torso. "These are my legs?" he thought as the final thought flashed through his mind before his upper body crashed to the ground, plunging him into darkness. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. From Zhu Linyuan's strike to Huang's body being cleaved in two, the entire event transpired in less than a second. To the onlookers, it was as if a silver flash had swept by, and Huang was no more. "Please spare me." The burly man's plea for mercy had yet to escape his lips before Zhu Linyuan obliterated his skull with a punch. In an instant, chaos erupted as Zhu Linyuan charged into the throng. Before Zhu Linyuan, this group of fierce and ruthless thugs resembled a flock of lambs destined for slaughter, falling to the ground in mere moments, all lifeless. Observing the corpses strewn about, Zhu Linyuan shook the blood from his hands and approached the group of women. At that moment, the women stood frozen in fear, trembling and unable to move, utterly stunned by the bloody scene they had just witnessed. Zhu Linyuan walked up to one of the women, untied the ropes binding her hands and feet, and gently swept aside her disheveled hair, expressing his dismay. "Did you not say you wanted to travel the world? How did you end up here?" The woman looked up at Zhu Linyuan, her delicate face stained with tears, and with a sobbing voice, she threw herself into his arms, trembling as she exclaimed, "Boss." Zhu Linyuan gently patted her back, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions. After a prolonged period of weeping, her voice hoarse, she finally lifted her head and spoke through tears, "Boss, after you sold the company, I had planned to use the money you gave me to embark on a journey around the world. However, fearing potential dangers along the way, I intended to prepare thoroughly first. Yet before I could set off, the apocalypse suddenly erupted. I managed to survive against all odds, but this morning, while searching for food, I encountered this group and was captured. They claim to belong to some extreme organization that specializes in capturing women to sell to wealthy individuals for resources. From their conversations and the routes they took, it appears their stronghold is located to the south, not too far from here. Boss, if you have enough people at your disposal, you could even take down their lair. They possess a considerable amount of supplies." Despite her dire circumstances, the woman spoke with remarkable logic, having managed to gather and analyze a wealth of information after being captured. Listening to her, Zhu Linyuan nodded discreetly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This woman, named Su Zian, had been his secretary. After his rebirth, Zhu Linyuan immediately set out to establish a business, leveraging memories from his previous life to amass great wealth. Throughout this process, Su Zian, as a secretary, had solved numerous problems and displayed exceptional competence. 2 months prior to the apocalypse, Zhu Linyuan had begun stockpiling supplies and sold all his assets. Each employee received a substantial sum of money, and Su Zian had expressed her intention to chase her dreams, planning to travel the world before returning to Nanchang to open a bookstore. Zhu Linyuan sighed inwardly, burdened by his own circumstances as he could not reveal the impending apocalypse to everyone. All he could do was subtly urge them to stock up on supplies and provide them with more money. Otherwise, he would be the first to be held accountable before the apocalypse even arrived. After all, this impending catastrophe was no mere viral outbreak. Reflecting on the events of his previous life, Zhu Linyuan felt a lingering trepidation. No one could have anticipated that this apocalypse would emerge in such a manner. Sighing again, he turned to Zhu Linyuan and said, "We have more pressing matters to attend to. As for this extreme organization, we will deal with them later." Chapter 10. The Fate of the Beauty. After a brief discussion, Zhu Linyuan set to work. He tossed the unconscious Luo Qingying into the vehicle, then effortlessly located the supplies hidden within the warehouse, beginning to load them onto the car in boxes. In an apocalypse, resources are always in high demand. Zhu Linyuan and the others assisted beside him. These survivors, having narrowly escaped death, were immensely grateful to Zhu Linyuan and worked diligently alongside him. However, there was an exception. A woman of striking beauty, almost exaggeratedly so, sat on a nearby chair, fanning herself. Her skirt was exceedingly short, and she deliberately crossed her legs in Zhu Linyuan's direction, playfully dangling her high-heeled shoe. Zhu Linyuan cast a brief glance and quickly dismissed her. He continued with his tasks, unfazed. Observing this, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, initially contemplating admonishing the woman, but chose to refrain when she saw Zhu Linyuan's lack of reaction. At that moment, Liu Bai and Liu Yao had also been released by Zhu Linyuan and were helping him transport supplies. "Brother, this big brother is amazing," Liu Yao exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Zhu Linyuan's imposing figure. Rescued from the brink of death, her adoration for Zhu Linyuan had reached new heights. Liu Bai remained silent, yet his gaze was equally fervent. Unlike Liu Yao's unbridled admiration, Liu Bai's eyes reflected both reverence and ambition. Having experienced helplessness and despair, nearly losing himself and his sister due to their vulnerability, he felt a burning desire to become as formidable as Zhu Dage. Zhu Linyuan chose to ignore everything else, focusing on inventorying the resources. He was astonished that such a small faction possessed so many supplies. There were over 20 boxes of chocolate, along with various dried meats, bottled water, and sausages, altogether more than 30 boxes of food and 13 boxes of water. Had it not been for the spaciousness of his vehicle, he might not have been able to accommodate all these provisions. "All right, you can split the remaining supplies among yourselves," Zhu Linyuan instructed once the vehicle was filled to capacity. At that moment, a few boxes of sausages and 13 boxes of water remained on the ground. Sausages are difficult to store, so taking them back would be of little use to Zhu Linyuan. As for bottled water, he had no need for it. He was not short on water. Most importantly, his vehicle could not hold any more. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the women displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated that they would not only survive the clutches of the extreme organization, but also be allocated food. They were acutely aware of the importance of sustenance in this era. The previously idle, beautiful woman rushed over first, seizing a box of sausages and a box of water, promptly devouring a sausage. The others, noticing Zhu Linyuan's silence, hesitated to act but exhibited visible dissatisfaction. They had labored, yet this woman was reaping the rewards without contributing, which irked them. Zhu Linyuan paid them no mind. Having allocated the supplies, how they chose to divide them was their concern. He was not a savior and did not feel compelled to mediate. Zhu Linyuan took his seat in the driver's position, observing Zhu Linyuan hesitating outside. Unsure whether to speak up, he opened the passenger door and smiled. "Why are you still standing there? Get in the car." Zhu Linyuan posed momentarily, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions, excitement, gratitude, and perhaps even affection. She truly wished to accompany Zhu Linyuan, yet feared becoming a burden, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Through her experiences in this period, she realized that in the apocalypse, mere beauty or competence was insufficient. Without strength, one could only become a plaything for others. Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan climbed into the car, her anxious heart finally at ease as she gazed at the tall figure of Zhu Linyuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. A fleeting glance at the others outside stirred a pang of pity within her, yet she chose to remain silent. Zhu Linyuan noticed the compassion in Zhu Linyuan's eyes toward those women and nodded inwardly, greatly satisfied with her demeanor. It is essential to maintain a sense of propriety. What he valued most in Zhu Linyuan was her understanding of boundaries. She would never act in a way that would place him in a difficult position. With Zhu Linyuan by his side, he would find his tasks easier and certainly not more troublesome. Moreover, he did not disapprove of her empathy. In his view, having controlled compassion was not a weakness, but rather a fundamental distinction between humans and other animals. He felt uneasy around those devoid of any empathy, who only understood violence. For such individuals often lacked loyalty and gratitude. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to depart, he noticed Liu Bai, clad in school uniform, suddenly kneeling outside the car window. "Brother Zhu, I wish to accompany you. Rest assured, I've trained in sports since childhood, my physique is robust, and I learn quickly. I will not be a burden to you." The others, witnessing Liu Bai's action, seemed to awaken from a dream and hastily knelt down, each introducing their skills and pleading for Zhu Linyuan to take them along. These individuals, valued by the Extreme Path organization, were all strikingly beautiful women, undeniably pleasing to the eye. However, Zhu Linyuan remained indifferent. In a post-apocalyptic world, capable individuals were never short of female companions. Strength was paramount. After contemplating their words, Zhu Linyuan spoke. I cannot take you with me, but I can allow you to establish a small gathering place near my residence. I will periodically clear the surrounding area of zombies, making it significantly safer to reside nearby. I will not provide you with supplies. However, you may earn resources through labor for me, such as attracting zombies, tending to fields, or providing useful information. These efforts can be exchanged for equivalent resources here. If you're interested, follow behind my vehicle. Upon finishing, he turned to the flamboyant woman who had been enjoying a sausage and added, You are the exception. All right, those who wish to follow me, hurry up and do not waste time. As Zhu Linyuan pressed the accelerator, the powerful off-road vehicle surged forward. At that moment, the flamboyant woman suddenly dashed forward, blocking the vehicle, and exclaimed, Why can't I join? I could do everything they can, and even more. She was confident, having tested Zhu Linyuan's limits earlier by avoiding work and being the first to eat, indicating that he was easily manipulated. No matter how strong he appeared, he was still just a man, and she believed there was no man she could not handle. However, Zhu Linyuan's expression remained unchanged as he abruptly accelerated. The massive off-road vehicle resembling a beast, crashing into the flamboyant woman and sending her flying. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. At this point, Lu Bai shouted, Everyone, stop dawdling. Quickly gather your supplies and follow Mr. Zhu. He hoisted 2 boxes of water and ran after him. The others soon regained their senses, hurriedly grabbing supplies and sprinting after the vehicle. Before long, both the vehicle and the group vanished at the end of the road. Meanwhile, the flamboyant woman lay beside the road, several ribs broken and her right leg fractured, looking utterly disheveled. She struggled to move, her face twisted in resentment. Zhu Linyuan, even as a ghost, I will not let you off. I will take my revenge, she thought bitterly. Just then, a zombie seemed to catch the scent of blood and staggered toward her. Upon seeing the zombie, panic gripped her, rendering her immobile as she fervently prayed. Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. With a sudden lunge, the zombie attacked, and the air was filled with her blood-curdling screams. In an instant, the screams ceased, and she became mere sustenance for the undead. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan had already led the group to his residence area. Upon seeing the towering multi-story complex before them, everyone stood in awe. They had not anticipated that Zhu Linyuan's notion of home was such a luxurious establishment. Chapter 11. The submission of Luo Qingying brother. Who exactly is Zhu Linyuan? Lu Yao tugged at Lu Bai's sleeve, whispering inquisitively. Mr. Zhu is certainly of status beyond our comprehension. Lu Bai responded, equally astonished. Coming from a wealthy background himself, he could truly appreciate Zhu Linyuan's opulence. There are many residential buildings nearby. You may find a place to stay. I will descend for morning exercises at 6 o'clock daily. If you wish to work for me, that is when you should come, Zhu Linyuan instructed. After a moment's thought, he provided several steel pipes and baseball bats, spoils from earlier that held little use for him. With these weapons for self-defense and enough food and water for a while, your future quality of life will depend on your own efforts. Zhu Linyuan then drove into the underground parking garage. Come, Zian, we can leave the supplies here for now. He lifted the unconscious Lan Ying from the car roof and, accompanied by Su Ziyin, ascended to the 7th floor, his living quarters. You truly are remarkable, boss. Even in the apocalypse, you managed to live so lavishly, Su Ziyin remarked, though she was not overly surprised, having witnessed Zhu Linyuan create numerous miracles firsthand. Starting with hundreds of thousands in capital, he had built a vast business empire worth billions in mere years. She firmly believed that no matter how the world changed, such a formidable individual could always thrive. You should freshen up first. I have some matters to attend to, Zhu Linyuan said as he strode into the living room, where he noticed a note on the table. The note was inscribed in elegant handwriting. I have prepared porridge for you. It is in the pot. Drink it while it's hot. Gazing at the note, Zhu Linyuan fell silent for a few moments before a smile broke across his face, as if a long-dormant gray world had suddenly been infused with warmth. He carelessly dropped Lan Ying at the entrance, glanced at the room of Luo Qingying, who was still soundly asleep, and quietly shut the door. After meticulously washing his hands, he eagerly ladled a bowl of porridge and began to eat heartily, bowl after bowl. Despite it being the simplest white porridge with no accompaniments, Zhu Linyuan relished every bite. In no time, the pot was emptied, and he finally set down his bowl and chopsticks, lifting Lan Ying as he made his way to the underground prison. Host has successfully captured Lan Ying. Arrest mission completed. Host has received mission rewards, a pair of Evolver fighting gloves, and 15 attribute points. Having successfully completed the capture mission, Zhu Linyuan nodded with satisfaction. He now possessed 16 attribute points, the additional point given by Luo Qingying for completing her daily task. Upon seeing this attribute point, Zhu Linyuan felt a twinge of surprise. After all, a seemingly frail girl had managed to complete 1,000 squats, which was quite impressive and slightly altered Zhu Linyuan's perception of her. At that moment, Luo Qingying, from the opposite cell, suddenly spoke. Is the person you captured Lan Ying? Zhu Linyuan nodded. He was already aware of the grievances between Luo Qingying and Luo Qingying, as Liu Bai had reported everything to him. May I kill her? Luo Qingying asked after a brief silence. If you require me to perform squats, I can do 2,000 every day, including your share. No, Zhu Linyuan replied, looking at Luo Qingying and said slowly, you would do well not to make demands of me. Remember the rules I have laid out for you regarding this prison, unless you can prove you possess other value. You are no different from Luo Qingying in my eyes. Luo Qingying fell silent, clearly recalling Zhu Linyuan's established rules. Obey him without question and refrain from unnecessary words. Observing her silence, Zhu Linyuan turned around and kicked Luo Qingying awake. Get up and work, he commanded in a low voice. Lanzing Godadoli Zigang Gonsions. Glancing at her chains, her expression a complex mix as she regarded Zhu Linyuan, remaining silent. Zhu Linyuan stated, you'll begin doing squats now, with a minimum of 1,000 each day. If you fail to complete the 1,000, you will have no value to me, and I will cast you into the opposite cell. Luo Qingying looked towards the opposite prison, her beautiful brows furrowed, a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the adjacent cell was her acquaintance, Luo Qingying. All right, I will do it, Luo Qingying replied faintly, unhesitatingly commencing her squats. Although she did not comprehend why the robust man before her insisted on her performing squats, she recognized that refraining from inquiry was the wisest course of action at that moment. Furthermore, engaging in squats was preferable to enduring humiliation. Yet, she momentarily forgot that she was clad in a qipao. As she descended into a squat, a sudden tearing sound emanated from her attire, revealing her flawless, fair back. In that fleeting instant, the atmosphere within the confines seemed to freeze. The next moment, Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly and rose to leave. After a brief interlude, he returned to the cell, bearing 2 packages that he tossed into the respective enclosures. You two shall change your attire before continuing with the squats, he stated before turning to exit. Thank you, came the unexpected voice of Luo Qingying as he passed by cell 1. Simultaneously, Zhu Linyuan's mind was once more graced by the voice of the system. Prison number 1 submission value increased by 23 points. Current submission value is 41 points. Prisoner number 1 has unlocked a daily task. Complete 1,000 crunches, rewarding the host with 1 attribute point, 1,000. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the system and noted that Luo Qingying's panel now displayed 2 daily tasks. This indicated that she could bestow upon him 2 attribute points each day. In contrast, Luo Qingying's submission value remained low, affording her only 1 daily task. It seemed prudent to devote time to researching this submission value. By elevating it, they could yield greater attribute points for him. Pondering this, Zhu Linyuan instructed, Luo Qingying, hasten to perform your squats. Luo Qingying shall commence an additional 1,000 crunches daily from today, ensuring that the movements are executed correctly, with her back remaining on the ground. With that, he turned and departed. Luo Qingying did not even glance at the package but instead regarded Zhu Linyuan's retreating figure, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Once he had left, she opened the package, discovering provisions, water, a blanket, and a set of athletic wear. Without hesitation, she disrobed and thoroughly cleansed herself with a small amount of water. After her cleansing, she radiated an astonishing beauty. Once satisfied with her cleanliness, she drank some water and consumed a modest portion of food. Afterward, she neatly arranged the food and water before lying on the blanket to commence her crunches, while the athletic wear remained beside her, side by side with her discarded clothing. Witnessing this, Luo Qingying silently shed her qipao, revealing a figure of perfect curves. Her waist and abdomen bore no excess flesh, smooth and fair, betraying no hint of her 30 years. Moreover, there was an alluring maturity about her, truly flawless. After cleansing her body, Luo Qingying donned the athletic attire, casting a glance at the exercising Luo Qingying before initiating her own squats, her form exquisitely graceful. Zhu Linyuan observed the system panel, noting the rising completion rates of their daily tasks, and instinctively glanced through the system into the prison space. There, he beheld Luo Qingying performing her crunches, her garments arranged beside her. Clearing his throat, Zhu Linyuan hastily closed his view, awkwardly coughing, pondering why the young lady was exercising without any attire. Boss, are you all right? At that moment, Su Zian, freshly groomed and dressed, approached him. She was clad in her usual uniform and black stockings, her figure on full display. If Luo Qingying epitomized gentleness, Luo Qingying embodied aloofness, and Luo Qingying exuded grace. Then Su Zian was undoubtedly the embodiment of a dominant woman, a true heartthrob for men. Boss, how may I assist you at this moment? Su Zian Guayev. Gazing up at him, Zhu Linyuan could even detect her fragrant scent. Chapter 12. An unexpected incident with Luo Qingying. All right, hurry and rest. Grasping Su Zian by the side, Zhu Linyuan strode toward the bedroom without looking back, instructing, choose any room. All necessities are provided. Rest early, for we depart at 6 tomorrow morning. With that, he retreated to his chamber, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. After a full day of combat, he felt a slight weariness. Sleep was essential to rejuvenate his mind and body, ensuring he remained at his peak. Indeed, the boss was as he had always been. Su Zian smiled as she watched Zhu Linyuan's departing figure, reminiscing about their shared entrepreneurial journey. Strong, meticulous, resolute, intelligent, and with clear objectives, admiration flickered in her eyes. For her, a man like Zhu Linyuan possessed an irresistible allure. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a factory situated further south from the site of Zhu Linyuan's earlier battle, a throng of individuals gathered around a rudimentary metal platform. This platform held a row of enormous iron cages, each draped in black cloth, obscuring their contents. There were a total of 10 cages on the platform. Standing before the cages was a woman dressed in a white suit, her demeanor fervent. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for attending our 7th auction held by the Jidao organization," she proclaimed, addressing the excited crowd. "As per tradition, all transactions shall be conducted using chocolate as currency. Should anyone possess surplus meat, biscuits, or other provisions, please contact our staff to exchange them for equivalent chocolate. Now let the auction commence." With her declaration, cheers and shouts erupted from the audience. Observing the crowd's exuberance, the woman nodded in satisfaction and continued, "For our first auction item, we present a prime specimen. She is a former member of a girl group from before the apocalypse, possessing remarkable beauty and physique, complemented by a sweet voice. Additionally, she is an adept dancer with exceptional flexibility, easily performing a split. Young and sheltered, she has yet to experience romantic love. She can offer you a taste of youthful campus romance. As for other attributes, that is for you to discover at your leisure." As the suited woman spoke, she abruptly pulled down the black cloth from the first cage. With a rustle, the cloth fell away, revealing a girl clad in lingerie and white thigh-high stockings. The girl appeared to be merely 18 or 19, exuding an innocent charm, her eyes brimming with tears as she struggled desperately. "I'll take her. I have a penchant for students," shouted one man, declaring, "No one dare compete with me. I have plenty of food. I want to experience pure love." The crowd buzzed with excitement, each vying for the chance to claim this prized possession. The suited woman decisively announced, "For auction item number 1, the starting bid is 10 boxes of chocolate. I bid 11 boxes. I bid 12. I bid 15 boxes. No one is to compete with me." Evidently, the declaration of 15 boxes silenced the crowd momentarily. However, within a mere second, another voice emerged. 20 boxes, came the calm, yet assertive voice of a girl dressed in Lolita attire, her lips adorned with black lipstick. Her exquisite features, accentuated by her dark and alluring makeup, captivated those present. The crowd seemed slightly intimidated by her presence, respectfully murmuring, "Boss Zhang has made her move." Indeed, Boss Yang's bid is impressive. 20 boxes right off the bat. Of course, Boss Zhang commanded a legion of henchmen and possessed ample resources. For her, 20 boxes of chocolate were a trifling sum. Despite her youthful appearance, the attendees addressed her as Boss Zhang, and she accepted this title with ease. "I find this young lady quite appealing, hence my impulsive bid. I hope my friend will understand," she stated. "No trouble at all, Boss Zhang. We won't contest the 20-box price. Indeed, with such abundant resources, we can always barter for another auction. This one is yours. 20 boxes of chocolate once. 20 boxes of chocolate twice. 20 boxes of chocolate thrice." Seeing no further bids, the suited woman decisively struck her gavel, declaring sold. In the confines of a cage, a young girl gazed vacantly at her surroundings, unable to comprehend the turmoil that had enveloped the world. Following the onset of the apocalypse, it seemed that everyone had transformed. Her once beloved parents had betrayed her, selling her to a criminal organization for a mere box of chocolates. Subsequently, she was treated as a mere commodity, displayed on an auction block and sold to the highest bidder for the price of 20 boxes of chocolates. Am I truly a human being, or merely a piece of merchandise? The girl pondered in despair. Soon, a girl adorned in Lolita fashion arrived, completing the transfer of the girl known as Jay. "Come, I will take you home," the darkly styled Lolita said, loosening the ropes binding Jay. "My name is Zhang Yao. Before the end of the world, I possess some assets, and now I have a few loyal companions supporting me. With me, you shall not suffer." The girl, still bewildered, followed her. She reasoned, "She is a girl. Surely, she won't mistreat me." Behind them, a dozen armed guards trailed closely. Before long, they arrived at Zhang Yao's residence, leading Jay into a rather peculiar house. "All right, kneel down," Zhang Yao instructed with a smile. The girl, confused, looked on with wide, questioning eyes. "Yes," Zhang Yao continued, her smile unwavering as she approached the girl. "What are you going to do?" At that moment, the girl, despite her naivety, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly attempted to flee. "What will happen?" "You will soon find out," Zhang Yao replied, a wicked grin on her face as she lunged toward the girl. The room was soon filled with her anguished cries. Morning arrived, just before 6 o'clock, as dawn broke. Armed and ready, Zhu Linyuan descended with Su Zian and Luo Qingying. Susigan appeared somewhat drowsy, down intermittently, while Luo Qingying curiously surveyed her surroundings. Zhu Linyuan carried a large package in one hand and a suitcase in the other. Mr. Zhu, upon stepping outside, he encountered the waiting siblings, Lu Bai and Lu Yao. Lu Bai respectfully approached to greet him, while Lu Yao shyly lingered behind, stealing glances at Zhu Linyuan with sparkling eyes. Behind them lay two zombie corpses, evidently dispatched by the siblings. Excellent. Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction, stretching his limbs as he spoke. I plan to cordon off an area downstairs. I would like you to construct a fence in exchange for food and water. Be aware that you may encounter zombies during this task, which carries a degree of danger. You may refuse if you wish. I accept, Lu Bai declared without hesitation. Mr. Zhu, I do not require food or water. I have but one request. May I accompany you to learn when there are no tasks? Let's focus on the work for now. Zhu Linyuan did not immediately acquiesce, instead dropping the hefty package onto the ground, which emitted a metallic clang, revealing its heavy contents. The astonishment in Lu Bai's eyes was unmistakable. Such a large bundle of metal must weigh quite a bit, yet Mr. Zhu handled it effortlessly. What kind of strength is this? Zhu Linyuan paid no heed to Lu Bai's astonishment. He drew forth an alloy blade and approached a corner of the building, plunging the blade into the ground. The sturdy asphalt surface yielded like tofu under his strength, and he carved out a rectangular area measuring approximately 70 to 80 meters in length and 20 meters in width. You will construct the fence along the lines I have cut. The materials are ready. Ensure it is sturdy. Zian, you shall be responsible for recording each person's work output so that resources may be distributed accordingly. After imparting a few more instructions, Zhu Linyuan departed with Luo Qingying in his vehicle. He had already equipped Su Zian with defensive weapons, alleviating any concerns for her safety. Now let's begin, Lu Bai urged, first taking a metal bar and inserting it into the ground where Zhu Linyuan had cut. He then picked up a hammer and began to pound it down from atop a stool. Lu Yao assisted by stabilizing the bar to prevent it from skewing. The siblings worked harmoniously, making significant progress. Soon, others joined them, eagerly following the day's work directives, pairing up to labor diligently. For these individuals, having a job in the apocalypse, earning survival supplies through their efforts, was a dream they had never dared to imagine. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had arrived at a spacious area. Let me confirm once more, are you certain you wish to practice with a knife? After disembarking, he inquired of Luo Qingying. Early that morning, he had prompted her to consider her future, whether to remain at home or accompany him on hunts. Without hesitation, Luo Qingying had chosen the latter, preferring to wield a blade. It seemed almost fated. I want to practice with a knife, she replied, looking into Zhu Linyuan's eyes with resolute determination. I do not wish to be a burden. I want to assist you. Very well, Zhu Linyuan nodded. Do you recall everything I instructed you on the way here? I remember, Luo Qingying affirmed, her gaze unwavering as she slowly drew two bone daggers from her waist. Your task today is to learn how to kill zombies. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan dashed 100 meters away, severing the legs of a zombie and bringing it before Luo Qingying. He continued to capture a total of over 10 zombies. Killing zombies is to help you build courage. You must first conquer your fear before you can defeat them. These zombies possess minimal mobility, and you can easily dispatch them with your daggers. I have other matters to attend to, so I entrust this to you. I hope that by the time I return, you'll have vanquished these zombies. Remember, this area is open. Should you sense danger, immediately seek refuge in a vehicle. It is sturdy enough to protect you from the zombies. If you encounter a mutated breed, sound the horn for help and flee. I will come to your rescue. Zhu Linyuan meticulously outlined his instructions before grabbing his suitcase and heading toward the designated hunting location. Today, he aimed to hunt the mutated creatures. Currently, his evolution level stood at 70% of the first tier. He sought to enhance his evolution level as much as possible before the impending lunar disaster. Meanwhile, in Zhu Linyuan's prison, an unexpected occurrence unfolded concerning Luo Qingying. Chapter 13. Luo Qingying's dilemma in the prison. Luo Qingying clutched her abdomen, her expression contorted in agony. Clearly, she was enduring immense pain. Why must this happen now? She gritted her teeth, her delicate fists clenched tightly as she bore the suffering. Yet even in her torment, her gaze remained steadfast. 1,000 crunches. No matter what, I must complete them. She bit her lip, recommencing her crunches. Her beautiful lips now stained with a faint trace of blood. Meanwhile, at Zhu Linyuan's location, he had arrived at the planned hunting site and opened his suitcase. Inside lay packages of black meat, the perfect bait to attract zombies. Zhu Linyuan sighed in appreciation and scattered a package of mutated black meat on the ground. This road led to the seaside, bordered by the ocean on one side and the city on the other, with scattered buildings surrounding them. The advantage of hunting here was that Zhu Linyuan only needed to confront the zombies before him, as the mutated creatures from the sea had yet to breach the land. Otherwise, humanity would have long faced extinction due to the terrifying numbers of mutated beings in the ocean. After laying the bait, Zhu Linyuan retrieved a small speaker, cranked the volume to the maximum, and began to play music. All are brave. The wounds on your forehead, your differences, your mistakes. As the music resonated, Zhu Linyuan began to stretch and prepare for the impending battle. Zombies lack vision. However, their auditory and olfactory senses are significantly heightened. Even the slightest noise captures their attention. To exacerbate matters, he is currently blaring music at maximum volume, with grotesque meats, irresistibly alluring to the undead, set nearby. It is a veritable zombie trap. Indeed, it does not take long for a staggering zombie to come lurching towards Zhu Linyuan. This particular specimen is an ordinary male zombie, clad in tattered formal attire, howling as it lunges at him. Confronted by the oncoming creature, Zhu Linyuan meticulously dons the boxing gloves awarded by the system, then unleashes his strength with sudden ferocity. Instantly, his arms swell with explosive power, and he delivers a mighty punch. Boom! Zhu Linyuan's fist connects squarely with the zombie's face, and for a brief moment, time seems to stand still. In the next instant, the back of the zombie's skull erupts, scattering bone and flesh in a gruesome display. The music continues to play as Zhu Linyuan retracts his fist and gazes at the increasing number of zombie silhouettes ahead, a smile blossoming on his face. In the following moment, he channels his energy into his legs, darting forward like a swift cheetah, plunging into the horde of the undead. Shall I engage? Can I? This tattered cloak. Shall I fight? Indeed, with the most humble of dreams. As the song reaches its crescendo, Zhu Linyuan embarks on a ruthless rampage. He strikes the nearest zombie's head with a thunderous blow, then leaps into the air, seizing a nearby lamppost, and sweeps his right leg like a giant axe. With a swift motion, reminiscent of a scythe harvesting grain, Zhu Linyuan's kick obliterates the heads of a row of zombies, leaving only headless corpses collapsing to the ground. Observing the throng of zombies still charging forward without fear, Zhu Linyuan exerts himself, snapping the lamppost in half, and brings it crashing down upon the mass of undead. Boom! 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 He continues until the lamppost is rendered useless, and before him, the once formidable horde has been reduced to mere fragments. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? At that moment, a song concludes. Zhu Linyuan discards the lamppost, brushes off the remnants of his battle, and saunters over to a nearby bubble tea shop, taking a seat while his gaze lingers on the scattered remains of the zombies. True to his expectations, moments later, more zombies are drawn to the remnants, devouring the pieces before turning on each other in a savage display of carnage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qingying's face is pale, her hands clutching two bone blades as she breathes heavily. The ground is littered with the corpses of zombies. I finally did it, she murmurs. Though these were merely incapacitated zombies, it represented a monumental challenge for her. Since the apocalypse began, Luo Qingying had always evaded zombies, terrified of being detected, let alone killing one. Yet, it was precisely this fear that had allowed her to survive until now. However, to avoid being a burden to Zhu Linyuan, she had chosen to take up arms. Suddenly, she spots a zombie racing toward her from a distance. Soon, the large mob of zombies near Zhu Linyuan dwindles to just two. These two are markedly different from the others. One is covered in grayish-white bone shards, resembling a suit of armor, while the other is an immense behemoth, towering over 2 meters like a giant. They are unmistakably two aberrant species. To have two aberrant species spawn simultaneously is fortunate indeed. Zhu Linyuan is slightly taken aback, as such occurrences are quite rare. For most evolutionaries, this scenario could spell disaster. After all, confronting a single aberrant species is already perilous. Facing two simultaneously is tantamount to courting death. Yet, Zhu Linyuan's eyes blaze with fervor for battle. System. Allocate all my remaining attribute points to strength, he commands as he rises and strides towards the battlefield. As his attributes are fully channeled into strength, Zhu Linyuan feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he were an inflated balloon in desperate need of release. It is you I seek, he declares, a cruel smile unfurling across his face as he charges toward the two aberrant creatures. The larger aberrant species reacts first, roaring before lunging at Zhu Linyuan with a bear hug. Boom! Zhu Linyuan deftly sidesteps this colossal embrace and delivers a powerful kick to the creature's face, sending it crashing into the wall. The other aberrant, clad in bone armor, hears the commotion and lunges at Zhu Linyuan with a vicious bite. Let us see how tough your bones truly are, he taunts, propelling himself off the ground to leap high into the air, his right leg raised like a giant axe, and delivers a devastating strike to the armored creature's head. Crack! The bone-armored aberrant's head proves surprisingly resilient, absorbing Zhu Linyuan's wrathful kick. However, its neck cannot withstand the force. Under Zhu Linyuan's might, it is crushed between its head and body. Thud! The bone-armored aberrant collapses, with only a layer of skin connecting its head to its body. At that moment, the massive aberrant bursts through the wall, launching a punch at Zhu Linyuan. He dodges to the side, just in time, as the giant's fist crashes into the concrete wall, creating a gaping hole. Impressive strength. Zhu Linyuan grins, landing a hook punch to the creature's abdomen. Quick, precise, fierce. Zhu Linyuan's explosive strike lifts the aberrant off its feet, suspending it momentarily in the air, its body arching like a boiled shrimp. Yet, that is not how one should use a fist, he remarks, stepping back with his right foot, drawing his right hand to his waist, palm facing outward, inhaling deeply. His upper body muscles bulge, resembling a fearsome deity. In the next instant, he unleashes a furious punch that connects with the giant aberrant's face. Crack! Crack! The creature's head shatters like glass, fracturing under the force of the blow. Chapter 14. How fragrant! Gasping for breath beside the off-road vehicle, Luo Qingying stands over a fallen zombie. Before their departure, Zhu Linyuan had equipped her with specially designed combat gear and gloves, minimizing the risk of infection unless she were struck in the head. This allowed her the confidence to engage and ultimately dispatch the creature. Hey, just then, several figures appear in the distance. Unlike before, these are not zombies, but rather a group of people. Upon seeing them approach, Luo Qingying swiftly opens the car door, takes her seat behind the wheel, and locks the door tightly. After a moment's hesitation, she refrains from sounding the horn, gripping her bone blades tightly while fixating on the individuals outside. Boss, I just saw it. The person getting into the car seems to be a woman. To kill so many zombies and drive such a fine vehicle, she must be something special, one of the men observes. The ragtag group is dressed in tatters, each wielding steel pipes, while the stout leader brandishes an axe. What does it matter if she's from the first or second group? She's just a woman, he scoffs, then reaches for the car door. Upon discovering it locked, he hurriedly gathers several large stones to jam the wheels, then claps his hands, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. This time, she won't escape. Either you open the door quickly and hand over food and water, or my friends and I will enjoy ourselves, and we might spare your life. As the stout man spoke, he forcefully struck the car window, producing a series of resounding thuds. Inside the vehicle, Luo Qingying tightened her grip on the bone blade, breathing slowly. She had anticipated a sense of panic in such a situation, yet surprisingly, she remained remarkably calm. Brother Zhu had already been gone for 27 minutes. Luo Qingying glanced at the time, contemplating. He had said he would return in half an hour, which meant there were still 3 minutes left. I merely need to delay them for 3 minutes. With this thought, she gently tapped the window with her fair, slender finger. Indeed, upon hearing her knock, the assailants paused their actions. Ha! This little lady is quite perceptive. Perhaps we can afford to be a bit gentler. They laughed, their faces adorned with lewd grins, eagerly awaiting her to open the door. However, after a prolonged silence, they grew impatient. Hey, you filthy woman, open the door. The leader resumed his relentless pounding on the window. At that moment, Luo Qingying suddenly lowered the window on the other side, tossing out a box of biscuits. The sound attracted the group, and they immediately rushed over, but by then, Luo Qingying had raised the window once more. Biscuits. The stout man saw the scattered treats on the ground and quickly pounced, shoving a piece into his mouth, dirt and all. The others, entranced by the sight of the biscuits, hurried over, and soon a frenzied scramble ensued. In 2 minutes, the ground lay bare, devoid of any crumbs. The stout man, licking the remnants from his lips, pounded on the window again. You filthy woman, hurry up and come down. Do you think a pack of biscuits can dismiss me? Do you take me for a beggar? Just then, Luo Qingying's eyes brightened as she spotted a tall figure approaching in the distance. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, she quickly pressed the horn. After dispatching 2 mutated creatures, Zhu Linyuan adeptly extracted the spores from their bodies. He then retrieved a specially crafted rope from his pack, binding the 2 mutated corpses together before dragging them forward. Having successfully hunted 2 spores along with the bodies, Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of satisfaction. However, as he reached the open area where he had parked, an urgent honk pierced the air. Qingying. Zhu Linyuan's eyes widened, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the 2 corpses, propelling himself swiftly toward the massive off-road vehicle. Upon seeing several men armed and surrounding the vehicle, a fierce glint of killing intent ignited in his gaze as he declared coldly, "You seek death." Like a tiger descending a mountain, he lunged toward the vehicle before the men could react. "Boss, someone's coming," one of the henchmen shouted in alarm. But the stout man glanced up only to see a single figure, momentarily relieved. Yet the next instant his face turned pale with terror. How could he move so fast? Is he a monster? To him, Zhu Linyuan appeared as a mere blur, swiftly closing the distance. The stout man frantically swung his axe at Zhu Linyuan, but before the blade could descend, Zhu Linyuan seized his head with a vice-like grip, crushing it with a single motion. The head burst apart like a watermelon, a gruesome spray of red and white splattering everywhere. Discarding the headless corpse carelessly on the ground, Zhu Linyuan's icy gaze shifted to the remaining men. "Big brother, I..." A henchman's words were cut short as Zhu Linyuan delivered a swift kick, obliterating half his body into a shower of fragments. Inside the vehicle, Luo Qingying watched in awe as Zhu Linyuan, akin to a celestial being, dispatched the men with effortless precision, her large, shimmering eyes filled with admiration. She quickly stowed her knife and opened the door, rushing toward Zhu Linyuan in excitement. In the next moment, He lifted her effortlessly into the air. Are you hurt? Zhu Linyuan inspected her carefully, sighing in relief when he confirmed she was unharmed. At that moment, he noticed her expression had darkened. Are you frightened? Zhu Linyuan gently set her down, shaking his head. Next time you find yourself in such a situation, call for me immediately. I am not far and can arrive quickly. He failed to notice that Luo Qingying's expression was becoming increasingly stormy. As he spoke, he tossed aside several stones obstructing the tires, stating, "Such stones are no obstacle for my behemoth. A simple push on the accelerator will send them flying. Remember this next time." Suddenly, a realization struck him. In his haste to reach her, he had left the mutated corpses behind on the road. Zhu Linyuan stood up to retrieve them when he felt a soft body press against him, exuding a delightful fragrance. A moment of bliss enveloped him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that sensation vanished, akin to a fleeting dream. Disheartened, Zhu Linyuan turned to see Luo Qingying blushing as she slipped back into the vehicle, leaving behind a soft sigh. Alone outside, Zhu Linyuan pondered, feeling a twinge of longing. Nevertheless, he resolved to retrieve the mutated corpses first. After all, survival in this apocalyptic world required strength. As for matters of the heart, there would always be time. Luo Qingying, inside the car, watched Zhu Linyuan rush off to collect the mutated bodies, pouting adorably in silent frustration. Why was he so unresponsive when I was so forward? As she simmered, laughter bubbled up unexpectedly, her gaze softening as she observed Zhu Linyuan's diligent efforts. Moments later, Zhu Linyuan returned, driving the vehicle with Luo Qingying, her cheeks flushed. Back to their home, the behemoth was now laden with the two mutated corpses. Upon witnessing the changes at their doorstep, Zhu Linyuan's face brightened. The construction of the fence had commenced, and the design was beginning to take shape. At this rate, it would likely be completed within 2 days. Noticing several zombie corpses scattered nearby, it was evident that Liu Bai and his team had encountered a zombie attack. Observing the hard-working individuals, Zhu Linyuan nodded approvingly, his gaze lingering on Liu Bai for a considerable time. He was a promising candidate, humble and composed, with a commendable temperament. Zhu Linyuan decided to observe him a while longer, contemplating that if Liu Bai proved himself, he could be cultivated further. After all, those he had trained prior to the apocalypse had already been dispatched as a contingency against the moon disaster, and the time to activate that plan had not yet arrived. Currently, he found himself without reliable personnel. "Boss, you're back." Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan's vehicle return, Su Zian set down her tools and approached. "Yes," Zhu Linyuan replied. "Everyone has worked hard for so long. Please gather some food and water to distribute among the team. Fair distribution will ensure they can take a break before resuming work. To keep the horse running, one must feed it grass." Acknowledging their dedication, Zhu Linyuan ensured he would not let them down. Upon hearing his words, the team wiped the sweat from their brows, their faces lighting up with joy. It was exceptionally rare to find such a commendable boss in the apocalypse. After a brief discussion, Zhu Linyuan led Luo Qingying upstairs, entrusting the remaining tasks to Su Zian. He believed that, given Su Zian's abilities, this work would be effortless for her. Zhu Linyuan even felt it was somewhat of an underutilization. The need for more capable individuals was apparent. Zhu Linyuan sighed quietly, instructing Luo Qingying to prepare the meal while he himself carried the corpses of 2 mutated creatures towards the dissection room. He planned to convert both spores into evolution liquid for absorption today, hastening his evolution to confront the impending lunar calamity. The lunar disaster would strike on the 16th of the 8th lunar month, and time was of the essence. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the clock, his expression turning solemn. The terror of the lunar calamity could only be comprehended by those who had experienced it firsthand. In his previous life, organizations had calculated that the apocalypse could be divided into 3 phases. The first phase, in which Zhu Linyuan currently found himself, was termed the onset of the apocalypse, referring to the period from the arrival of the apocalypse to the onset of the lunar disaster. Although half the world's population had been infected by the zombie virus and transformed into zombies on the first day, it did not constitute an apocalyptic catastrophe. Zombies, despite their auditory and olfactory acuity and ability to infect, lacked intelligence. A fit adult male, armed and adequately protected, could easily eliminate a zombie. If the threat were solely the zombie virus, humanity could soon overcome this so-called apocalypse. Yet, this disaster offered humanity little respite. On the 16th of the 8th lunar month, the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the lunar disaster would descend, marking the commencement of the lunar calamity period. According to the calculations of those organizations from his previous life, nearly 3 billion survivors remained before the lunar disaster. Within a week of its arrival, over 2 billion survivors would perish. A month after the lunar disaster, the number of survivors would dwindle to fewer than 100 million. The world would be left with less than 100 million people. This was the lunar disaster. Furthermore, following the lunar calamity period, an even more terrifying extinction phase would ensue. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had met his demise during the extinction phase. Not just he, but the entire squad had failed to survive it. Moreover, Zhu Linyuan speculated that human civilization itself likely could not endure the extinction phase. It was a truly cataclysmic disaster, one capable of effortlessly obliterating a civilization. Even at the height of human prosperity, civilization could not withstand the extinction phase, let alone a humanity already on the brink after the lunar calamity. Contemplating the impending lunar disaster and the forthcoming extinction catastrophe, Zhu Linyuan took a deep breath and consumed the evolution potion in his hand. He was determined to grow stronger at the fastest pace possible. At that moment, in a vast workshop in the center of South City, the atmosphere was dim, filled with numerous iron cages, seemingly hundreds in number. Each cage contained a woman of considerable beauty, most huddled in the corners, their faces streaked with tears, eyes swollen, yet none dared to resist, as if fearing something. In the center of the workshop lay a mat, where a woman clad in a white robe sat barefoot, her legs crossed, her eyes gently closed, breathing deeply. Even with her eyes shut, her dignified beauty radiated like a queen from a cinematic portrayal, exuding an imposing aura. Most striking were her delicate, graceful feet, with fair and proportionate ankles and toes resembling pearls, exquisite and flawless, akin to a work of art. She was Zhu Linyuan, the founder and head of the Jidao organization. Behind her stood two short-haired women dressed in black combat attire, wielding long swords, their sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings to ensure Zhu Linyuan's safety. Suddenly, the workshop's door swung open, sunlight streaming in, illuminating the once dim space. Zhu Linyuan sensed something and slightly opened her eyes, gazing forward. A woman in a white suit approached briskly, the host of the Jidao organization's auction. The woman, clearly anxious, knelt before Zhu Linyuan on one knee and reported, "Boss, I have something to inform you. Luo Qingying has disappeared. She is suspected to have been abducted." Upon hearing this, a chilling murderous intent erupted in Zhu Linyuan's otherwise placid gaze, sharp as a blade. "Investigate. Bringing her back. Accompany her. Vufa is armed ying vildi." The two women in black immediately nodded, swords in hand, rising to follow the woman in white out of the workshop. At Zhu Linyuan's residence, he exhaled a long breath. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze exceptionally bright. This was the manifestation of his spiritual energy. Practitioners often spoke of having spiritual energy that transcended thoughts of lust, hunger, and sleep. What is spirit? It is the consciousness and thought processes governed by the heart. A healthy heart begets spiritual vitality, and with spiritual vitality comes physical strength. In Zhu Linyuan's case, however, it was the opposite. His physical prowess rendered his spiritual energy abundant. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan's system panel displayed significant changes. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: First Level Evolver. Evolution Degree: 22. Strength: 73. Speed: 56. Constitution: 68. Attribute points: 0. Daily tasks: complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point, 0 1,000. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point, 0 1,000. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point, 0 1,000. Capture tasks: none. Number of prisoners: 2. His evolution degree had reached 22 of a first-level evolver. Feeling the surge of power within him, Zhu Linyuan smiled. At this rate, it would not be long before he broke through to a second-level evolver, granting him the strength to contend during the lunar disaster. Zhu Linyuan understood that with the strength of a first-level evolver, he could survive the lunar disaster. Yet, his ambition extended beyond mere survival. He sought to seize opportunities amidst the calamity. While the lunar disaster was a catastrophe for the weak, it presented a chance for the strong. He aimed to ascend to a second-level evolver before the calamity struck, ready to showcase his prowess. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Prisoner numero uno. Luo Qingying has completed 1,000 sit-ups. Host gains 1 attribute point. She managed to complete 1,000 sit-ups? Zhu Linyuan was genuinely taken aback. Compared to squats, sit-ups were significantly more challenging. Once abdominal muscles are fatigued, attempting a single sit-up feels as painful as a needle prick, a feat beyond the capability of most. Even regular athletes would likely struggle after 200 or 300. That Luo Qingying could accomplish 1,000 sit-ups was remarkable. Zhu Linyuan instinctively activated the view of Cell No. 1. Witnessing Luo Qingying diligently wiping her body with clean water. Her delicate hands glided over her fair skin, her entire form trembling, clearly exhausted to the point of instability. Yet her gaze remained resolute and defiant. Zhu Linyuan's eyes were drawn to her slender waist and abdomen, revealing a well-defined abdominal line, quite beautiful and exuding strength. It seemed she had been an individual dedicated to fitness even before the apocalypse, and with such a resilient character, it was no surprise she had made a name for herself in the end times. Zhu Linyuan pondered. In his previous life, he had heard of Luo Qingying's infamous reputation, rumored to be ruthless and indifferent to human life, making her a figure to be avoided. Truly, she embodied the archetype of a femme fatale, her nature already beginning to reveal itself at this time. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. If not for his overwhelming strength securing her in the prison, it would indeed be expected for someone with Luo Qingying's character to make a name for herself in the apocalypse. Shifting his gaze from the bathing Luo Qingying, Zhu Linyuan turned his attention to Lining. At this moment, Lining was resting against the wall, her athletic attire thoroughly soaked, revealing an incredibly alluring figure. Her peach-like mature form, combined with her flushed cheeks reminiscent of inebriation and her subtle, elegant demeanor, could drive any man to madness, evoking an irresistible desire to possess her. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. On the display panel, it was evident that Lining had only completed 374 squats, a far cry from the target of 1,000. While both had commenced simultaneously, Luo Qingying had already finished her set of crunches, leaving Lining lagging behind. Such laziness warranted a reprimand later. Zhu Linyuan contemplated instructing Lining, aiming to enhance her compliance value. After all, an increase in compliance value would subsequently boost the attribute points garnered from each mortal daily, culminating in an astonishing figure over time. He would not let this opportunity slip by. As for the methods to elevate a captive's compliance value, Zhu Linyuan was gradually exploring, currently relying on physical means to instill submission. Once he withdrew his gaze, Zhu Linyuan began dissecting the two aberrant creatures before him. One of the creatures had undergone muscular enhancement, becoming colossal and immensely powerful, yet held no significance for Zhu Linyuan, merely serving as bait to attract zombies. The other creature, however, piqued his interest. He turned his attention to the smaller aberrant and commenced the extraction of its bone shards. He had previously tested the hardness of these shards. Although inferior to the bone blade of the larger creature, they surpassed ordinary alloys, presenting a commendable hardness. Most importantly, these bone shards were remarkably lightweight, making them ideal for crafting battle armor. Methodically, Zhu Linyuan disassembled the bone shards, soon amassing over 200 pieces, more than sufficient for the creation of armor. Subsequently, he disinfected the shards in a solution, fully dissected both aberrant creatures, and preserved them for future use as bait to attract zombies and cultivate aberrants. This was the only way he could continuously generate aberrants and enhance his evolutionary prowess. After completing these tasks, Zhu Linyuan took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and returned to his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by an incredibly rich aroma. How delightful! His eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Ruan Qingying, who was removing her apron, exclaiming, "Coca-Cola chicken wings." Umph! Ruan Qingying intentionally let out a light snort, yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy. You guessed correctly, but there's no reward. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. I've already taken a shower. Zhu Linyuan eagerly seated himself at the dining table. At that moment, Ruan Qingying approached with the prepared dishes, which included not only Coca-Cola chicken wings, but also spicy stir-fried meat and a pot of bone soup she had simmered before leaving in the morning. As she lifted the lid of the clay pot, the fragrance of the bone soup wafted through the room, enveloping it in a delightful aroma. Observing the rich, milky broth, Zhu Linyuan's appetite surged, and he quickly ladled a generous bowl, blowing on it before gulping it down. "This is exquisite," he exclaimed in disbelief. Looking at Ruan Qingying, "This soup is phenomenal." "Of course, after simmering for so long, it must be delicious," she replied, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she served him a bowl of fragrant rice along with another generous portion of soup. "You expend too much energy daily. You need to consume more for nourishment. After we finish eating, you should take a nap. I'll fry you some steaks, and when you wake up, you can eat to replenish your protein. By the way, when was the last time you changed the bedding in your room? Should we wash it?" She continued, fiddling with her fingers, contemplating the tasks for the afternoon. "Oh, I was thinking of planting a few flowers in your room yesterday, but I forgot when I went out. Such a large room without a single flower appears rather lifeless. Do you not like flowers? If not, I wouldn't bother." Watching Ruan Qingying ponder her plans for the afternoon, Zhu Linyuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, eventually snapping back to reality and hastily replying, "I like flowers. I like flowers. I forgot to take care of that before. I'll change the bedding myself tonight. It's been half a month, so it's due for a change. Steaks sound delicious." He responded to her comments one by one, suddenly inquiring, "By the way, what flowers do you like?" "Sunflowers." Ruan Qingying replied without hesitation. "All right, sunflowers." Zhu Linyuan nodded, glancing at her, and they both suddenly smiled, only to lower their heads and resume eating moments later, their faces still adorned with smiles. Having struggled for years in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhu Linyuan had been preparing for the end times since his rebirth, not daring to waste a single moment. Until today, he felt as though he had unexpectedly discovered the essence of living, being surrounded by family with the warmth of lights. Perhaps that was what life truly meant. Ruan Qingying's ears flushed slightly, lost in her thoughts. Before long, the table was cleared, with most of the food consumed by Zhu Linyuan. After breaking through to the first stage of evolution, his appetite had become formidable, requiring the sustenance equivalent to several days' worth for an ordinary person. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to attend to serious matters. Glancing at Ruan Qingying, who was tidying up the table, Zhu Linyuan stood up, gathered some items, and made his way to the underground prison. He intended to deal with Linying. Chapter 17. Luo Qingying's desire. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the footsteps, both Luo Qingying and Linying in their cage turned their gazes toward the door, albeit with differing expressions. In Luo Qingying's eyes, there was not only defiance, but also a glimmer of anticipation. In the past, she had not enjoyed interacting with others, especially men, earning her the title of the most aloof campus beauty. Yet, during the apocalypse, she had been forced to coexist with others for survival, nearly paying with her life due to Linying's machinations. From that moment on, trust in others had become a rarity. She only believed in herself and the weapons in her possession. However, after being captured by Zhu Linyuan and confined to the cell, Luo Qingying experienced a subtle transformation. She found herself unexpectedly eager to see him, a change that both frightened and intrigued her. Conversely, Linying's eyes were filled with worry and trepidation. To her, Zhu Linyuan resembled a deity, powerful and terrifying. She had witnessed him shatter the skull of an extreme path organization enforcer with a single punch, an act beyond human capability. Moreover, she was locked in this prison, entirely at his mercy. If he wished to act against her, she would have no means to resist, especially with her student Luo Qingying watching. The thought of possibly being humiliated before her student was unbearable for Linying, who felt an overwhelming desire for escape. Amid her anxious gaze, Zhu Linyuan suddenly entered the opposite cell. Linying's heart, which had been racing, finally settled, quickly transforming into anticipation and curiosity. She was eager to witness how Zhu Linyuan would treat Luo Qingying. Lie down, Zhu Linyuan commanded as he stepped into Luo Qingying's cell. Had anyone else spoken to her in such a manner, she would have retaliated immediately, having done so to many before. Yet, inexplicably, despite her desire to resist, her body obeyed, lying down involuntarily, her gaze locked on Zhu Linyuan, filled with defiance. Lift your clothes, he continued, rummaging through his pack without lifting his head. This time, Luo Qingying did not comply. Instead, she regarded him warily, her eyes reflecting a newfound caution. Zhu Linyuan raised his head and noticed that Luo Qingying remained motionless. Suddenly, he realized something and shook his head, saying, "Lift your clothes to your waist so I can apply the medicine. Otherwise, you will be in excruciating pain tomorrow." As he spoke, he shook the medicine bottle in his hand. Only then did Luo Qingying comprehend that the man before her had no ulterior motives. She slowly lifted her garment, revealing her smooth, fair abdomen, which showcased a distinct line of muscle. "It might sting a bit, bear with it, and if it becomes unbearable, just cry out," Zhu Linyuan instructed, pouring the medicine into his palm before applying it to her porcelain-like skin. The moment his hand descended, Luo Qingying's body trembled as if struck by an electric current. It was not pain she felt, but an indescribable sensation. She fought to suppress any sounds, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Linyuan's deep-set eyes, which resembled an unfathomable ocean. Observing her reaction, Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction, having recognized her resilient character as the reason for his willingness to assist her. Had she cried out, he would have been disinclined to help. As he pondered, he gradually increased the pressure of his touch. This was a unique massage technique he had mastered in his previous life during the apocalypse, invaluable in alleviating muscle tension while also enhancing Luo Qingying's absorption of the medicine. Indeed, as Zhu Linyuan intensified his pressure, Luo Qingying's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. She felt warmth radiating from her abdomen, and the sharp pain and discomfort she had experienced after her abdominal exercises had significantly subsided. Approximately 3 minutes later, Zhu Linyuan ceased his actions. Upon noticing the lingering look in Luo Qingying's eyes, he shook his head and said, "Given your injuries today, this level of medicinal massage is sufficient." Hearing his words, Luo Qingying's expression dimmed slightly as she silently lowered her garment. Zhu Linyuan nodded and retrieved some food and water from his bag. Today, he had brought high-quality provisions, nutritionally balanced and beneficial for enhancing Luo Qingying's physique. He was also attempting to bolster her physical condition to help her better accomplish her daily tasks and create value for himself. After placing the items down, he stood up and left the first cell, all while Luo Qingying gazed at him with a mix of reluctance and determination. He then entered the second cell. The moment Zhu Linyuan stepped into the cell, Linying experienced a whirlwind of emotions. She had witnessed him applying medicine to Luo Qingying and observed the lingering expression on Luo Qingying's face, thus understanding that the effects of the medicine were undoubtedly remarkable, and that Zhu Linyuan's technique was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such strength. Gazing at the robust Zhu Linyuan, Linying felt both anticipation and trepidation. She had yet to experience a man's touch. However, her legs were indeed in pain, rendering her incapable of performing squats. If it were merely a massage, it would be acceptable, Linying secretly mused, harboring a flicker of expectation. Yet, in the midst of her slight eagerness, she received a sharp slap from Zhu Linyuan. The crisp sound echoed throughout the cell. Linying covered her flushed face, momentarily stunned. The next instant, Her eyes brimmed with fury. In terms of appearance and physique, she was nothing short of perfection, with countless admirers, yet she had always dismissed them. Regarding intellect, she hailed from a scholarly family, receiving the finest education and enjoying a privileged life. After graduation, she was appointed as the principal of Nanjing No. 1 High School, with an illustrious future ahead. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. However, as her anger burned, she received another slap. In half a day, you did over 300 squats. Do you think I lock you up here for your enjoyment? Zhu Linyuan's gaze remained indifferent, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if the enchanting beauty before him were nothing more than a stone or a tree. In that moment, Lanning realized that all the things she took pride in meant nothing in the eyes of this man. He only cared about whether she could fulfill the tasks he assigned. After a moment of silence, Lanning finally spoke. I can no longer continue. I have no strength left in my legs. As she uttered these words, an inexplicable sense of shame washed over her. A mere 1,000 squats in a day was something a normal person could accomplish. You believe you cannot do it simply because the pressure is insufficient. Allow me to provide you with some pressure. If you fail to complete 1,000 squats today, I will confine you and Luo Qingying in the same cell tomorrow. I will not allow her to kill you, but I will not interfere with whatever torment she chooses to inflict upon you. Consider your options. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's ultimatum, Lanjing instinct do shiva, she and Luo Qingying were sworn enemies, with Luo Qingying harboring a burning desire to eliminate her. Moreover, in terms of physical strength, she was no match for Luo Qingying. The mere thought of being locked in the same cell with her sent a chill down her spine. Observing Lan Ying's expression, Zhu Linyuan finally felt satisfied and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to return to his quarters, Luo Qingying's voice suddenly resonated from the first cell. After completing my squats yesterday, my thighs hurt terribly, and today it seems I cannot manage. Can you apply some medicine to my legs as well? Chapter 18. Waiting for you to come home for dinner. After a brief moment, Zhu Linyuan rose and departed from the first cell. Luo Qingying lay inside, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dazed. In the opposite second cell, Lan Ying endured the excruciating pain while attempting to perform squats. Upon witnessing this scene, her chest heaved violently in anger. The disparity in treatment was glaringly evident. Lan Ying seethed internally. She mentions her leg pain and receives medicine and a massage. Why mention my leg pain and get 2 slaps? Why is that? She was incensed, her dignity momentarily forgotten as she seethed in her mind. Nevertheless, she could only express her frustration internally, as the stinging marks left by Zhu Linyuan's slaps still burned fiercely. After her anger subsided, Lan Ying felt the agony in her legs and glanced at the now sleeping Luo Qingying in the opposite cell, her heart wavering. Am I truly inferior to this little vixen? In terms of figure and appearance, I am not lacking. If it comes to refinement and eloquence, I hail from a cultured family, holding a PhD in Chinese from Qingbei University, and I am the youngest principal of Nanjing No. 1 High School. Surely I surpass her in that regard. Why should she have a better life than me? Human nature is indeed peculiar. When everyone suffers together, there is no issue. However, when some endure hardship while others enjoy comfort, dissatisfaction arises. Particularly when the one enjoying comfort is Lan Ying's student and her arch-rival, whom she might even find herself at the mercy of in the future. Why should this be? Lan Ying gritted her teeth, reaching a resolution. I cannot allow this to continue. I must take some measures. Is it merely a matter of revealing my legs and waist? Who cannot do that? I possess far more allure than this little girl. She resolved to demonstrate to that man what true charm and femininity entailed. Lan Ying was determined to elevate her living standards, refusing to be overshadowed by that little girl. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had completed his daily tasks. After allocating his attribute points to strength, he showered and relaxed on the sofa, enjoying a steak while watching television. Although the onset of the apocalypse had severed internet access, he had amassed a vast collection of films and shows in advance, allowing him to enjoy them as long as there was electricity. Furthermore, the building had been constructed to the highest standards, with internal power generation, eliminating any concerns about blackouts. In the past, he had always been tense and neglectful of leisure. It was only today that he suddenly realized the value of occasionally allowing oneself to unwind. A balance between work and relaxation might indeed be the key to longevity. At this moment, the midday sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire room in a warm glow, creating an atmosphere of utmost comfort. Under the sun, Warden Qingying, adorned in a pink nightgown and white bunny slippers, busily darted around the room, tidying up with great enthusiasm. Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but smile, diverting his gaze from Warden Qingying as he resumed watching television. Although intended for relaxation, he was not engrossed in any drama, but rather in videos showcasing traditional martial arts. Before the onset of the apocalypse, he had sought out numerous masters in various martial disciplines, including Sanda, boxing, and mixed martial arts, particularly focusing on practitioners of Guoshu. He had recorded many instructional videos from Guoshu experts, allowing him to study the martial art even in the bleakness of the apocalypse. Guoshu is a martial art that is lethal and devoid of theatrics. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of Guoshu. A single master, wielding merely a dagger, could overcome a stronger opponent, blinding high-level evolved beings or slitting their throats. However, in his former existence, he had no means to learn Guoshu. Thus, in this new life, he dedicated considerable resources to mastering it. Through this journey, he gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying capabilities of Guoshu. While some may dismiss traditional martial arts as mere show, Zhu Linyuan recognized that this perception stemmed from a lack of exposure to true masters. The genuine experts do not practice traditional forms or flashy displays. Instead, they hone Guoshu, the art of killing. Their techniques are ruthless, precisely targeting vulnerabilities, aiming for swift demise. However, only those in the highest echelons can access these masters, as individuals in positions of power often pay handsomely for their protection. Currently, he was watching a renowned Guoshu style known as Tulong Shiba Shou. The origins of Tulong Shiba Shou trace back to Heilong Shiba Shou. This set of techniques was once fervently promoted by the state, but later vanished from public view due to its excessively insidious and ruthless moves, which were subsequently banned. Nevertheless, some Guoshu masters who acquired the techniques of Heilong Shiba Shou modified them by integrating their own styles, resulting in even more ferocious killing techniques. Tulong Shiba Shou includes moves such as chasing dragon, locking dragon, capturing dragon, and slaying dragon. Each strike is lethal and extraordinarily vicious. Even through the screen, Zhu Linyuan could sense the chilling intent behind these techniques, watching intently while mimicking the movements of the Guoshu expert in the video. The crux of mastering Tulong Shiba Shou lies in finger strength, wrist strength, and arm strength. To even begin, practitioners must walk upside down for 50 meters using only their index, middle fingers, and thumbs of both hands. This is the most challenging aspect. However, once one cultivates the necessary strength, they can easily crush a person's throat. Coupled with the specific techniques, footwork, and breathing of Tulong Shiba Shou, taking a life becomes as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Zhu Linyuan did not need to train for strength. His power attribute exceeded 70 points, enabling him to shatter walls with a single punch. Therefore, he directly followed the video to practice the techniques and footwork. An entire afternoon swiftly passed as Luo Qingying busied herself, finishing the room and washing Zhu Linyuan's clothes and bedding. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan was deeply engrossed in his martial arts practice, lost in the experience until a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Survivor Zhang Miao has committed grave sins. Please apprehend him swiftly. Successful capture rewards 2 bottles of physical enhancement serum and 20 attribute points. Another task had arrived, and the reward had increased. Excellent. Just the opportunity he needed to stretch his limbs. The allure of 20 attribute points and the promise of 2 bottles of physical enhancement serum were enticing. With a lingering sense of satisfaction, Zhu Linyuan turned off the television and began to loosen up. Despite his imposing stature, his movements were remarkably agile and supple, producing sounds akin to bamboo joints cracking as he stretched. After a thorough warm-up, Zhu Linyuan donned his specially designed black combat suit, grasped his alloy long knife, and stepped outside. Are you heading out again? Luo Qingying, who was preparing dinner, heard the commotion and hurried out. I have some matters to attend to, but will return shortly. You focus on preparing dinner, Zhu Linyuan replied with a smile, waving her off as he turned to leave. Just then, a delicate figure pressed against his back, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Please be careful. I'll be waiting at home for you to return for dinner. Feeling the warmth behind him, Zhu Linyuan stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing, a gentle smile gracing his face. All right. With that, he departed. Upon descending the stairs, Zhu Linyuan noticed that the construction of the fence was nearly complete, progressing even faster than he had anticipated. Zian, everyone has worked hard today. Distribute some food and water to everyone, and also provide toothpaste, toothbrushes, and toilet paper, he instructed briefly. While toothpaste and toilet paper are not essential supplies in the apocalypse, they remain significant, particularly since most of those working were women, who tended to care more about their appearance. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, their excitement and gratitude surged, motivating them to work even harder. Zhu Linyuan then drove off, heading straight for the location marked on the map where Zhang Miao was situated. Meanwhile, clad in a black dress with fair and straight calves, and possessing an exquisitely delicate appearance akin to a character from manga, Zhang Miao was in her playroom, engaged in a game with a youthful girl, her face adorned with an excited smile. Chapter 19. The girl and Lolita, although they were playing a game. The youthful girl appeared utterly wretched. Her body bore numerous vivid red whip marks, and her eyes were swollen and red from crying. Her throat was hoarse from screaming as she cowered in a corner of the room. Zhang Miao, dressed in a Lolita outfit and holding a slender red whip, flashed a smile revealing her small canine teeth, lending her an air of cuteness. However, to the youthful girl, that smile resembled the grin of a demon emerging from hell. You can't just cry, Zhang Miao remarked, her face twisted in a devilish smile. Coaxing, you must scream. It will be more fun. The girl shrank further into the corner, hugging her knees and burying her head within them, weeping silently. Zhang Miao's smile gradually faded, her voice turning cold. If you don't cooperate, the game loses its thrill. Then I'll have to come up with my own methods. With that, she switched to a thicker, sturdier whip and struck the girl mercilessly. The lash left multiple crimson wounds on the girl's body, blood seeping from the injuries, eliciting a shriek from her. Yes. Zhang Miao's eyes sparkled with delight as a satisfied smile spread across her face. Just like that. With that, she struck the girl again. Scream! Scream! The girl wailed in agony, bloodied and battered, while Zhang Miao grew increasingly exhilarated, caught in a peculiar state of euphoria. Just then, a deafening crash reverberated from downstairs. Boom! A sudden surge of speed shattered the makeshift barrier outside the building, and amidst the smoke, Zhu Linyuan emerged from the vehicle, stepping down from the colossal machine. At that moment, a group of armed individuals rushed out, surrounding Zhu Linyuan. Is this the place? Zhu Linyuan looked up. According to the system map, his target, Zhang Miao, was in one of the rooms above. You in black, what are you doing here? A tattooed bald man, resembling a small leader among the thugs, stepped forward, brandishing a machete. Whose side are you on? Do you know this is Boss Yang's territory? Are you looking for death? In response to the bald man's inquiry, Zhu Linyuan displayed no reaction, calmly removing his boxing gloves. Gradually, more people emerged from the building, each wielding weapons, forming a tight circle around Zhu Linyuan. A quick glance revealed roughly 30 individuals. Quite a number. It would be a pity to eliminate them all. Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and spoke. I have come here solely to apprehend Zhang Miao. If you allow me to pass, we can all part ways peacefully. With that, he strode purposefully towards the building. Peaceful parting? Once I slay you, I shall indeed be at peace. A cruel smile spread across the bald man's face as he suddenly swung his blade towards Zhu Linyuan's head. Zhu Linyuan slightly shook his head, his gaze gradually turning frigid. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he delivered a straight punch. Although the bald man had struck first, Zhu Linyuan's fist arrived with astonishing speed, landing squarely upon him before the blade could descend. Bang! The upper body of the bald man exploded, scattering flesh and bone in all directions. The henchmen behind him were splattered with various blood and entrails. The once arrogant bald man now stood there reduced to nothing but 2 legs. The scene fell into a profound silence. Above, Zhang Miao, observing the commotion below, felt his pupils constrict sharply. One punch to obliterate a man. How could this be? Zhang Miao murmured in disbelief. Thud! As the bald man's legs fell to the ground, the scene resumed as if a play button had been pressed, with expressions of horror etched on every face. Zhu Linyuan continued to advance. Over 30 men, all armed, instinctively stepped back a pace. Not a single soul dared to impede him. Truly, action speaks louder than words. Zhu Linyuan reflected with a sense of resignation. Just then, a shout echoed from above. Kill him. If he enters through that door, none of you shall live. Remember, it was my father who sent you here to protect me. Should anything happen to me, not only shall you perish, but your families shall follow suit. Below, the 30-odd henchmen displayed expressions of inner turmoil. They were utterly hesitant to obstruct Zhu Linyuan, yet they understood well that if Zhang Miao were to come to harm, the consequences from her father would be dire. After all, he was one of the top figures in Nan City, commanding over 1,000 henchmen. Brothers, let's slay him together. At this moment, a burly man adorned with tattoos roared from the crowd. He is but one man, and at most, he can fight off 5 or 6 of us. We are more than 30, armed with knives. Let's charge together and turn him into mincemeat. The crowd, already conflicted, felt invigorated by his words and surged towards Zhu Linyuan. Above, Zhang Miao watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, her anticipation palpable as she muttered, I cannot wait to hear his screams before he is slaughtered. A man of such stature must produce the most exquisite cries. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Miao's face. In the next moment, however, her expression froze, the smile vanishing. Below, as the henchmen charged forward with ferocity, Zhu Linyuan did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from its bow. His hands transformed into claws, striking like lightning towards the throats of the advancing henchmen. Crack! Crack! Zhu Linyuan moved with blinding speed, and before several henchmen could react, they felt a searing pain in their throats, collapsing to the ground, clutching their necks. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Their throats had been crushed to pulp, rendering them unable to scream, only able to produce faint gasps as they stared wide-eyed at the specter of death approaching. This technique, known as the Black Dragon's throat lock, was indeed ruthless. No wonder it had been banned by the state. Zhu Linyuan nodded inwardly. The lethality of this martial art was unparalleled. Each strike capable of rendering an opponent lifeless or grievously wounded. He had exerted minimal force, yet the henchmen were as good as doomed. The technique was undeniably formidable, but regrettably, he had yet to master it fully. Observing the 30-odd henchmen surrounding him, Zhu Linyuan suddenly smiled. What perfect practice you shall provide for my martial skills. With that, he plunged into the fray, alternating between fists and claws, eagerly employing various techniques from the 18 dragon slaying palms. The henchman fell like wheat before the scythe. Above, Zhang Yao, witnessing Zhu Linyuan drenched in blood and reveling in his slaughter, turned pale, trembling as she muttered, He is not human. He is a demon. Chapter 20. The injured maiden in mere moments. Over 30 henchmen lay lifeless on the ground, not a single one left alive. The martial arts truly proved effective. Zhu Linyuan wiped the blood from his hands, nodding in satisfaction. The efficiency of slaughter is remarkable, and it conserves energy. Throughout the encounter, he had controlled his strength, utilizing only a third of his power. Yet even so, he had navigated the skirmish with ease against such a large number of armed men. Zhu Linyuan recognized that had this occurred yesterday, he would not have been capable of such prowess. After all, he had faced over 30 adult men armed with weapons and possessing combat experience. The reason for his efficiency was the undeniable strength of the 18 dragon slaying palms. A lethal art honed over millennia. Clearly, he would need to dedicate more time to mastering it. Through this recent battle, Zhu Linyuan had truly felt the allure of martial arts. With the henchmen dispatched, it was time to attend to the main matter at hand. Zhu Linyuan declared, taking deliberate steps toward the upper floor. Meanwhile, not far away on the street, two women clad in black attire, wielding long swords, advanced slowly. Behind them trailed a woman in a white suit, accompanied by dozens of henchmen. Are you certain this is the right direction? The woman in the white suit coldly inquired of a nearby henchman. Absolutely, boss Bai, the henchman replied hurriedly. On the day Lan Jie went missing, I saw that SUV, and it came directly from the warehouse where Huzi operates. Lan Jie always transacts with Huzi, and the day she vanished, all of Huzi's men were killed. These two incidents are undoubtedly connected. I bet that SUV is involved. I had someone watching the area, and today I indeed spotted that vehicle again. You wouldn't mistake it, would you? The woman known as Boss Bai asked again. I absolutely would not. That vehicle is too eye-catching, one of a kind. I could never be mistaken. It went in this direction, the henchman insisted, pointing ahead. The direction he indicated led directly to Zhang Yao's stronghold, where Zhu Linyuan was currently situated. Very well, Boss Bai replied. If you can locate the individuals who abducted Lan Ying, the organization will reward you handsomely. Should you manage to rescue Lan Ying, you will become the captain of Team 11. Thank you, Boss Bai, the henchman exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. A team comprises 100 members. If he could rescue Lan Ying, he would command 100 men. In this post-apocalyptic world, having followers signified absolute strength and power. A meteoric rise. At that moment, at the forefront of the Jidao organization's team, within Zhang Yao's stronghold, Zhu Linyuan kicked open the door, entering a room filled with an array of toys. Gazing at the toys scattered throughout the room, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, scanning the area until he finally located a girl in the corner. However, this girl was covered in wounds, appearing woefully pitiful, clearly having suffered greatly. She stared blankly at her knees, showing no reaction upon Zhu Linyuan's entrance. Entirely numb to her surroundings, Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly, searching the room once more, confirming there was no one else present. He then moved to the window, observing the open pane, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "It seems she escaped through the window." Looking down, he murmured, "This is the 8th floor. Jumping from here would surely result in death. Perhaps she descended via the air conditioning unit? It hasn't been long since I arrived. She shouldn't have gotten far." With that, Zhu Linyuan quickly turned and dashed outside in pursuit. The girl remained fixated on her pale knees, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Only when the sound of footsteps gradually faded did she stir slightly. The tightly bound ropes around her body were effortlessly undone. How impressive. A morbid smile spread across the girl's face as she remarked, "To think that someone single-handedly killed over 30 of my subordinates, nearly causing my own downfall at their hands. I even ended up hitting myself. It hurt." With that, she removed her sailor uniform and casually opened the wardrobe. Inside, an array of distinct, low skirts awaited her. What should I wear? The girl mused, humming a tune as she picked up a black dress and tilted her head, asking, "What about this one?" Not very appealing. A deep male voice suddenly interrupted from behind her. "That blue and white one suits you better." The man's tone was contemplative, as if he were genuinely deliberating which dress would complement her best. The girl froze, her pupils constricting, and the dress slipped from her hands to the floor. Slowly, she turned around to find a tall, robust figure standing before her. In the next moment, a massive hand reached out toward her. After incapacitating Zhang Yao, Zhu Linyuan hesitated, feeling that directly dragging her away in such a state might not be appropriate. It wouldn't be ideal for her to catch a chill without any clothes. After some thought, Zhu Linyuan wrapped her in a bedsheet. He then surveyed the room and discovered that the adjacent space was filled with supplies, among which one large box emitted a muffled sound. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a naked girl within, her body marred by even more grievous scars than Zhang Yao's. The girl's eyes widened in terror at the sight of Zhu Linyuan. "Come out and put on some clothes," he urged, shaking his head and choosing to ignore her plight as he busied himself with gathering supplies. To his surprise, Zhang Miao was quite affluent, possessing an astonishing amount of medication. Zhu Linyuan raised an eyebrow. In this era, medicine was often valued more than food. Without a second thought, he loaded all the medications onto his vehicle, tossing Zhang Miao into the back seat until the car was completely filled before contentedly making his way to the driver's seat. At that moment, the girl emerged dressed in a sailor outfit, looking timidly at Zhu Linyuan. He waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. Once she confirmed that he had no intention of harming her, she let out a sigh of relief and quietly expressed her gratitude before hurriedly making her way home. This little girl, Zhu Linyuan mused, shaking his head in dismay. She has been thoroughly frightened by this world. Just then he suddenly froze, noticing that as the girl reached the street corner, a large group of people emerged nearby. At the forefront of the crowd stood two women clad in black attire, wielding long swords. The girl stood frozen, visibly shaken, her body trembling as she recognized a figure within the throng. She clearly remembered that it was the woman who had sold her for 20 boxes of chocolate. "Isn't that the merchandise sold previously?" Boss Bai remarked, somewhat astonished. She managed to escape from Zhang Miao. With a subtle gesture, Boss Bai signaled to her henchman, who immediately began to advance toward the girl. In a panic, she turned to flee, hesitating for a moment at the sight of Zhu Linyuan before changing her direction once more, fearing she might endanger him. Zhu Linyuan frowned at this scene. At that instant, one of the henchmen stepped forward, pointing at Zhu Linyuan's off-road vehicle and shouted, "That's the car." Lan Ying was taken away in that. All gazes turned to Zhu Linyuan. Even the two henchmen who had been pursuing the girl halted their movements. The value of a woman compared to Lan Ying was clear to them all. The two women in black slowly drew their swords, their expressions sharp. "Sigh. It seems the group after Lan Ying is likely that extreme organization again. Looks like my plans for dinner will be delayed." Zhu Linyuan sighed, then suddenly smiled. "However, I hadn't even sought you out, and yet you come to my doorstep." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his words. "Perfect. I shall deal with you all at once." With that, he unsheathed his long knife. Chapter 21. The dazzling blade's radiance clang. The long knife was drawn, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Holding the blade with an indifferent gaze, Zhu Linyuan stepped forward toward the assembly of over 100 henchmen. His strides were neither hurried nor slow, measured as if precisely calculated. Each step he took elevated his presence, which, despite being just one man, felt more formidable than the overwhelming number before him, akin to a blazing inferno. A true master. The two women in black exchanged glances, sensing the gravity in each other's eyes. This aura was reminiscent of Gu Qiuyu. The woman in white also noticed their seriousness and commanded the henchman, "Charge at him. Whoever can injure this man will receive a box of canned goods. Whoever can kill him will earn 10 boxes of chocolate and a beautiful woman who has never been traded. The one who rescues Lan Ying shall become the captain of the 11th squad." Upon hearing the promised rewards, the henchmen were instantly invigorated, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they rushed toward Zhu Linyuan, eager to slay him. A single blow could earn them a box of canned goods. If fortune favored them, the last strike would yield even greater rewards. If they could rescue Lan Ying, they would be elevated to the rank of squad captain. Observing this, the woman in white regarded Zhu Linyuan with a contemptuous smile. Under such generous rewards, brave men will surely emerge. Moreover, with over 100 of us, how could one man intimidate us? In Nancheng, before our extreme organization, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must lie low. Zhu Linyuan lit a cigarette, exuding an air of disdain. The next moment, he abruptly froze. Facing the onslaught of henchmen, Zhu Linyuan exhaled sharply, his eyes turning icy as he propelled himself forward with explosive force. Boom! The solid concrete beneath him cracked, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Simultaneously, his body shot toward the crowd like a cannonball. His gaze sharpened like an eagle's, his right arm bulging with muscle as he wielded his knife with a powerful swing toward the mob. Whoosh! A dazzling silver blade flashed through the air. Yet, the henchman only heard a swift, slicing sound. Beyond that, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, the henchman at the rear noticed crimson lines appearing on the necks of the 10 or so men ahead. Initially faint, these lines soon began to bleed profusely. What on earth? The henchmen pondered, unable to voice their confusion before the heads of those men were violently severed from their bodies, soaring into the air amidst a torrent of blood. In the next instant, headless corpses collapsed to the ground, their severed heads rolling away. What a monster! The henchmen scrambled to flee, retreating like a receding tide. The visual impact of severing 10 heads with a single stroke was overwhelmingly potent. Those involved were utterly paralyzed with fear at the sight. Such speed. The two women clad in black exchanged alarmed glances, unhesitatingly declaring, "We are no match for him, retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. After witnessing that swift strike, the women completely lost confidence in their ability to defeat their opponent. The woman in the white suit exclaimed, "It's too dangerous. Retreat quickly and fetch reinforcements." With that, she turned and fled. Having spent years by Zhu Linyuan's side, she had witnessed many formidable experts firsthand. She understood that some masters could not be judged by ordinary standards. In her eyes, the tall man before them was precisely such an expert, one who could not be overcome by mere numbers. She resolved to return and seek Zhu Linyuan for assistance, for she was certain this man could not stand against her. The group of thugs, having seen the man slay over a dozen individuals with a single strike, were already trembling with fear. As their leader turned to flee, the rest followed suit, abandoning all hope. "Now you wish to escape?" Zhu Linyuan revealed a chilling smile. "Isn't it a bit late for that?" With that, he lunged forward, blade in hand, plunging into the midst of the crowd like a wolf among sheep, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Before him, the once ferocious thugs appeared as meek as lambs, scattering in all directions, none daring to retaliate. Each one prayed fervently that he would not come for them. After Zhu Linyuan had dispatched dozens, the remaining thugs were thoroughly terrified. Suddenly, someone dropped their weapon and knelt, pleading for mercy. Seeing this, the others followed suit, dropping their weapons and begging for clemency. Observing the crowd kneeling, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and withdrew the long knife poised at the thug's neck. At that moment, the thug felt a chill at their throat and quickly held their head. Fearing their life was but a heartbeat away from being severed. There were still about 50 individuals remaining. Zhu Linyuan scanned the group, contemplating. Currently, he was short on manpower. Although these thugs were of mediocre strength, they could serve as laborers. If he could utilize them, some of his plans could be realized sooner. For Zhu Linyuan, exterminating this group would be a trivial task, easier than harvesting wheat. However, mindless slaughter held no value. What he sought was for these individuals to create worth for him. Subduing them was far more challenging than killing. "Stay here," Zhu Linyuan instructed, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the thugs. Each thug averted their eyes, fearing to meet his gaze. Observing their reaction, Zhu Linyuan remarked coldly, "You would do well not to play clever. Whoever dares to rise shall meet their end." With that, he set off in pursuit of the 3 fleeing women. He adhered to a principle: either refrain from action, or if engaged, eradicate the threat entirely. Ahead of Zhu Linyuan, the sound of silver high heels striking the ground echoed melodiously. Bai Yuan relished the crisp sound of her heels on the pavement, as she often escorted dozens of thugs and felt secure enough to wear them without concern. This was her pride. Even in an apocalyptic world, where other women struggled for sustenance, she thrived, donning suits and high heels like a city belle, living as she pleased. Yet at this moment, she deeply regretted her choice of footwear, as they hindered her speed. She dared not remove them, for fear of stepping in zombie blood and facing dire consequences. The sound of her heels clacking against the ground filled her with irritation. Those 2 wenches ran off far too swiftly. Bai Yuan cursed inwardly as she looked ahead, realizing she could no longer see the figures of the 2 women in black. They always clung to their leader, contributing nothing, while she toiled to support them. Yet, at the first sign of danger, they fled faster than anyone, abandoning her. Just then, her heels snapped under the pressure of her hurried escape. "Damn it!" Bai Yuan quickly scrambled to her feet, anxiously checking for injuries. She was acutely aware that even a minor wound could lead to infection in this perilous environment. After inspecting herself and finding no wounds, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness I'm unscathed. These heels are utterly unreliable. They can't withstand a few steps." Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, as if a jolt of electricity surged through her. She stomped down, breaking the heel of her other shoe as well. Testing her speed with a few strides, she found it had significantly improved. "Damn it, I should have thought this through," Bai Yuan scoffed. "Once I return, I'll have the boss send someone to deal with that man. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot stand against our leader. Besides, we command a force of thousands. For causing me such embarrassment, I shall have him torn to pieces and fed to the zombies." As she ran, she cursed venomously. Confident in Zhu Linyuan's strength, she had witnessed her in action. Thus, despite seeing Zhu Linyuan's brutal display, she remained steadfast in her belief that he was no match for Zhu Linyuan. Suddenly, a deep voice called from behind her, "Is your leader truly formidable?" Bai Yuan, startled by the voice, turned to see a large hand reaching out toward her. Chapter 22. Lan Ying's distress with a single strike. Zhu Linyuan rendered Bai Yuan unconscious and swiftly carried her back to the parking area. As for the other 2 women in black, they had long since vanished. However, Zhu Linyuan was unconcerned. Initially, he intended to eradicate the threat entirely, but upon hearing Bai Yuan claim her leader was powerful, he reconsidered. If her leader truly possessed formidable skills, engaging in a duel could be worthwhile. It would also allow the 2 women to relay messages, saving him the trouble of seeking them out. Zhu Linyuan felt a twinge of anticipation. The woman in white had witnessed his prowess and still believed he was no match for her leader. Just how strong could her leader be? Was she a martial arts master? Even if she were, Zhu Linyuan felt no fear. With his current strength, he could dispatch even the mightiest with a single blow. Upon returning to the parking area, Zhu Linyuan surveyed the scene, surprised to see the thugs kneeling obediently, none attempting to flee. Very well, he nodded. I can spare your lives. Stand and follow me. With that, he tossed Bai Yuan into the car and slowly started the engine. The thugs, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, rose shakily, many trembling with fear, while some had even soiled themselves. Zhu Linyuan's earlier rampage had left them utterly petrified, their courage shattered. Thus, the once arrogant thugs obediently followed Zhu Linyuan, forming two neat lines as they marched behind his vehicle. Observing their reaction, Zhu Linyuan's murderous intent waned further. Those devoid of spirit often posed little threat. Before long, he returned home with his captives. After parking the car, the 50 or so thugs stood in a tidy formation. Noticing their boss had returned with a sizable group, the employees paused their work, curiosity etched on their faces. Brother, what are these people for? Lu Yao inquired, intrigued. Do not ask too many questions. Lu Bai shook his head, stating, we merely need to follow Mr. Zhu's instructions. There is no need to speak out on other matters. Lu Yao blinked her eyes, quietly standing aside to observe the unfolding scene. At that moment, Su Zian had already approached Zhu Linyuan. Boss, who are these people? Su Zian inquired in a hushed tone. These individuals are the enforcers of the Jidao organization, and they're the captives I retrieved today. You will manage them from now on, Zhu Linyuan replied casually as he unloaded the goods. So many captives. Su Zian's eyes brightened at the prospect. We can finally clear out the nearby zombies, and the barren land behind us can be cultivated as well. If we plant now, we might even have a harvest this year. Hearing that these individuals would be under her management, Su Zian immediately began to strategize how to handle them. Zhu Linyuan had previously instructed her to make use of the surrounding wasteland. According to his perspective, even though there were ample supplies at hand, they could not afford to squander them. It was imperative to devise ways to continuously procure food and various resources. In the apocalypse, the simplest method to acquire resources was through plunder, taking from others, and violence was not uncommon. However, Zhu Linyuan was aware that this was not a sustainable approach. The most enduring solution was to produce resources independently. Furthermore, in the apocalypse, if one could master the channels of resource production, it was tantamount to wielding a degree of power. Zhu Linyuan certainly would not waste his time growing crops, but now that he had so many people at his disposal, he could easily delegate the task of farming to them. If these individuals proved to be efficient, he could capture even more people to serve his purposes. Before the calamity, there were still many survivors. As for how to manage this group, he did not waste time pondering. He entrusted the responsibility entirely to Su Zian. He knew that whether it was 50, 500, or even 5,000 individuals, Su Zian could manage them with utmost precision. All he needed to do was keep Su Zian in check. After handing over the captives to Su Zian, Zhu Linyuan contemplated briefly before retrieving some shackles from the basement, saying, these individuals are enforcers of the Jidao organization, their hands stained with blood. It may not be easy to rein them in, so we must take precautions. Your foresight is commendable, boss, Su Zian replied, accepting the shackles with a smile, then calling out to Lu Bai, Xiao Lu, put these shackles on them. Each person must wear one to prevent any disturbances. Understood. Lu Bai, filled with enthusiasm, approached the group of captives with the shackles in hand. Upon seeing Lu Bai approach with the shackles, the captives instinctively took a step back, fully aware that once shackled, escape would be futile. A few among them even contemplated fleeing, but upon noticing Zhu Linyuan standing nearby with an indifferent gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines and abandoned the thought of escape, allowing Lu Bai to secure their restraints. They understood that being shackled merely meant losing their freedom, and any act of defiance would likely cost them their lives. As long as we preserve our lives, we need not worry about future sustenance. They consoled themselves as they glanced at the shackles on their ankles. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jidao organization, two women clad in black swiftly entered through the door. At that moment, Gu Qiyu was meditating cross-legged. Upon hearing the commotion, she gradually opened her eyes, revealing an emotionless gaze. Observing the expressions of the two women in black, Gu Qiyu spoke slowly. What has transpired? Shuyar, Emar, Vedyunable tu reskiingar. Sister, the enemy was too powerful. One of the women shook her head in fear, recounting, over 100 enforcers surrounded us, and in an instant, more than a dozen were slain. Had we not fled swiftly, we might not have returned at all. We were no match for that individual. Such strength? Gu Qiyu's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing her features as her voice grew increasingly frigid. No wonder they dared to oppose me. It seems they possess considerable power. How many individuals did they deploy? 1. The black-clad woman stammered, her eyes averted from Gu Qiu's piercing gaze. 1. A single person slaughtered an entire regiment? Gu Qiu's brow furrowed deeper. In Nan City, aside from myself, who else possesses such strength? Could it be those individuals? Due to her status, Gu Qiu had previously encountered some mysterious experts in Nan City. In her eyes, these individuals were akin to killing machines. each strike meticulously crafted for the purpose of murder. Moreover, these individuals feared not death. Once they had locked onto a target, they would pursue relentlessly. They would rather lose an arm than fail to strike their mark, much like the legendary assassins. Perhaps their strength did not surpass her own, but even Zhu Linyuan would hesitate to guarantee victory against them. It certainly cannot be those individuals, the black-clad woman quickly interjected. This person's technique is not particularly remarkable. They likely possess innate strength, enabling them to face 100 adversaries. I see. Zhu Linyuan finally felt a sense of reassurance. If it was merely innate strength, there was no cause for alarm. Without sufficient technique, even the mightiest of power is but a castle in the air, easily vanquished with a single strike. A glint of killing intent flickered in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. She had dealt with many individuals of innate strength and had no reason to fear. Continue to send people to track their whereabouts. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yes, the black-clad women replied in unison, promptly turning to arrange for their subordinates to investigate Zhu Linyuan's location. At that moment, after ensuring each captive was shackled, Zhu Linyuan rose and led Zhang Miao and Bai Yuan to the prison. Upon successfully apprehending the criminal Zhang Miao, he received the task completion notification along with a reward of 2 bottles of physical enhancement serum and 20 attribute points. After securing Zhang Miao, Zhu Linyuan beamed with satisfaction, though he soon found himself pondering the nature of the physical enhancement serum. The name suggested it was a substance designed to enhance physical attributes, but its exact effects remained to be discovered. Zhu Linyuan felt a sense of anticipation. After all, none of the task rewards had ever disappointed him. However, within the confines of the prison, he did not immediately inspect the serum, but instead turned his attention to the captive wrapped in a blanket before him. It is time to awaken, Zhu Linyuan declared as he lifted the unconscious Zhang Miao and, according to custom, delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face. Her fair complexion instantly reddened and swelled. Yet this time, Zhang Miao did not awaken. Could it be that I struck her too forcefully? Zhu Linyuan mused inwardly. Nevertheless, since Zhang Miao remained unconscious, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time there and proceeded directly to cell number 1. At that moment, Luo Qingying had completed her training for the day and was stretching her body, revealing her alluring curves. Upon noticing Zhu Linyuan's arrival, a flicker of barely perceptible joy crossed her eyes. Zhu Linyuan, oblivious to Luo Qingying's subtle expression, entered the prison and stated, "Once your neighbor awakens, inform her that she must complete 1,000 squats each day. You will be in charge of her from now on." Understood, Luo Qingying nodded, maintaining her cool demeanor as she continued to stretch. Though she longed to converse with Zhu Linyuan further, a certain pride within her reminded her to remain composed and not overly eager. Zhu Linyuan paid no heed to Luo Qingying's inner thoughts. Through the interface, he could clearly see that her submission value had reached 52 points, a notably high figure. This indicated that she had essentially submitted. According to the system, when the submission value reached 60, she would not refuse any reasonable requests made by him. At 80, she would generally comply with most of his demands, except for life-threatening ones. Upon reaching 100, she would obey any command without hesitation, including those that might lead to self-harm. In other words, once the submission value hit 100, Zhu Linyuan could compel these prisoners to undertake any task. Upon witnessing that Luo Qingying's loyalty had reached 52, Zhu Linyuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, Luo Qingying exhibited potential for development. Once her loyalty reached 80, she could be entrusted with tasks on his behalf. Zhu Linyuan contemplated this quietly. As for the prisoner in cell number 2, Liang, he had yet to discern any value in nurturing her. She merely generated attribute points for him daily. The situation with Zhang Miao in cell number 3 was even more dire, as she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Just as Zhu Linyuan stood to depart, a voice suddenly echoed from the opposite cell. "Brother, I feel so unwell. Can you help me?" Chapter 23. Lan Ying's Qipao. "What troubles you now?" Zhu Linyuan inquired, frowning as he turned his gaze toward Lan Ying. This woman possessed little worth and was prone to causing disturbances, were it not for her continuous generation of attribute points. Zhu Linyuan might have been tempted to end her existence with a single strike. "I feel so unwell," she lamented, lying on the blanket, adorned in a blue and white porcelain qipao. Her voice delicate and her complexion flushed. Her graceful hands wandered restlessly over her own alluring form. Zhu Linyuan entered cell number 2, casting her sidelong glance, and remarked, "Have you taken aphrodisiacs?" To him, Lan Ying's reaction was entirely inappropriate. At his words, Lan Ying was momentarily taken aback, her rehearsed lines slipping from her mind. She had been envious of Luo Qingying, who enjoyed luxuries far beyond her own and even held sway over others. Hence, she sought to emulate Luo Qingying's allure to entice Zhu Linyuan, hoping he would provide her with resources and freedom. However, she did not anticipate Zhu Linyuan's utter lack of romantic understanding. "What are you stammering about? Speak quickly," Zhu Linyuan urged impatiently. Although Lan Ying was indeed a rare beauty, He had no desire to squander time on her. Furthermore, even if he wished to indulge, he needn't seek her consent. Their statuses were inherently unequal. Zhu Linyuan could treat Lan Ying as he pleased, while she could only acquiesce to his demands. Nothing much, Lan Ying cautiously replied, sensing Zhu Linyuan's impatience. It's just that my legs hurt after doing squats. Would you like me to take a look? Zhu Linyuan, unable to tolerate her hesitance, interrupted her. Well? Lan Ying lowered her head and murmured a response. The work she accomplished was inadequate, yet the troubles she caused were plentiful. Zhu Linyuan stepped forward, casually lifting the hem of her qipao. However, the slit of the qipao extended only to her calves, prompting him to raise it entirely, revealing 2 long, pale legs. This was the first time Lan Ying had been touched in such a manner, and she felt an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body, involuntarily emitting a soft sound. Upon hearing her own voice, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, unable to meet Zhu Linyuan's gaze. It was then that Zhu Linyuan noticed the remarkable delicacy and sensitivity of her skin, which seemed to radiate a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of milk. Indeed, she was an extraordinary beauty, albeit lacking in physical conditioning. Zhu Linyuan shook his head inwardly and began to knead her long legs. In terms of appearance and figure, Lan Ying could be likened to a captivating muse. Yet, in terms of physical fitness, she seemed to possess only the stamina of a high school student. Completing 1,000 squats would indeed be a test of endurance. His hands are so strong and warm, how comforting, Lan Ying mused shyly as she savored the pressure of Zhu Linyuan's kneading on her legs. Uncertain of what would transpire next, she felt both anxious and anticipatory. Instinctively pressing her legs together. Relax, Zhu Linyuan said, frowning as he parted her legs. After a thorough kneading, Lan Ying's entire being became enraptured, her legs turning a delicate shade of pink before he finally ceased his ministrations. All right, a good rest will alleviate your soreness. Zhu Linyuan lowered her qipao to conceal her legs and stood to leave. Is that it? Lan Ying's face was flushed, her expression dreamy as she lingered. Don't I need any ointment? When your performance satisfies me, I shall provide you with ointment, Zhu Linyuan replied, shaking his head. Your current demeanor makes even a massage seem like a waste of time. With that, he departed. Lan Ying's loyalty increased from 19 to 27, revealing the effectiveness of his differential treatment in inciting jealousy among them. As he walked, Zhu Linyuan reflected that elevating the loyalty of these prisoners and extracting value from them for an unending supply of attribute points was his ultimate objective. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Upon entering his room, Zhu Linyuan was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food. His appetite was instantly piqued. What delectable dishes have you prepared? He inquired, approaching Luo Qingying, who was busily cooking. Today, I made oil-exploded shrimp, fish-flavored shredded pork, and sweet and sour carp, Luo Qingying replied. Her heart finally at ease upon seeing Zhu Linyuan return safely. She joyfully brought out the dishes from the pot one by one. Zhu Linyuan, already famished, could not resist scooping a fragrant bowl of rice and indulging heartily. Be careful, the fish's bones, Luo Qingying cautioned. No worries, Zhu Linyuan replied between mouthfuls. Swallowing fish bones also provides calcium. Though he ate swiftly, he chewed meticulously. With his current physique, he could easily pulverize even glass. Hearing his words, Luo Qingying realized her concern was unwarranted, given Zhu Linyuan's remarkable physical prowess. Content. She watched him feast while she took her time, savoring her own meal. In a short while, the 3 large platters of food were entirely consumed, and the pot of rice was finished as well. How satisfying, Zhu Linyuan exclaimed, setting down his utensils with satisfaction. Luo Qingying smiled as she rose to clear the dishes, reminding him, there's also some cut fruit in the fridge. I'll bring it to you later. All right. Zhu Linyuan nodded and strode back to his bedroom. It was time to examine what the physique enhancement potion truly entailed. Zhu Linyuan sat cross-legged, focusing his thoughts, and 2 vials of azure potion materialized in his hands. Simultaneously, the system in his mind elucidated the potion's usage. Simply drink it? How convenient. Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan uncorked 1 vial and drank it down in one swift motion. As the potion flowed into his abdomen, a warm sensation enveloped him, and he felt his body gradually strengthening. However, the pace of this enhancement was rather ordinary. Zhu Linyuan did not even experience discomfort. Moments later, the warmth dissipated, and upon inspecting the system panel, he discovered his physique had indeed increased by 10 points. A single vial of the physique potion could enhance his attributes by 10 points, which was satisfactory. Zhu Linyuan nodded to himself, also allocating the 20 attribute points gained from completing capture missions, as well as those accrued from Luo Qingying and Lan Ying's daily tasks, to both strength and physique. With over 20 attribute points added in one go, Zhu Linyuan felt a slight flush in his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation akin to needles, though it was not pronounced. Indeed, with my current physique, the increase of over 20 attribute points remains well within my capacity to endure, Zhu Linyuan mused. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside the room. Chapter 24. Su Xian's determination. What is it, Xian? Zhu Linyuan asked as he opened the door to reveal Su Xian, who appeared in a black combat uniform akin to his own, exuding an air of competence. However, her complexion was somewhat pale, lending her an added touch of delicate beauty. Boss, just now, while I was leading those captives to clear the wasteland behind us, we encountered a formidable creature. This beast relentlessly attacked us, resulting in the deaths of several captives. A formidable creature? Zhu Linyuan inquired with keen interest. What exactly is it? The death of a few captives did not concern him. What intrigued him was the nature of this encounter. To slay multiple captives, could it possibly be a mutated species? I cannot see it clearly. It moved with remarkable speed, merely a shadow darting past. Su Xian shook her head, a hint of trepidation in her voice. However, its size was indeed quite large, resembling a feline. Moreover, it possessed immense strength, each attack resulting in a swift severing of the neck, dragging the entire body into the woods. Fearing further casualties, I ordered everyone to retreat. Upon hearing Su Xian's explanation, Zhu Linyuan nodded. You acted wisely. If it has already claimed several of your comrades without revealing its form, then it is beyond your capacity to handle. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan donned his battle attire, equipped his combat gloves, and grasped his blade. Turning to Luo Qingying, I shall proceed to deal with it, and will return shortly for some fruit. I shall accompany you as well. At this moment, Luo Qingying had finished washing the dishes and exclaimed eagerly, I also wish to see what it is. Stay at home for now. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. I am still uncertain of that creature's capabilities. If it is too swift, it could harm you. Upon hearing the exchange between Zhu Linyuan and Luo Qingying, Su Xian's expression subtly shifted, though she quickly regained her composure. Then, boss, shall we set out now? Very well. Zhu Linyuan nodded, striding out the door. As he turned to close it, Su Xian cast a careful glance at Luo Qingying, as if imprinting her image in her heart, before finally departing. Through their conversation, she could ascertain that Zhu Linyuan harbored extraordinary feelings for Luo Qingying. In her recollection, Zhu Linyuan maintained an indifferent demeanor towards everyone. She had never witnessed him display such tenderness towards another. It seemed that Luo Qingying would soon become the boss's wife. Su Xian pondered quietly, feeling a tinge of discontent. After knowing the boss for so long, was there not even a glimmer of opportunity for her? With Zhu Linyuan's strength, capability, and intelligence, the impact he had on Su Xian was immense. Not to mention, he had just saved her life. In her heart, she had long considered herself to be Zhu Linyuan's woman. She had prepared herself mentally. Whatever demands Zhu Linyuan might make, she would not refuse. However, since he had yet to voice any intentions, she dutifully completed every task assigned to her. Now, with Zhu Linyuan suddenly expressing affection for another woman, Su Xian felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She did not care how many women Zhu Linyuan had. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world, and with his prowess, he could have countless women if he desired. Yet, she aspired to be his first. Given the boss's character, he likely had not yet made his intentions clear. As they walked towards the wasteland, Su Xian mused, as long as nothing is explicitly stated, I still have a chance. Even if I cannot win the boss's heart, I must at least capture his body. Zhu Linyuan, oblivious to Su Xian's thoughts, was eagerly curious about the creature they were about to confront, thus quickening his pace. Noticing Su Xian struggling to keep up, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Xin, we must move swiftly. I am about to accelerate, hold on tight. With that, Zhu Linyuan pivoted sharply, his speed suddenly multiplying several times. Feeling the fierce wind rushing towards her, Su Xian quickly clung to Zhu Linyuan. Her body pressed against his, enveloped by his warmth and the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, which filled her with an inexplicable sense of security. Su Xian's waist was soft, especially in her combat attire, which accentuated her allure. Zhu Linyuan, unable to resist, tightened his grip slightly, cradling her in his embrace. In his arms, Su Xian discreetly observed Zhu Linyuan's sculpted profile and the streamlined contours of his muscles beneath his clothing, biting her lip, lost in thought. Zhu Linyuan, on the other hand, was focused solely on accelerating, swiftly bringing them both to the wasteland. Surveying the bloodstains not far away, Zhu Linyuan's expression turned contemplative as he gently set Su Xian down. Boss, the creature killed 4 individuals and took their bodies into the mountains, Su Xian quietly explained, adjusting her attire. Initially, having witnessed the death of 4 people here, she felt some resistance towards entering this wasteland. Yet standing beside Zhu Linyuan, she felt a profound sense of safety, entirely unconcerned about being attacked by that monster. This was her absolute trust in him. It must be a beast from the mountains, transformed into a mutated species. A flicker of anticipation crossed Zhu Linyuan's face. The evolution liquid has presented itself. Just when I was lamenting the lack of attribute points, it has come rushing to me. Zhu Linyuan mused with a smile, then turned to Su Xian. Instruct those captives to return to the wasteland and resume their tasks. I will keep watch here. Understood, boss. Zhu Linyuan obediently nodded and promptly turned to summon the 40 or so captives outside. You'll continue your work, as I outlined earlier, with the boss here. You need not worry about your safety. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, Zhu Linyuan's gaze shifted to the group of captives. However, unlike the previous warmth in his eyes, his expression toward these captives was now cold and indifferent. It seemed that should they refuse, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The captives, initially reluctant to return to the wasteland, immediately panicked upon meeting Zhu Linyuan's icy stare. Coming to the wasteland could lead to death by the monster. Ignoring the orders would undoubtedly result in Zhu Linyuan's wrath. One was a possibility of death, the other a certainty. The captives were able to discern the difference. Soon, one by one, the captives reluctantly picked up their tools and began to cultivate the wasteland. Zhu Linyuan stood there, gazing towards the distant mountains. He had purposely chosen this location as his stronghold, having recognized the potential of the mountains behind him. Although the mountains were teeming with countless mutated beasts and aberrations, they also held bountiful resources. Food, medicine, minerals, these were the most vital commodities in this post-apocalyptic world, especially after the onset of the lunar disaster. Resources had become even more paramount. Mastering these resources would grant one significant influence. Zhu Linyuan tightened his fist, contemplating the mountains before him. In his eyes, the entirety of Nan City and these mountains were territories he intended to conquer. However, his current manpower was insufficient, hindering the execution of his plans to seize the mountains. First, he would engage with the forces in Nan City, accumulating strength and allies before exploring the mountains. Zhu Linyuan thought to himself. Just then, a shadow darted out from the forest ahead. This shadow moved like a specter, heading straight for the crowd. Yet, Zhu Linyuan's reaction was swifter. He shot towards Zhu Linyuan like an arrow, enfolding her in his arms and rolling to the side. In the next moment, the very spot they had occupied moments ago revealed the outline of a beast. As if surprised by its missed target, the creature paused momentarily. This allowed Zhu Linyuan to discern its true form. So was this beast. Zhu Linyuan shielded Zhu Linyuan behind him, a smile gracing his face. It turned out to be the most aggressive of the lynx mutated species. To encounter such a creature in Nan City is indeed rare, Zhu Linyuan declared, drawing a long knife from his waist. Chapter 25. Zhu Linyuan's terrifying power. Before Zhu Linyuan, not far to his right, stood a colossal creature resembling a cat. The creature measured approximately 2 meters in length, its limbs robust, with long tufts of hair dangling from its cheeks, and its gaze was fiercely menacing. Before him stood a lynx. Zhu Linyuan positioned his alloy long knife before him, observing with keen interest this aberrant specimen of lynx. The lynx is known as a cunning and cautious feline, a reputed predator of the mountains, with a highly aggressive nature, often delivering lethal strikes. Typically, a lynx measures less than a meter in length. However, the one before Zhu Linyuan was comparable in size to a tiger. Its considerable bulk suggested formidable strength. Intriguing. Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of interest, a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. The greater the strength of this aberrant creature, the more potent the evolutionary fluid derived from its spores. I hope this beast does not disappoint me, Zhu Linyuan murmured. Around him, numerous captives, upon witnessing the colossal lynx, scattered in fright, retreating to what they deemed a safe distance. Do you think Boss Zhu could defeat this beast? It seems quite powerful. It has already killed several without leaving a trace. Stop your prattle, just watch. Let us pray that Boss Zhu prevails. If he fails, we stand no chance against this creature. Indeed, we are shackled and cannot escape. As the murmurs of the crowd filled the air, Zhu Linyuan suddenly sprang into action. Swish! Like a hunting cheetah, Zhu Linyuan lunged at the massive aberrant lynx, delivering a swift strike. A silver arc of the blade cut through the air, aimed directly at the creature's throat. Yet, the aberrant lynx was remarkably swift, darting backward to evade Zhu Linyuan's attack. Almost immediately, the creature charged again, its sharp claws extending like curved blades, targeting Zhu Linyuan's face. Clang! Zhu Linyuan wrapped his left arm around Zhu Linyuan's slender waist, wielding his knife in the right hand to parry the lynx's claw, simultaneously propelling himself backward with the force. This is bad. Could it be that Boss Zhu is not a match for this creature? We are doomed. If even Boss Zhu is thrown back, what hope do we have? Silence. Liu Bai commanded coldly from the crowd. You wretches, do you presume to gauge Mr. Zhu's strength? A voice from the crowd retorted, you little punk. Dare you speak to me like that? I can make you regret it. Wait, everyone look. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. The discussions and shouts fell silent as all turned to see what he was pointing at. In the next moment, they were all stunned, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. No way. How is this possible? Has Boss Zhu transformed? Zhu Linyuan stood firmly on the ground, releasing Zhu Linyuan, and began to walk toward the giant aberrant lynx. His pace was unhurried, yet with each step his muscles expanded significantly. As he advanced, his physique transformed into an imposing figure, radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. The crowd, which had been chattering moments before, fell into a hushed silence. Their expressions filled with shock as they beheld Zhu Linyuan. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You beast," Zhu Linyuan spoke in a deep voice, resonating like the clash of metal. "You possess considerable strength. It seems today will prove quite exhilarating." With that, he flashed a grin and sheathed his knife. He then stretched his muscles, producing a sound reminiscent of bamboo cracking. In the next instant, he shot forth like a bolt, charging toward the aberrant lynx. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted in the barren land. So swift, Liu Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. To him, Zhu Linyuan had suddenly become a blur, indistinct in the night. The others were equally taken by surprise. The aberrant lynx, sensing an instinctual fear, suddenly felt threatened by the human before it. It turned to flee. However, in that instant, Zhu Linyuan appeared directly in its path. "D!" he roared, his voice thunderous, as his right arm swelled with power, his fist the size of a bowl, descending with tremendous force upon the giant lynx's head. Boom! The upper half of the giant lynx was driven into the ground. As it struggled to rise, another heavy punch came crashing down. Boom! 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 Zhu Linyuan utilized no combat techniques, relying solely on his immense strength, delivering blow after blow to the aberrant lynx's head, embedding its body deep into the earth. The resounding impact of his fists echoed through the wilderness, crystal clear. Among the onlookers, some could not help but swallow hard. Shock filled every gaze. Those who had considered making a break for it now silently prayed not to be noticed by Zhu Linyuan. In that moment, Zhu Linyuan's figure appeared to them as if a deity had descended, the very embodiment of strength. After a brief period, sensing the aberrant lynx had ceased all movement, Zhu Linyuan finally halted his assault. His physique returned to its slender form, resembling a fit model, strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had just displayed. Before him lay a vast pit in the earth, a testament to his might. "Quite resilient, impressive," Zhu Linyuan remarked, nodding in admiration as he grasped the carcass of the aberrant lynx and pulled it from the pit. The captive shivered at the sight of the creature's mangled state. The lynx, once a fearsome predator, had been reduced to a mere pile of pulp, its head the only part left intact, carefully avoided by Zhu Linyuan. The strong aberration that had once wreaked havoc was now in nothing more than a disfigured mess. Those who had contemplated escape now wished they could slap themselves. If such a formidable monster could be pulverized, what chance would they stand? Each captive dismissed the notion of fleeing entirely, resigning themselves to labor for the foreseeable future. Yet, they found solace in Zhu Linyuan's ferocity. Under his watchful eye, they felt a semblance of security. "Let us work diligently. Perhaps if Boss Zhu teaches me a move or two, I might become formidable in my own right," they mused. Zhu Linyuan, meanwhile, hoisted the aberrant lynx's body and cast a contemplative glance toward the distant mountains before turning to head in the direction of his residence. "Xian, have them resume their work. I'll leave this in your capable hands. Ensure your safety," he instructed before making his way to the dissection room. At that moment, within the confines of the prison, two women were conspiring over a matter of significance. Chapter 26. Luo Qingying in a pink nightgown. "Sister Linyuan, what a surprise to see you here," Bai Yuan exclaimed, awakening to see Linyuan in the adjacent cell, her excitement palpable. Earlier, she had feared that Gu Qiyu might abandon her, but Linyuan's presence reassured her. She understood well that Gu Qiyu's affection for Linyuan would ensure she would not cease her search. As long as the leader arrived, all in this place would meet their demise. Naturally, she would be safe. Bai Yuan thought to herself, how could a high-ranking member of the Jidao organization be captured? Linyuan, however, merely scoffed. She had always looked down upon those from the Jidao organization, as her sister had been taken by them. Gu Qiyu had even used her sister as leverage, coercing her to submit and become his woman. Under extreme duress, they had reached a tentative agreement. Linyuan would work for the Jidao organization, and Gu Qiyu would spare her sister. Thus, Linyuan harbored a profound hatred for the Jidao organization. In response to Linyuan's disdain, Bai Yuan felt a twinge of irritation but maintained a smile. "Sister Linyuan, rest assured, you know how the leader feels about you. She will certainly come to rescue you." "Gu Qiyu?" Linyuan let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe she is a match for Zhu Linyuan? Is that man named Zhu Linyuan?" Bai Yuan shook her head, sneering. "Sister Linyuan, you have yet to witness the full extent of the boss's prowess. If she were to strike, Zhu Linyuan would stand no chance against her." Linyuan smirked disdainfully, remaining silent. In her eyes, Zhu Linyuan's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Akin to that of a deity or demon, she harbored no belief that Gu Qiyu could rescue her. The greater likelihood was that she would drag herself into peril alongside Linyuan. How delightful, Linyuan mused inwardly. I am eager to see Gu Qiyu confined as well, forced daily to endure a variety of exercises at his behest. She recalled how much Gu Qiyu loathed men and was curious to observe how she would respond to Zhu Linyuan then, if she could maintain her current arrogance. A wicked grin crept onto Linyuan's face as these thoughts swirled. At that moment, Bai Yuan suddenly noticed that Linyuan's qipao had been torn, revealing her smooth, fair back. causing her pupils to constrict in shock. Linyuan, you cannot mean to say that Zhu Linyuan has already. Has already what? Linyuan paused, following by Yuan's gaze to the torn fabric of her dress, and comprehended. Her mind immediately flashed back to the peculiar sensations from when Zhu Linyuan had massaged her, and a flush crept to her cheeks. Seeing her reaction, Bai Yuan snapped, "You have truly been." "Indeed," Linyuan replied, feeling inexplicably irked by Yuan's tone. She sensed that, although the members of the Extreme Path organization treated her with feigned respect, they regarded her as nothing more than a plaything for Gu Qiuyu, devoid of any genuine reverence. With that realization, she scoffed, "It is not just me. Do you think you can escape? What do you suppose a man would want with a group of alluring women locked away in a prison?" As she spoke, Linyuan rose and scrutinized Bai Yuan. "By the way, your type is quite popular as well. Tall, curvaceous beauties in uniforms, teetering on stiletto heels, adorned in black silk stockings. What man could resist? Oh, right, you have been constantly by Gu Qiuyu's side, with her domineering nature. You probably have not truly interacted with any men, have you? Fear not, the experience is quite delightful." Linyuan leaned in closer, whispering, "Let me tell you, his physique is quite robust. You may endure some suffering at first, but do not worry. Once you acclimate, you will undoubtedly come to relish the sensation." Bai Yuan's complexion turned ashen. She had long suspected this possibility, but had tried to suppress such thoughts. Now, with Linyuan's revelation, the last vestige of her hope vanished. "If he dares to touch me, I will take my own life right here," Bai Yuan declared, her face pale as she feigned calmness. "Suit yourself," Linyuan replied dismissively. "If you're willing to die, then go ahead." Just then, a voice echoed from across the cell. Luo Qingying, as cold as ever, said, "Do not harbor such delusions. In this prison, without his permission, you cannot even take your own life. Feel free to try." Bai Yuan, gritting her teeth, charged towards the metallic wall before suddenly losing her resolve and slowing down, merely grazing the wall lightly. "Is this prison truly so extraordinary?" Linyuan remarked, astonished. Bai Yuan's expression darkened. She understood it had nothing to do with the prison, but rather her own inability to take such a drastic step. She wished to live. Or rather, as long as one is not pushed to their limits, no one truly desires to perish. "Hey, what did you just feel? Was it that you could not control your own body?" Linyuan continued her probing. Bai Yuan cleared her throat awkwardly, diverting the topic by asking, "Who is that person over there, wrapped in a bedsheet?" At that moment, Zhang Miao lay unconscious, swathed in a sheet, her face obscured from view, and Bai Yuan did not recognize her as the frequent patron of their auction house. "I do not know," Linyuan replied, adding a taunt. "You do not even know who was captured alongside you. How could we possibly know?" Suddenly, Luo Qingying's voice rang out again, the one in white. "Although I was instructed not to concern myself with you, I must advise you to perform 1,000 squats each day. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." 1,000 squats each day? Bai Yuan paused in disbelief. "What kind of rule is that?" "That is the rule of this prison," Luo Qingying replied coolly before falling silent again. Linyuan delighted in Bai Yuan's predicament, refusing to divulge any more information. Bai Yuan's expression fluctuated between anxiety and determination, ultimately choosing to trust Luo Qingying, gritting her teeth as she began her squats. Meanwhile, in the dissecting room above the prison, Zhu Linyuan exhaled a deep breath, his bulging muscles gradually receding, restoring him to a leaner form. Indeed, the evolutionary fluid brought by that creature was remarkably effective, surpassing the results of the previous two aberrations combined. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan turned his attention to his attribute panel. Name, Zhu Linyuan. Level, first tier, Evolver, Evolution Degree 41. Strength, 97. Speed, 76. Constitution, 91. Attribute points, 0. Daily tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture tasks, none. Prisoner count, 3. The evolution degree had reached 41. Indeed, it required formidable aberrations for substantial results. Zhu Linyuan nodded to himself, recognizing that solely relying on the creatures he had cultivated yielded lesser effects, with strength and constitution both exceeding 90. The 3 prisoners in the cell would generate attribute points for him daily, and he anticipated surpassing 3 digits in strength the next day. Once all 3 attributes exceeded 100 points, he could venture into the mountains beyond. The aberrations born from the beasts within those mountains were potent, akin to a panacea. As Zhu Linyuan contemplated, he finished tidying up the aberrant corpses, froze them, and took a shower before returning to his room. That girl was once again asleep on the sofa, observing Luo Qingying curled up on the couch. Zhu Linyuan's lips curled into a fond smile as he lifted her gently and carried her back to her room, dressed in a pink nightgown. She seemed to have just bathed, emanating a delicate fragrance that was quite pleasant. "Sleep well?" Zhu Linyuan murmured, gently pinching her tender, fair cheek before turning to leave. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Do not go." In the next instant, a delicate form embraced him from behind, their bodies pressed tightly together. Zhu Linyuan felt Luo Qingying draw close to his ear, her voice barely a whisper, "Please stay tonight." Chapter 27. A beautiful sonata. Zhu Linyuan's body stiffened momentarily, remaining silent. However, Luo Qingying sensed his body temperature rising, as if a furnace was igniting within him. Unable to resist, she leaned against his solid back, attuned to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The room was enveloped in silence, and Luo Qingying found Zhu Linyuan's heartbeat growing clearer and stronger. Suddenly, at a certain moment, she felt the man in front of her turn abruptly, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Their bodies fell together onto the bed. Outside the window, the moonlight was hazy, and the evening breeze was gentle, with a few stars twinkling in the night sky. In that moment, humanity and nature appeared in perfect harmony, composing a splendid concerto of the human experience. Meanwhile, several miles away, the leader assessed the situation. The young lady is missing. Several of her subordinates have vanished, and those remaining are mostly dead. We searched the vicinity thoroughly and captured this girl. My subordinates mentioned she was bought by the young lady at the Extreme Path Organization's auction. She should possess some clues. A robust man cast a battered young girl to the ground, bowing respectfully to the figure before him. The girl lifted her head and beheld an ancient, weighty wooden chair, adorned with exquisite carvings that rendered it akin to a masterpiece. Seated in the chair was a middle-aged man, clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. At that moment, the girl instinctively thought that this man could not possibly be malevolent. Yet the next instant, she came to a startling realization. According to the words of the person who had captured her, this middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Yao's father. What sort of man could raise such a daughter if he were not wicked? "My dear girl, do you know what has happened to my daughter?" The middle-aged man inquired, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality reminiscent of a cultured scholar. The girl hastily shook her head, indicating her ignorance. With a sigh, the man rose and approached her, kneeling beside her to take one of her hands in his. She instinctively recoiled, yet remained motionless. Despite his seemingly gentle grip, his hands were as unyielding as iron, rendering her incapable of resistance. "What beautiful hands you possess," he mused, admiring the delicate proportions and the elegance of her nails. Then, with a sudden and brutal twist, he snapped her left pinky finger, the white bone piercing through the flesh. A piercing scream erupted from the girl, her pain echoing in the air. "What a pity it is to ruin such lovely hands," he lamented, swiftly breaking her ring finger as well. The severed fingers dangled precariously from her palm, blood oozing forth and staining her hand crimson. "Now, can you recall anything?" the middle-aged man asked gently, his gaze fixed on her. The girl, biting her lip and trembling, recalled the imposing figure who had once saved her, her eyes shimmering with newfound resolve. "I know nothing," she declared defiantly. "Is that so?" he replied, shaking his head before methodically breaking each finger on her left hand. Her cries grew more frantic, while the smile on his face faded. "Can you remember now?" he pressed. As she attempted to respond, her consciousness suddenly faded into darkness. The burly man observed her plight and hesitated. "She is just a little girl, clearly coddled and sheltered. If she knew anything, she would have confessed by now." "Not necessarily," the middle-aged man countered, rising to gaze out the window, where a waning moon hung in the sky. "The mid-autumn festival approaches. I do not wish to spend alone. Do you understand?" His final words carried an ominous weight, sending a shiver down the burly man's spine. "I understand, Dragonhead. I will send my brothers to search for her. We will scour South City until we find the young lady." "Go," the middle-aged man commanded, dismissively waving his hand. "Lock this girl away as well. She may hold some knowledge." "Yes." The burly man complied, lifting the girl and departing. The middle-aged man, Zhang Qingying, gazed out at the moonlit night, murmuring to himself, "It seems I have remained forgotten for too long. South City has neglected my existence." A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, darkening the atmosphere around him. Morning dawned with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, casting a hazy glow across the land. Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, only to discover a warm and soft figure nestled against him. A smile graced his face as he recalled the events of the previous night, tenderly tousling Luo Qingying's hair and tucking her in more snugly. At that moment, Luo Qingying stirred, letting out a soft hum before slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan, she was momentarily startled, only to remember the previous night's happenings. Seeing the warmth in his gaze, she shyly buried her face against his chest. "Oomph." She playfully huffed, lightly punching him with her delicate fist. "What is it?" Zhu Linyuan chuckled. "Do you wish to endure some hardship?" "Please no." Luo Qingying pouted, adopting a pitiful expression as she grasped his hand. "Foolish girl," he replied, gently rubbing her belly. "Your constitution is too weak." Recalling yesterday's events, Luo Qingying expressed her newfound resolve. "Then I shall train with you every day. By the way," Zhu Linyuan suddenly remembered a bottle of physical enhancement potion he had. One bottle could enhance 10 points of vitality, which would be merely a luxury for him, but a significant boon for Luo Qingying. With her improved constitution, he would no longer need to be overly cautious around her. With that thought, he rose and retrieved the potion from his room, returning to her. Qingying, take a sip of this, but do not consume too much at once. He was concerned that too great a quantity might overwhelm her body, for the process of transformation should be gradual. Luo Qingying, having unconditionally trusted Zhu Linyuan, did not hesitate and took a sip. Her eyes brightened at the sensation. What is this? It feels so pleasant, warm, and invigorating. Is it truly so delightful? Zhu Linyuan smiled. Yes, she replied, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Since you're no longer in pain, let's exercise together, Zhu Linyuan suggested, sweeping her into his arms and reclining back onto the bed. Chapter 28. Luo Qingying exhausted after their morning exercise. Luo Qingying lay on the bed. Her fair skin flushed a delicate pink, utterly depleted of strength. She felt as though her energy had been entirely drained. Observing her condition, Zhu Linyuan chuckled, covering her with a blanket before showering and proceeding to the rooftop for his formal morning workout. The morning sun bathed Zhu Linyuan in its golden light, his tall, athletic physique resembling the most exquisite sculpture, embodying the essence of strength. His daily tasks had become remarkably effortless. To enhance the effectiveness of his training, he deliberately added weight. Before long, he completed all 3 of his daily tasks, directly allocating the newly acquired 3 attribute points to his strength. A warm surge coursed through his body, and at last his strength index surpassed the 100 mark. Satisfied, he stretched and noticed workers diligently cultivating the land in the barren fields behind him. The efficiency was commendable. Yet, with Xian's leadership skills, directing this group of laborers to till the land seemed an extravagant use of her talents. Previously, he had been too preoccupied to manage the company, but Su Xian had meticulously overseen his entire business empire. It was a waste of her abilities to command a group for agriculture. With a chuckle, Zhu Linyuan mused to himself, it seems I must capture more captives. I cannot have a lack of capable individuals. Suddenly remembering the woman in the white suit he had apprehended the day before, he decided to check on her in the prison. In the next moment, a flicker of astonishment and confusion passed through his eyes. Zhu Linyuan hesitantly inquired, why are you doing squats? I should not have informed her to do squats, right? As he pondered, a hint of doubt clouded his gaze. At that time, he had observed that a group of thugs were following this woman's commands, indicating her significant status and extensive knowledge. He surmised that she might be of some use, which is why he had casually brought her back. However, she was not the designated criminal by the system and could not offer him any benefits. Thus, he had carelessly tossed her into the prison, planning to interrogate her about a few matters related to the Jidao organization once she regained consciousness. To his surprise, the woman had taken the initiative to perform squats on her own. Indeed, according to her claims, the Jidao organization comprised thousands. Capturing prisoners should not be difficult. Suddenly, Zhu Linyuan was struck by this realization, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he made his way to the underground prison. Meanwhile, within the prison, Bai Yuansheng was disheartenedly performing squats. Her legs had grown numb from exertion. Observing the still sleeping Lan Ying and Luo Qingying, she felt a surge of annoyance. They can't possibly be deceiving me, can they? Yesterday, Lan Ying had warned her that failure to perform squats would lead to dire consequences. Instantly, she recalled her own unfortunate experiences as recounted by Lan Ying. Panic surged within her, prompting her to grit her teeth and persist with the squats. I am doing this for my own dignity. Bai Yuansheng thought fiercely, straining to continue. Beneath her white suit, her figure was undeniably alluring, resembling that of someone who practiced yoga regularly. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly emerged from the opposite cell. Where am I? Bai Yuansheng turned to look and discovered someone wrapped in a bedsheet awakening, bewilderedly surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing the young woman's face, Bai Yuansheng froze. Zhang Boss. Before her stood none other than Zhang Qingyun's only daughter, known as Zhang Miao. Bai Yuansheng was utterly astonished. Zhang Miao was regarded as Zhang Qingyun's Achilles heel, and even the Jidao organization treated her with utmost respect. She could hardly fathom that someone would dare to lay hands on Zhang Qingyun's precious daughter. That was the Zhang family, one of the 3 prominent families in Nancheng, which had risen to prominence through underground fighting. Bai Yuansheng marveled. Who on earth is Zhu Linyuan? Not only has he offended the Jidao organization, but he has also captured Zhang Qingyun's daughter. He has made enemies of 2 out of the 5 major forces in Nancheng. Does he intend to oppose the entire city? Just then, Bai Yuansheng noticed Zhang Miao looking in her direction and quickly exclaimed, Zhang Boss, where are your subordinates? This incident must have reached your father's ears by now. Don't worry. He will surely arrange for someone to rescue you. Bai Yuansheng was extremely excited. If Zhang Qingyun intervened, her chances of escape would significantly increase. In Nancheng, when both the Jidao organization and the Zhang family acted in concert, there were few forces capable of resisting them. Not even the Black Lotus sect. Zhang Boss, Zhang Miao, upon hearing Bai Yuansheng's words, appeared utterly perplexed and hesitantly replied, "Sister, are you talking about me?" At that moment, wrapped in the bedsheet, her dark hair cascading over her jade-like white shoulders, coupled with her confused expression and exquisitely delicate features, made her strikingly alluring. "Zhang boss, what is wrong?" Bai Yuanqing's pupils dilated. She suddenly realized that Zhang Miao's demeanor was somewhat off, her eyes filled with bewilderment, akin to that of an infant. "I don't know." Zhang Miao shook her head in confusion. "I can't remember anything." "Sister, who are you?" Panic surged within Bai Yuanqing. Zhang Miao's state resembled that of amnesia. Yet she seemed to retain some common knowledge, at least recognizing her as a sister. Bai Yuanqing's heart sank. She had initially thought she had found an ally, only to discover that the other party had lost their memory. Just then, the sound of a door opening and heavy footsteps echoed through the air. Upon hearing this noise, Luo Qingying immediately opened her eyes, sat up, and looked over, her expression remaining cold but betraying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Bai Yuanqing, on guard, glanced over while adjusting her white suit. Zhang Miao still appeared dazed, while Lan Ying remained in a groggy slumber. Time for breakfast. Zhu Linyuan first visited Cell 1, briefly massaging Luo Qingying before leaving her some breakfast. He then proceeded towards Bai Yuanqing's cell, having no intention of acknowledging Lan Ying at all. His deliberate actions were aimed at establishing a model within the entire prison. He sought to demonstrate to these individuals that as long as they dutifully completed the tasks he assigned, they could have bread, milk, and even a degree of power and freedom. After all, for him, the only matters of importance were attribute points and submission values. Indeed, Luo Qingying's submission value had increased once more. Observing the system panel reflecting this rise, Zhu Linyuan nodded subtly. At this rate, it would not be long before Luo Qingying was entirely subservient to him. As he contemplated this, Zhu Linyuan entered the cell where Bai Yuanqing was confined. "What do you intend to do?" Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan enter, Bai Yuanqing instinctively recoiled. However, her legs, numb from the squats, caused her to fall to the ground. Using her hands and feet, she scrambled to the corner, hastily asserting, "I've been doing squats. You said as long as I did squats, you wouldn't harm me." Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that these prisoners might be misinterpreting his intentions. Nevertheless, he deemed it a minor issue and refrained from explaining, directly asking, "I have a few questions for you. I will ask, and you shall answer without any tricks. Your subordinates have already been incorporated into my ranks. If I obtain differing answers from them, you are well aware of the consequences." Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's final words regarding the consequences, Bai Yuanqing shuddered, tightening her grip on her clothing. Initially intending to retort, her words transformed into, "Go ahead and ask. I will tell you everything I know." A wise woman does not suffer losses in front of her eyes, Bai Yuanqing thought to herself. Zhu Linyuan proceeded. "First question, how many individuals are there in the Jidao organization, and how is your manpower distributed?" Bai Yuanqing hesitated momentarily, surprised that Zhu Linyuan would ask such a question. Could it be that he had intentions toward our Jidao organization? Bai Yuanqing was taken aback, a smile threatening to surface as she thought of Zhu Linyuan's overreaching ambition. She held immense confidence in the strength of the Jidao organization. "We have over 1,000 members, divided into 10 teams, each consisting of slightly over 100 individuals. These 10 teams are distributed across various regions in the western part of Nanxing, primarily engaged in the business of goods and people. If you require it, I can provide you with a distribution map," she stated, seizing the opportunity to showcase her value. "Good," Zhu Linyuan nodded. "I will provide you with paper and a pen shortly. Now, for the second question, how many forces similar to the Jidao organization exist in Nanxing? And what are specific details?" As Zhu Linyuan spoke, he scrutinized Bai Yuanqing's expression. Prior to the advent of the apocalypse, he had some understanding of the major financial conglomerates in Nanxing. However, after the apocalypse reshuffled the landscape, he had not been involved and was unaware of the current forces at play. Chapter 29. Interrogating Bai Yuanqing, "You don't even know this?" Bai Yuanqing was taken aback. In her view, someone as powerful as Zhu Linyuan should have had dealings with the 5 major forces. Yet, to her astonishment, he had not. In fact, he was entirely ignorant of the major factions. Zhu Linyuan was indeed uninformed. Although he was a reborn individual during the early days of the previous apocalypse, he had merely been surviving and had never interacted with the so-called major forces. Until the calamity of the moon descended, Zhu Linyuan encountered a significant fortuity amidst the disaster, which propelled him to great heights. However, by that time, most of the inhabitants of Nanxing had perished. The notion of several dominant factions had dissipated, leaving only the collective survivors who established a base city in Nanxing. Observing Zhu Linyuan's lack of reaction, Bai Yuan felt a sudden sense of unease. Could it be that he was deceiving me? Perhaps he had already known this information and was deliberately probing to see if I would mislead him. Bai Yuan's mind raced, and the more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this possibility. She hastily replied with honesty. Nanxing is home to 5 major factions, namely the 3 prominent families, the Huang family, the Wang family, and the Zhang family, alongside 2 organizations, the He Lianjiao, and our Ji Dao organization. Among these factions, the most formidable is the He Lianjiao. According to their own propaganda, they claim to have over 10,000 members, though the actual number is likely around 4,000 to 5,000. He Lianjiao, Zhu Linyuan instinctively clenched his fists, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. So, the He Lianjiao had already emerged at this time. It was unexpected that its origins lay in Nancheng. Zhu Linyuan was all too familiar with He Lianjiao. In his previous life, he bore a deep-seated grudge against them. However, by the time he encountered them in his former existence, He Lianjiao had already evolved into a vast global church, possessing immense power, particularly with its leader, whose might was nothing short of terrifying. Numerous calamities were linked to He Lianjiao, for their doctrine advocated for the annihilation of humanity, espousing the belief that humanity was inherently sinful and that the apocalypse was the world's punishment for mankind. Their mission was to cleanse all humanity, allowing for rebirth amidst destruction. In the later stages, He Lianjiao even turned against humanity, becoming a ruthless blade against the very people they once claimed to serve. Countless lives perished at their hands. And Zhu Linyuan thought, his murderous intent intensifying. Bai Yuan, upon sensing Zhu Linyuan's gaze, shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill run through her. Did he suspect me of lying? Yet I spoke nothing but the truth. Bai Yuan's mind raced with panic, feeling as if Zhu Linyuan might strike her down at any moment. For the aura of violence was overwhelmingly potent. Suddenly, in her fluster, Bai Yuan realized, he must think I have oversimplified the matter and concealed the truth from him. With this thought in mind, she hastily attempted to clarify. I possess a certain understanding of these 5 factions. Among the 3 prominent families, the Huang family appears to be the strongest on the surface. They control several mines capable of extraction, in addition to a few food production workshops. Their ability to consistently produce food in the apocalypse places the Huang family among the elite in Nancheng, rivaling even the He Lianjiao. Zhu Linyuan nodded. Indeed, controlling the source of food in such dire times could bestow considerable influence. The Huang family's strength is somewhat lesser, yet they were wealthy before the apocalypse, boasting a formidable reputation and strong unity, ranking second among the 3 prominent families. As for the Zhang family, Bai Yuan glanced at Zhang Miao across from her, hesitating. The Zhang family situation is rather peculiar. Before the apocalypse, they were involved in underground boxing, with many formidable fighters under their wing. After the disaster, their fights continued, but grew even more brutal and violent. It is said that they now engage in deadly bouts with zombies and mutated beasts, attracting numerous wealthy spectators. However, the Zhang family has remained discreet, thus ranking last among the 3 families. Observing Zhu Linyuan's expression, Bai Yuan quickly added, however, our leader asserts that the Zhang family's strength far exceeds what is merely visible. Zhu Linyuan nodded, his demeanor softening slightly, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding the Zhang family. After all, those involved in underground boxing typically possess considerable skills. Seeing Zhu Linyuan's expression ease, Bai Yuan felt a measure of relief and continued. Lastly, there is our Ji Dao organization. I have already briefed you on our organization's general situation. We engage in human trafficking and rank lower among the 5 factions. Nevertheless, our leader is exceptionally formidable, and the other factions dare not provoke us. Mentioning Gu Qiuyu filled Bai Yuan with newfound confidence. How formidable is your leader? Zhu Linyuan inquired with interest, as he had 3 pressing matters at hand. The first was to procure evolution liquid and attribute points to swiftly enhance his strength. The second was to cultivate the surrounding land and eliminate the nearby zombies, thereby establishing his own faction. Lastly, he sought to practice martial arts and challenge skilled fighters. Through martial practice, he could enhance the efficiency of his physical capabilities. Relying solely on ordinary combat techniques, a strength of 100 might only manifest as 30 or 40. However, a master of traditional martial arts could transform that same strength into a lethality of 1,000. The disparity between a martial arts master and an ordinary individual in terms of strength utilization is indeed vast. Our leader can engage barehanded, single-handedly taking down dozens of opponents, akin to the legendary Ip Man in films. At the onset of the apocalypse, zombies could not even approach her. She fought them as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. Bai Yuan expressed her admiration. If she wielded a weapon, even surrounded by a throng of zombies, she could dispatch them with ease. It seems your leader possesses considerable prowess. A smile graced Zhu Linyuan's face. This was precisely the caliber of individual he sought. Based on Zhu Linyuan's previous life experiences, it was evident that no one else possessed evolution liquid at this time. This implied that others were still of ordinary human constitution. Achieving such feats indicated an extraordinary mastery of strength. After a while, Zhu Linyuan departed the prison with a notebook. Having inquired about all his questions and acquired a fundamental understanding of the current situation in Nancheng, the notebook contained detailed maps of the various divisions within the Ji Dao organization. With this information, he could systematically dismantle the organization, selectively assimilating parts of it. By absorbing the Jidao organization, the personnel at his disposal would be sufficient for the time being, enabling him to initiate numerous actions. Zhu Linyuan contemplated this strategy. However, relying solely on these captives for physical labor would suffice. Yet to establish a genuine faction, he needed to cultivate his core team. Reflecting on this, Zhu Linyuan recalled Liu Bai. Through his observations, he discerned that Liu Bai indeed possessed potential, exhibiting resilience and a keen sense of propriety, making him a suitable candidate for cultivation. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan promptly rose and made his way toward the wasteland. Upon arriving at the wasteland, Zhu Linyuan encountered a group of unfamiliar faces in confrontation with Su Zian and her companions. Tension permeated the air, and it seemed as though a conflict could erupt at any moment. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and strode forward. Chapter 30. Slay a batch first. Liu Bai quickly hand over Principal Lan Ning. As Zhu Linyuan approached, he noticed a middle-aged man at the forefront of the unfamiliar group, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, vociferously demanding. You claimed you want to find your sister alongside Principal Lan, only to never return. Now that your sister is here, and you too, where's Principal Lan? Have you conspired against her? The middle-aged man shouted indignantly. Behind him stood over 100 students and teachers, occupying the moral high ground and speaking with conviction. He had long coveted Lan Ying's beauty, but she, possessing exceptional qualities, had never regarded him with any seriousness. He had initially hoped that the apocalypse might grant him an opportunity, yet even amidst the chaos, he realized that the distance between him and Lan Ying remained insurmountable. He had long relinquished hope. His current outcry was not truly for the sake of rescuing Lan Ying, but rather to seek personal gain and resources. In his eyes, the sheer number of people on his side, coupled with the righteousness of their cause, made it quite effortless to extort some resources from the opposing party. Should this endeavor succeed, his status would undoubtedly see a significant elevation. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, those who could procure supplies held the highest rank within their groups. Zhu Linyuan refrained from intervening immediately, keen to observe how Liu Bai would navigate the situation. He noted that, in the face of the middle-aged man's aggressive demeanor, Liu Bai remained remarkably composed. Firstly, we did not harm Lan Ying. Rather, it was she who endangered us, attempting to sell us to the Jidao organization, but ultimately failing. We were rescued, and as for Lan Ying, I'm unaware of her current whereabouts. Liu Bai was fully aware that Lan Ying had been captured by Zhu Linyuan, but he had no intention of broadcasting this information foolishly. The middle-aged man scoffed. What evidence do you have? Are we to simply take your word for it? A chorus of adults echoed his sentiments from behind. Meanwhile, the students remained silent, awaiting Liu Bai's response. Of course, I possess evidence. In the face of the threats from these adults, Liu Bai spoke with unwavering calmness. Not only do I have evidence, but you do as well. You must remember when she claimed that my sister was killed by zombies. She insisted she witnessed my sister's death at their hands. But look closely, my sister Liu Yao stands here perfectly well. Is this not evidence of her deceit? Why would she claim to have seen my sister slain by zombies when she is very much alive? Liu Bai spoke with conviction. The truth is that my sister was not harmed by zombies. She was sold by Lan Ying. Fortunately for us, we were rescued by Mr. Zhu. As for those who were sold in this apocalypse, their fates are likely clear to us all. He gazed steadily at the middle-aged man, enunciating each word. Zhu Linyuan nodded discreetly, pleased with Liu Bai's performance. This young man had matured considerably after their recent experiences, proving himself capable of managing others. Zhu Linyuan dismissed any concerns regarding the relationship between Lan Ying and the Liu siblings. After all, Lan Ying was still confined in his prison, subjected to daily squats. Unless her submission value reached a certain threshold, she would remain in prison for life. Moreover, Zhu Linyuan contemplated the implications of her submission value reaching 100. Would she then cease to be Lan Ying and become a slave? Curiosity piqued. He wondered what would transpire when the submission value peaked. Would she be entirely subservient, refusing any request? He shook his head, setting aside that thought as he surveyed the crowd. The students, upon hearing Liu Bai's words, began to murmur among themselves. It seemed Liu Bai's reasoning held merit. Lan Ying had previously declared Liu Yao deceased with utmost certainty, yet here she stood alive. I believe Liu Bai speaks the truth. Several disappearances are linked to Principal Lan. She cannot be a good person. The adults, however, wore expressions of discontent, aware that the middle-aged man sought merely to extort supplies. Recently, their school had been overrun by a horde of zombies. The makeshift shelter they constructed proved inadequate. Many had perished, while the fortunate few, like themselves, had survived. Now wandering in search of sustenance. Having left the school, they had gone without food for an extended period, unable to find supplies. Moreover, they had been attacked by zombies multiple times over the past few days, leaving them exhausted and in dire need of provisions. This was an opportune moment. They had observed that the opposing group was not as numerous as themselves. Thus, they held a distinct advantage in any potential conflict. The most enticing factor was the presence of Liu Bai on the opposing side. They could exploit this opening to extort resources. What evidence is that? The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. Perhaps Principal Lon merely made an error, or maybe your sister was merely acting. He pressed, enough of your prattle. Hand over Principal Lon, or we shall have a serious discussion. Greed flickered in his eyes. The adults behind him stepped forward, hoping to leverage their numbers against Liu Bai. The students hesitated, rooted in place, uncertain of their next move. Enough of the theatrics, Su Zian interjected. What is your true intention? Speak plainly. Do not use Lan Ying as a pretext. She regarded the opposing crowd with disdain, a bunch of hypocrites. Even in the apocalypse, you feign righteousness, masking your vile intentions with trivial tricks. It is revolting. How dare you speak to me like that? The middle-aged man exploded in anger. You are slandering me. Su Zian scoffed. I'll give you 3 seconds. Either state your intentions outright, or leave immediately. Otherwise, we will see how strong you truly are. She raised her right hand, extending a single finger. 1, 2. The middle-aged man, sensing her unwavering demeanor, quickly interjected. Resources. Just provide us with some supplies, and we shall consider the matter of Lan Ying settled. We will no longer pursue the issue. What do you say? I saw you eating earlier. You must have plenty of supplies. Share a little, and we can avoid conflict. It is mutually beneficial, is it not? The middle-aged man revealed his true colors, threatening openly. Otherwise, we will resort to violence. Consider carefully whether it is worth fighting so many of us for a mere handful of supplies. Behind him, dozens of adults cracked their knuckles, grinning menacingly. The students finally comprehended that this group's intentions were not to rescue Lan Ying. They were merely after resources. Fight! Su Zian laughed, her eyes filled with disdain. You pitiful lot dare to threaten me? With that, she swiftly struck the middle-aged man across the face, sending his glasses flying. Then let us fight. Let us see what you're truly capable of. You insolent woman! The middle-aged man shouted in fury. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of shock as he glanced at Su Zian, then down at his abdomen. A dagger protruded from his stomach, blood seeping steadily from a wound. You, he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Su Zian. At that moment, she twisted the dagger sharply and yanked it out. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to staunch the flow with his hands, but to no avail. You dare commit murder! A burly man in the back shouted angrily. You'll pay for this. Is this your first time witnessing death? Ignoring him as she beckoned to the dozens of captives behind her. They stepped forward, ready to confront the school group, tension mounting in the air. At that moment, a tall man approached slowly, standing before Su Zian. Well done, Zian, it was Zhu Linyuan. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy crossed Su Zian's face. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly before turning to Liu Bai. You too, young Liu, performed admirably, but you made one error. With that, Zhu Linyuan faced the crowd before him. Speaking slowly, in this apocalypse, rules cannot merely be spoken. They must be enforced. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Linyuan suddenly struck, delivering a swift chop to the neck of the boisterous brute before him. The man's head was cleaved off, his lifeless body collapsing with a thud. In this apocalyptic world, reasoning was a matter of brute force. When faced with adversity, one must first eliminate a portion, allowing for easier negotiations with the remainder. Zhu Linyuan's voice faded as he transformed his hand into a claw, charging into the throng like a tiger amongst sheep. Chapter 31. Subduing another batch upon entering the crowd. Zhu Linyuan crushed the throats of several individuals before him. Under his grip, their throats burst like ripe grapes with the slightest squeeze. At that moment, a burly man, his face adorned with flesh, brandished a hefty iron rod and charged forward menacingly. A sportsman and a boxer. His muscular physique, combined with the weapon in hand, made him a formidable opponent. With gritted teeth, he swung the iron rod toward Zhu Linyuan's head. Bang! Before the rod could descend upon Zhu Linyuan, the brute's skull was shattered by a single punch. Blood and brain matter erupted like a smashed watermelon. Zhu Linyuan retracted his fist impassively, his expression betraying no emotion, as though he had merely swatted an ant. Before him, a portly man attempted to flee in terror. But Zhu Linyuan transformed his fist into a claw, crushing the man's spine. The unfortunate soul collapsed to the ground like a sack of mud, despair filling his eyes. Devil! You are a devil! Zhu Linyuan, expressionless, stepped down. With a crunch, the man fell silent. Without a change in demeanor, Zhu Linyuan surveyed the remaining onlookers. After witnessing his bloody rampage, the remaining individuals had lost all will to resist and began to scatter in panic. However, Zhu Linyuan had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. His actions were also intended to intimidate his own subordinates. He had observed, noting the most raucous individuals in the crowd, and now he chose to eliminate them one by one. At the rear of the crowd, the students watched in horror, their faces ashen, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the previous captives felt a sense of relief, secretly rejoicing in their quick surrender. They thought to themselves, Zhu Boss's execution of these people is akin to slaughtering chickens. It is effortless for him. While they felt they could contend with humans, Zhu Linyuan seemed like a superhuman to them. Among the captives, Some even began to flatter Zhu Linyuan in hushed tones. Su Zian remained silent, observing everything with keen eyes. With a thud, as the last body fell, those who had once boasted were now almost entirely exterminated. Those wishing to survive, kneel and surrender now, Zhu Linyuan commanded, his gaze piercing through the crowd. Upon hearing his words, they hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Please don't kill me. I haven't done anything wrong. I was merely trying to survive. I am a teacher. You'll find me useful, right? I teach chemistry. I can help you produce whatever you need. I am a physics teacher and a graduate student from a prestigious university. Desperate to live, they clamored to plead for their lives, utterly devoid of dignity. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and said to Su Zian, Zian, these remaining individuals are under your supervision. Their treatment will be the same as the previous captives. They will assist in cultivating the land. I will procure some crop seedlings during this time, and our next step will be planting. Understood, boss. I will manage them well. Su Zian exclaimed, elated at the prospect of adding dozens more to her ranks. Xiao Lu, Zhu Linyuan then turned to Lu Bai. You have performed admirably. These students will be your responsibility. How you manage them is up to you. I will only judge the outcome. Consider this a test of your capabilities. Yes, Mr. Zhu. Lu Bai was overjoyed, utterly surprised by the opportunity presented to him. Meanwhile, Lu Yao gazed at Zhu Linyuan with wide, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. To her, past teachers and principals were formidable figures, but now these individuals knelt before Zhu Linyuan like dogs, pleading for mercy. In her eyes, Zhu Linyuan's stature grew ever larger, as if he were an omnipotent being. Then I entrust this matter to you, Zhu Linyuan instructed, watching as the newly subdued captives were shackled before turning to depart for the garage, driving away. I recall there should be a farmer's market nearby. Zhu Linyuan drove on, intent on acquiring seeds. If he could find already cultivated seedlings, it would save considerable time. Accelerating fiercely, Zhu Linyuan soon arrived at the farmer's market, only to find it nearly devoid of goods. He halted the vehicle, swiftly dispatching nearby zombies and scanning the area, frowning slightly. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, ordinary people struggled to obtain food, consuming whatever they could find. It was no surprise that even tree bark was being fought over. Are you looking for something? Just as Zhu Linyuan prepared to leave, a timid voice called from behind. He turned to find a young boy, pale and slightly disheveled, dressed in tattered clothes. Do you know where I can find seeds or seedlings? Zhu Linyuan asked, pulling a piece of chocolate from his pocket. If you can lead me to the seeds, this chocolate is yours. If you find seedlings, I'll give you 10 pieces. The boy's eyes widened at the sight of the chocolate, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. In the apocalypse, it was generally wise to conceal wealth. But Zhu Linyuan was unconcerned. With his strength, he had no fear of trouble. I know where to find them, the boy exclaimed eagerly. I can get both seeds and seedlings. Follow me. He turned and dashed into the alley, beckoning Zhu Linyuan to hurry. Zhu Linyuan regarded the boy with an impassive gaze, his expression unchanged before rising to follow. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a shop, a seed store. Right here, the boy pointed excitedly. They have seeds and seedlings here. He then looked back at the chocolate, asking, Can I have it now? Zhu Linyuan glanced at him coolly, replying, Let me retrieve the items first. Oh, the boy mumbled, his voice tinged with disappointment. In that moment, as he lowered his head, Zhu Linyuan noticed a strange expression flicker across the boy's face, as if he anticipated Zhu Linyuan to push the door open. With a slight frown, Zhu Linyuan swiftly pulled the boy in front of him, and in a flash, pushed the door open. Swish! The instant the door swung open, a glint of cold steel shot forth from within the shop. In the boy's horrified gaze, the blade pierced his chest, a dagger. Son! From within the shop, a tattooed, middle-aged man roared upon seeing his son fall lifelessly to the ground, charging at Zhu Linyuan like a wild beast. Zhu Linyuan, however, remained unflinching, delivering a punch that obliterated the man's skull, silencing him before he could utter another word. Casting aside the boy's lifeless body, Zhu Linyuan shook his hand impassively and strode into the shop. Upon entering, he surveyed the gruesome scene within, his brow furrowing in dismay. Chapter 32. Unexpected surprises. The formidable aberration the shop resembled a hell's cape, littered with corpses, many of which were dismembered. Zhu Linyuan's gaze swept across the room and quickly landed upon no fewer than 10 bodies, evidently victims of the father and son duo. Most of the deceased appeared to be women, suggesting that compassion had led them to be lured into the boy's trap, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Despite his slight, furrowed brow, Zhu Linyuan remained largely unfazed. He had witnessed the darker facets of human nature far too many times for this to be of any significance. After all, in the absence of legal constraints, humanity bears little distinction from beasts. In fact, in certain respects, humans can be even more ferocious than their animal counterparts. With an impassive expression, Zhu Linyuan rose to his feet and discovered that the room still harbored some seeds and seedlings. It appeared that this father and son duo were not lacking in provisions. Casting a glance at the dismembered corpse on the floor, He shook his head and began transferring the supplies to the vehicle. Once he had finished, he stood to leave but halted abruptly as he passed by an old wooden cabinet. It resembled a storage unit for tattered clothing, covered by a board and tucked away inconspicuously in the corner. Yet, Zhu Linyuan lifted the board without hesitation, peering inside. To his astonishment, a woman was hidden within. Her concealment was skillful, but her racing heartbeat betrayed her presence. Zhu Linyuan shook his head, noting that his physique had been greatly enhanced compared to ordinary individuals, and his senses were similarly heightened. In the stillness of the room, her heartbeat resonated in his ears, akin to music blaring from a speaker. He had been too preoccupied with his tasks to pay her any mind until now. "I am not with them." The woman, appearing rather delicate and appealing, adopted a pitiful expression that could easily evoke a man's protective instincts. "I was captured as well, kept here against my will. I overheard you mention seeking seedlings, correct? Before I was taken, I passed by the zoo and noticed a garden behind it. It seemed to be used for growing vegetables to feed the animals. At that time, there were plenty of seedlings there. However, there are many mutated beasts nearby, so I dared not approach." As she spoke, she hastily added, "I have shared everything I know. Please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything." In desperation, she began to remove her clothing. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. "Save your efforts. You are indeed not one of them." Upon hearing his words, the woman ceased her movements, gazing at him with gratitude as tears streamed down her cheeks, rendering her momentarily speechless. "However, you're not blameless either," Zhu Linyuan continued. "There are 3 distinct bite marks on those corpses." A look of horror crossed the woman's face as she hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "No, that is not true." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Linyuan struck down upon her forehead with a swift motion. The sound of an explosion echoed in her mind as she collapsed within the cabinet, lifeless. Her brain had been reduced to a pulp. Zhu Linyuan casually replaced the cover and departed the store. "Are there seedlings in the zoo?" Zhu Linyuan murmured as he recalled the woman's expression while she spoke, feeling that she was not lying. He immediately drove toward the zoo. Upon arriving at the zoo entrance, he was greeted by thunderous roars echoing from within. The sound was husky and unlike anything a typical creature could emit. Mutated species? Zhu Linyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement at the recognition of the sound. He was well acquainted with it. The voice of a mutated creature, and not just any ordinary one. Just as he'd been pondering where to find a mutated beast to slay, one had presented itself. He parked his vehicle, armed himself with a long knife, and boldly entered the zoo alone. It was unwise to drive recklessly into the unknown, and given his current speed, he could match that of a vehicle. As he stepped into the zoo, a horde of mutated monkeys charged at him, baring their putrid teeth. Foolish beasts. Zhu Linyuan sliced through them with a single stroke, continuing onward toward the source of the mutated sounds. In the next moment, the corpses of the mutated monkeys fell, severed in half, attracting other mutated creatures eager to scavenge. Meanwhile, at another entrance of the zoo, a group of individuals was stealthily slipping inside. "Sister, are we really going into this zoo?" A young woman, appearing to be around 20, with glasses and a fearful demeanor, protested, "There are so many mutated beasts inside. Let us find provisions elsewhere." "Indeed, elder sister. We should listen to second sister and change our location." Another woman, who looked identical to the first, chimed in. "No," the eldest sister with a ponytail replied. Glancing back at them, "We were already targeted by those human traffickers after our last outing for supplies. They are currently searching for us everywhere. If we venture out to find provisions again, it would be tantamount to walking into our demise. Our only chance for survival lies in the garden behind the zoo. Those vegetables were originally cultivated by us, and we're familiar with this area. If luck is on our side, we may avoid the mutated beasts." The eldest sister endeavored to reassure her 2 younger siblings. All 3 women were triplets, their striking resemblance captivating, making them indistinguishable in attire and appearance. "Very well." The second and third sisters responded in unison. "We would rather perish than fall into the hands of those traffickers." The eldest sister sighed, her gaze resolute as she stared ahead at the zoo, and with unwavering determination, she led her sisters into the fray. At the heart of the zoo, Zhu Linyuan had fought his way through, having slain no fewer than 100 mutated beasts. Among them was a particularly formidable mutated baboon, likely on the verge of becoming a fully fledged aberration. Yet it succumbed to Zhu Linyuan's blade in an instant. The sound is just beyond this grove. Zhu Linyuan slowed his pace, observing his surroundings as he advanced. He noted that the area around the woods was eerily empty, devoid of any mutated creatures. It seemed that this mutated species had a strong territorial instinct, having exterminated all nearby threats. A flicker of battle intent danced in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. He sought such a powerful adversary. The strength of a mutated creature correlates directly with the maturity of its spores. The stronger the mutated beast, the more effective the evolution liquid he could concoct after vanquishing it. As Zhu Linyuan approached within 10 meters of the woods, a deafening roar erupted from within. In the next moment, an immense figure burst forth from the trees, bringing with it a gust of foul wind. The creature was approximately 6 to 7 meters long, towering like a building. Its limbs were extraordinarily robust, with claws glinting ominously in the sunlight, and its fangs resembled sharp swords, radiating lethal sharpness. It was unmistakably a tiger-like mutated species. With a guttural roar, the colossal creature shook the entire grove. Zhu Linyuan regarded the mutated beast before him with a cold stare, gradually drawing his long knife, his demeanor more solemn than ever. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from this creature. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he had felt such a danger. Despite his formidable prowess, capable of dispatching ordinary mutated beasts with ease, this tiger-like aberration posed a significant threat. Yet, rather than instilling fear, this only ignited a fiery determination within Zhu Linyuan, filling him with an unwavering resolve. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward, akin to a cannonball unleashed from a chamber. Zhu Linyuan forcefully propelled himself off the ground, utilizing the momentum of his forward motion as he unleashed a powerful strike. A stunning flash of blade light sliced through the air, followed by a sharp sound of slicing through space. In response to this strike, the aberrant creature across from him displayed no fear and swiped its claw towards him. Clang! The long blade met the claw with a resounding clash, sending sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Linyuan crouched low and dashed forward, twisting his blade to slice through the creature's other front paw. With a ripping sound, dark flesh was cut open like fabric, revealing bones as sturdy as steel within. The hardness of the bones startled Zhu Linyuan, prompting him to retreat instantaneously. Although the feline aberrant was devoid of pain perception, the severing of its front paw hampered its movements, rendering it slightly slower, unable to intercept Zhu Linyuan in time. This beast was likely not far from becoming a second-tier aberrant. Zhu Linyuan gazed at its steel-like bones, murmuring to himself, "Truly, it is the ruler of the entire zoo." Having undoubtedly devoured countless mutated beasts, the tiger, being the king of beasts, was further enhanced after its mutation, surpassing ordinary tigers by an immeasurable degree. Moreover, this aberrant had grown in size, with claws, teeth, and bones becoming exceedingly resilient. It was a living combat machine. Should this creature continue to develop unimpeded, the consequences would be dire, Zhu Linyuan contemplated. After all, in the current South City, this aberrant faced virtually no adversaries. With no natural enemies, it could freely consume and evolve. However, encountering me is indeed its misfortune. A faint smile graced Zhu Linyuan's face as he once again charged forward, aiming directly at the severed front paw. At that moment, not far away, the eldest of the three sisters raised her index finger to her lips, signaling her two younger sisters to remain silent. "Did you hear that? It seems there's a commotion over there," she indicated ahead. "Isn't that the tiger enclosure?" The second sister exclaimed, her eyes widening as she whispered with such a noise, "Could it be that the tiger is fighting?" "Impossible, there can't be any tigers left." The youngest sister shook her head. "By now, even if there were tigers, they would have turned into monsters. It must be monsters fighting. Let us circumvent the area," the eldest decisively suggested. "Such a ruckus will surely attract other monsters, so we should take a wider path to avoid them." "Great idea, big sister." The other two sisters eagerly followed her lead, veering away. Meanwhile, in the direction they had pointed out, Zhu Linyuan and the feline aberrant had already engaged in a fierce battle. The aberrant had lost a front paw, severed at the knee, and bore numerous wounds on its head, appearing quite wretched yet still howling in fury. Zhu Linyuan, having doubled in size, was now a muscular figure resembling a colossus, fully unleashed in combat prowess. Standing opposite the aberrant, he brandished his long blade, disdainfully taunting, "How long can you keep up this bravado?" After his transformation, his voice had deepened, and the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. A flicker of fear crossed the aberrant's eyes. Unlike ordinary mutated beasts, aberrants possessed a degree of intelligence, and this remaining shred of awareness incessantly warned it of the imminent danger, urging it to flee. With a roar, the aberrant feigned a final cry before turning tail and sprinting away. Despite having only 3 legs, it moved with surprising speed, quickly distancing itself. Trying to escape? Zhu Linyuan scoffed. After exerting such effort to severely wound the aberrant, he would not let it flee easily. After all, it was his perfect tonic. Zhu Linyuan exerted his strength and pursued it. Man and beast, one in pursuit and the other in flight, raced at incredible speeds. The direction in which the aberrant fled happened to lead towards the 3 sisters. "Big sister, you were right. There are indeed no monsters." At this moment, the 3 sisters, having taken a wide detour, arrived at the site of their previously cultivated crops. Gazing at the lush greenery before them, their faces lit up with excitement, appearing as if they were one. "Corn, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants. Sisters, we're going to get rich," the youngest sister exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm. For these could be prepared for immediate consumption. The eldest sister was equally thrilled. "Indeed, this garden within the zoo is remarkably safe. After all, These monsters only consume meat and wouldn't touch vegetables. Even if outsiders spotted this place, they might not dare to enter. And even if they did, without knowing the way, they would easily fall prey to those monsters and hardly make it here. The second sister chimed in with relief. Surely, our lives are meant to endure. We happened upon the monsters fighting, creating such a commotion that it drew away other creatures. Otherwise, even if we were familiar with the area, we might not have made it here. Exactly, the eldest sister nodded, still feeling a sense of trepidation. Let us quickly harvest these crops, find a nearby spot to hide some for ourselves, and take more for later. This isn't a place to linger. As soon as she finished speaking, the three sisters hurried towards the vegetable garden. Just then, a thunderous sound akin to an earthquake erupted behind them. The sisters finally realized that the noise was approaching rapidly, and it was the sound of footsteps. Quick, hide! The eldest reacted swiftly, pulling her younger sisters into the vegetable patch, where they remained motionless, controlling their breathing and cautiously peering outside. The tension among the sisters was palpable, each feeling the other's heartbeat. Soon, the footsteps grew closer, and they discerned the source of the sound. What on earth is that? The youngest gasped in horror. Is it a prehistoric monster? They beheld a creature, larger than an elephant, and were left dumbfounded. Even in the apocalypse, they had never encountered such an exaggerated beast. Wait, look closely. The second sister, wearing glasses, suddenly exclaimed. That monster is missing a leg. It seems to be fleeing. Fleeing? The other two sisters turned in unison, noticing that the creature indeed seemed to be in a panic, as if being pursued. Good heavens! What kind of creature has the power to inflict such damage and send it running? The youngest sister marveled. Could it be a prehistoric giant? No. The second sister suddenly froze, adjusting her glasses, staring blankly into the distance before swallowing hard and saying, It looks like a person. How is that possible? The other two sisters quickly followed her gaze, and in the next moment, they stood frozen in disbelief. It was indeed a human. Behind the monstrous creature, an extraordinarily tall man was relentlessly pursuing it with a knife in hand. This man was a mass of well-defined muscles, appearing like a bronze giant in the sunlight. Moreover, he moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to the creature akin to a vehicle on a highway. Oh my, I must be dreaming, the youngest sister exclaimed in shock. A single person is chasing down a tiger-sized monster? Has the world gone completely mad? The other two sisters were equally astounded, rendered speechless as they stared at the scene unfolding before them. Running fast enough, Zhu Linyuan caught up with the feline aberrant and aimed a strike at its hind leg. Swish! With a calculated strike, Zhu Linyuan positioned himself perfectly and severed the hind legs of the aberrant beast at the knees. The enormous feline aberration, rendered legless, lost control and was propelled forward, crashing violently into the nearby artificial hill, which crumbled under the impact. The sound of massive stones tumbling onto the creature was thunderous. Initially, such stones would have posed no threat to it, but now, with 3 legs gone, it could only weakly shake its head in desperation. You are indeed a troublesome beast, Zhu Linyuan remarked, stepping closer and shaking his head. With a swift and forceful blow, he cleaved the creature's massive head clean off, lifting the severed head triumphantly. A smile crept onto his face. The 2 formidable fangs were excellent for crafting weapons, and the claws could easily be fashioned into concealed weapons or daggers. However, the most crucial find was the spores. Zhu Linyuan pressed the head down and meticulously began to slice it open. The skull of the aberration proved exceedingly resilient, requiring considerable effort to breach. With a final crack, he finally split the skull apart. To his astonishment, nestled within was a spore the size of an infant's fist, adorned with 2 faint red ring-like patterns, 2 blood stripes. Zhu Linyuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a level 2 spore. In his previous life, the red patterns on the spore surface were referred to as blood stripes. The number of stripes indicated the spore's level. 1 stripe corresponded to a level 1 evolved being, while 9 stripes indicated a level 9. The spore in his possession was level 2, suggesting that once processed into evolution fluid, it would yield a level 2 fluid capable of enhancing the physical strength of level 2 evolved beings. Although Zhu Linyuan was currently a level 1 evolved being, he understood that the additional attribute points from the system had elevated his capabilities to that of a level 2. Consuming the level 2 evolution fluid would pose no risk and could significantly enhance his evolution. He pondered what level of physical strength this spore would bestow upon him. With eager anticipation, he carefully stored the spore and proceeded to tidy the battlefield, gathering all useful materials from the aberration's body into his backpack. As for the creature's flesh, he decided to leave it behind. It was simply too cumbersome to transport. It would ultimately be consumed by other mutated beasts within the zoo. Perhaps in a few days, I shall return and may even slay another level 2 aberration, he mused while walking towards a nearby vegetable garden. To his surprise, he discovered a thriving plot of crops. His heart lifted at the sight, for he had ventured out to procure some plants for cultivation. The crops were ripe for harvest, but he could also transplant them back home. However, as he entered the garden, he suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he directed his gaze toward a corner and spoke in a low voice. "You three, come out." He could distinctly hear the heartbeat of 3 individuals concealed among the foliage. The trio of sisters, hiding nervously, turned pale at his words. "Is he trying to deceive us?" The youngest sister whispered to the eldest. The 3 sisters shared a unique bond, communicating effortlessly with mere glances, realizing he had identified their presence. The eldest shook her head and, taking her younger sisters by the hand, cautiously emerged from their hiding place, casting wary glances at Zhu Linyuan. Upon seeing the trio, Zhu Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was them. He had not anticipated encountering familiar faces from his previous life here, reflecting on their formidable reputation from the past. A subtle smile flickered in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. These 3 were precisely the talents he so desperately needed, determined to bring them under his wing. He maintained a neutral expression and spoke coolly. "These crops are my spoils now." He glanced at the sisters and added, "You 3 should leave quickly." The sisters had braced themselves for a grim fate. With their strikingly similar appearances, they understood the potential dangers they faced, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Having witnessed Zhu Linyuan's prowess in dispatching the aberrant beast, they were acutely aware that if he chose to act against them, they would stand no chance. However, they were taken aback by how easily he let them go. The second and third sisters quickly expressed their gratitude and attempted to flee, but the eldest suddenly stopped them. She surveyed the lurking beasts outside and then looked at the imposing man before her, akin to a war god, and boldly proposed, "May we accompany you? We promise not to be a burden. We are all students from Nan University, and we could be of use to you. Accepting us would surely be beneficial." The eldest sister's eyes locked onto Zhu Linyuan's, her heart fluttering with a mix of hope and trepidation as she awaited his response. Chapter 35. The enigmatic trio accepted into the fold. Zhu Linyuan had already made up his mind. He had to bring these 3 into his fold. After all, they were renowned plant specialists in his previous life, and the crops they cultivated had sustained the entire Nan City base. By securing their allegiance, he could alleviate future concerns regarding food supplies and potentially control the entire grain source of Nan City. This would prove to be an invaluable asset for his future endeavors. Yet, even with his resolve, Zhu Linyuan refrained from voicing his agreement immediately, deliberately pausing for effect. The sisters, sensing his hesitation, grew increasingly anxious. While the second and third sisters had been somewhat reluctant to follow Zhu Linyuan based on the eldest's insistence, they now felt an urgent desire for him to accept their sister's proposal. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely the reaction Zhu Linyuan sought. He understood that people often do not cherish what comes too easily. Only in losing something do they recognize its value. Consequently, he intended to increase the challenge of the process to ensure they appreciated the opportunity. Thus, he feigned contemplation, allowing them to grow impatient. For the initiative lay firmly in his hands. "I do not require useless individuals in my ranks." Zhu Linyuan finally spoke after a moment of deliberation. "Here's the deal. You 3 will transplant these crops onto my land. If the transplant proves successful, I will agree to your inclusion in my ranks. Should you demonstrate your worth, I may even assign some personnel to assist you in managing my lands. Transplant the crops." The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. All 3 were students from the Department of Biology at Nan University, specializing in botany, and were among the top scholars in a prestigious institution. This was their forte, perfectly aligned with their skills. "Absolutely." The eldest sister, seeing her younger siblings nod in agreement, confidently replied, "Rest assured, sir, we have our tools from before. We will handle this with utmost care." With that, the sisters rolled up their sleeves and began to work, exuberantly immersing themselves in the task. Zhu Linyuan observed from the entrance, occasionally dispatching any encroaching mutated beasts. He nodded in approval at the sisters' adept in professional movements, satisfied that he had made the right choice. A smile graced his face, reflecting his contentment. After venturing out, not only did he acquire seeds and crops, but he also obtained a second-level spore, which could significantly enhance his evolutionary capacity. Most importantly, he recruited 3 rather capable subordinates, laying a solid foundation for his future power development. As dusk fell, the 3 sisters finally completed their tasks with the crops. Those deemed devoid of transplant value were promptly harvested for food, while the valuable ones were skillfully processed and loaded onto the vehicle. "Hop in. I shall take you to my territory," Zhu Linyuan casually remarked as he opened the door. The 3 sisters gazed in awe at the imposing vehicle before them, their eyes sparkling with admiration. It was undeniably magnificent. The rugged mechanical beauty captivated not only men but also women, leaving them enthralled. Do we truly inhabit the same apocalyptic world? The 3 sisters simultaneously shared this thought, cautiously climbing aboard the colossal machine. Their movements were exceedingly delicate, fearful of disturbing Zhu Linyuan, the future boss. Meanwhile, at Zhu Linyuan's residence, the search bore fruit. 2 men concealed themselves not far from Zhu Linyuan's home, observing the laboring captives with expressions of surprise. "Many of them are from our organization, missing alongside by Yuan. This must be the place our leader instructed us to find, exclaimed one of the blond men excitedly. Indeed, nodded a bespectacled man, his demeanor calm and collected. We should report back to the leader, eliminate this place entirely, and rescue Lan Ying and Bai Yuan. The leader will undoubtedly reward us. Report back to the leader? The blond man shot the scholar a disdainful glance. We have over 200 elite warriors at our disposal, not a bunch of useless drunks like Bai Yuan subordinates. If we join forces, we can take this place down. Bring Lan Ying and Bai Yuan back, along with the head of this faction leader. Wouldn't that be far more advantageous? The blond man brimmed with confidence. That is not wise. The scholar immediately shook his head in disapproval. Bai Yuan came here with the leader's 2 personal guards, who were exceptionally strong, yet dared not intervene. We have no need to take such risks. The safest approach is to inform the leader, allowing her to take action. All members of our organization should mobilize to annihilate this place completely. Do you want to be under the thumb of those women for the rest of your life? The blond man suddenly locked eyes with the scholar. We, the Extreme Path organization, exist primarily for those women. Although we are captains, we hardly ever get to interact with the leader. Am I wrong? The blond man continued passionately. If we wish to ascend, to truly live with dignity, we must achieve merit. The leader values Lan Ying highly. If we can directly rescue her and present her to the leader, we will surely be favored. Don't you wish to take a gamble? The scholar felt slightly swayed, but after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head in refusal. I won't go. I don't want to take the risk. You can stay behind, the blond man asserted firmly. Just lend me your subordinates, and I will lead them to encircle the enemy. You want to have to expose yourself, and we will share the credit. Are you serious? The scholar inquired, astonished. The prospect of avoiding exertion while still reaping the rewards seemed too good to be true. When have I ever joked? The blond man replied resolutely. Very well. The scholar ceased his hesitation. If he couldn't even dare to take this small risk, he would never rise to the captain's position. Just wait for me to eliminate the leader of this faction and rescue Lan Ying and the others, the blond man declared, a sinister smile crossing his face as he turned his gaze towards the captives. Before leading over 200 henchmen to stealthily surround the fields where Zhu Linyuan and her companions were located. At that moment in the fields, over 100 individuals had just set down their sickles and hoes, relishing their meal. Old Zhang, if life could continue like this, it wouldn't be half bad. A burly man mused, munching on a piece of bread. Working daily guarantees food. We don't have to resort to capturing and selling people. I feel it's actually quite good. Indeed, another hefty man chimed in, taking a sip of water. I never wanted to be a trafficker either, but under those circumstances, we had no choice but to serve the organization to survive. Across from them, a robust man adorned with a small tattoo of Peppa Pig spat disdainfully. What are you two pretending to be philosophers for? You two are nothing special. After scolding them, the burly man sighed. Yet you both have a point. With Boss Zhu protecting us, we need not worry about safety. We can work, eat, and sleep in peace. This life is quite comfortable, he concluded, finishing off the last of his bread before standing up. All right, back to work. At that moment, the burly man froze, his expression shifting as he shouted, Get up. There's trouble. Someone is approaching. Chapter 36. Zhu Linyuan's ability. Everyone hurriedly stood, with Zhu Linyuan and Lu Bai at the forefront. They observe a large group stealthily rounding Zhu Linyuan's building, inching toward them along the corner. Several guards lay lifeless on the ground, evidently slain. The newcomers bore ill intentions. Everyone realized this grim truth. Arm yourselves. Faced with an impending threat, Zhu Linyuan remained remarkably composed. The opposing force is not too numerous, and not everyone is armed. We can certainly withstand their assault. Listen, if we take down one of them, we will receive an extra piece of bread daily. If we eliminate 2, we won't need to wear shackles anymore, shedding our captive status. If we defeat 3, we'll become squad leaders, overseeing 10 individuals. Form ranks, as I previously instructed, and follow my command. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the previously hesitant captives felt invigorated, each grasping their sickles and hoes, eager to charge forward. If they could eliminate 3 of the enemy, they would no longer be captives and could command 10 people. This would grant them a foothold in this apocalyptic world. Most importantly, they recalled that Zhu Linyuan single-handedly defeated over 100 foes. As long as they could hold on until Zhu Linyuan arrived to assist, the enemies would be no match for him. They could simply bask in his glory afterward. These captives were already desperate individuals. Now, spurred by the promise of gain, they became increasingly exhilarated. Some among them harbored ulterior motives, but with the battle still unfolding, they dared not reveal their true intentions. Lu Bai grasped the alloy combat knife entrusted to him by Zhu Linyuan, standing fiercely at the forefront. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan, with her hands clasped behind her back, observed the enemy calmly, silent as a statue. Brothers, charge and eliminate them. The blond man on the opposing side shouted, leading his men into the fray. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. The first man in line collapsed, a crossbow bolt embedded in his chest. Be cautious. The blond man cried out, retreating into the ranks, cautiously peering out. He discovered that it was the woman at the front who held the crossbow. "I still possess this weapon?" The blonde man cursed, then roared, "The enemy has but a mere crossbow. Charge forward without fear." With that, he concealed himself within the ranks and surged forward. However, this time, their momentum was considerably diminished. Seeking death, Zhu Linyuan aimed at the man before the blonde and released another arrow. The individual blocking the blonde man fell lifelessly. By now, the opposing force had closed in significantly, and Zhu Linyuan raised her right arm, sweeping it downward. "Brothers, advance!" Behind her, over 100 individuals wielding sickles and hoes began to march forward step by step. In order to prevent their escape, Zhu Linyuan had previously placed shackles on their ankles. However, at this moment, it seemed that the shackles, which restricted their movements, had fostered an unexpected unity among them, as they advanced step by step like a disciplined battalion. "First row attack," Zhu Linyuan shouted once more, releasing a crossbow bolt that struck down an adversary. As her voice echoed, the individuals in the front row swung their scythes in unison, cleaving towards the heads of their opponents as if mowing down grass. Their scythes measured approximately 1.4 meters in length, while the weapons wielded by their opponents, such as machetes and steel pipes, were less than 1 meter long. In that moment, the advantage of length became strikingly apparent. The opponent's weapons could not reach them, while they could freely harvest the lives of their adversaries. In one fell swoop, the Jidao organization lost around 10 individuals. Unfazed, Zhu Linyuan continued. "Second row, attack." Suddenly, the second row thrust their shovels through the gaps between the knees of the first row, delivering a simultaneous assault. The shovels struck near the knees of the Jidao members, who were entirely unprepared for such an attack, causing them to recoil in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the front row swung their scythes once more, decimating the group. In the blink of an eye, the Jidao organization had suffered the loss of 20 to 30 men. The morale on Zhu Linyuan's side soared. The captives suddenly realized that this group was utterly disorganized and easy to defeat as long as they followed Zhu Linyuan's commands. It felt as though a regular army was dismantling a band of rogue fighters. "Fall back. They cannot catch us." The blonde man noticed the shackles on the feet of their opponents and quickly instructed, "Brothers, spread out and encircle them. We outnumber them. They are certainly no match for us." Upon hearing his words, the members of the Jidao organization immediately dispersed. Just then, the blonde man suddenly heard a whistling sound and hastily rolled to the side. Thwack! An arrow struck his shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. "Damn it! I will kill you, you filthy woman." The blonde man cursed, clutching his wound. Zhu Linyuan, expressionless, readied another crossbow bolt, aiming directly at him. Terrified, the blonde man quickly retreated into the crowd. Back and forth, the morale of the Jidao organization plummeted, while Zhu Linyuan's spirit remained high. "Brothers, do not be afraid," the blonde man shouted. "We have the numbers. We can outlast them. They have only 2 tricks. We fell for it once, but it will not work again. As long as we move quickly and disrupt their formation, we can engage them in close combat where their scythes and shovels will be ineffective." Hearing his words, the Jidao organization finally managed to muster a bit of morale. Zhu Linyuan calmly instructed, "Everyone, arrange yourselves in the second formation I previously outlined and follow my commands." After the previous 2 rounds, the group had recognized Zhu Linyuan's prowess, and they promptly reformed into what appeared to be 3 concentric circles. The outermost individuals wielded rakes. The second circle held scythes, and the innermost group carried shovels. Observing their formation, the Jidao members hesitated, none daring to charge forward, as those who had previously done so had perished. "Damn it, that filthy woman is just putting on a show," the blonde man cursed, though fear crept into his heart, preventing him from leading the charge. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the Jidao ranks. Looking back, they were met with the sight of a massive black SUV barreling towards them like a ferocious beast, crashing directly into their ranks. The impact sent the henchmen flying like broken sacks, their bodies mangled upon hitting the ground. The remaining members scrambled to escape, fearing they might be struck as well. However, in the next instant, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. A tall man emerged from the car, barehanded, and surveyed the crowd with an indifferent gaze, seemingly dismissive of their presence. It was none other than Zhu Linyuan. Upon seeing just one individual before them, the blonde man's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Damn it! So arrogant? Surround him!" With that, he charged towards Zhu Linyuan. In the next moment, thwack! The blonde man was obliterated by a single punch from Zhu Linyuan. His remains splattered across the ground. A stunned silence enveloped the scene. Even the captives under Zhu Linyuan's command stood frozen, astonished by the expressionless figure before them. The once boastful blonde man had been reduced to a heap of flesh. Suddenly, someone gulped audibly. The circle surrounding Zhu Linyuan began to retreat cautiously, each one holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. "Anyone who moves will die," Zhu Linyuan declared, scanning the crowd. In an instant, everyone halted. "Those who wish to live, kneel," he commanded once more. Thud! Over 100 burly men knelt without hesitation. For although Zhu Linyuan had thrown only a single punch, its intimidating power was overwhelming, having reduced their leader to mere pulp. The burly men dare not stir. Ziyuan, arrange for them to be shackled. The rest is up to you, Zhu Linyuan instructed. Observing the freshly captured prisoners being fitted with shackles, his mood notably improved. Boss, with this batch of captives, along with those previously recruited, we now have a total of 311 individuals under our command, Su Ziyuan reported. Among them, there are 272 men and 39 women, including 48 students whom Liu Bai is currently managing. The tasks you assigned for constructing the fence and clearing the land have been completed. What are your next instructions? Su Ziyuan spoke quickly and clearly. First, assign a few people to unload the seeds and seedlings from a vehicle. Our tasks over the next few days will focus on agriculture. Let those with farming experience take the lead and ensure that all seedlings and seeds are planted. Do not cease the work of clearing the land. Once this area is managed, we still have ample forested land to cultivate. Assign teams to find suitable places in the nearby mountains to expand our planting area, Zhu Linyuan instructed. Increase the rewards for those working in the mountains. Provide them with equipment, and if they encounter unavoidable dangers, they must notify me immediately for resolution. Su Ziyuan nodded, understanding that generous rewards would attract brave individuals willing to take risks. There are plenty of reckless people out there. By the way, Zhu Linyuan said, glancing at the vehicle, there are 3 individuals still inside whom I brought back as agricultural specialists. They will be responsible for crop cultivation moving forward. Please assign them some personnel to assist in their work, as agriculture will be our top priority. Understood, boss, Su Ziyuan replied, her excitement evident. She had been worried about her lack of agricultural knowledge, but Zhu Linyuan had unexpectedly brought her capable helpers. As they conversed, several zombies nearby, drawn by the commotion, staggered towards them, only to be swiftly dispatched by Liu Bai and his team. We need to clear the zombies in this vicinity, Zhu Linyuan mused. To develop this area, we must create an environment free of zombies. Here is the plan. Zhu Linyuan, contemplating, retrieved a map from the vehicle. Let's designate some personnel specifically to secure this area. Zhu Linyuan spoke as he sketched a rectangle on the map. This rectangle originated from his current fields, perfectly encircling his residence at the center, along with several adjacent buildings. Su Ziyuan calculated that it was approximately a 100 by 200 rectangle, encompassing around 20,000 square meters. Given the manpower at her disposal, she believed that with some time, a complete lockdown could be achieved, albeit requiring a substantial amount of materials. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhu Linyuan stated directly that the lockdown was primarily aimed at the zombies, suggesting a simple barricade using iron chains and nets. He mentioned that there were plenty of materials in the underground warehouse and instructed her to send people to retrieve them. He advised checking for anyone skilled in lockpicking, as once the lockdown was established, they would proceed to unlock all the buildings and eliminate all zombies, transforming this area into their stronghold. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the people around them were filled with excitement. They could sense that Zhu Linyuan was genuinely committed to cultivating this land, intending to create a habitable territory. Should they succeed, they would possess a sense of belonging in this apocalyptic world. In that moment, they suddenly felt a connection to this place, as if they had found a home. Su Ziyuan was especially thrilled. She had always relished challenges, including assisting Zhu Linyuan in establishing a vast commercial empire before the apocalypse, which was driven by her love for challenges. Now that Zhu Linyuan entrusted her with the task of creating a gathering place, she felt immense exhilaration. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. The creation of a gathering place could not rely solely on his efforts. Only through collective endeavor would they foster a sense of belonging and identity in this territory, thereby establishing a true faction. Otherwise, they would merely be a group held together by force. Zhu Linyuan stood up, collecting the spoils of this encounter, and strode towards the dissection room. He did not rush to process the materials from the tiger-type aberrations, but instead took out the second-level spore. The second-level spore was not only significantly larger, but also exuded a greater vitality, seemingly possessing its own consciousness as it writhed and attempted to escape its container. However, such efforts were in vain. Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan injected the prepared serum into the spore. Soon, the spore transformed into an evolutionary liquid. The color of this evolution serum was deeper than that of the first-level evolution liquid, and its fragrance was far more enticing. The first vial of second-level evolution liquid, what kind of surprise might it bring? Holding the exquisite evolution serum, Zhu Linyuan's face lit up with anticipation. Gradually, he exhaled, adjusting his physical state to its optimum before swallowing the evolution serum in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though his body had exploded, accompanied by excruciating pain. Chapter 38, Breakthrough, Second Level, Evolver Boom. The moment the second-level evolution liquid entered his stomach, Zhu Linyuan felt his mind go blank. In the next heartbeat, it was as if his body ignited in flames. The capillaries beneath his skin burst forth, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. Simultaneously, An inferno seemed to blaze within him, causing agonizing pain throughout his internal organs. Despite Zhu Linyuan's resilience and capacity for endurance, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. At the same time, his physique expanded rapidly, growing from approximately 1.9 meters to nearly 2.5 meters in height. His muscles swelled to a terrifying degree, more imposing than even the Hulk, with his forearms thicker than the thighs of an average person, resembling a humanoid beast radiating an aura of sheer ferocity and murderous intent. He teetered on the edge of losing control. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Luo Qingying has completed 1,000 squats. Daily task accomplished. Host gains 1 attribute point." Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhu Linyuan regained a sliver of clarity. He decided to allocate the attribute point to his constitution. With the last vestiges of rationality, he commanded the system to enhance his constitution. In the next moment, he felt a warm current surge through his body, gradually fortifying him. Although faint, this warmth served as a lifeline, pulling him back from the abyss of darkness. The capillaries on his skin ceased to rupture, and his physique began to shrink back to normal, his gaze sharpening in clarity. Finally, after a while, Zhu Linyuan returned to his normal stature, his muscles now aesthetically pleasing, complemented by his rugged features, resembling a model. "I underestimated the effects of the second-level evolution liquid," he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. "I had initially believed that my constitution could handle the second-level evolution liquid without issue, yet I nearly encountered disaster." He pondered that if it had not been for Luo Qingying completing her daily task, providing him with a life-saving attribute point, the situation could have escalated severely. Although he had managed to endure physically, his mind had been consumed by thoughts of slaughter, vengeance, and chaos, which could have led to uncontrollable behavior. Such an outcome would have been catastrophic for the fledgling faction. He had not anticipated such risks associated with consuming evolution liquids of a higher tier. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. In his previous life, he had never consumed evolution liquids of a higher tier, nor had he heard of anyone doing so, assuming it was due to insufficient constitution. It seemed he had been mistaken. There were likely secrets involved. Gazing at the remnants of the spore within the container, he frowned again. In his last life, humanity had never fully comprehended the purpose of these spores or why they had suddenly arrived on Earth. Humanity had been struggling to survive, lacking the energy and capacity to explore the origins of the apocalypse. However, in this life, he had a significantly higher starting point, and perhaps he could change certain outcomes. Zhu Linyuan murmured to himself, clenching his fist as he felt the surging power within him, brimming with ambition. At this moment, his status panel had undergone a tremendous transformation. Name, Zhu Linyuan. Rank, second level evolver, evolution level 3. Strength, 192. Speed, 156. Constitution, 178. Attribute points, 0. Daily tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture tasks. None. Number of prisoners, 3. All 3 attributes had reached triple digits, with strength nearing the 200 mark. Zhu Linyuan remarked, "Based on the attribute points, my overall strength must have more than doubled." However, he recognized that the true enhancement of his overall strength was likely several times greater. He understood that doubling attribute points does not equate to merely doubling strength. It represents a terrifying leap in capability. With his current strength, he felt confident enough to explore the back mountains, anticipating the formidable aberrations that might lurk there. Zhu Linyuan was filled with eager anticipation. He yearned for more evolution liquid, reveling in the sensation of enhanced power. With a little time left before the arrival of the moon disaster, he thought optimistically that he might even reach the third-level evolver tier. If he truly could break through to third-level evolver, the moon disaster would transform into an opportunity for him. Zhu Linyuan was filled with anticipation. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind once more. "Survivor Gu Qiuyu has committed grave sins. Please apprehend him swiftly. Successful capture rewards 5 bottles of Constitution Enhancement Serum. 50 attribute points. What is happening with the system?" Upon witnessing the sudden generosity of the rewards, Zhu Linyuan expressed his astonishment, inquiring how such lavishness had come to be. He had previously ascertained that each vial of the physique enhancement elixir could elevate one's constitution by 10 points. Thus, accomplishing this task would yield a total reward equivalent to a remarkable 100 attribute points. This was undeniably extravagant. Coincidentally, he would eventually have to confront Gu Qiuyu. A cold smirk graced Zhu Linyuan's face. Regardless of whether it was Luo Qingying, Lan, or even by Yuan and Zhang Miao, all were intricately tied to Gu Qiuyu. She was, at present, the most significant trafficker in the population trade within Nan City. Although humanity had lost the constraints of law in this post-apocalyptic era, and moral standards had significantly waned, Zhu Linyuan still found such behavior intolerable. He was not a saint. When faced with those he detested, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. However, he could not abide by the notion of treating fellow humans as mere commodities, caged and bartered. For individuals he could not tolerate, Zhu Linyuan typically resorted to one method of resolution, striking them down. Yet, as she was a criminal, he thought it more fitting to confine her to his prison for the remainder of her days. A fate he believed would inflict greater suffering upon her than a swift death. A chilling smile lingered on his lips. As for her organization, he found it fortuitous that he could assimilate it, as he was currently in need of personnel to execute tasks. In a few succinct thoughts, Zhu Linyuan had already decided the fate of the Extreme Path organization. Gu Qiyu, whether a master of martial arts or commanding 1,000 subordinates, or being one of the 5 major powers in Nan City, meant little to him. In the presence of absolute strength, such factors were utterly insignificant. Zhu Linyuan chuckled softly, casually organizing his gains from the day before taking a bath and returning to his room. At that moment, Luo Qingying had prepared a meal and had curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. It seems she has been quite active. Noticing the rearrangement of the exercise equipment, a smile crept across Zhu Linyuan's face. He playfully pinched Luo Qingying's white arms and legs, noting that she had indeed engaged in considerable exercise, her physique exhibiting subtle changes. This girl, Zhu Linyuan gently pinched Luo Qingying's cheek and carried her back to her room. Just then, Luo Qingying's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. Her large eyes appeared timid, but upon seeing Zhu Linyuan, they sparkled with delight. With a soft peck, Luo Qingying embraced Zhu Linyuan. Now that she was awake, a smile spread across Zhu Linyuan's face as he suggested, "Let us rise and engage in some exercise." Chapter 39. Each displays their talents. 3 women in a play the following day. With the sun already high in the sky, Luo Qingying lazily stretched, resembling a cat as she let out a soft hum and slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan was exercising on the balcony, bare-chested, with sunlight cascading over his muscular form, resembling a sculpture from ancient Greece. He certainly appears invigorated, Luo Qingying thought enviously, observing Zhu Linyuan. After such exertion, he still seemed full of energy. Despite her own enhanced physique, she felt utterly drained and unable to move. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had just completed his training for the day. He casually allocated his attribute points to enhance his strength, relishing the sense of increasing power before rising with satisfaction. Each day, he earned 3 attribute points from completing daily tasks, and the 3 prisoners under his command contributed 4 points daily. Altogether, that amounted to 7 points per day. While this may seem modest, the cumulative total was quite impressive. With this in mind, Zhu Linyuan focused his thoughts, activating the system interface to observe the prison. He noticed Luo Qingying and Lan Ying engaged in their daily tasks, while Bai Yuan was quietly conversing with Zhang Miao, as if summoned by his thoughts. Bai Yuan's voice reached his ears through the system. It turned out Zhang Miao was a member of the Zhang family, one of the 3 prominent families. Understanding this, Zhu Linyuan realized why she had so many enforcers at her disposal. They were family-appointed lackeys. Regrettably, Zhang Miao had lost her memory. Otherwise, he could have extracted valuable information about the Zhang family from her. Zhu Linyuan held a keen interest in the Zhang family, which had its roots in underground fighting. And indeed, he was intrigued by all 5 major powers in Nan City. There was no rush. He intended to pacify each of these factions one by one. Nan City was too small. Having 1 power would suffice. Zhu Linyuan murmured to himself, pulling his focus back to the present. At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Miao was without clothing, merely wrapped in a bedsheet. Since she had completed her daily task yesterday, he decided to fetch her a set of clothes. Zhu Linyuan casually grabbed an outfit, intending to deliver it to her, hoping to earn some loyalty points. After all, with Zhang Miao's amnesia, she should be quite amenable to winning her trust. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the vital attribute point he had gained from Luo Qingying during his breakthrough. Indeed, she had rendered him significant assistance. Observing Luo Qingying as she trained, perspiring and pushing through her limits, Zhu Linyuan reconsidered and returned to procure some supplies for her. He gathered some massage oil for post-exercise relief, food, milk for its nutritional benefits, and some low-sugar fruits. Realizing she might find it difficult to wash up, he also included toiletries and several sets of clothing, including 2 sets of sleepwear. Before long, Zhu Linyuan was hefting a large bundle, making his way to the prison. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Lan Ying had collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. "I can't take it anymore," she gasped, feeling as though her legs belonged to someone else. Having completed over 200 squats that day, her legs felt numb. With vacant eyes, she muttered, "To think I must do 1,000 squats every day. Is this hell?" On the first day, she had gritted her teeth in determination, but by now, she could no longer endure. The fatigue from the workouts accumulated daily. If fatigue were assigned a numerical value, hers would surely be maxed out at this point. After a brief pause, Lan Ying finally regained her composure, but upon seeing Luo Qingying still persevering, she felt defeated. Has this Luo Qingying lost her mind? Lan Ying's gulp. 1,000 squats and 1,000 crunches daily. Sometimes even more. Doesn't she tire? Could one really train so intensely in a prison? Lianying felt as if she would be overwhelmed by Luo Qingying's relentless dedication. This is too much. Damn it, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her frustration. What is the point of all this? Even if we do it every day, we still end up locked in this prison like everyone else. She grumbled, how foolish. Nearby, Bai Yuan and Zhang Yao sat on the floor, watching Luo Qingying train. Entirely unmoved, Bai Yuan noted that no one was supervising them. Even if they chose not to participate, who would know? She communicated this thought to Zhang Yao. With her memory lost, was utterly compliant, responding to every suggestion like a docile child. Meanwhile, Luo Qingying continued her training, undeterred by her exhaustion, her body weary yet resolute. Just then, the prison door creaked open. With the sound of the door, a tall figure entered, the very presence of Zhu Linyuan. Upon seeing him, Lianying and Bai Yuan quickly sprang to their feet, feigning their training efforts. Zhang Yao followed suit, clutching her bedsheet as she attempted to mimic their squats. As she struggled to wrap herself appropriately, she could only cover her upper body, revealing her slender, fair legs, reminiscent of an ethereal beauty from a comic. However, Zhu Linyuan did not spare a glance for the other three. He strode directly into cell number 1. With a thud, the heavy bundle he carried was dropped to the ground, producing a dull thump. What is this? Luo Qingying questioned, her gaze fixed on the large package at her feet. For you, Zhu Linyuan replied. Zhu Linyuan remained unfazed as he opened the package, retrieving one item after another. Chocolate, sausages, self-heating hot pot, mineral water, milk, watermelon, cherries, mangoes, toothpaste, facial cleanser, long skirts, sailor uniforms, yoga attire, and pajamas. The other three individuals stared in astonishment. Lianying glanced down at her own tattered qipao, then back at the array of skirts across from her, realizing with a jolt the stark disparity in their circumstances. Here I am, imprisoned, yet subjected to such unfair treatment? Lianying seethed with indignation. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan unexpectedly tossed a set of clothes into the neighboring cell, instructing Zhang Yao. Change into these instead of wrapping yourself in a bedsheet. Zhang Yao hesitated for a moment, then hastily picked up the clothes from the floor, discarding the bedsheet to change. In an instant, Zhu Linyuan observed everything with clarity. While the scene was undeniably enticing, he maintained a composed demeanor. The others were left bewildered. Is this a new tactic? Bai Yuan blinked, questioning, has she truly lost her memory? Why do I feel she possesses such depth in her schemes? Lianying cursed inwardly, another one employing such tricks. Is this the trend now? Previously, she had utilized a similar strategy, which, though yielding little benefit, had at least prompted Zhu Linyuan to assist in alleviating her fatigue and loosening her muscles. The euphoric sensation lingered vividly in her memory. I must raise the stakes, Lianying resolved, or else they will reap all the advantages. With that thought, she feigned a stumble, exerting force to rip her qipao further, rendering it almost in two, creating an irresistible sight. Oh dear, what am I to do? She exclaimed in feigned surprise. Brother Zhu, my clothes are utterly ruined. Could you possibly assist me? My leg also aches terribly. In Chapter 40, Jealousy and Growing Subservience, though not much training occurred daily, events unfolded rapidly. Upon witnessing Lianying's predicament, Zhu Linyuan spoke without mercy. You'll have to manage your clothing. I'll check on your leg shortly. Despite his reluctance to engage with Lianying, he acknowledged her consistent completion of daily tasks, thus refraining from being overly harsh. These individuals were indeed creating value for themselves. Afterward, he turned to Luo Qingying. Lie down. I need to examine your body. Engaging in such intense exercise daily necessitates the use of medication and massage, or your body will not endure. Even those who frequent the gym struggle to maintain such an extreme regimen of 1,000 squats or crunches each day. It is an alarming volume of exertion. Zhu Linyuan understood that Luo Qingying was solely relying on her willpower to persevere. However, if this continued, her body would soon falter. Medication and massage were essential. Martial artists and athletes alike follow similar practices, often with the guidance of specialized nutritionists. Luo Qingying did not glance at the items Zhu Linyuan brought her. Instead, she obediently lay down as instructed. She lifted her shirt, rolling up her loose sweatpants to reveal her fair, toned abdomen and beautiful legs, fixating her gaze on Zhu Linyuan with a hint of anticipation. At present, the only thing sustaining her determination was this brief time spent with Zhu Linyuan each day. Observing her compliance, Zhu Linyuan nodded approvingly, pleased. Her subservience value had reached 59 points, and he hoped it would surpass 60 today. The reason Zhu Linyuan treated Luo Qingying differently was twofold. She performed exceptionally well, yielding greater returns, and her subservience value grew rapidly. She had begun to accept his requests without much resistance. Zhu Linyuan applied some oil to his hands and began to massage Luo Qingying's long, fair legs, alleviating her physical fatigue. With his deft and practiced technique, coupled with the stimulating effects of the oil, the accumulated tension within her was released in an instant. As if she were floating on clouds, her entire being soaring to the heavens. She could not help but close her eyes, gripping the bedsheet tightly, biting her lip. Her complexion flushed, exuding an irresistible allure. Zhu Linyuan remained oblivious to all of this, fully focused on relieving her bodily strain. After completing the massage on both legs, he proceeded to work on her waist and abdomen. Soon, marks from his hands appeared on her fair skin. Turn over, he instructed once he finished. However, at this moment, Luo Qingying was engulfed in a peculiar state, her mind blank, oblivious to Zhu Linyuan's words. It seems she is truly exhausted, he mused, shaking his head before gently flipping her over and relieving her pressure from behind. Once he finished, Luo Qingying remained entranced in her strange state. Zhu Linyuan smiled, choosing not to rouse her, instead draping a blanket over her before exiting cell 1. Brother Zhu, what about me? Lan Ning, witnessing Luo Qingying's response, was flooded with memories of the sensation from when Zhu Linyuan had massaged her. Unable to contain herself, she called out eagerly. I know, Zhu Linyuan replied, his tone markedly colder, contrasting sharply with how he treated Luo Qingying. Yet, for some reason, Lan Ning found a peculiar comfort in this rough treatment. Previously, every man she encountered had placed her at the center of their universe, showering her with compliments and attempting to please her, each one resembling a sycophant. Yet, she had never held any interest in them. Even among those with commendable attributes, she found them tedious. Throughout her life, she had not encountered a man who captured her attention until her imprisonment. I complete the tasks you assign me daily. Lan Ning murmured pitifully after being reprimanded by Zhu Linyuan, obediently lying down as she looked at him with hopeful anticipation. And your daily tasks are barely half of Luo Qingying's, Zhu Linyuan remarked while applying oil to his hands. If you could achieve her level, I would assist you without you having to ask. As he spoke, he roughly grasped Lan Ying's legs and pressed down forcefully. She cried out in pain, unable to suppress a scream. However, within moments, she succumbed to the bliss of the massage. Yet, less than 3 minutes later, Zhu Linyuan declared, that will suffice. What? Lan Ying's face flushed, still enveloped in the sensation, when Zhu Linyuan abruptly halted, leaving her feeling unsatisfied. My waist hasn't been addressed, she exclaimed, gesturing to her curves beneath the qipao, gazing at him with longing. You haven't even done any crunches. What is there to massage? Zhu Linyuan retorted, exasperated. But as Lan Ning attempted to protest, she noticed the coldness in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, causing her to swallow her words. She was astute enough to recognize when to exhibit a bit of defiance and when to refrain. Earlier, she had sensed Zhu Linyuan was in a good mood, prompting her to make a request. Now, however, it was clear he had lost his patience, and she dared not push her luck further. Observing her reaction, Zhu Linyuan's expression softened slightly as he said, turn around. Let me see how your clothes are holding up. What? Lan Ning was taken aback. She was acutely aware of the state of her qipao, feeling a wave of embarrassment at the thought of turning around. Do not waste time. Zhu Linyuan's voice grew icy once more. Sensing his impatience, Lan Ning quickly complied. She turned to reveal that her qipao was now completely torn at the back, split from top to bottom, exposing her exquisite back and long legs in full view. It was indeed unwearable. Zhu Linyuan nodded and said, next time I come over, I shall bring you something. With that, he rose and departed without hesitation. Hearing the heavy sound of the door closing, Lan Ning pouted and murmured, what an unromantic, odious man. I will make you succumb sooner or later. Nearby, Zhang Miao delightedly examined her new attire, radiating joy like a child. Bai Yuan glanced at Lan Ning, then at Luo Qingying, her expression revealing deep contemplation. It seemed that this elder brother Zhu was rather favorable towards Luo Qingying. Was it due to her diligent training or her obedience? Bai Yuan speculated within herself. Moreover, he appeared impatient with women's whims, which indicated that she too ought to make targeted adjustments to herself. This elder brother Zhu was exceedingly generous. Bai Yuan observed the pile of supplies that had formed a small mountain within Luo Qingying's cell, feeling envious and secretly resolving to employ some tactics next time. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had returned to his room and opened the system panel. How could this be? Upon seeing the panel's values, Zhu Linyuan was instantly stupefied. How could there be such a significant increase? Chapter 41. Lan Ying's sister, the Rose Maiden. At this moment, the subservience values of Luo Qingying and Lan Ning had both surged dramatically. Luo Qingying's subservience value soared to an impressive 81 points. According to the system, once the subservience value reached 80, Luo Qingying would no longer be capable of betraying Zhu Linyuan. Furthermore, she would essentially fulfill his requests, even if they were somewhat excessive. Lan Ying's subservience value had also risen to 47 points, a staggering increase that was not inferior to that of Luo Qingying. Was a competition between them yielding such remarkable results? Zhu Linyuan was mildly astonished. He had deliberately favored Luo Qingying to encourage comparison among the prisoners, inciting a sense of internal competition. Yet, he had not anticipated such pronounced effects. It seemed he could occasionally release Luo Qingying now, he thought. With her subservience value having reached a certain level, the risk of betrayal was non-existent, and there was no need to keep her confined. After all, even if released, she could still assist Zhu Linyuan in gaining attribute points through training. Moreover, she could undertake additional tasks. Her combat prowess was on par with that of adult men, and her resilience far surpassed that of others. Most importantly, she was exceedingly loyal, at a time when Zhu Linyuan was in need of capable individuals. How could he overlook such talent? However, there was no rush. Having just harvested a wave of subservience points, it was best to allow them to calm down first. He planned to release Luo Qingying in a day or two. Perhaps then he could harvest another wave of subservience points. Zhu Linyuan considered the implications. Right? With a rise in subservience points, their daily tasks should also have changed. With this thought, he turned his attention back to their attribute panels. Name: Luo Qingying, prisoner no. 1. Subservience value: 81. Strength: 6. Speed: 7. Constitution: 7. Daily tasks: complete 1,000 squats. Reward host 1 attribute point. 792-1000. Complete 1,000 crunches. Reward host 1 attribute point. 01000. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward host 1 attribute point. 01000. The addition of push-ups indicated that obtaining this attribute point will be temporarily out of reach. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. He was well acquainted with Luo Qingying's physique. Compared to crunches and squats, push-ups posed a greater challenge for her due to insufficient upper body strength. It appeared he needed to procure a constitution-enhancing potion for her, and in the future, he could also provide her with some first-tier evolution fluid. Zhu Linyuan pondered silently, then shifted his gaze to Lan Ying's panel. Name: Lan Ying, prisoner number 2. Subservience value: 47. Strength: 4. Speed: 5. Constitution: 4. Daily tasks: complete 1,000 squats. Reward host 1 attribute point. 268-1000. Complete 1,000 crunches. Reward host 1 attribute point. 01000. Lan Ying's values were significantly lower, reflecting an ordinary level. Merely completing squats was already a daunting task, while crunches seemed impossible. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. It seemed he also needed to provide her with some first-tier evolution fluid to enhance her various attributes. He contemplated this, having already advanced to the second tier of evolution, rendering first-tier evolution fluid ineffective for himself. Its sole purpose now was to strengthen his family, friends, and subordinates. Once those around him gained strength, the endeavors he wished to undertake would be more easily pursued. The enhancement of these prisoners' abilities would also yield greater value for him. It was a necessary early investment. However, Zhu Linyuan understood that the most crucial factor remained his own strength enhancement. That was the foundation of all. Otherwise, everything would be built on sand. It seemed the time had come to take action. Zhu Linyuan murmured suddenly, a smile gracing his face. After all, Gu Qiuyu was worth a staggering 100 tribute points. Moreover, given her physical condition, completing these daily tasks should not require my concern. Zhu Linyuan felt a flicker of anticipation and curiosity about the leader of this Extreme Path organization. What manner of person could they be? At this moment, within the headquarters of the Extreme Path organization, a woman of stunning beauty clad in a white Taoist robe stood with her eyes closed, facing an iron cage. The cage was covered with a black cloth, and ominous thuds echoed from within, as if some monstrous creature was relentlessly battering against it. "Open the cage," commanded 2 women dressed in black combat attire to a nearby girl. The girl hesitantly approached the cage, her heart racing as she carefully lifted the black cloth, only to turn pale with fright. Inside the cage was a horrifying beast. If Zhu Linyuan were present, he would instantly recognize it as a first-tier aberration, possessing considerable strength. The creature fixed its gaze on her, seemingly eager to devour her whole. The girl quickly stepped back, covering her mouth tightly, afraid to scream. "Open the cage," the woman in black commanded coldly, "or you shall be thrown into the cage to keep the monster company." At her words, the girl trembled, and with quaking limbs, she hurriedly approached, unlocking the cage's latch as swiftly as possible before retreating hurriedly. Boom! Just then, the cage door was violently flung open by the creature. The aberration lunged toward the girl. In that instant, a white figure darted past, followed by the sound of the sword's whoosh. Buzz! The sound of the sword was fleeting, replaced by the sound of sheathing it. In the next moment, the massive form of the beast collapsed with a resounding thud. Its enormous head severed cleanly from its body. Gu Qiuyu opened her eyes, staring at the creature that lay dead upon the ground, a hint of astonishment flickering in her beautiful gaze. The sword in her hand, Qiuyu, was a treasured heirloom of the Gu family. Said to be forged from a meteorite, a divine weapon capable of slicing through iron like mud, having been passed down for centuries. In the past, she had effortlessly cleaved through reinforced concrete walls with this very sword. However, when she had just severed the beast's head, she had felt resistance. The creature's bones were even harder than steel. A look of seriousness crossed Gu Qiuyu's face. This was a creature recently discovered by her subordinates, which had claimed the lives of many before being captured. Moreover, according to her subordinates, such creatures were becoming increasingly prevalent in the nearby mountains and forests. Moreover, the threat is gradually encroaching upon the urban areas. Indeed, some of these zombies have mutated, transforming into grotesque abominations with formidable strength. If the zombies evolve to possess such power, survival will become increasingly arduous. Gu Qiyu sighed deeply. In the past, she faced zombies without a hint of fear. Even when besieged, she could effortlessly dispatch them all. However, when confronted with such monstrosities, she could not claim absolute confidence, even in her own abilities. One might be manageable, and two could be barely dealt with. Gu Qiyu pondered, but if their numbers increase, I fear I might not only be outmatched, but also unable to escape. She was acutely aware that her ability to conquer such creatures relied on the martial arts skills she had honed since childhood and the extraordinary weapons she wielded. Yet, her physical resilience paled in comparison to these monsters. Just then, a woman entered the room. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Lan Ying. Yet her aura was entirely distinct. If Lan Ying was a lotus, this woman was a rose, fiery, seductive, and somewhat perilous. Jir, what is it? Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Qiuyu's eyes softened momentarily. However, the woman addressed as Jir remained indifferent to her warmth, stating flatly, "Captain of Team 2, Glasses, has returned with news of my sister and wishes to see you." News of Inger, Gu Qiuyu exclaimed eagerly. "Quick, summon him." Chapter 42, The Arrogant Woman. Shortly thereafter, the captain known as Glasses approached Gu Qiuyu. He was of average build, with a somewhat scholarly demeanor. He was the same individual who had previously accompanied the blonde man in search of Zhu Linyuan. However, at that time, the blonde man, in his hubris, had opted to confront Zhu Linyuan directly and was subsequently reduced to rubble by a single punch. Glasses had merely observed from the sidelines, thus narrowly escaping disaster. He hastened before Gu Qiuyu, clasping his fists in greeting. "Boss, I went with Blondie to track down Sister Lan Ying, and we discovered her whereabouts in the western suburbs, near the Xianyang Mountains. There are dozens of our people there, captured by the force that took Sister Lan Ying, now shackled and forced to work." "Well done." Gu Qiuyu nodded with satisfaction, then inquired, "Where's Blondie?" Glasses hesitated before replying. Blondie took 2 teams to engage them, claiming he would bring Sister Lan Ying back. But, noting the sudden cold glint in Gu Qiuyu's eyes, he continued, "The outcome was disastrous. All dead," he sighed despondently. "Those who engaged perished. Blondie was smashed by a single punch, and the rest surrendered. Of the 2 teams, I am the sole survivor." A flash of icy resolve crossed Gu Qiuyu's eyes as her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. "What was the enemy's strength? How many skilled fighters did they have?" "Their strength is rather average," Glasses recalled. "They number about 100, and most of the combatants were merely our captured comrades. However, they seem to have practiced some sort of formation. Blondie was unfamiliar with it and suffered a minor setback. I observed that formation. If we come prepared next time, they will be easily dealt with." As he spoke, he suddenly shook his head. "The only issue is that they have a ruthless individual, likely the one who captured Sister Lan Ying. This person is extraordinarily powerful, almost monstrous. With a single punch, he obliterated Blondie. I have never encountered such a terrifying figure. Confronting such a formidable opponent, it is likely our people would hesitate to act." Glasses then produced a phone and played a video of Zhu Linyuan in action. Gu Qiuyu scrutinized the footage, her expression growing solemn. The power demonstrated in obliterating a person was indeed formidable. Gu Qiuyu mused. Such strength requires not only innate power, but also a certain level of martial arts mastery. One must master the subtleties of internal energy and explosive force. Otherwise, even immense strength would only result in death without the possibility of obliteration. While Gu Qiuyu acknowledged the formidable nature of the adversary, she felt a slight relaxation within. She discerned that the individual's prowess was not insurmountable. Provided she found the right opportunity, she could certainly strike a fatal blow. No matter how powerful, it ultimately depended on a single sword strike. Gu Qiuyu contemplated this and instructed, "Inform all teams to prepare. A fierce battle awaits us today." With Gu Qiuyu's command, the entire organization of Jidao began to operate like a well-oiled machine, with all members converging upon headquarters. Simultaneously, the transformation within the southern city triggered a chain reaction. At this moment, within the Zhang family, Zhang Qingying was practicing calligraphy. "What is happening with the Jidao organization? Such commotion. Have they uncovered something significant?" He set aside his brush. Intrigued, sent a few clever brothers to follow them and see what the Jidao organization is planning. At the same time, the other 3 major powers in southern city dispatched their own operatives to lurk nearby, seeking to uncover the situation. Moments later, the gates of the Jidao headquarters swung open, and nearly 1,000 individuals surged forth. At the forefront stood the leader of the Jidao organization, Gu Qiuyu. Meanwhile, at Zhu Linyuan's residence, he stood before a sizable pool, above which hung by Yuan by a rope. He was conducting a second round of interrogation. During the previous session, he had inquired about the various factions in southern city. Yet, now that he intended to capture Gu Qiuyu, it was essential to understand her thoroughly. Speak of your leader, Gu Qiuyu, as her confidant. You ought to know her well. Zhu Linyuan regarded by Yuan, suspended high above with a pale face, and casually tugged on the rope. Share anything pertinent about her, particularly her capabilities. Speak freely, but avoid superfluous ramblings. Just ask me directly. There's no need to dangle me like this. Bai Yuan glared at the pool below, her complexion waning. In response to her words, Zhu Linyuan shook his head and abruptly released the rope. With a splash, Bai Yuan plummeted into the pool, sending waves of water splattering. As bubbles surfaced, Zhu Linyuan finally hoisted her back up. Soaked to the skin, Bai Yuan's figure was clearly outlined through her wet clothing. As she looked at Zhu Linyuan, Bai Yuan was about to speak when, plop, Zhu Linyuan once again loosened the rope. She fell back into the pool, bubbles rising around her. This time, Zhu Linyuan deliberately delayed before pulling her up again. When she resurfaced, Bai Yuan was disoriented, sputtering water, her limbs bound and suspended, looking utterly miserable. She wielded a sword. Bai Yuan, having been submerged twice, now spoke quickly and directly. Gu Qiuyu has always trained with a sword. Her family has wielded swords for generations. She possesses an ancestral sword, forged from celestial iron, incredibly sharp and capable of slicing through steel as if it were mud. Having been subjected to water torture, Bai Yuan's fear accelerated her speech. Gu Qiuyu practices fast sword techniques, particularly excelling in drawing the sword swiftly, though I can hardly comprehend it. However, I have witnessed her in action against a formidable opponent. Yet, I could not discern her movements. All I heard was the sound of her drawing the sword. And then the adversary was dead, having had their throat severed in a single stroke. After sharing this, Bai Yuan cautiously glanced at Zhu Linyuan. Continue. Zhu Linyuan casually spoke, then slightly loosened his grip. Gu Qiuyu had a penchant for white. Her robes were entirely white, as were her shoes and socks, presenting a flawless exterior of purest white. Gu Qiuyu harbored a disdain for men, said to feel nauseous in their presence, preferring the company of women instead. She held Lan Ying in high regard, while Lan Ying's sister, Lan Ji, was currently a hostage in her possession, employed as leverage against Lan Ying. An enchanting fragrance emanated from Gu Qiuyu, utterly delightful. She had a fondness for peaches. Stop, Zhu Linyuan declared, interrupting Bai Yuan, who was becoming increasingly absurd in her statements. That's enough. He rose and tossed Bai Yuan back into the prison. Bai Yuan collapsed within her cell, gazing at prisoner number 1, where Luo Qingying was indulging in dessert after a meal. Looking at her own drenched state, devoid of change of clothes, she felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Was she not beautiful? Did he truly not understand women? The allure of black stockings and uniforms. Surely, her ensemble should be the epitome of male desire. Bai Yuan seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had arrived at the dissection room, beginning to tidy up the 2 formidable tusks from the previously handled tiger-like aberrant species. The sharpness of the gleaming blade was beyond measure. Zhu Linyuan pondered deeply. He did not underestimate others due to his own elevated attributes. He was acutely aware that true masters existed in the world. Moreover, exceptional weapons could also be found. He had encountered numerous such artifacts in his past life. It was hardly surprising to discover anything on a planet with such a long history. Nevertheless, even if her sword was exceedingly sharp, the tusks of a second-tier aberrant species, particularly 2 of them, should withstand the impact, he mused. If he could block her initial strike, he was confident in his ability to subdue her. Zhu Linyuan murmured to himself. Eliminating Gu Qiuyu was a task he could accomplish with ease, employing countless methods. His caution stemmed from the necessity of capturing her alive to claim the rewards of his mission. Capturing a person was far more challenging than slaying them. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan swiftly processed the 2 tusks. The tusks, combined with previously gathered aberrant bone fragments and some incredibly strong alloys, were forged into a formidable arm guard reminiscent of an enhanced Eastern staff. The arm guard measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a massive alloy fist at the front and 2 curved, sharp tusks at the rear, presenting a striking aesthetic. At 1/3 of the way up the arm guard, a prominent, thick grip emerged. Grasping this handle would allow for effortless manipulation of the arm guard, serving both as a defensive piece and a tool for offense, making it exceptionally versatile. Zhu Linyuan crafted the arm guard to considerable dimensions, taking into account his combat form. Now that he had ascended to a second-tier evolved state, augmented by the system's attribute points, his combat prowess would elevate him to a towering height of approximately 2 meters and 45 centimeters, his physique expanding exponentially. If the arm guard were smaller, it would be no more effective than a dagger, lacking any practical purpose. Let us see how formidable this creation is. Zhu Linyuan contemplated as he made his way to the training ground upstairs, removing his clothing. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his strength. His blood surged, muscles flushed crimson, and waves of heat radiated from him. Simultaneously, his form began to swell, transforming him into a colossal figure exuding an overwhelming presence. With a resounding impact, Zhu Linyuan, initially unarmed, delivered a powerful punch to a sheet of alloy steel. The 7-centimeter thick steel plate instantly bore a massive dent, protruding from the rear. Not bad. Zhu Linyuan nodded in satisfaction, donning the arm guard. After tightening his grip, he unleashed another mighty punch. This time, the colossal alloy fist shattered through the sturdy steel plate effortlessly. Zhu Linyuan felt a surprising ease in his actions. In the next moment, he executed a fierce hook, his fist gliding past the steel plate while the two sharp tusks sliced through it. The 7-centimeter thick alloy steel was cleaved into two segments, the arm guard remaining unscathed. Excellent. Zhu Linyuan could not suppress a triumphant laugh. Previously, when he fought that second-tier aberrant, his alloy long knife had struggled to penetrate its bones, forcing him to wear it down gradually until it succumbed. Now, with this arm guard, he felt confident he could eliminate such a creature in mere moments. Having prepared sufficiently, it was time to retrieve Gu Qiuyu. Zhu Linyuan spoke softly, then glanced at the system map. To his astonishment, the red dot representing Gu Qiuyu was rapidly approaching his location. She is delivering herself right to my doorstep? A smile crept across Zhu Linyuan's face. An opportunity for attribute points. How fortuitous. He donned a loose-fitting outfit and promptly set off toward Gu Qiuyu. Chapter 43. Looking down, one sees the unparalleled beauty of the world at this moment, not far from Zhu Linyuan's residence. Gu Qiuyu was leading nearly all members of the Jidao organization in a grand procession toward his abode. Close to 1,000 henchmen, armed and ready, lined the deserted streets like a formidable serpent, their presence instilling palpable dread. As they advanced, numerous zombies, drawn by the commotion, charged toward the group. However, before they could close the distance, they were effortlessly dispatched by this overwhelming force. Having survived the apocalypse for quite some time, this cadre of fighters had mastered the art of dealing with zombies. Common undead posed no challenge to them. On occasions when they encountered aberrants, a few capable women led the charge, eliminating them with ruthless efficiency. The Jidao organization's march remained unimpeded, seemingly unstoppable. Nearby, figures from other factions lay concealed, their attention drawn to the impending clash between Zhu Linyuan and the Jidao organization. Meanwhile, at the rear of Zhu Linyuan's residence, Su Zian stood before the freshly cleared land, directing a group in their agricultural endeavors. Be careful when transplanting the crops. Don't damage the seedlings. Watch your step and avoid trampling them. Work efficiently. Let us aim to finish all of this today. The midday sun bathed the newly cultivated land in warmth, and one could almost sense the earth's invigorating aroma. Around 100 individuals busily worked the land, some digging holes, others planting crops, and still others watering the seeds, creating a scene of vibrant productivity. Sweat adorned their brows, and mud clung to their clothes, yet radiant smiles illuminated their faces. They understood Zhu Linyuan's vision for establishing a safe haven, thus perceiving their labor not as servitude, but as the construction of their own sanctuary amid the apocalypse. Witnessing their home transform brought immense satisfaction and a sense of belonging to each of them, fueling their determination. Su Zian beamed with contentment. At that moment, Lu Bai rushed over, breathless. Sister Zian, there's a significant commotion ahead. The lookout reports a massive force is approaching, possibly numbering in the thousands. Lu Bai, panting and visibly anxious, relayed the information he had just received from the lookout station outside, who had alerted him to the approaching throng. 1,000 people? Su Zian furrowed her brow, raising her voice. Enemies are approaching. Everyone, arm yourselves. Prepare for battle in the formation I outlined. As she spoke, she prepared to inform Zhu Linyuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was not akin to their last encounter, for they faced a well-prepared force of over 1,000, while their own numbers barely exceeded 300. A single misstep could spell disaster. However, before she could announce anything, the doors suddenly swung open, and the fully armed Zhu Linyuan strode out with purpose. Su Zian's eyes lit up as she noticed that this time, Zhu Linyuan not only carried a long knife, but also wielded an exceptionally stylish and peculiar weapon, evidently well prepared for the confrontation. The moment Zhu Linyuan appeared, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd of over 300, including Su Zian, as a profound sense of reassurance enveloped them. They had all witnessed Zhu Linyuan's prowess and knew of his terrifying strength. In their eyes, as long as Zhu Linyuan was present, no matter how many opponents faced them, victory was within reach. As Zhu Linyuan emerged from the door and saw his subordinates lined up in perfect formation, ready to engage in battle, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had never expected much combat capability from these individuals. To him, their utility lay solely in their ability to serve him. Yet, witnessing their fervent fighting spirit surpassed his expectations, bringing him a sense of comfort. Zhu Linyuan stood there, his gaze sweeping over the phalanx formed by the 300 individuals before him. Those who met his eyes instinctively straightened their postures, as if touched by a sense of honor. "Follow me," Zhu Linyuan said calmly, directing his attention to the crowd before stepping towards Gu Qiuyu. The entire formation followed him in unison, their steps synchronized, not a word spoken, resembling an elite battalion. Zhu Linyuan suddenly felt this group had transformed from what she had previously perceived as merely a collection of a few hundred individuals into something far more profound, as if they had suddenly acquired a soul. She pondered this while gazing at the tall figure striding ahead, aware that this very figure embodied the spirit of the unit. Before long, her awareness shifted as she noticed a much larger contingent hastily approaching from a distance, likely 3 times the size of their own. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the leader of this formidable group was a woman clad in white, a snow-white, long sword sheathed at her waist. Strangely, the first thought that crossed Zhu Linyuan's mind upon seeing the woman was not of the impending battle, but rather whether the woman could see her own feet when she looked down. After glancing at Gu Qiuyu and then at herself, Zhu Linyuan blinked, feeling surprisingly relaxed despite the looming conflict, seemingly fueled by Zhu Linyuan's presence. At the forefront of the opposing force, Zhu Linyuan's gaze landed on the woman in white, a smile creeping onto his face. Bai Yuan had indeed spoken truthfully. She was dressed in white from head to toe, even her sword gleaming white. Reflecting on the sword, Zhu Linyuan lingered his gaze on the long sword at Bai Yuan's side. Its design appeared ancient and elegant, exuding a sense of history, and it did not resemble a typical weapon meant for a woman, likely an heirloom passed down through generations. Zhu Linyuan mused, intrigued by this exceptional blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. At this moment, both factions caught sight of one another, and whispers began to circulate among the members of the opposing organization. Isn't that Wang Laolu from our side? Looks like he has been captured, shackles and all. Just look at him, carrying a hoe. Those who know him would say he is in battle, while those unaware might think he has come to farm. Initially, the murmurs grew into laughter, echoing through the ranks of the opposing organization. In contrast, the troops behind Zhu Linyuan remained silent. Although many among them had once belonged to this very organization, they felt no sense of belonging to it now. With Zhu Linyuan, the embodiment of their revered deity of death, standing before them, they dared not entertain any frivolous thoughts, instead positioning themselves as Zhu Linyuan had instructed, ready to confront the enemy. As the two forces closed the gap to about 20 meters, Gu Qiuyu suddenly raised her right hand, signaling her comrades to halt. Then, she clasped her hands and declared, "The Jidao organization, Gu Qiuyu," before looking at Zhu Linyuan. However, just then, Zhu Linyuan surged forward, suddenly accelerating like a cannonball. Hurtling towards her, Gu Qiuyu's mind raced with the thought, this is a breach of martial ethics. Chapter 44. The Intense Battle. Zhu Linyuan's Terrifying Strength. Gu Qiuyu had not anticipated Zhu Linyuan's immediate aggression, yet her extensive combat experience allowed her to quickly adapt. She grasped the hilt of her sword, leaning forward with keen eyes, prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Although she was aware of Zhu Linyuan's formidable power, she remained confident in her ability to secure a swift victory. Behind them, over 1,000 onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene, reminiscent of ancient battles where commanders faced off to determine the fate of their forces. The morale of either side hinged upon the outcome of this duel. As Zhu Linyuan closed the distance to approximately 10 meters, his speed suddenly surged. In an instant, the air before him seemed to compress and explode, the ground beneath his feet cracking as he lunged toward Gu Qiuyu. With a swift reaction, Gu Qiuyu remained composed, drawing her sword. A dazzling arc of white light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhu Linyuan's throat. A flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. This battle appeared to be even easier than she had anticipated. Despite the sudden surge of speed beyond human limits from her opponent, it inadvertently created an opportunity for her to strike true. Yet, just as she prepared to land the blow, an enormous metallic fist materialized before her. Clang! Before Gu Qiuyu could react, the colossal metal fist slammed down onto her sword. A tremendous force coursed through her, causing her right hand to feel as if it had been struck by a speeding train, rendering her numb. In the next moment, her sword was sent soaring into the air. Autumn Rain. Gu Qiuyu gazed in shock as her cherished sword flew away. She had carried the Autumn Rain sword with her at all times since childhood, even into the bath. It had become an inseparable part of her being. Now, witnessing the sword being knocked from her grasp felt akin to losing a part of herself. She desired to retrieve it, but in the next instant, a massive fist hurtled toward her. Boom! Gu Qiuyu barely managed to roll aside, evading the terrifying blow. Zhu Linyuan's alloy fist struck the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. Just then, the Autumn Rain sword plummeted from the sky, embedding itself into the ground beside Zhu Linyuan, its blade completely buried in the asphalt, leaving only the hilt exposed. How sharp! Zhu Linyuan marveled at the sight. The sword, having fallen freely, had embedded itself into the ground with such ease. What an extraordinary weapon it must be. He quickly glanced back at his alloy fist, only to find it nearly sliced in two, a gash over 20 centimeters long, penetrating cleanly through both sides. Zhu Linyuan's pupils constricted. This was forged from alloy. It had been so effortlessly damaged. One could only imagine how incredibly sharp that sword was. In the next moment, his astonishment transformed into exhilaration. If that sword were in my possession, my combat abilities would surge to new heights. With that thought igniting a fierce desire within him, Zhu Linyuan set his sights on the divine weapon, envisioning it as rightfully his. Meanwhile, Gu Qiuyu, witnessing her autumn rain sword lodged at Zhu Linyuan's feet, felt a surge of desperation as she struggled to devise a way to reclaim it. Zhu Linyuan's power and speed were evident to her. Such strength was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. Without the Qiuyu sword, she had no confidence in defeating Zhu Linyuan. Yet there it lay, the Qiuyu sword, right at his feet, leaving her helpless to do anything but watch as he effortlessly drew it. The sight of her beloved sword in his grasp caused Gu Qiuyu's heart to wrench in pain, as if he were crushing her very being. Everyone attack! Kill him! In her desperation, Gu Qiuyu had no other recourse but to signal the fighters from the Jidao organization behind her to charge forward. As her command echoed, a small contingent of her trusted subordinates, led by several women clad in black, surged forward. These individuals were akin to her personal assassins, trained from a young age to lay down their lives for her. The rest of the Jidao members exchanged glances, hesitating to confront the terrifyingly strong man before them. Yet unwilling to defy Gu Qiuyu's orders, they followed hesitantly. Su Ziyan, poised to rally her comrades, suddenly witnessed Zhu Linyuan plunging into the enemy throng. In the next instant, chaos erupted. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Zhu Linyuan's physique swayed dramatically, ressembling à colossal bronze statue, with his left hand clutching an odd weapon reminiscent of a fist, adorned with two bony spikes, and his right hand wielding the freshly acquired white sword, making him stand out prominently. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, cleaving the foremost black-clad women in two, their upper halves soaring away, their swords shattered as if made of paper at his hands. Indeed, a fine sword. Zhu Linyuan laughed heartily, delivering a powerful punch with his left hand. The die-hard fighters before him were obliterated, reduced to mere chunks of flesh, splattering everywhere. What a relief! He exclaimed joyously. Previously, wielding an alloy long knife felt cumbersome to him, as he feared breaking it with even a slight exertion, always holding back his strength. Now with these weapons, he felt liberated to unleash his full power without restraint, reveling in the exhilaration of unbridled might. Freak! Monster! The onlookers gasped in terror, crying out, "Run!" Yes, a monster. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan appeared far more fearsome to them than any mutated zombie or beast. Zombies merely bit, whereas this man could pulverize a person with a single blow. Even Gu Qiuyu was taken aback. Though she had witnessed Zhu Linyuan's terrifying strength through video, the reality was an entirely different experience. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Suddenly, she caught sight of Zhu Linyuan smiling at her amid the chaos, then charging in her direction. Run! The thought of resistance never crossed her mind. Her only impulse was to flee. Yet, even as her fierce fighters bravely charged forward, sacrificing their lives to impede Zhu Linyuan, they could not slow his advance, let alone halt it. Zhu Linyuan struck with abandon, leaving a river of blood in his wake. In mere moments, he had navigated through layers of combatants and stood before Gu Qiuyu. Heavy-hearted, she realized she could only fight to the death, slowly adopting a fighting stance to confront him. Zhu Linyuan, observing her, suddenly smiled, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Gu Qiuyu was sent flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Zhu Linyuan approached, hoisting her up, then turned to the Jidao members, coldly declaring, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Those who resist shall die." His pronouncement sent a shiver through the ranks of the Jidao organization, causing them to tremble collectively. In the next moment, they all knelt before him, submitting in fear. The author's note: I am opening a character recruitment post. Interested individuals may leave the characters they wish to see in the comments, formatted with name, gender, identity, character traits, and background. For example, Gu Qiuyu, female, leader of the Jidao organization, martial arts enthusiast, fond of women, enjoys the color white, hailing from a family of martial arts practitioners, possessing a family heirloom sword capable of cutting through iron. Friends who enjoy this book may also express their desire for updates, allowing me to gauge your interest. Currently, the readership is modest, but if I receive 50 requests for updates by tomorrow, I shall release a chapter. Chapter 45. The South City Trembles. Who is Zhu Linyuan? At this moment, Zhu Linyuan stood tall, his physique exuding a bronze sheen under the sunlight, resembling a deity. The thousands of Jidao members knelt before him, a sea of black, their voices rising in supplication, creating an atmosphere akin to a religious worship. Witnessing this, those behind Zhu Linyuan were astonished. The sight of 1,000 people bowing to a single individual left an indelible mark on their minds, elevating Zhu Linyuan's status to an unassailable height. At this juncture, Su Ziyan hurried over, her gaze filled with anticipation towards Zhu Linyuan. While others feared him, she, as his confidant, felt a surge of excitement and joy. After receiving his nod, she promptly directed her reliable subordinates to bring forth shackles for the captives, ensuring their weapons were confiscated. As her instructions were executed methodically, the once arrogant captives offered no resistance, utterly cowed by the bloody spectacle they had witnessed. Over 1,000 fierce fighters now resembled lambs before Zhu Linyuan, submissively awaiting their fate. Meanwhile, representatives from other factions dispatched to assess the situation discreetly retreated to report their findings. It was clear to all that from this day forth, the landscape of South City would irrevocably change. The Jidao organization would cease to exist, supplanted by this emerging force and the formidable man at its helm. The memory of Zhu Linyuan's terrifying prowess sent shivers through the scouts, prompting them to hasten their pace. They needed to notify their respective leaders to prepare promptly, for the impending arrival of this new power spelled disaster. At that moment, after incapacitating Gu Qiuyu, Zhu Linyuan did not rush to imprison her, but instead called for Lu Bai. "Xiao Lu, take 100 reliable brothers with me." Restoring his normal physique, he securely bound Gu Qiuyu and placed her in the back seat before starting the vehicle with a grin. "Let us go clear out the Jidao organization." Before long, Zhu Linyuan, accompanied by 100 men, headed towards the headquarters of the Jidao organization. He drove at the forefront, while his comrades pulled carts behind. Though acquiring vehicles was not particularly difficult in this new world, the roads were littered with obstacles, rendering most vehicles unusable. Only Zhu Linyuan's massive off-road vehicle could navigate the treacherous terrain of the apocalypse. If he aimed to establish a stronghold, the roads would need clearing to ensure accessibility. Zhu Linyuan contemplated this, fully aware that to prosper, one must first pave the way. The task was monumental, far beyond the capacity of his current 1,000-strong crew. The members of the Jidao organization now belong to me, yet remains insufficient. Zhu Linyuan shook his head slowly and remarked, "There are still 4 of the 5 major powers in Nan City remaining. It is simply too many." As he spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Nan City requires but a single voice. Thus, 1 power is sufficient. At that moment, the other 4 major factions had received the news in succession. What? Zhang Qingying, who was practicing calligraphy, trembled, causing his entire work to be ruined. He lifted his head, his usually calm face now filled with shock. The Jidao organization has been destroyed? In such a short period? Zhang Qingying felt bewildered. From the time he learned of the full mobilization of the Jidao organization until now, it had been less than half a day. How could it be possible that one of the 5 major powers in Nan City was annihilated so swiftly? After receiving a detailed report from his subordinate, Zhang Qingying murmured in disbelief. Gu Qiuyu's strength is formidable, and that ancestral sword in her possession is exceptionally sharp. Even I cannot guarantee victory over her. How could she have been subdued in a single encounter? Even her sword was taken? As someone who emerged from the underground fighting scene and is now the largest black market boss in Nan City, Zhang Qingying understood that being defeated in one encounter indicated a staggering disparity in strength. It was a crushing defeat. Could there truly be someone capable of overpowering Gu Qiuyu? Moreover, this individual could transform, growing from 9 meters to an astonishing 45 meters? Zhang Qingying felt his worldview being shattered. Even having experienced the apocalypse and encountered numerous monsters, this news left him profoundly shaken. If it were not for the fact that his trusted aide was the one delivering the report, he might have thought it a jest. Was it possible that, in addition to those monsters mutating, humans could evolve? Was this not a dream? Zhang Qingying hesitated. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had pondered whether humanity could undergo evolution. He had even captured numerous zombies for research. However, aside from a few of his subordinates becoming infected, he had yielded no results. To date, with so many individuals under his command, none had successfully evolved. Thus, what was the true nature of the individual who annihilated the Jidao organization? Could they truly transform into a 5-meter tall giant, possessing immense strength, capable of defeating Gu Qiuyu with a single blow? Did they genuinely possess the secret to evolution? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qingying suddenly picked up a brush and wrote 2 calligraphy pieces, instructing his trusted aide, deliver these 2 pieces to the Wang and Huang families respectively. The Jidao organization has been inexplicably destroyed. Our 3 families must unite and cannot be picked off one by one. Moreover, the other party may possess secrets unknown to us regarding this apocalypse. We must uncover this secret. As he spoke with fervor, he slammed his hand on the table, causing a crack to form in the solid wood. His subordinate accepted the calligraphy pieces and hurriedly made his way to the other 2 family strongholds. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Black Lotus sect, a cloaked member of the church respectfully presented a booklet, his eyes filled with admiration. Before him stood a woman clad in a red gown. The woman parted her crimson lips, her voice melodious and irresistibly enchanting, igniting a fervor within those who heard it. However, she wore a veil, obscuring her true appearance. Yet even with the veil, her boundless allure was palpable. driving others to madness. Zhu Linyuan, she mused, glancing at the information in her hand, a light laugh escaping her lips. Such formidable strength. What secrets do you harbor? At this moment, Zhu Linyuan, the focal point of all attention in Nan City, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Jidao organization. With a crash, his subordinates forcefully opened the main doors of the Jidao organization, overwhelming the guards and swiftly advancing towards the storeroom. My heavens, had they emptied half of Nan City? The sight before them was astonishing, an abundance of supplies. Enough to sustain 10,000 people, no, even 100,000, easily. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astounded. Zhu Linyuan approached slowly, and upon seeing the spectacle, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Goodness, the Jidao organization is incredibly affluent. Can we transport all of this? The murmurs of his subordinates echoed around him, and a smile crept onto Zhu Linyuan's face as he gazed at the supplies. Indeed, there was an immense quantity. Rows upon rows of large boxes filled the expansive warehouse, each box meticulously arranged, a sight to behold. Zhu Linyuan assessed the scene and estimated that in this single warehouse alone, there were at least 10,000 boxes. He advanced further, opening a large box. With a crack, it revealed hundreds of cans inside, instantly brightening his eyes. A single box contained hundreds of cans. What does that imply? With tens of thousands of boxes. If each contained cans, there could be over 1 million cans here. With around 1,000 subordinates, if each were to consume 3 cans a day, these supplies would suffice for an entire year. In the apocalypse, what value does a year's worth of provisions for 1,000 people hold? Zhu Linyuan quickly took action, opening several more boxes, discovering that while not all contained cans, they were all food items, chocolates, canned goods, and biscuits, all long-lasting supplies. A satisfied smile graced his face. These provisions alone would sustain his over 1,000 followers for more than a year. He had not anticipated that the Jidao organization was so wealthy. With a smile, Zhu Linyuan remarked, if the Jidao organization, ranked last among the 5 major powers in Nan City, possesses such ample supplies, then the other factions must have even more. It seems we must expedite our plans to deal with the other powers. Although Zhu Linyuan had also stockpiled considerable resources and had begun organizing agricultural efforts to ensure a continuous supply in the future, this was still the apocalypse. And food sources were exceedingly scarce. Who would not desire more provisions? Moreover, the month of calamity was fast approaching. At that time, the value of these supplies would further escalate. Shall Lu act swiftly? Zhu Linyuan decisively commanded. Order the brothers to move all of these supplies. Not a single box shall remain. Understood. Lu Bai responded eagerly. The group had been itching to get started. Lu Bai immediately led everyone in fervently transporting the supplies, while Zhu Linyuan exited the warehouse to explore the lair of the Jidao organization. The headquarters of the Jidao organization was situated in an industrial park. In addition to the supply warehouse, there were several other buildings. Zhu Linyuan took a keen interest in examining each one. This warehouse is filled with weapons. Zhu Linyuan noted as he entered the first warehouse, observing boxes of steel pipes and watermelon knives, nodding slightly. Although they fell somewhat short of his expectations, they would suffice for the time being. With around 1,000 men, each would need at least one weapon. He would make do with these for now and upgrade their equipment once he acquired the ability to forge. Closing the box, he proceeded to the next warehouse. To his surprise, this one was dedicated solely to water. Upon seeing boxes upon boxes of bottled water filling the warehouse, a smile spread across Zhu Linyuan's face. This water would last them a considerable time. The Jidao organization had indeed been thoughtful, considering every aspect. Zhu Linyuan continued on to the next warehouse. Strangely, this one contained no boxes, but rather, large iron cages covered with black cloth. Zhu Linyuan gazed over the scene, noting over 100 cages. What experiments were they conducting? He murmured, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? He furrowed his brow slightly, stepping forward to unveil the black cloth draped over the iron cage before him. Indeed, Zhu Linyuan's expression darkened. Inside the cage was a woman, disheveled and ragged. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing an attractive visage, yet her demeanor was utterly listless, her eyes devoid of light, as if she had lost all interest in life and was completely disillusioned. Zhu Linyuan sighed and approached another cage, lifting the cover in a similar manner. Inside was another woman, equally beautiful, yet with the same dim expression. Hundreds of cages contained hundreds of individuals imprisoned here. Zhu Linyuan murmured, "It seems I've been a bit too lenient. After returning, I must conduct a thorough screening to eliminate the rotten apples among my ranks. Such individuals are a calamity if left unchecked." A glint of sharp killing intent flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. He could hardly believe that someone would treat their kin as mere commodities for sale and derive pleasure from it. It would be far more prudent to eliminate those who inspire distrust rather than risk harboring them. One rotten apple could spoil the whole barrel. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and exited the warehouse, summoning Lu Bai. "Mr. Zhu, you called for me?" Lu Bai replied, visibly excited. This was the first time he had seen such a wealth of resources, especially in this apocalyptic era, where these supplies were exceedingly precious, priceless treasures. His admiration for Zhu Linyuan, who had led them to acquire these resources, was unwavering. "Xiao Lu, can you drive?" Zhu Linyuan inquired. "I can," Lu Bai responded, momentarily stunned as a thought flashed through his mind. "Could it be? Here is the plan," Zhu Linyuan stated directly. "You will drive my vehicle back and gather more people to help transport these supplies." As he spoke, he opened the car door and pulled Gu Qiyu out, adding, "Bring Zian and your sister as well. They have tasks to handle. Remember, be cautious on the road. Safety comes first." "Understood." Lu Bai eagerly accepted the keys. He had long coveted Zhu Linyuan's massive vehicle. It was a temptation no man could resist. The wild, powerful style of such a behemoth could enthrall any man. Lu Bai quickly started the engine and set off, while Zhu Linyuan watched him depart. "I hope Xiao Lu returns safely," Zhu Linyuan murmured. He understood that the journey back would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. In the past, he could drive the behemoth through South City without concern, as he possessed the strength to overcome any obstacle. However, Lu Bai did not yet hold such power. Zhu Linyuan valued Lu Bai highly, which is precisely why he entrusted him with challenging tasks. Otherwise, Lu Bai would never genuinely grow. What Zhu Linyuan needed was not merely a potential candidate, but a true right-hand man capable of bearing heavy burdens. Shaking his head, Zhu Linyuan turned to Gu Qiyu and said, "Stop pretending. You must know that feigning unconsciousness before me serves no purpose." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qiyu opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with fury. "If you wish to kill me, then do it. What does capture me mean? Do you seek to humiliate me? Do not overestimate yourself." Zhu Linyuan shook his head and swiftly slapped Gu Qiyu across the face. "From now on, I will ask and you will answer. I have heard you suffer from a fear of men. If you do not cooperate," Zhu Linyuan's gaze swept over Gu Qiyu. Gu Qiyu's face turned ashen, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Chapter 47, A Great Secret, Hope Amidst Catastrophe. "Tell me, how did you come by your sword?" Zhu Linyuan inquired, disregarding the changes in Gu Qiyu's expression. "Return my Qiyu sword to me." Gu Qiyu, fiercely protective of her beloved sword, glared at Zhu Linyuan, her demeanor exuding a formidable presence. Had it been anyone else, they might have been intimidated by her aura. However, Zhu Linyuan remained unfazed, merely shaking his head. With a swift motion, he tore off one sleeve of Gu Qiyu's attire. "I will ask, and you will respond. No more unnecessary chatter," Zhu Linyuan stated coldly. The sudden exposure of her fair arm caused Gu Qiyu's complexion to pale. She had not anticipated that he would act so brazenly. Furthermore, she had always been averse to physical contact with the opposite sex, let alone having a sleeve torn off by one. She felt utterly distressed. In an instant, Zhu Linyuan struck again, tearing off her other sleeve. "Do not waste time. Answer my question swiftly." Zhu Linyuan continued indifferently. "You now have no sleeves left to tear." "You." Gu Qiyu was filled with rage, but quickly suppressed it. She was uncertain what Zhu Linyuan would tear next, and she did not wish to find out. "My Qiyu sword was passed down from my ancestors." "How did your ancestors acquire this sword?" Zhu Linyuan pressed further. Having just tested the Qiyu sword, he found it capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, far superior to the alloy long knife he had previously crafted at great expense. It truly deserved the title of a divine weapon. With the Qiyu sword in hand, he could unleash his full potential. Hence, he was immensely curious about its origins. Perhaps it could lead him to other divine weapons as well. "This Qiyu sword was forged by my ancestors." A hint of pride graced Gu Qiyu's face as she spoke of her lineage. "My ancestors crafted weapons for the emperor, their skills unparalleled. They forged the Qiyu sword from a piece of metal they fortuitously obtained, which they called Tianwai Yuntai, metal from the heavens." "Tianwai Yuntai?" Zhu Linyuan repeated, furrowing his brow. "Where did your ancestors discover this Tianwai Yuntai?" Gu Qiyu hesitated, clearly reluctant to disclose this information. However, upon meeting Zhu Linyuan's gaze, her resolve faltered, and she answered truthfully in the Xianyang mountain range in our South City, specifically in a place called Luo Valley. However, my ancestors later searched for it again, but could never find such metal again, leading them to believe it was indeed fallen from the heavens. Gu Qiyu explained. "In Luo Valley?" Zhu Linyuan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, Luo Valley had been sealed off by the lord of the South City base, designated as a forbidden zone, prohibiting anyone from entering. Moreover, the elite of the South City base possessed formidable divine weapons, renowned throughout Huagua. Could it be that? A possibility ignited in Zhu Linyuan's mind, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Could it be that there exists a metal vein within Luo Valley capable of producing metals suitable for forging weapons of the Qiyu sword caliber? This would explain why the Lord's estate had declared Luo Valley a forbidden area. No wonder they possessed so many divine weapons. The more Zhu Linyuan pondered, the more convinced he became, his heart ablaze with fervor. He understood precisely what a metal vein of such caliber would signify, a source for extraordinarily sharp weapons and indestructible armor and fortifications. If this metal were abundant enough, he could even forge a fortress capable of withstanding the apocalyptic period. Having experienced the catastrophic events of the apocalypse, Zhu Linyuan was acutely aware of the terror such disasters could unleash. The remnants of human civilization would be utterly powerless against such apocalyptic calamities. Several base cities had vanished entirely. Even Zhu Linyuan himself could only hope to survive the month-long disaster, with no assurance of overcoming the subsequent apocalyptic catastrophe. However, if he could seize that metal vein, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Zhu Linyuan clenched his fist, his heart racing with anticipation. He must secure that metal vein, Zhu Linyuan declared resolutely, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Gu Qiuyue observed the transformation in Zhu Linyuan's demeanor, feeling perplexed yet acutely aware of her precarious situation, which rendered her hesitant to speak out of turn. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan inquired, "Has the technique for smelting the Qiuyue sword been passed down through your ancestors?" The mention of smelting techniques took Gu Qiuyue by surprise, prompting her to respond promptly. "In modern times, our Gu family has branched into 3 lineages. My lineage has preserved the legacy of the Qiuyue sword. Another lineage has maintained the techniques for weapon smelting, while the last lineage has inherited the profound martial arts skills of the Gu family." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the pristine long sword at Zhu Linyuan's waist, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of reluctance. This weapon was not only the sole divine instrument passed down through generations, but had also been her companion since childhood, akin to a part of her very being. The thought of it now resting in Zhu Linyuan's possession filled her with distress. Where are the members of the other 2 lineages? Zhu Linyuan pressed on, as he sought not only the metal required for forging the Qiuyue sword, but also the smelting techniques, deeming both indispensable. Without these techniques, the strength of the metal would remain untapped, leaving him to gaze longingly at a treasure he could not utilize. Furthermore, he harbored a keen interest in the martial arts skills she mentioned, which had been revered alongside the Qiuyue sword for generations, undoubtedly remarkable in their own right. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's question, Gu Qiuyue furrowed her brow and replied, "The other 2 lineages have retreated to the vicinity of Nancheng. The smelting lineage resides in Maicheng, while the martial arts lineage is in Yicheng. We have supported each other across our 3 lineages, occasionally communicating before the onset of the apocalypse. However, after the apocalypse began, transportation became difficult, and with zombies and monsters lurking everywhere, our contact ceased. I cannot guarantee that the other 2 lineages still exist." Zhu Linyuan nodded thoughtfully. Maicheng and Yicheng were not far from Nancheng, and once he concluded his current matters, he could promptly set out to retrieve the members of the 2 lineages. By then, whether through coercion or persuasion, he must acquire what he desired from them. Having survived the previous apocalypse until its cataclysm, Zhu Linyuan possessed numerous strategies and was unperturbed by the potential silence of the other side. Regarding Gu Qiuyue's concerns about the existence of the other lineages post-apocalypse, he felt little trepidation, considering that the city lord's mansion had obtained the smelting techniques, likely sourced from the Gu family. Nonetheless, time was of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly to avoid complications. Zhu Linyuan resumed his interrogation of Gu Qiuyue. Perhaps due to the tearing of her sleeves, Gu Qiuyue became exceedingly cooperative, and Zhu Linyuan soon extracted all the information he sought. Suddenly, the roar of an approaching vehicle resonated from outside. A smile graced Zhu Linyuan's face. It seems Xiao Lu has returned, and he is quite prompt. However, at that moment, the sound of human shouts and a series of loud crashes erupted at the entrance. "Someone is coming, and they do not bear good intentions," Zhu Linyuan intoned ominously, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent as he strode purposefully towards the source of the noise. At the entrance, after a colossal vehicle barreled in, a group of burly men wielding knives, guns, and clubs followed closely. "Damn it, they're surprisingly fast." But this fool drove into a dead end. One of the leading men cursed. The industrial park had but one entrance and exit, and now that the vehicle had entered, escape was impossible. "Quickly, seal the gates. We must capture this vehicle." The leader's eyes glinted with greed as he recalled their earlier observation of Lu by leaving. Not long ago, they had noticed the vehicle and, lacking preparation, had no confidence in intercepting Lu Bai. Instead, they ambushed the roadside, biding their time to seize his vehicle upon his return. A vehicle capable of navigating the apocalyptic landscape was invaluable, offering safety from monsters and myriad other benefits. As the group lay in wait, they sprang into action upon spotting Lu Bai's return, hastily pushing an abandoned car into the road to trap him. Yet, Lu Bai slammed the accelerator, barreling straight through, rendering their makeshift blockade utterly insignificant. Once inside the industrial park, Lu Bai executed a drift and halted the vehicle, recognizing the futility of escape. Seeing that the entrance was thoroughly blocked, the leader of the burly men wore a sinister grin and approached the off-road vehicle. Just then, the vehicle's door swung open, and Lu Bai emerged, brandishing a long knife while regarding the pursuing men. Unbeknownst to him, a number of brothers had arrived behind him, each armed and glaring menacingly at the burly men. While the burly men numbered around 30, Liu Bai commanded a force of nearly 100. The once arrogant group felt their confidence wane as they faced the intimidating figures across from them. "Brothers, it seems we may have a misunderstanding." The leader of the burly men stammered, taking a step back. "Misunderstanding?" Liu Bai replied with a half-smile. "Pray tell, what misunderstanding could arise from you setting up a blockade to trap me and chasing me into this industrial park?" Behind him, his 100-strong band observed with keen interest, amusement playing upon their faces. The scene resembled a cat-and-mouse game, with the 30 burly men trapped at the entrance, their only means of escape sealed off by their own doing, leaving them utterly despondent. To them, the opposing 100 were not mere thugs, but demons incarnate. Just then, a deep, resonant male voice echoed from behind the crowd. As the voice resonated, the burly men noticed that the 100 figures before them instantly straightened, their demeanor transforming from that of ruffians to that of trained soldiers. The leader of the burly men was taken aback. Who could command such authority over this fearsome group? At that moment, he observed as the ranks parted down the center, forming a clear path. A tall, striking man clad in black combat attire strode forward, his expression cold and exuding an oppressive aura. As he approached, his gaze scanned the burly men, his indifferent eyes resembling those of one surveying corpses. The instant their eyes met, the leader felt as if plunged into an ice chamber, a shiver coursing through him, overwhelming fear gripping his heart. Mr. Zhu, Liu Bai, who had just orchestrated the movement of the 100 men, now respectfully offered the keys, stating, "Sister Ziyan and my younger sister have arrived, and the other brothers are on their way. These ruffians pursued me in." Before Zhu Linyuan, Liu Bai displayed utmost reverence, akin to that of a junior addressing his elder. "Decide their fate. Just don't kill them all. They can serve as laborers later." Zhu Linyuan expressed indifferently as he turned away, uninterested in the fates of the mere 30 men. "Understood, Mr. Zhu," Liu Bai promptly replied. Soon after, the air was filled with cries and wails. "Ziyao Xiaoyao, let us proceed," Zhu Linyuan called to Su Ziyan and Liu Yao as he walked towards the warehouse, where over 100 women were confined. Su Ziyan followed closely behind without question, while Liu Yao, like a curious child, gazed around in wonder at her surroundings. However, as they entered the warehouse and beheld the plight of the women, Liu Yao's face paled, her eyes reddening with distress. She understood that had it not been for Zhu Linyuan's intervention, her fate would have been no better than those who had perished. Contemplating this, her gratitude and admiration for Zhu Linyuan deepened. Su Ziyan's expression was equally complex. She too had narrowly escaped capture, thanks to Zhu Linyuan's timely rescue. The owner, Su Ziyan, pondered silently. However, before she could continue, Zhu Linyuan interjected, directing the task of reassuring the captives to them. Those willing to accompany them would be taken back to exchange their labor for sustenance and supplies, while those unwilling would be permitted to leave on their own. With that, Zhu Linyuan turned and departed the warehouse, entrusting the situation to Su Ziyan and Liu Yao. He had faith in Su Ziyan's capabilities to handle the matter with ease. His intention in bringing Liu Yao along was to impart some knowledge to her, as he planned to nurture Liu Bai, and it would be beneficial to cultivate Liu Yao, his sister as well. He perceived Liu Yao's loyalty towards him, a quality worth fostering. For Zhu Linyuan, the foremost criterion for mentoring someone was loyalty, followed by ability. Otherwise, expending great effort to cultivate a treacherous individual would merely result in a wasted investment. Having arranged matters for the Jidao organization, Zhu Linyuan, upon seeing his comrades arriving one after another, carried Gu Qiyu back to the vehicle and departed. He deemed it sufficient to leave the affairs here to Liu Bai and Su Ziyan, eagerly anticipating the moment he could return to exchange Gu Qiyu for attribute points. 5 potions enhancing physical attributes, coupled with 50 attribute points, indeed carried substantial weight. Zhu Linyuan glanced at the silent Gu Qiyu beside him, a smile gracing his face. Soon, he arrived home, bypassing the stairs and bringing Gu Qiyu directly to the prison. At that moment, Luo Qingying was performing crunches in the cell. Dressed in a white t-shirt and athletic shorts, her long, fair legs were exposed. The t-shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to her figure, revealing her alluring physique. Lan Ying and Bai Yuan, who had been whispering to each other, immediately feigned exercise upon noticing Zhu Linyuan's entrance. Suddenly, they spotted Gu Qiyu slung over Zhu Linyuan's shoulder, leaving them both in a state of shock. How could this be possible? The new book is not easy to write, and I will diligently craft this story. So I kindly ask my brothers not to neglect it, as it could easily lead to its demise. Thank you immensely. Chapter 49. The Value of Gu Qiyu and Luo Qingying's Reaction. Upon seeing Gu Qiyu captured by Zhu Linyuan, Bai Yuan was the most astonished. She recalled that not long ago, Zhu Linyuan had inquired about Gu Qiyu. Could it be that after interrogating me, he proceeded to apprehend the leader? Bai Yuan watched as Zhu Linyuan opened the cage and shackled Gu Qiyu's delicate ankles, her astonishment evident as she exclaimed, "This is impossible." Even though Zhu Linyuan had demonstrated his unmatched prowess before her, she had unwaveringly believed that Gu Qiyu was the strongest. Yet at this moment, witnessing Gu Qiyu imprisoned by Zhu Linyuan shattered her conviction. Instead, another figure loomed larger in her mind. Could Zhu Linyuan truly be this formidable? Bai Yuan stood frozen, as if her soul had vacated her body, her lips trembling. Lan Ying's expression was equally intricate. Having been threatened by Gu Qiyu for so long, she felt a sense of vindication at seeing her confined. However, she was also deeply concerned for her sister, Lan Ji's safety. "Zhu Dage, is my sister Lan Ji all right?" Lan Ying inquired, biting her lip as if summoning all her strength. Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "I have not seen your sister." Just then, the previously silent Gu Qiyu suddenly stood up, grasping the iron bars of the cell, calling out, "Is that you here?" There was a hint of joyous reunion in Gu Qiyu's tone, but it quickly turned to desolation. She had finally found Lan Ying, but in a situation where she could barely ensure her own safety. Now, not only could she not rescue Lan Ying, but her own security was also in jeopardy. Contemplating this, she cast a furtive glance at Zhu Linyuan. "Gu Qiyu," Lan Ying shouted angrily, "what have you done to my sister?" The once timid girl now clenched her fists, boldly glaring at Gu Qiyu. "Jir is at the headquarters. I have kept her at home," Gu Qiyu replied, momentarily taken aback. She then turned sharply towards Zhu Linyuan. "Did you not see Jir at the headquarters? She looks just like Inger." Zhu Linyuan remained silent, but his indifferent gaze spoke volumes. "Ha!" Gu Qiyu suddenly laughed, her entire being seeming drained of energy as she slumped to the floor, her shoulders shaking in a manner reminiscent of a nervous breakdown. "It seems she took the opportunity to escape while I was away. It turns out Jir has been plotting against me all along. I treated her so well, never forcing her to do anything. Why did she betray me?" As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. Throughout the day, she had endured far too much. Not long ago, she had been the leader of one of the 5 major factions in Nanxing, commanding a formidable force and wielding significant influence. Yet in a single day, she had been captured, her very existence now at the mercy of others. The treasured Qiyu sword had been seized from her, and the power she had painstakingly built lay in ruins, her subordinates having defected, and the resources she had acquired were plundered. Now, even her most trusted ally had turned against her. "It's all your fault." Gu Qiyu suddenly raised her head, looking at Zhu Linyuan as if she intended to devour him whole. "You have ruined everything." Just then, Gu Qiyu, in a fit of hysteria, was struck across the face, causing her vision to darken and her mind to buzz. "I did not come here to listen to your nonsense." Zhu Linyuan grasped Gu Qiyu's delicate face, lifting her to meet his gaze, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he was holding not a captivating beauty, but a mere piece of wood or stone. "In my prison, you must seek permission even to perish," Zhu Linyuan stated coldly. "So you would do well to comply with my wishes and not squander my time. Otherwise, my punishment will be unforgettable, and it is an experience you would not wish to endure." Zhu Linyuan's eyes locked onto Gu Qiyu's as he spoke, his gaze sweeping over her with an overtly predatory intensity. Gu Qiyu shuddered involuntarily, a soul-deep tremor coursing through her. She understood Zhu Linyuan's implications. Upon finishing, Zhu Linyuan released his grip, allowing Gu Qiyu to collapse to the ground. He then seized her fair wrists, shackling them together. Host successfully apprehended the criminal Gu Qiyu, completing the capture mission. Reward: 5 physical enhancement potions, 50 attribute points. With everything in order and hearing the system's notification, a smile finally graced Zhu Linyuan's face. 100 attribute points secured. Even though his current statistics were already quite high, the acquisition of 100 attribute points in one go filled him with exhilaration. Time was of the essence. He needed to grow stronger before the impending calamity of the moon disaster. Meanwhile, Gu Qiyu was vigorously struggling, attempting to free her wrists from Zhu Linyuan's grasp, but his hold was as unyielding as a golden hoop, leaving her utterly powerless. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan was examining Gu Qiyu's attribute panel. Name: Gu Qiyu, prison number 4, submission value: 1, strength, 13, speed, 15, constitution, 12, daily task, complete 1,000 squats. Reward host with 1 attribute point, 01000. Gu Qiyu was the 5th individual apprehended by him, yet Bai Yuan was not recognized as a prisoner by the system. She was merely taken on a whim. Thus Gu Qiyu was designated as prisoner number 4. Truly, as a leader of a faction, her unevolved statistics were remarkably high. Coupled with her swordsmanship and the autumn rain sword, she was indeed a rare master. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. Gu Qiyu's statistics were the highest initial values he had ever witnessed, even surpassing his own initial metrics. According to the system, the maximum limit for ordinary values is 10 points. Thus, Gu Qiyu must either possess an extraordinary constitution that allows her to exceed the limits of a typical human or have undergone specific training or conditioning. Zhu Linyuan understood that the limits of ordinary humans do not represent the ultimate potential of humanity. Among billions, there must be a select few who can transcend these boundaries. Nonetheless, even so, Gu Qiuyu's statistics were incomparable in the presence of Zhu Linyuan. At this moment, Gu Qiuyu was still struggling with all her might, yet internally, she felt utterly defeated and powerless. The more she interacted with Zhu Linyuan, the greater her astonishment grew. She prided herself on having encountered many masters, yet she had never seen a human as terrifying as Zhu Linyuan. The formidable strength she was so proud of felt utterly insignificant before him. Who exactly was he? Gu Qiuyu despaired as she gazed at Zhu Linyuan's indifferent expression. Zhu Linyuan dismissed the system panel and, sensing Gu Qiuyu's struggles, nonchalantly released his grip. Starting today, you are to complete 1,000 squats and 1,000 crunches daily. If you fail to do either, I shall take one piece of your clothing. Zhu Linyuan exited Gu Qiuyu's cell without a backward glance, stating, "You are well aware of what awaits you once all your garments are gone." Upon finishing his words, he paid no mind to Gu Qiuyu's reaction and directly entered Luo Qingying's cell. Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan's arrival, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Luo Qingying's eyes. Though her expression remained icy as she lay down slowly, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Chapter 50. Luo Qingying meets Warden Qingyuan. A battlefield of despair. Zhu Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to escort Luo Qingying out of the prison immediately. After all, her submission value had surpassed 80, and keeping her locked away was a waste of potential. It would be far more beneficial to have her assist him. A subordinate one could trust implicitly is invaluable, especially at this juncture when he lacked capable personnel. Although Zhu Linyuan commanded over 1,000 individuals, appearing to be well-equipped, the vast majority were coerced captives, entirely untrustworthy. He required someone to manage these individuals, not only to keep them in line, but also to win them over completely, transforming these captives into his loyal followers. Apart from Su Zian, Liu Bai, and Warden Qingyuan, Luo Qingying was his top choice. However, upon noticing the hopeful gleam in Luo Qingying's eyes, Zhu Linyuan refrained from rushing into the matter, instead lifting her clothing and administering a few strikes upon her. Soon after, he ceased his actions and, observing Luo Qingying's flushed complexion, stated directly, "Qingying, gather your belongings and come with me." Luo Qingying was taken aback. In that moment, the entire prison fell silent. Lan Ying and Bai Yuan stared at Zhu Linyuan in shock. They had never imagined that someone could leave this prison. They believed they would be confined there for a lifetime. As the subject of this revelation, Luo Qingying was even more astonished. For her, this surprise was utterly unexpected. However, she quickly regained her composure, standing up and neatly organizing her belongings, gazing expectantly at Zhu Linyuan. "This time, I am taking you out to assist me." Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly, addressing Luo Qingying, but also the other prisoners. "As long as you demonstrate exceptional performance, each of you will have the opportunity to leave the prison. However, even upon leaving, you must work for me. Yet, I shall provide you with commensurate treatment, ensuring you lead a good life even in these dire times." As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan reached into his pocket, feigning the action of retrieving something, when in fact, he produced a vial of constitution-enhancing potion from the system warehouse and handed it to Luo Qingying, commanding, "Drink this." A single vial of this potion could enhance one's constitution attribute by 10 points. Since Zhu Linyuan required Luo Qingying's assistance, it was imperative to first elevate her capabilities. Luo Qingying accepted the potion without hesitation and drank it down. Given her current submission value, she would comply with any directive Zhu Linyuan issued. The other mortals gazed intently at Luo Qingying, eager to discern the nature of the potion Zhu Linyuan had given her. A hint of amusement graced Zhu Linyuan's face. In the next moment, Luo Qingying's body began to glow faintly with a rosy hue. Her previously fair skin transformed into a delicate pink, from her exquisite face to her elongated neck and finely sculpted collarbone, becoming increasingly radiant. Lan Ying gasped, murmuring what he gave her. "It can't possibly be that kind of thing, can it?" Bai Yuan's mind raced with various scenarios. Did one need to consume such substances and engage with him in order to leave this prison? Bai Yuan pondered anxiously. Should I consent to him then? But I haven't even experienced romance yet. Would that be too much to lose? Zhang Miao maintained a blissfully naive demeanor. Now devoid of memory, she resembled a blank slate, spending her days completing the tasks assigned by Zhu Linyuan, listening to the conversations of others, or daydreaming alone. Yet, this state made her appear even more youthful, evoking a sense of tenderness. From the farthest corner of the prison, Gu Qiuyu observed this scene with a cold gaze, a hint of disdain on her face. "Even if I perish here, I shall never engage in such acts with him." As a woman afflicted with misandry and the one with the lowest submission value in the entire prison, Gu Qiuyu felt nothing but resistance and repulsion towards Zhu Linyuan. However, in the next moment, Luo Qingying's transformation left everyone in stunned silence. Her rosy hue gradually faded, replaced by even more refined skin. Her already fair complexion now radiated an almost ethereal glow, immensely alluring. Her already enviable figure became even more exquisite, every aspect showcasing the perfect proportions, as if she were a divine masterpiece, leaving others utterly enraptured. Luo Qingying, who was already strikingly beautiful, shone even more brilliantly at this moment. If Lan Ying had once held confidence in competing with her, she now felt entirely overshadowed by Luo Qingying's allure. What on earth did she just drink? The other women were driven to distraction. Even the blissfully oblivious Zhang Miao was no exception. The more beautiful one was, the more one appreciated beauty. As top-tier beauties themselves, they placed immense importance on their appearance, ensuring they looked their best even in apocalyptic circumstances. Witnessing Luo Qingying's transformation, they were the most astonished yet also the most envious. They too wished to become as radiant as she. Zhu Linyuan, observing the spectacle with indifference, smiled gently. Qingying, how do you feel now? Luo Qingying gazed in delight at her now fairer and more delicate hands. The typically frigid expression she bore was now softened by a hint of joy. I feel an inexhaustible energy coursing through me. The aftereffects of my previous training have vanished, and my muscles are no longer sore. Luo Qingying was filled with immense joy. Zhu Linyuan nodded affirmatively. Precisely. That is the effect of this potion. Before each of you leaves the prison, I shall grant you certain rewards, with the specifics depending on your performance. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan unshackled Luo Qingying's handcuffs and leg irons, leading her out of the prison. At this moment, gazing at the desolate No. 1 prison, several women exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. After witnessing Luo Qingying's treatment, their perceptions of Zhu Linyuan subtly shifted. Perhaps serving him was indeed a commendable option, by Yuan mused. Lan Xing, more direct, began performing squats to express her stance through action. Zhang Miao, bewildered, followed Lan Ying's lead, struggling to complete the squats. Despite the aches throughout her body, she persevered. Observing the reactions of others, Gu Qiyu fell silent for a moment before silently commencing her daily training as instructed by Zhu Linyuan. Viewing all this through the lens of the system, a flicker of amusement crossed Zhu Linyuan's eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. The principle of spending lavishly to obtain rare treasures was exemplified here. Luo Qingying accompanied Zhu Linyuan into his home and was taken aback by the spacious, immaculate interior. While she had anticipated that his home would be pleasant, she did not expect such high living conditions even in a post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Wan Qingyan, clad in yoga attire, was engaged in training. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's return, she approached with delight. However, upon noticing Luo Qingying behind him, she froze. She vividly recalled that it was this very woman who had nearly taken her life. Yet now, Zhu Linyuan had brought her home. She had always known that with Zhu Linyuan's capabilities, he would not have only her as a woman in this world. She was indifferent to this reality. To her, as long as Zhu Linyuan treated her well and was willing to spare her some time, that sufficed. She had diligently practiced her swordsmanship, strengthened her physique, and even conquered her fears to combat zombies, all to be of assistance to Zhu Linyuan, even if just a little. Yet now, Zhu Linyuan had brought home the very person who had nearly slain her. With this thought, Wan Qingyan looked at Zhu Linyuan, her eyes filled with confusion. Before Zhu Linyuan could speak, Luo Qingying softly interjected, I shall not enter, Brother Zhu. What was it you asked me to do? I will do it now. Zhu Linyuan silently approved. Although Luo Qingying's demeanor was frosty, her approach to handling matters was quite appropriate. By stating she would not enter the room and mentioning the task he had arranged for her, she conveyed their relationship to Wan Qingyan to prevent any misunderstandings. Yet, she refrained from addressing Wan Qingyan directly, indicating her complete disregard for her. Out of respect for Zhu Linyuan, she preferred to take a step back rather than create tension. Zhu Linyuan chuckled inwardly, recalling how in their previous lives, these two women were renowned figures in Nanjing Bay City, one a fierce Valkyrie, the other a cunning femme fatale. They had been arch-rivals, and even in this life, their animosity persisted. Such was the nature of their entangled fates. Clearly, their destinies were incompatible. Zhu Linyuan had anticipated their discord upon meeting, and was prepared. He stated directly, Qingying, there are many rooms on the lower floor. Please find one to rest in. When Zian returns tonight, I will have her contact you. Arrangements will be made for you. At this moment, Su Zian was still at the headquarters of the Extreme Path organization, coordinating the transportation of supplies, and would likely be occupied for a while. Unable to attend to Luo Qingying's matters, Zhu Linyuan himself was equally pressed for time, as his most pressing concerns were to enhance his strength and locate the metal vein in Luoxia Valley, as well as the other two branches of the Gu family. He glanced at the moon outside. Compared to the waning crescent of previous days, tonight's moon had begun to round out. The approach of the moon calamity drew nearer. Zhu Linyuan mused inwardly, feeling a sense of urgency intensify. When the moon is full, the calamity will strike, marking the true beginning of chaos. He must prepare before that fateful night. After hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Luo Qingying cast a deep glance at Warden and then turned to descend stairs, maintaining her icy demeanor. For her, only Zhu Linyuan's words held weight. As for Warden Qingying, she barely regarded her. Witnessing her frosty demeanor, Warden Qingying ground her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for her husband's presence, she would have surely shown Luo Qingying her true colors. In her opinion, given her current strength, had Zhu Linyuan not been there, she could have easily dealt with Luo Qingying. She longed to show her just why flowers bloom so beautifully. Dear, don't be angry. Zhu Linyuan chuckled at Warden Qingying's adorable expression. What shall we eat? I am quite famished. Humph. Seeing Zhu Linyuan's cheerful demeanor, Warden Qingying's anger dissipated by half. She huffed playfully and went to fetch the prepared meal. After they had dined heartily, Warden Qingying suddenly said with a hint of mystery, Dear, I have just practiced 2 new sword techniques. Would you like to see? Oh. At this, Zhu Linyuan's interest was piqued. In her previous life, Warden Qingying's swordsmanship had been nothing short of extraordinary, not only the finest in Nanjing Bay City, but also unparalleled among all Bay cities. One could only imagine her innate talent for swordsmanship. Show me your technique, Zhu Linyuan encouraged eagerly. Humph. Warden Qingying smiled brightly as she grasped her twin blades, confidently declaring, You better watch closely. As her words fell, her expression shifted. From a cheerful demeanor, it transformed into one of sharp intensity. In an instant, she seemed to become a blade herself, her dual swords an extension of her being. Zhu Linyuan's pupils constricted slightly. They had become one. In their previous life, various realms had been assigned to swordsmanship. The first realm was mastery of control, allowing one to wield their sword with ease, a feat that marked one as a skilled fighter. The second realm was to wield weightless ease. Achieving this level in sword practice was exceedingly rare. The third realm was to bear lightness with the weight of a feather, unleashing immense power even with a small blade, a realm that required fortune to attain, often out of reach for the average person. The fourth realm, the unity of man and sword, granted the title of swordmaster. At this moment, Warden Qingying had not truly reached the realm of unity, but had merely touched upon its essence. Nevertheless, this left Zhu Linyuan thoroughly impressed. As she had only begun engaging in sword practice just days prior, Warden Qingying swiftly demonstrated her technique, eagerly awaiting Zhu Linyuan's response. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very good. To reach this level merely by watching videos demonstrates your remarkable talent. Qingying, do not squander it. Yay. In front of Zhu Linyuan, Warden Qingying resembled an exuberant child, gleefully pumping her fist. I told you I learned quickly. I must be extraordinary. With that, she tossed aside her blades and approached Zhu Linyuan, grinning widely. Dear, I wish to assist you as well. Please arrange some work for me. Zhu Linyuan found himself in a quandary. What shall we eat each day? Warden Qingying's culinary skills were so exceptional that he had grown accustomed to her cooking, finding ordinary meals unappealing. Oh, I won't delay cooking or chores. Warden Qingying pouted playfully as she leaned into Zhu Linyuan's embrace. Just assign me some tasks, please. Very well. Zhu Linyuan relented. How about I arrange 50 girls for you to teach swordsmanship? Great. Warden Qingying exclaimed, embracing Zhu Linyuan tightly. I will certainly learn swordsmanship well and train a female army for you. After saying this, she looked up at Zhu Linyuan with a pitiful expression. Dear, don't you think I am better than that woman? Zhu Linyuan gently rubbed her little face and smiled. My silly girl is the best. You cook deliciously, practice your skills well, and have such a broad mind. As he spoke, he embraced Warden Qingying and headed toward the bedroom, declaring, So today, my dear, I have decided to reward you. Oh, don't be silly. Warden Qingying feigned resistance for a moment, but soon surrendered. Moments later, Zhu Linyuan emerged from the room, invigorated. Warden Qingying, however, had melted into a puddle, unable to move even a finger, and murmured in a daze, One day, I shall make that wretched woman experience the feeling of being drained, so she knows what terror truly is. Even in her exhaustion, she remained incensed at Luo Qingying. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan changed into a fresh outfit and glanced at Warden Qingying's room with a smile. His earlier words had been modest. In truth, based on Warden Qingying's recent display of swordsmanship, she was nothing short of a prodigy in the art of the blade. Qingying's rate of improvement was astounding. He hadn't expected that among those around him, the one with the most potential was still her. Pondering this, Zhu Linyuan hesitated momentarily before descending the stairs. Noticing that a light shone from one of the doors, he approached slowly and knocked. Is that you, Brother Zhu? Come in, came Luo Qingying's cool voice from within. Only then did Zhu Linyuan push the door open, and in the next instant, he stood frozen in place. Chapter 52, Exploration of Xianyang Mountain Range. He beheld Luo Qingying seemingly just emerge from a bath, with her damp hair wrapped in a towel, drying it. The towel was short, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair shoulders. What was even more striking were her bare, exquisite feet, perfectly formed like a work of art, evoking an irresistible desire to hold them. Even though Zhu Linyuan was accustomed to the beauty of many women, he found himself momentarily dazzled. No wonder Luo Qingying had earned the moniker of a femme fatale in her past life, despite her numerous transgressions. She truly possessed the allure to warrant such a title. Zhu Linyuan mused inwardly. At that moment, freshly bathed, Luo Qingying was the epitome of earthly beauty. Zhu Linyuan, who had encountered countless beauties, could find no flaw in her. Especially now, after Luo Qingying had consumed a physical enhancement potion, her aura had elevated, making her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. Zhu Linyuan's gaze intensified with warmth. Had he not just engaged in a lengthy spar with Warden Qingying, he might have taken the opportunity to converse with Luo Qingying more intimately. No need to rush, he thought. Luo Qingying had already completely submitted to him, so there was no urgency. Such a captivating woman deserved to be approached at the most opportune moment. Standing barefoot before him, Luo Qingying sensed the heat of Zhu Linyuan's gaze and felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the first time she had experienced such a fervent look from him. She was uncertain of his intentions and whether she was truly prepared. Yet, the memory of Warden Qingying's gaze toward Zhu Linyuan earlier unsettled her. While Warden Qingying seemed to desire only a portion of Zhu Linyuan's affection, Luo Qingying was far more possessive. She wanted all of him. Even in this apocalyptic world, she hoped for Zhu Linyuan's undivided attention. Her heart belonged solely to him. With her back turned to Zhu Linyuan, she remained unaware of the turmoil in her eyes. However, Zhu Linyuan was already aware of the intense animosity between Luo Qingying and Warden Qingying, but he thought little of it. He believed it could even expedite their growth. After all, in this apocalypse, survival was paramount. Everything must yield to the necessity of living. And to survive in this world, strength was of utmost importance. Qingying, you must continue with your daily training. In addition to squats and crunches, add 1,000 push-ups every day. Furthermore, you need to choose a weapon. I have some videos. Watch them carefully tonight and select the weapon you prefer. Let me know tomorrow, Zhu Linyuan instructed, placing his tablet on a nearby table before exiting Luo Qingying's room. Romantic entanglements were trivial matters. He had more pressing concerns. He was set to explore the Xianyang mountain range, seeking vital mineral veins for his future development. Zhu Linyuan first returned to his room to write a letter to Su Zian, detailing his plans for Warden Qingying and Luo Qingying, which he then placed in her room. Having completed this task, he donned his combat gear, took up his Chu sword and forearm guards, and departed for the back mountain, making his way towards Luoxiao Valley. In the darkness of night, Zhu Linyuan, clad in black combat attire, melded seamlessly with the night as he swiftly traversed the cultivated fields, disappearing into the forest. Despite the late hour, numerous mutated beasts roamed the woods, remnants of their battles strewn about, with the occasional sighting of human remains. Zhu Linyuan paid no heed to these grim scenes, hastening towards Luoxiao Valley, only occasionally dispatching aberrant creatures with lightning speed, collecting their spores. Even though he had advanced to a second-tier evolver and no longer required first-tier spores, they could still be transformed into evolution liquid to bolster the strength of those around him. Along his path, many once dominant aberrant creatures had become sources of sustenance for Zhu Linyuan, unable to impede his progress. At that moment, on his route to Luoxiao Valley, a massive shadow, measuring over 10 meters in length, moved slowly. Although the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, this enormous shadow made not a sound. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the creature's body, revealing it to be covered in glossy black scales. The scales were arranged meticulously, resembling a masterpiece of artistry, appearing quite extraordinary. The massive shadow inched forward until it encountered a wild boar, towering at nearly 3 meters, resembling a heavy-duty truck. Its bristly hair standing on end like a multitude of spears. The wild boar repeatedly rammed into a nearby tree, causing it to sway precariously before ultimately toppling. The boar let out an excited howl and charged at another tree, its ferocity terrifying. It was unmistakably a mutated species, and not just any ordinary one. As the massive shadow crept closer to the wild boar, it suddenly hissed, then sprang forth, ensnaring the wild boar tightly. The once mighty wild boar now appeared feeble and powerless, its bones cracking under the immense pressure of the shadow's grip. Moments later, all was silent. The shadow opened its maw and began to devour the wild boar. As the moonlight brightened slightly, the full form of this massive shadow became visible. It was a giant, serpent-like aberration. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan was racing toward the direction of the serpent. Luoxiao Valley lay just ahead. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Linyuan's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Even if he did not discover the mineral vein, the journey had yielded substantial rewards. He had slain over 10 first-tier aberrant creatures, and even taken down a second-tier one. Though that second-tier creature had likely just recently evolved, rendering its evolution liquid somewhat less effective, Zhu Linyuan could not conceal the joy in his eyes. The Xianyang mountain range was even more bountiful than he had anticipated. Not only were there numerous aberrant creatures to provide ample evolution liquid, but various fruit trees and wild herbs thrived as well. If he could transplant these trees and herbs back, the settlement could continuously produce fruits and medicines, significantly enhancing their living standards in the future. Zhu Linyuan murmured to himself, "It seems I must organize a group of brothers to venture into the mountains. In the future, whether it be mining or searching for fruit trees and medicinal herbs, there is a necessity for individuals to enter the mountains. The strength of my brothers is still somewhat lacking," he thought to himself, shaking his head. Although this forest's edge poses no threat to him, allowing him to roam freely. For ordinary individuals, it is akin to a death trap. A common person daring to enter this mountainous region would almost certainly meet their demise. Even if he were to send in 1,000 subordinates, they would likely not endure for long. Sometimes, quantitative change does not lead to qualitative change. Furthermore, the number of his subordinates is insufficient. It seems I must organize a selection process upon my return, identifying those lacking in moral integrity to form a death squad for the expedition into the mountains. Zhu Linyuan contemplated this, thinking that those who refuse could simply be executed. Additionally, he must select individuals who are sufficiently loyal and possess combat potential, granting them some evolution liquid to form exploration teams to delve into the forest. If they can bring back resources, they may barter for goods. As Zhu Linyuan envisioned these forthcoming actions, his thoughts gradually became clearer. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of intense danger, causing the hair on his body to stand on end, and he instinctively lunged to the side. Almost simultaneously, a massive shadow lunged toward the very spot he had just occupied. What a vile creature! Zhu Linyuan roared, drawing his Qiu Shui sword. Chapter 53. A Bountiful Harvest. Second-grade spores with the Qiu Shui sword unsheathed. Zhu Linyuan swung it toward the shadow. The blade cut through the air with the swiftness of lightning, a sharp arc resembling a thunderclap slicing through the night. It struck the enormous shadow directly. With a tearing sound, a chunk of flesh was severed from the colossal figure, which writhed violently. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan finally discerned the true nature of the shadow before him. It was a mutated giant python, a mutated species of snake. Zhu Linyuan's gaze sharpened. In his previous life, there existed a terrifying mutated giant python that eventually transcended its limits, entering a higher realm and wreaking havoc. Countless souls were consumed by that monstrous creature. Moreover, upon overcoming its constraints, it developed a sense of species consciousness, gathering many mutated snakes to establish what resembled a kingdom of pythons. Thus, in his previous life, the threat posed by mutated pythons far surpassed that of other mutated creatures, making it one of the species Zhu Linyuan most desired to eradicate. The speed of this beast was quite remarkable for a second-grade creature, and it approached silently. Could this creature be the one that broke its shackles in my past life? Zhu Linyuan pondered, quickly directing his gaze toward the creature's forehead. He had heard that the python which had transcended its limits was completely black, save for a distinctive white scale on its forehead, making it easily recognizable. If this mutated creature before him were indeed that one from his past life, he must eliminate it here and now. The Nanqing Bay City is to be my future stronghold. Allowing such a beast to linger nearby would disrupt my peace of mind. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. At this moment, the giant python, having endured Zhu Linyuan's strike, writhed in agony, its massive body crashing against the surrounding trees, effortlessly snapping them in two. The force it exhibited was tremendous. Zhu Linyuan searched for the creature's forehead while reflecting on its power. Finally, at a certain instant, the giant python raised its head, lunging toward Zhu Linyuan. No! Zhu Linyuan felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that this beast was indeed the one which broke its shackles, allowing him to eradicate it swiftly. However, even if it were not, it mattered little. Zhu Linyuan's voice was laced with coldness. Regardless, it must be slain. With that, his body grew in size. An especially designed combat suit burst open, revealing his well-defined muscles. Zhu Linyuan bellowed like thunder. He leaned back slightly, his muscles tensing as if drawn back like a taut bowstring. Suddenly, a resounding crack resonated from within his body, propelling his upper body forward as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The enormous metallic fist struck the forehead of the giant python. The colossal creature was sent crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. As the giant python continued to thrash about, Zhu Linyuan offered no quarter. He swung the Qiu Shui sword, severing its massive head from its body. The carcass of the giant python thudded to the ground, and Zhu Linyuan stood atop it, splitting open the head to extract the spores within. Indeed, they were second-grade and quite mature. This should enhance my evolution by approximately 10 to 20%. Zhu Linyuan mused with satisfaction. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, he suddenly noticed a particularly large segment within the giant python's body. Could it be? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Linyuan's eyes as he swiftly sliced open its belly. The resilient scales of the giant python yielded easily to the Qiu Shui sword, revealing the interior. To his astonishment, there lay a partially intact, mutated wild boar. Remarkably, its head was unharmed. Indeed, Zhu Linyuan's face broke into a smile. How fortunate I glanced inside. Otherwise, I would have missed this. Such a large specimen seems to be a second-grade, mutated creature as well. Zhu Linyuan remarked as he swung his blade, cleaving the wild boar's head open and extracting its spores, which bore 2 distinct red markings. Is indeed second-grade. 3 second-grade spores. How much would they elevate my evolution? Zhu Linyuan brimmed with anticipation as he stored the spores in a container. After thoroughly inspecting for any overlooked items, he rose and continued toward Luoxia Valley. As for the bodies of the giant python and the wild boar, he found no materials of value to carry, so he left them behind. Hiss! Shortly after his departure, a small snake slithered over. This serpent was entirely black, unremarkable in size, merely an ordinary mutated beast. It approached the remains of the 2 second-grade mutated creatures, beginning to consume the flesh through the wounds Zhu Linyuan had inflicted. As it devoured more and more flesh, its size rapidly increased. Soon, after consuming a sufficient quantity of blood and meat, its length surged from 30 to 40 centimeters to 2 to 3 meters, seemingly gaining a semblance of intelligence. It had transformed into a mutated creature. At this moment, one could clearly see that a white scale adorned the serpent's forehead, contrasting sharply with its otherwise inky black body. It was precisely the mutated snake Zhu Linyuan had tirelessly sought. However, at this moment, it was merely a feeble, first-grade mutated creature. After breaking through to the first grade, its rate of consumption skyrocketed, and it began to voraciously devour anything in its vicinity. Other mutated beasts, drawn by the earlier commotion, soon arrived, but all fell victim to the serpent's hunger, including a first-grade mutated deer. Despite having just attained the first grade, it demonstrated strength far surpassing that of its peers. Soon, an entire mutated wild boar was entirely consumed by this serpentine aberration. Its size abruptly increased to a staggering 6 or 7 meters, marking its ascension to the second tier of mutation. At that moment, the sound of human laughter echoed from a distance, affirming that his return had been fortuitous. As these thoughts settled, Zhu Linyuan slowly emerged from the shadows, remarking that fortune had favored him without effort. Chapter 54, Terror. The existence of a breakthrough aberration moments earlier, after departing from the battlefield, Zhu Linyuan sensed an unsettling anomaly. The mutated python bore an uncanny resemblance to a creature from his previous life that had transcended the limitations of its mutation. Could there be a connection? He recalled having left the corpses of 2 second-tier aberrations behind, pondering if some fortunate beast might stumble upon them, ascend to the second tier, and complicate his future endeavors in organizing personnel for the exploration of the forest. Thus, Zhu Linyuan resolved to retrace his steps. He would rather delay than leave the carcasses unattended. Upon his return, he beheld the serpentine aberration devouring the remains of the 2 mutated creatures, growing at an alarming rate. Most critically, he noticed a white scale upon its forehead. Indeed, Zhu Linyuan smiled, relieved to have returned. Otherwise, this calamity might have escaped. Drawing his Qiyujian, he approached the serpentine aberration with deliberate steps. The serpentine aberration retained its primal instincts, flicking its tongue toward Zhu Linyuan, curling its body slightly, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Yet, Zhu Linyuan merely smiled, advancing boldly before unleashing a devastating blow. One serpent head soared into the air. Just having reached the second tier, did it dare confront him head-on? Zhu Linyuan chuckled, proceeding to extract the spores contained within the severed head. However, upon opening the serpent's head, he was taken aback. Spores typically bore red markings that indicated their tier, with more markings signifying a higher rank. Yet this spore was devoid of red markings, replaced instead by 2 silver lines. Silver markings? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. Even he had never encountered spores with silver lines. Could they signify a higher tier? Contemplating the hidden truths behind the spores and the serpent's subsequent ascension to a higher tier, Zhu Linyuan speculated that the red and silver markings might represent the lineage of the spores. The higher the lineage, the greater the potential. Thus, this creature had managed to break its shackles in its previous life and attain a superior existence. Nonetheless, these were merely conjectures. In his past existence, Zhu Linyuan had reached the 9th tier of evolution, becoming a formidable being among survivors. Yet, he had never managed to transcend the limitations of evolution, leaving him oblivious to certain secrets. In his former life, only 2 individuals had broken through the constraints of evolution alongside him, Luo Qingying and Luo Qingying. However, Luo Qingying had only achieved her breakthrough during the final calamity, unable to withstand the disaster despite her advancement, resulting in the demise of their entire team. Thus, Zhu Linyuan remained unaware of how to surpass the constraints of evolution. He recalled hearing a respected elder once say that each individual's path differed, and therefore their methods of breaking through were unique. Yet in his past life, Zhu Linyuan had never discovered his own path. Shaking his head and regaining his focus, he regarded the spore marked with silver lines, contemplating before placing it into a separate container. He decided to preserve it until the arrival of the lunar calamity, pondering if any changes might occur. Understanding that the lunar calamity significantly impacted these spores, he prepared to observe how the silver-marked spores differed from others. After completing these tasks, Zhu Linyuan dug a large pit, burying the remains of the three aberrations, ensuring no issues would arise before he rose to depart. On his journey, he encountered no further complications and soon arrived at Luo Qingying Valley. Given the vastness of the area, locating a mineral vein would prove challenging. Zhu Linyuan mused about how the previous lord had managed to find one. Gazing at the dense jungle within the valley, he furrowed his brow. In such an expansive valley, searching aimlessly for a mineral vein would be akin to climbing a mountain. After all, mineral veins could lie hidden beneath the earth, leaving no traces on the surface. Sighing, he realized that mere contemplation would yield no results. He resolved to begin his search. After a lengthy search, Zhu Linyuan found no sign of a mineral vein. Yet he stumbled upon something peculiar. There was an absence of any mutated beasts within the valley. How could this be? Having experienced his former life, Zhu Linyuan understood the rarity of finding a location devoid of mutated beasts or zombies. At least in his previous life, he had never heard of such a place. Even human bastions occasionally faced incidents of infection, leading to attacks by zombies. What secrets lay within this valley? Caught in contemplation, Zhu Linyuan suddenly heard a rustling sound ahead. Instantly, he held his breath, concealing himself behind a tree, eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Leaves rustled, and a black and white, rotund head appeared before him. A giant panda? Zhu Linyuan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to encounter a giant panda in the Xianyang Mountains. He had never heard of such a national treasure residing in these mountains. Moreover, this panda appeared distinct from ordinary pandas, towering an impressive 7 or 8 meters. Most astonishingly, this giant panda was not a mutated creature. What on earth could this be? Why had he never heard of it in his previous life? In a valley devoid of mutated beasts, with an enormous panda and the potential for extraordinary mineral veins. Zhu Linyuan's curiosity intensified regarding the secrets nestled within the Xianyang Mountains. He concealed himself, maintaining a steadfast gaze upon the panda, his breathing slowing to avoid startling the creature. To his surprise, the giant panda approached him directly, not deviating from his path. It had spotted him. Realizing he had been exposed, Zhu Linyuan swiftly maneuvered to retreat, confident in his abilities, yet wary of the valley's strangeness, opting for caution. Strangely, the giant panda did not pursue him, but stood still, gazing intently at the Qingying at his waist. He observed the panda's eyes, which sparkled with a hint of human-like contemplation as it pointed at the sword and then to its own mouth, looking at Zhu Linyuan with eager anticipation. Was it attempting to be endearing? Chapter 55. The curious giant panda. Zhu Linyuan found himself intrigued. He had heard that gorillas and dolphins exhibited high intelligence and some human-like traits, yet even those animals paled in comparison to the panda before him. This panda appeared to be deliberately charming. Noticing Zhu Linyuan's lack of reaction, the panda grew anxious. Its eyes filled with urgency as its massive form shifted restlessly within the thicket. Zhu Linyuan chuckled inwardly, pondering if this panda had somehow attained sentience. Its size alone was remarkable, towering at 7 or 8 meters, akin to a 2 or 3-story building, creating an overwhelming visual presence. However, this panda appeared exceedingly adorable and clumsy, its anxious demeanor only amplifying its endearing qualities. Yet, aside from aberrant species, could there truly exist a creature of such considerable size? Zhu Linyuan found himself perplexed. It was not yet the era of universal evolution. Logically speaking, there should be no other evolved beings or evolutionary beasts present besides himself. Yet, the panda before him was evidently no ordinary creature. It bore the unmistakable characteristics of an extraordinary species, resembling an evolutionary beast. At that moment, the giant panda, having wandered for a while, plopped down on the ground in frustration upon noticing Zhu Linyuan's indifference. Its bulk was akin to a small mountain, and when it settled down, the entire forest resonated with a thundering sound. Observing its irate expression, Zhu Linyuan hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "Can you understand my words?" In his previous life, some evolutionary beasts had their intelligence enhanced to the point where they could comprehend human language. Zhu Linyuan believed that this panda was likely one of those creatures. As he spoke, he gazed at the panda, which, upon hearing his words, turned its head away in apparent disregard. "It can understand me," Zhu Linyuan concluded with certainty, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. At this juncture, he was convinced that the panda before him was indeed an evolutionary beast. However, he remained baffled by how this panda had undergone evolution. There were no aberrant species in sight, and surely there were no spores either. Without spores, one could not produce evolutionary liquid. Could it be that evolution was possible without such liquid? Contemplating this, Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of astonishment and quickly asked, "Please adjust your emotions. If you can understand me, tell me, Do you desire the Qiuyu sword at my waist? Indeed. Upon hearing his question, the panda reluctantly turned its head back, fixating on the Qiuyu sword for an extended period before casting a hopeful glance at Zhu Linyuan. Clearly, it was after the Qiuyu sword. Zhu Linyuan nodded inwardly, recognizing that this valley was certainly peculiar. Not only was there, or for the legendary Qiuyu sword, but also the emergence of this giant panda, evolutionary beast. Without a single aberrant beast or distorted species in sight, it was evident that not only was the valley problematic, but there was also a connection among these three elements. Zhu Linyuan pondered, pointing toward the Qiuyu sword at his waist, and asked, "Do you know what this is? Have you seen it before?" The panda looked at him and promptly nodded. Indeed, Zhu Linyuan suppressed his excitement and asked again, "Can you lead me to such a thing?" After a moment of contemplation, the panda nodded once more, rising its massive body and turning toward the depths of the valley. With each few steps, it would glance back to check if Zhu Linyuan was following, appearing remarkably endearing. Zhu Linyuan hesitated for a brief moment before rising to follow. As he trailed behind the panda, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, many of which Zhu Linyuan had never encountered before, laden with an abundance of fruit. The panda munched away as it walked, relishing the treats. A narrow path had formed on the ground, indicating that this creature frequently traversed this route. Zhu Linyuan speculated, could this path lead to the Urbane? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of excitement. The duo, one man and one panda, walked for approximately half an hour when the leading panda suddenly slowed its pace, turning back to beckon Zhu Linyuan to keep up. Zhu Linyuan, puzzled, took a few steps forward and discovered a lake nestled beneath the thickets. The water was remarkably clear and quite expansive, but obscured by the towering trees surrounding it, making it difficult to discern from afar. Zhu Linyuan noted that upon reaching the lake's edge, the panda halted entirely, seemingly apprehensive, as if afraid of something. Could it possibly fear water? Zhu Linyuan entertained this absurd notion. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed several silver fragments of stone by the lakeside, appearing distinctly different from ordinary stones. Could this be? Zhu Linyuan hurriedly approached, picking up the fragments and scrutinizing them. With a firm grip, he crushed one of the stones in his hand. Observing the shattered remnants, a smile crept across Zhu Linyuan's face. The hardness was at least several times that of normal stone. This must be the raw or used to forge the Qiuyu sword, he murmured to himself. Gazing at the water's surface, could it be that the Urbane lies beneath this lake? If so, it would explain why it had remained undiscovered for so long. At that moment, the panda suddenly pointed at the water, then at the stones beside the lake, and finally at Zhu Linyuan. Are you suggesting that these stones exist in the lake, and you want me to search for them? Zhu Linyuan speculated tentatively. Upon hearing his words, the panda nodded vigorously, clearly affirming that Zhu Linyuan had grasped its intent. To venture into the lake. Zhu Linyuan hesitated, glancing at the Qiuyu sword at his waist, and then at the metallic or in his hand, ultimately nodding and saying, "Then I shall go and take a look." He held a fair degree of confidence in his swimming abilities, especially now that he had advanced to a second-tier evolutionary being, with attributes significantly enhanced. Even underwater, he could survive for an extended period, bolstered by the combat experience he had acquired in his previous life. "Wait for me here. I will dive down," Zhu Linyuan instructed, taking a deep breath before plunging into the depths. With a splash, he descended swiftly, but soon realized that the lake was far deeper than he had anticipated. The darkness below gave an impression of being unfathomable. "I will surface if I do not reach the bottom in 3 minutes," Zhu Linyuan resolved silently, propelling himself downward with haste. Given his current physical condition, he could remain submerged for over 10 minutes without issue. After approximately 2 minutes, Zhu Linyuan finally caught sight of the bottom. How deep it truly is, he thought to himself. Just then, a shadow darted towards him at an astonishing speed. Chapter 56, The Urbane Beneath the Water. With a swish, the creature surged toward him in an instant. Zhu Linyuan instinctively threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed underwater as he accurately struck the assailant. In an instant, it fell silent. What was that? Zhu Linyuan frowned, realizing that the creature's speed had surpassed even that of the mutated python. Surrounded by darkness, he couldn't discern what had attacked him. So he seized the creature and swam towards the surface. Gasping for breath as he reached the bank, Zhu Linyuan was astonished to find that he was holding a silver fish approximately half a meter long. "This is a yin linyu." Zhu Linyuan's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the fish in his grasp. Indeed, it was a yin linyu. No wonder it had withstood his punch without being crushed. It was this kind of creature. In his previous life, he had encountered this fish in the Lord's mansion of his South City base. At that time, his team had achieved a significant victory for the South City, prompting the Lord to treat them to this rare fish. According to the Lord, this fish was exceedingly precious, reserved only for the most esteemed guests. Zhu Linyuan hadn't expected to encounter a yin linyu in this lake, and his heart swelled with joy. Having savored the yin linyu in his previous life, he was well aware of its unique qualities. Not only was it delectable, but consuming it could also nourish the body and enhance one's physique, yielding remarkable effects. With this in mind, Zhu Linyuan eagerly set a fire and began to grill the fish. Not far away, the panda ambled over, drawn by the noise. It peeked at Zhu Linyuan's activity, its round face displaying indifference before turning away and leaving. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan focused intently on grilling the fish. Moments later, the now-cooked yin linyu emitted an enticing aroma, causing Zhu Linyuan's eyes to brighten. This is the fragrance. With that thought, Zhu Linyuan tore off a piece of fish meat and began to devour it eagerly. A rich and fragrant aroma erupted in his mouth, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had ascended to the heavens. The taste was sweeter than any seafood he had ever savored. Remarkably, it was devoid of any seasoning. It was extraordinarily delicious. Not only was the flavor exquisite, but the texture was also exceptional. Although it was fish flesh, the muscle fibers were distinct, providing a delightful chewiness. Those of lesser strength would find it impossible to chew this fish. However, for Zhu Linyuan at this moment, it was just right. After relishing the delectable dish, Zhu Linyuan no longer hesitated and indulged in it, devouring a silver-scaled fish about half a meter long in mere moments. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan distinctly felt the fish flesh transforming into pure energy, continuously nourishing his body. This nourishing sensation persisted for quite some time, prompting Zhu Linyuan to close his eyes and relish the experience. After a brief while, the warm current dissipated, and Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes to gaze at the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan, Tier, Second Tier, Evolver, Evolution Level 3, Strength, 213 Speed, 172, Constitution, 195, Attribute Points, 50, Daily Tasks, Complete 1,000 Pull-Ups, Reward 1 Attribute Point Completed. Complete 1,000 Squats, Reward 1 Attribute Point Completed. Complete 1,000 Push-Ups, Reward 1 Attribute Point Completed. Capture Tasks, none, Number of Prisoners, 4 indeed. The accumulation of attribute points had increased by a substantial 30 or 40 points. Zhu Linyuan was overjoyed. If a single silver-scaled fish could yield such remarkable effects, consuming them at every meal, combined with the system, would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise in his strength. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan gazed at the lake, as if beholding a treasure trove. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated all his remaining attribute points to speed, elevating it to 222 points. In an instant, he felt a lightness enveloping him, as if he could leap forward with just a slight exertion. His speed had increased by nearly 70%. Zhu Linyuan's eyes sparkled. The exhilarating sensation of his speed surging was immensely gratifying, and with this newfound velocity, he could capture even more silver-scaled fish. He approached the lake's edge, took a deep breath, and dove in once more. Zhu Linyuan felt as though he had transformed into a fish, experiencing a sense of homecoming in the water, as if he were truly in his element. The increase in speed brought forth this unexpected benefit. With a sudden push, he accelerated again, propelling himself towards the lake's depths. Soon, he sensed a disturbance in the water, and his eyes brightened as he surged forward. Indeed, he quickly spotted a larger silverfish, one even grander than the one he had encountered previously. Zhu Linyuan's eyes gleamed with delight. This was a potential source of attribute points. With the grace of a great fish, Zhu Linyuan swiftly approached the silver-scaled fish and struck decisively. However, the silver-scaled fish proved to be incredibly agile, darting away in an instant, denying Zhu Linyuan any chance of closure. It sought to escape. Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow and accelerated, pursuing it fiercely. The chase between man and fish rapidly brought them to the shore. Upon reaching the edge, Zhu Linyuan's pupils contracted as he witnessed the silver-scaled fish vanish into a crevice at the lake's rocky edge. Should he pursue or not? After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Linyuan steeled himself and charged forward. Upon reaching the rocky edge, he discovered a narrow fissure, only about 3 or 4 meters wide, with no visible end in sight. It seemed that the silver-scaled fish had indeed disappeared into this crack. Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment before refraining from rushing in. Instead, he turned back to the surface to catch his breath. With his current constitution, he could easily remain submerged for over 10 minutes. But prolonged activity would inevitably take its toll. More importantly, he was uncertain of what lay within the fissure and needed to ensure his body was in optimal condition. Soon, Zhu Linyuan replenished his breath and re-entered the lake, heading straight for the fissure. The crevice was exceedingly narrow and dark, prompting Zhu Linyuan to slow his pace and cautiously swim inside. After traversing a few hundred meters, he felt a twinge of alarm. The fissure extended far longer than he had anticipated, bordering on the unbelievable. As he continued onward, he soon found a fissure opening up before him, the water level gradually decreasing, even revealing pockets of air. No, it was not that the water level was diminishing. Rather, the terrain was ascending. At that moment, he noticed glimmering silver stones embedded in the ceiling and walls, appearing strikingly radiant. Minerals. Zhu Linyuan instantly recognized that these must be the precious stones used to forge the Qiuyu sword. He propelled himself forward to take a closer look. However, just as he was about to reach the rocky wall, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 57, The Ancient Behemoth. Silver-scaled fish king. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to swim to the rock face for a closer inspection, a violent disturbance erupted beneath the water. Danger! In an instant, Zhu Linyuan's hair stood on end, as if plunged into an ice cavern, every pore of his body sending alarm signals. Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan thrust his hands into the water, propelling himself out of the lake surface. The moment he breached the surface, the water erupted as if bombarded, sending up a cascade of splashes. Simultaneously, Zhu Linyuan's muscles surged, unleashing his full combat prowess as he grasped the rocky wall, his fingers embedding deep into the stone, propelling himself forward with the agility of a cheetah. In that instant, he unleashed an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Concurrently, a colossal fish head erupted from the water, biting into the rock face with such force that it created a massive dent in the solid stone. Zhu Linyuan darted to a safe distance and glanced back, only to behold an immense fish head staring coldly in his direction. This was a silver-scaled fish, yet it was unlike any he had encountered before. Its head was adorned with plates of scales akin to thick steel, crisscrossed with scars, and its mouth was lined with razor-sharp teeth, exuding a menacing aura. Most notably, the size of this fish was staggering. The head alone was roughly the size of a truck, hinting at the creature's immense proportions, truly reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. Was this the progenitor of the silver-scaled fish? Even though Zhu Linyuan had encountered numerous formidable mutants in his previous life, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by excitement. If a half-meter-long silver-scaled fish could grant him such a wealth of attribute points, how many could this ancestral silver-scaled fish bestow? 500? 1,000? Or even 2,000? With this thought, Zhu Linyuan gazed at the colossal silver-scaled fish, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. To him, this behemoth represented an abundance of attribute points. However, it appeared that this creature would not be easily dealt with. Zhu Linyuan contemplated the immense fish's power. The previous half-meter-long silver-scaled fish had withstood his punch without a scratch, indicating its formidable physical strength. The creature before him was at least several dozen meters long, with scales as thick as steel plates, the hardness of which was unquestionable. Zhu Linyuan had just witnessed this creature effortlessly crush and swallow metallic minerals. Yet, it was not insurmountable. Zhu Linyuan assessed the silver-scaled fish's size and mused. Its girth was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Although this cavern was significantly more spacious than the outside, it was still somewhat constricted for such a massive creature, preventing it from fully unleashing its strength. Moreover, it became apparent that the cave was gradually narrowing. Zhu Linyuan glanced toward the depths of the cavern behind him. There, he saw that the water had receded, revealing walls glinting with silver minerals. The passage narrowed further, and with no water present, the enormous creature could not enter. Thus, he realized he had secured an invincible position. Zhu Linyuan contemplated as he gazed at the enormous silver-scaled fish before him, a smile gracing his lips. Let's first assess the extent of your capabilities. With those words, he donned his arm guards, gripped the Qingying tightly in his right hand, and fixed his piercing gaze upon the colossal fish. The creature seemed provoked, its eyes fierce as it lunged toward Zhu Linyuan. Just as well, without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan advanced instead of retreating, launching himself toward the giant silver-scaled fish and delivering a powerful punch aimed at its forehead. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cavern, centered around the point where Zhu Linyuan's fist struck. In an instant, the water vapor erupted, creating a visible white circular shockwave that radiated outward. He exerted all his strength into this punch, leaving nothing in reserve. However, the massive fish merely paused momentarily, suffering no injury whatsoever. Yet, it appeared startled by Zhu Linyuan's attack, swiftly diving to the depths with remarkable speed and apparent expertise. Was this creature truly so timid? Zhu Linyuan had not anticipated its retreat. He had even devised his own escape route, only for the adversary to flee first. It was no wonder it had survived to such a size. Indeed, it was as steady as an old dog. Zhu Linyuan silently scoffed. Yet he felt no desire to pursue. Having just unleashed his full power without inflicting any damage, he could only imagine the creature's strength. Its thick eyelids suggested that it had invested all its talents in defense. Even wielding the Qingying, he held little confidence in defeating such a foe. Moreover, the lake's depths were unfathomable. Recklessly plunging in would merely serve as a feast for the creature. First things first, he reasoned. He needed to extract the ore before anything else. Zhu Linyuan thought to himself that since this was the creature's lair, it could not escape. Once he grew stronger, he would return to vanquish it. He understood that one day he would inevitably confront this giant silver-scaled fish, for he sought the entirety of the mineral vein and intended to consume the creature as well. With that thought, Zhu Linyuan dashed deeper into the cavern. Commencing his excavation of the ore, The silver metal ore was embedded in the rock surface, and he casually selected a piece of moderate size, exerting force to pry it loose. To his surprise, the metal remained unmoved. Such hardness in the raw ore. Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of joy. This was indeed the ore required for forging the Qingying. As he surveyed the surrounding deposits, excitement surged within him. This was undoubtedly a significant mine. Zhu Linyuan felt exhilarated. If he could successfully extract the ore, he could construct an impenetrable fortress and forge numerous weapons and armor. With that in mind, he unhesitatingly used the Qingying to cut away the rocks surrounding the ore. Crack! Crack! The rocks encasing the ore proved much more resilient than ordinary stone. Yet the Qingying sliced through them effortlessly. Soon, a complete piece of metal ore lay in Zhu Linyuan's grasp. He squeezed it tightly, and seeing it remain unyielding without even a crack, a smile spread across his face. In that moment, he felt as though he clutched not merely a piece of ore, but a beacon of hope for his survival, a foundation upon which to build his power and conquer the apocalypse. With that thought, Zhu Linyuan promptly stowed the ore in his backpack and began to enthusiastically mine the metal ore, wielding Gu Qingying as if it were a mining pick. Though he was alone in the cavern, he worked fervently. Meanwhile, outside the cave, in the shadowy depths of the water, the giant silver-scaled fish swam restlessly, irritated by the clanking sounds emanating from above. It had always regarded the entire mineral vein as its own possession, and this vein was crucial for both itself and its kind. It simply could not be lost. With a low hum, the giant fish opened and closed its gills, producing an unusual sound. Soon, a massive swarm of silver-scaled fish converged from all directions, gathering beneath the giant fish as if in worship. The sheer number of these fish was staggering, creating an overwhelming sight. Buzz, buzz. The giant silver-scaled fish continued to open and close its gills, seemingly communicating something. In the next moment, the dense mass of silver-scaled fish surged upward, heading straight for Zhu Linyuan's location. At this juncture, Zhu Linyuan remained blissfully unaware that he had infiltrated the silver-scaled fish's lair. Yet, even if he had known, he would have welcomed it with joy. For these were opportunities for attribute points delivered to him on a silver platter. He had already filled his backpack to capacity with metal ore. This would suffice for today. Any more would be cumbersome to carry, and for now, the ore could not be utilized. Zhu Linyuan pondered silently. Raw ore cannot be employed directly. It must undergo smelting to be transformed into the various tools and equipment he required. He needed to swiftly locate another branch of the Gu family to acquire the smelting methods for this, or enabling him to put the raw materials to use. The workload was immense. He could not manage it alone, nor did he possess the luxury of time. He needed to devise a way to bring in a group of individuals to mine diligently, establishing a complete production line. With that resolution, Zhu Linyuan did not hesitate. He shouldered the ore, secured the Qingying and his arm guards, and turned to stride back the way he had come. Upon reaching the water's edge, he suddenly halted. There seemed to be a disturbance beneath the surface. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. Although the sound was faint, his physical attributes surpassed the limits of an ordinary person by over 20 times, allowing him to detect even the slightest movements. Standing at the water's edge, he slowed his breathing, listening intently to the subtle sounds beneath the surface. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he thrust the Qingying into the water like lightning. With a swift motion, Zhu Linyuan withdrew the sword from the water, revealing a writhing silver-scaled fish approximately half a meter long impaled upon it. Was that the source of the disturbance? Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from below. The water's surface exploded as countless silver-scaled fish leaped out, their eyes fixated on Zhu Linyuan, mouths opening and closing as if intent on devouring him whole. However, being on land rendered them powerless against him. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of excitement, and in a flash, he sprang into action. With swift movements, he adopted a claw-like stance and executed a capture technique from the 18 dragon-slaying palms, seizing the bodies of the silver-scaled fish and tossing them onto the shore. In an instant, he managed to haul 6 silver-scaled fish onto the bank. But by the time he attempted to catch more, all remaining fish had already retreated beneath the surface. The depths of the water were profound, concealing an unknown number of silver-scaled fish, including the giant one. Zhu Linyuan had no intention of plunging in after them. Instead, he turned back to delightfully collect the silver-scaled fish he had caught. Using the Qingying, he pierced a fish and combined with the 6 he had caught by hand. He now had a total of 7 silver-scaled fish. The smaller ones measured about 30 to 40 centimeters, while the largest was an impressively plump specimen over a meter long. What were your ancestors thinking, hiding beneath the water to ambush me? Zhu Linyuan chuckled to himself, reflecting on how cowardly the progenitor of the silver-scaled fish was, merely lurking in the shadows. It was no wonder they had survived for so long. Yet, he recognized that their strategy held merit. Had he been of similar strength to one of them, but lacking his acute senses, he might have fallen into their trap. The strength of the silver-scaled fish should not be underestimated. A swarm of them could easily overwhelm him, especially in the water, where even Zhu Linyuan would find escape impossible. It seemed returning the way he came was no longer feasible. He would need to seek another route. Though trapped by the silver-scaled fish in the cavern, Zhu Linyuan remained unperturbed. After all, the presence of air indicated there must be a way to ventilate the space. He simply needs to follow the direction of the wind to discover the way out. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan retrieved a rope from his backpack, stringing together several silver-scaled fish and hanging them on himself before striding boldly towards the wind's path. Meanwhile, on the land, a massive panda lay languidly on the bank, gazing longingly at the deep waters, awaiting Zhu Linyuan's ascent. It had been waiting there for half a day, yet Zhu Linyuan had yet to emerge. However, having lost its mother shortly after birth, the panda had spent its days in solitude, and at this moment, it did not feel bored. It merely observed the water's surface in quiet contemplation, having grown accustomed to loneliness. As night deepened, the lake appeared increasingly profound. The panda shifted its bulk back, for it had always harbored a fear of deep waters, which explained its reluctance to enter, despite knowing that delectable food lay beneath the surface. In its youth, its mother would dive into the water to fetch food and bring it back, breaking it for the panda to savor. Since its mother's disappearance, it had never tasted such delightful fare again. The panda twitched its nose, inhaling the air, as if it could still detect the scent of that cherished food, though it was unattainable for it. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from its belly, prompting the panda to clutch its stomach and gaze at the water surface, a look of distress crossing its face. If it left now, what if that person returned and could not find it? The panda, enduring its hunger, waited a while longer, but the anticipated figure did not appear. Ultimately, it succumbed to its hunger, sluggishly rising from the ground and wobbling into the woods. It sought out a grand fruit tree, using all fours to climb slowly. Upon reaching a sturdy branch, it extended its chubby paw, grasping for some time before finally securing a fruit. Though not particularly fond of this fruit, it could fill its belly. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Startled, the panda lost its grip and tumbled from the towering tree, landing headfirst into the soft earth with a thud. From the billowing smoke, a tall figure emerged, exhaling deeply. Clad in a black combat suit, adorned with a long string of silver fish, and equipped with an ancient white sword at his waist, Zhu Linyuan carried a large backpack and a uniquely designed arm guard. At last, he had emerged. Zhu Linyuan surveyed his surroundings and realized he had returned to Luoxia Valley, a smile gracing his face. His haul was indeed substantial. Not only had he filled his backpack with metal ores, but he had also captured 7 silver-scaled fish. Most importantly, he had discovered the lair of the silver-scaled fish and an entire massive vein of metal ore. This was a veritable treasure trove. What is that? Zhu Linyuan's gaze swept over, suddenly spotting a dark, twitching form nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was the panda, now upside down, its legs flailing in the soft soil. Zhu Linyuan chuckled as he approached, extending a hand to pull the hefty creature free. Covered in mud, the panda clutched a squashed fruit in its paw, wearing an expression of utter despair. In the next moment, it twitched its nose, its eyes shimmering with sudden excitement, fixating intently on the backpack behind Zhu Linyuan. Brothers, let me explain. This book is currently experiencing a commendable surge in performance, so please do not neglect it. Otherwise, the system will determine that this book is unappealing, resulting in difficulties for the author. I trust you understand. Today's push for updates reached over 900. I promise that if the daily push exceeds 1,000, I will update 3 chapters that day. If it surpasses 1,500, there will be 4 chapters, and if it exceeds 2,000, 5 chapters will be released. I will ensure the quality of the writing and will not take shortcuts. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond. As long as you are passionate, I will respond in kind with fervent updates. Upon seeing the panda's pitiable expression, Zhu Linyuan smiled and waved a piece of raw ore before it. The panda's mouth agape, its small, black pearl-like eyes fixated on the mineral in Zhu Linyuan's hand, following its every movement with its head. Zhu Linyuan laughed, tossing the ore to the panda. He possessed a whole vein of ore, so this single piece was inconsequential. Moreover, the panda had led him to the vein's location. Otherwise, considering the vastness of the valley, he would have spent ages searching for it. Most importantly, he found the panda's demeanor endearing, its clumsiness quite charming. The panda caught the raw ore, discarded the ruined fruit, and began to gnaw on the stone voraciously, crunching it with an intensity that made Zhu Linyuan wince at the sound. Truly, it was a creature of iron will. Zhu Linyuan silently marveled at the panda's formidable strength. It was a hidden champion. The last creature he had seen capable of crushing such ore was the ancestor of the silver-scaled fish. As the entire piece of raw ore disappeared into its belly, the panda's spirits visibly lifted. Zhu Linyuan even noticed its fur appeared more lustrous, and its small eyes sparkled with vitality. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Linyuan pondered the nature of the ore and why both the ancestor of the silver-scaled fish and the panda held it in such high regard. The ore's hardness was astonishing. He had never encountered such a mineral on Earth. However, he realized the panda could not provide him with answers, and he would have to embark on his own journey of exploration to uncover the truth. Seeing the dawn break, Zhu Linyuan waved farewell to the panda, stating that it had eaten well and it was time to part ways, hoping for a future encounter. He then gathered his belongings, sealing the entrance from which he had emerged and disguising it to avoid detection. After completing these tasks, Zhu Linyuan shouldered his backpack and turned to leave. The panda surveyed the valley and then glanced at Zhu Linyuan's backpack, scratching its head, its eyes reflecting a mix of hesitation and determination. Observing Zhu Linyuan's retreating figure, a spark of resolve ignited within the panda, prompting it to scamper after him. Not far off, as Zhu Linyuan prepared to exit the valley, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the enormous panda racing toward him. The panda came to a halt beside Zhu Linyuan, gazing at him with wide, pleading eyes. "How did you catch up?" Zhu Linyuan inquired with interest, stopping to gently pat the panda's fluffy head. The panda did not shy away, but rather displayed a semblance of enjoyment. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Zhu Linyuan asked, gesturing toward the panda and then himself. The panda seemed to grasp his meaning, nodding eagerly as it looked up at Zhu Linyuan with anticipation. "Very well," Zhu Linyuan replied with a smile. "Then you shall follow me." He tossed another piece of ore to the panda, which this time it caught, but did not consume immediately. Instead, it placed the ore on the ground, nudging it back toward Zhu Linyuan with its fluffy head. "You are quite clever," Zhu Linyuan remarked. Zhu Linyuan smiled as he stored away the ores, feeling satisfied after a hearty meal. He gently patted the giant panda's head, signaling it to follow him. However, the panda remained stationary, extending a forepaw to point behind itself. "Are you suggesting I ride on your back?" Zhu Linyuan gestured and communicated his thoughts, to which the panda nodded and lowered its body. "Well then, I shall not hold back." Without hesitation, Zhu Linyuan gracefully leapt onto the panda's back. The panda measured 7 to 8 meters in length, its fur incredibly soft, creating an experience akin to lounging on a grand bed or floating on clouds. It was utterly delightful. Having not slept the previous night, Zhu Linyuan found himself in such a comfortable environment that he could not resist stretching. At that moment, the panda suddenly twitched its nose, sniffing the air, and then bolted forward. The direction of its sprint was toward the very place Zhu Linyuan had come from. He soon realized that the panda not only ran swiftly, but also with remarkable stability. Sitting atop its back felt as smooth as sailing on water. As he sat there, Zhu Linyuan unexpectedly drifted into a light slumber. This was a unique skill he had honed during the trials of his previous life. In this state of sleep, he could awaken instantly at the slightest hint of danger, assuring his safety. The panda raced ahead, swiftly reaching the edge of the forest, where Zhu Linyuan's territory lay. Along the way, they encountered numerous mutated beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the panda's swift strikes. They even faced a second-tier aberration. Zhu Linyuan had intended to intervene, but the panda swiftly crushed the aberration with a single paw. It was then that Zhu Linyuan fully grasped the fortune he had stumbled upon. This was a companion capable of obliterating second-tier aberrations. Thus, Zhu Linyuan enjoyed his restful sleep, only rousing to retrieve spores and useful materials from the defeated aberrations after the panda had handled them. Throughout this journey, he collected over a dozen first-tier spores alongside one second-tier spore, in addition to a plethora of materials from the aberrations' bodies. Once disinfected and processed, these materials could be fashioned into weapons to equip his team. At last, they neared home. At the forest's edge, Zhu Linyuan affectionately rubbed the panda's head and murmured, "From now on, this place shall also be your home. Let us go. I will take you home." With that, he gently tapped the panda's head. The panda immediately understood, carefully stepping out of the forest, carrying Zhu Linyuan as they made their way toward the distant concrete jungle. This marked the panda's first departure from the forest in its lifetime. As dawn broke, the desolation of the city came into view, a stark contrast to its former glory before the apocalypse. The panda, however, was oblivious to this, curiously gazing around as it walked. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Zhu Linyuan extended his hand, feeling the gentle breeze caress his palm as he gazed at the distant Nancheng, murmuring, "The wind has risen." End of Volume 1. Volume 2. Lord of Nancheng, Chapter 60. Lu Yao and Luo Qingying enemy attack. Enemy attack. Monsters are assaulting the gathering place. Zhu Linyuan, perched upon the panda's back, had just approached his territory when he was suddenly met with distant shouts and roars. In an instant, dozens of armed individuals surrounded him, all exuding an air of ferocity, led by Lu by wielding a metal long knife. Quite astute, observing the swift reaction of his subordinates. A smile crept onto Zhu Linyuan's face as he leapt down from the panda and waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. "It's me, Mr. Zhu," Lu Bai exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the massive panda behind him. "Is that a giant panda?" Did you bring it back? Although the panda's features were unmistakable, its sheer size was overwhelming. Not only Liu Bai, but everyone present was utterly astonished. It is indeed a giant panda. Zhu Linyuan patted the panda's head and reassured them. Fear not. This little fellow may appear intimidating, but it is quite intelligent and poses no threat to you. The panda seemed to understand the praise, nuzzling against Zhu Linyuan affectionately. Zhu Linyuan smiled and addressed Liu Bai. Everyone performed admirably today. All of you shall receive double the share of resources. Liu, you shall oversee this matter. Thank you, Chief. The crowd exclaimed in delight. Zhu Linyuan waved his hand. There is no need for thanks. Your performance merits this reward. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Liu for leading your team so excellently. The crowd promptly expressed their gratitude towards Liu Bai, who felt a wave of appreciation wash over him. He understood that Zhu Linyuan's words were intended to bolster his authority. The more resources he could procure for his comrades, the more they would be loyal to him. After all, why would they follow him otherwise? With this realization, Liu Bai expressed his heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Linyuan waved his hand. Enough. Let the brothers disperse and maintain vigilance. He then proceeded with the panda toward his residence. His admiration for Liu Bai prompted him to offer such guidance. How much Liu Bai could comprehend depended on his own insight. However, judging by Liu Bai's earlier reaction, he seemed to have grasped the essence of it. Zhu Linyuan ceased his musings as he reached the foot of his building with the panda. At that moment, he noticed Liu Yao enthusiastically tending to the flowers in the courtyard, appearing lively and spirited. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Liu Yao, dressed in a simple long dress, stood in the garden, watering the blossoms, her face radiant with youthful joy. This scene was as picturesque as a painted canvas. At this moment, Liu Yao seemed to sense something and looked up, her gaze meeting Zhu Linyuan's. Brother Zhu, she exclaimed brightly, you're back. Suddenly remembering her attire, she hastily explained. Brother Zhu, I haven't started working yet, so I wore a dress. I'll change as soon as I finish watering the flowers. She understood that in this apocalypse, survival was paramount. Wearing a dress could lead to complications in the event of danger and was impractical for work. She was well aware that everyone in the gathering place had to contribute, including Zhu Linyuan himself. Indeed, Zhu Linyuan nodded, while Liu Yao looked lovely in her dress. It was not the safest attire in these times. At that moment, Liu Yao finally noticed the giant panda behind Zhu Linyuan, and with a gasp of delight, she ran over, exclaiming, Brother Zhu, is this your pet? What's its name? Surprisingly, Liu Yao showed no fear of the enormous panda, even reaching out to stroke its head. The panda seemed to enjoy her attention, lying down to facilitate her affection. I haven't named it yet, Zhu Linyuan realized, glancing at the panda as striking black and white fur. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, let us call it Tai Ji. The Liu Yao echoed with a smile, gazing at the panda. Then you shall be the Kung Fu Panda. The panda, unaware of the name it had just been given, lay contentedly on the ground, allowing Liu Yao to pet its head. By the way, Brother Zhu, where will Tai Ji live? Liu Yao inquired suddenly. I plan to create a bamboo grove for it on the back mountain, but that will have to wait. For now, let's stay in the garage. It can also help guard the place. The prowess of Tai Ji is formidable. With its presence at home, Zhu Linyuan feels considerably more at ease. May I join you in preparing a dwelling for Tai Ji, Zhu Dage? Liu Yao gazes hopefully at Zhu Linyuan, her plea evident. Of course, Zhu Linyuan promptly agrees, casually opening the door to a ground-level garage. Observing Zhu Linyuan's retreating figure, a smile suddenly graces Liu Yao's face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gently strokes the head of the giant panda, murmuring, Tai Ji, you truly are my lucky star. From now on, I shall care for you alongside Zhu Dage. Tai Ji, bewildered, remains unaware that it has become Liu Yao's beloved companion. Before long, Zhu Linyuan and Liu Yao have tidied up a room for Tai Ji. The garage, already quite spacious, has been adorned with a soft carpet, ensuring Tai Ji can rest comfortably. Little Yao, from now on, the responsibility of caring for Tai Ji will rest upon your shoulders. What do you think? After completing their tasks, Zhu Linyuan states, I can see how fond you are of it, and it seems to return your affection. Entrusting this duty to you feels quite appropriate. Wonderful. Thank you, Zhu Dage. Liu Yao's eyes light up. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Tai Ji. Very well. Zhu Linyuan waves his hand, turning to ascend the stairs. During their work, he notes that Liu Yao is surprisingly efficient, displaying potential for growth, thus granting her an opportunity. Let us see if she can adequately care for Tai Ji. Zhu Linyuan muses, placing the silver-scaled fish into the refrigerator and storing the ore in the warehouse, while carrying a single silver-scaled fish back home. Darling, you're back. At this moment, Luo Qingying is practicing her swordplay indoors, her body glistening with perspiration. Dressed in a white sports t-shirt and shorts, her attire clings to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan enter, Luo Qingying sets down her sword and leaps into his arms. Darling, Suzy Yin has assigned me 50 girls. Starting today, I shall teach them the art of swordsmanship. Cradling Luo Qingying's soft body and inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, Zhu Linyuan, invigorated after consuming a silver-scaled fish, can hardly contain himself, swiftly lifting her and depositing her onto the plush sofa. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, Luo Qingying unconsciously emits a soft hum. At this moment, she feels utterly drained, unable to move. Darling, perhaps you should find another, she murmurs, half awake. I think Sister Ziyin is quite remarkable. She is graceful, beautiful, and exceptionally capable. Little Lu Yao is lovely too, at 18, with such smooth and tender skin. I could not resist pinching her cheeks. Why not bring both of them into our fold? You little worrywart, it seems you are not yet tired enough. Next time, I shall ensure you are so fatigued that you cannot utter a word. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan feels remarkably refreshed, playfully pinching Luo Qingying's cheek. I have some matters to attend to. Please prepare the fish I brought back and make a fish soup. With that, Zhu Linyuan drapes a blanket over Luo Qingying, rising to head towards the dissection room, where he begins concocting the evolution liquid. During this venture, he has acquired a significant quantity of spores, sufficient to create numerous evolution liquids capable of enhancing the abilities of those around him. Most importantly, he has obtained second-tier spores, which will elevate his own evolutionary level. I wonder how much these spores will enhance my evolution rate. Zhu Linyuan contemplates, diligently preparing the evolution liquid. Unbeknownst to him, the elimination of the Ji Dao organization has plunged the entire southern city into turmoil. The three major families have resolved to form the Southern City Alliance, compelling all forces within the region to join or be deemed adversaries of the entire alliance. On the day the three families received news of the Ji Dao organization's demise, they united under pressure to establish the Southern City Alliance. The leader of the Huang family serves as the alliance leader, while the heads of the Zhang and Wang families act as vice leaders. The three families, brimming with ambition, aim to unify the entire southern city from the very inception of the alliance. Aside from the five major forces, countless smaller factions exist within the southern city. The larger of these groups may comprise hundreds, while the smaller ones consist of only a few individuals, all survivors banding together in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Now, with the formation of the Southern City Alliance, the three families intend to absorb all these smaller factions. Although each faction may not appear formidable on its own, collectively, they represent an immensely powerful force. It is not as though we are struggling to survive. Why should we join your alliance? In the face of the three families' pressure, a young man boldly rejects, we will not join. Behind him, a dozen youths echo his sentiment, yes, we can survive on our own. Why should we serve you? Upon hearing their words, several members of the three families exchange glances before drawing their blades and charging into the crowd. Moments later, the ground was littered with headless corpses, their severed heads serving as instruments of intimidation for the three families against other factions. In an instant, the entire southern city descended into a bloody purge. Meanwhile, in the dissection room, Zhu Linyuan slowly opens his eyes, exhaling deeply. He notices that his physique has significantly increased, now towering at nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters. With arms as thick as an average person's waist, his evolution level has risen to 36% of the second tier, quite impressive. In his giant form, Zhu Linyuan speaks slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Soon, he regains control of his body, returning to his normal state, appearing as a strikingly handsome figure, exuding a palpable masculine charm. Following his evolution, his looks have improved even further. Zhu Linyuan, however, is not preoccupied with his appearance. Instead, he focuses on the system panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Rank: second tier evolver. Evolution rate 36. Strength: 296. Speed: 291. Physique: 266. Attribute points: 0. Daily tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups. Reward: 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward: 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward: 1 attribute point completed. Capture tasks: none. Prisoner count: 4. With his evolution rate at 36%, his average attributes have increased by approximately 70 points each, totaling an overall enhancement of nearly 200 points. A glimmer of excitement dances in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. Based on this ratio, a second-tier evolver should gain 600 attribute points, meaning each attribute could increase by 200 points. According to my previous calculations, a first-tier evolver should gain 300 attribute points, with each attribute increasing by 100 points. Therefore, a normal person reaching the second-tier limit should have all 3 attributes at 300 points, totaling 900 points. However, due to the system and the consumption of silver-scaled fish, despite my only 36% evolution rate, my statistics are essentially equivalent to the second-tier limit. Furthermore, with my Qiuyu sword, even the second-tier limit would not pose a challenge for me. After a thorough assessment, Zhu Linyuan concludes that his strength roughly aligns with the second-tier limit from his past life, surpassing it in terms of offensive capabilities. It seems I should venture to that location. Zhu Linyuan reflects. recalling two horrifying mutated zombies rumored to have emerged from the sports arena in the city center during the apocalypse, where thousands had gathered for a concert. According to the speculations of various factions in the previous life, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, a significant portion of the thousands of individuals should have transformed into zombies, fervently attacking other survivors. This resulted in the first wave of survivors failing to escape, meeting their demise at the hands of the undead. After humanity was extinguished, these zombies began to slaughter one another, leaving only two aberrant creatures. These two aberrant beings roamed the stadium until a minor faction inadvertently entered, unleashing them. Upon their departure from the stadium, they immediately commenced a frenzied rampage, possessing second-tier extreme strength even before the calamity of the moon. The survivors at that time could hardly withstand their onslaught. The entire southern city was swiftly plunged into disaster. It was the perfect timing to harvest them. These two second-tier aberrant beings should significantly enhance my evolution level. After finishing lunch, I resolved to deal with the two aberrant creatures. Zhu Linyuan firmly decided that after savoring the silver-scaled fish soup, he would confront those two beings. As he contemplated this, he rose and walked towards his room. Upon entering, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In addition to Luo Qingying, there was unexpectedly Zhu Linyuan. Dressed in a wine-red gown and wearing light makeup, Zhu Linyuan appeared exceptionally radiant. Moreover, on the table, alongside the silver-scaled fish soup, were several bottles of red wine and candles. "Darling, you're back," Luo Qingying cheerfully greeted, leaning close to Zhu Linyuan's ear, whispering sweetly, "Look what I prepared for you." The brothers' urge for updates was overwhelming. Lao Ha could not disappoint them. The event remained effective, with 1,000 urging for more tomorrow, and today's donations reached 67. If tomorrow surpassed 100, an additional update would follow. With unwavering support from the brothers, Lao Ha would certainly accompany them to the end. Chapter 62. The Intoxicated Woman. While Luo Qingying spoke, Zhu Linyuan caught a faint fragrance in the air. It was not the familiar scent of Luo Qingying, but rather a unique and delightful perfume. Just the aroma stirred something within him. Observing Luo Qingying's flirtatious smile and Zhu Linyuan's flushed cheeks, a thought flickered through his mind. This was a banquet of intrigue. Zhu Linyuan mused silently to himself, quickly discerning the intentions behind Luo Qingying and Zhu Linyuan's actions. It appeared that Luo Qingying had truly been pushed to her limits, even resorting to seeking external assistance. Amused internally, he approached the dining table without concern. With his current physique, not only could he handle the two of them, but even a dozen or 20 would pose no challenge. However, as the calamity of the moon loomed, his priority was to enhance his strength, and he was reluctant to expend too much energy on this matter. Yet, when meat presented itself at his doorstep, how could he possibly refuse? Moreover, Zhu Linyuan was an absolute beauty. Would this serve as a test of character? Noticing the anticipation and trepidation in Zhu Linyuan's enchanting eyes, Zhu Linyuan smiled gently. Nevertheless, he chose not to rush. After all, a meal is best savored bite by bite, and the same principle applied here. Only when the time is right would it be most fruitful. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Linyuan took a large bowl and filled it with silver-scaled fish soup, bringing it to his nose to inhale the fragrant aroma. The milky white broth exuded an intensely rich scent, tantalizing his senses. Just the smell was enough to invigorate him. Without hesitation, he drank deeply from the bowl. The creamy broth, as smooth as milk, slid down his throat effortlessly, and the flavor was extraordinarily exquisite, a true delicacy. In no time, he had polished off an entire bowl. After consuming the soup, Zhu Linyuan felt a gentle warmth spreading through his abdomen, accompanied by a subtle enhancement of his physique. Indeed, the silver-scaled fish was a treasure in its entirety. Merely drinking the soup had bolstered his physical strength. A smile graced Zhu Linyuan's face as he filled another large bowl. Though this slight enhancement was insignificant to him, it was remarkably substantial for an ordinary person. "Qingying, Zian, you two should drink more of the soup," he suggested, deliberately focusing his gaze on Zhu Linyuan. Luo Qingying had already undergone a strengthening process, while Zhu Linyuan had not, remaining an ordinary individual. Such a fragile physique in his hands was akin to a delicate flower, easily broken with the slightest force. She required strengthening. Zhu Linyuan thought to himself, drinking 2 more large bowls of fish soup before indulging in the silver-scaled fish meat. After breaking through to the second tier of evolution, not only had his physique and strength increased, but his appetite and digestive capacity had also significantly improved. Ordinary food was digested almost instantaneously. Only special foods like the silver-scaled fish could provide him with a sense of fullness. In a matter of moments, he had consumed the entirety of the 1-meter-long silver-scaled fish, transforming it into pure energy to nourish his body. As for Luo Qingying and Zhu Linyuan, they had only drunk the fish soup and eaten a few other dishes. Merely consuming the soup had left them both feeling warm, their complexions flushed, as if they had just exited a sauna. The meat of the silver-scaled fish was beyond their capacity to chew. Observing the reactions of the two beauties, Zhu Linyuan wore a subtle smile. The enhancement effect of this fish was far stronger than that of the previous half-meter-long silver-scaled fish. Luo Qingying and Su Zian's physiques should also see considerable improvement. Feeling the warmth coursing through his body, Zhu Linyuan glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Zhu Linyuan, Tier, Second Tier Evolver, Evolution Level 36, Strength, 316, Speed, 309, Physique, 296, Attribute Points, 0 Daily Tasks. Complete 1,000 pull-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 squats, reward 1 attribute point completed. Complete 1,000 push-ups, reward 1 attribute point completed. Capture tasks, none number of prisoners, for, after consuming the silver-scaled fish, his attributes had surged significantly, increasing by nearly 90 points and continuing to grow. Seeing his attributes, Zhu Linyuan's face lit up with joy. His stats had now fully reached, and even surpassed, the limits of a second-tier evolver. Coupled with the Qiyujian, dealing with those two second-tier aberrant beings would be a mere trifle. However, it was not yet the time to confront them. Zhu Linyuan pondered, turning to Luo Qingying and Su Zian. At that moment, Luo Qingying, with her ponytail and clad in a form-fitting white sports outfit, revealed a slender waist and long, graceful legs, exuding a youthful charm reminiscent of a campus goddess. Yet, her entire body bore a slight flush, adding an enticing allure to her appearance. In contrast, Su Zian donned a red gown that accentuated her delicate collarbone, neck, and fair calves, elegantly complemented by a pair of wine-red Valentino high heels. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and as she looked at Zhu Linyuan, her lips parted slightly, exuding an intoxicating femininity. Perhaps due to consuming too much silver-scaled fish, Zhu Linyuan felt slightly off himself, a gentle warmth enveloping his body. Just then, Luo Qingying suddenly stood up, turned off the lights, and lit the candles on the table. Under the flickering candlelight, the two beauties appeared even more captivating. The atmosphere grew intensely intimate. Why not indulge a little today? Zhu Linyuan thought, standing up decisively, wrapping his arms around Luo Qingying's waist and tossing her onto the bed, before stepping up to Su Zian, gently caressing her delicate face with the back of his hand. Feeling the fervent breath of Zhu Linyuan, Su Zian resembled a woman intoxicated, her eyes sparkling enticingly as she gently leaned against Zhu Linyuan, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his powerful heartbeat. Zhu Linyuan, in turn, wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, which was slender enough to be grasped with a single hand. Just as he was poised to take the next step, a sudden loud crash resounded from outside. The sound jolted Zhu Linyuan, his expression shifting dramatically as his gaze sharpened with intensity. Without uttering another word, he swiftly seized the Qiuyu sword and bracers, rising to dash downstairs. Luo Qingying also rushed from her room, her eyes meeting Su Zian's. In that sheer glance, they both recognized the gravity reflected in each other's eyes and immediately donned the combat attire prepared by Zhu Linyuan, grasping their weapons before hastening downstairs. They understood all too well that in a post-apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. They aspired to live well and find happiness amidst the chaos. But the foremost prerequisite was to stay alive. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the entrance. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, a profound murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 63. Are you my pets? Before him lay a scene of utter devastation. Scattered across the ground were over a dozen corpses, some familiar to Zhu Linyuan, while others were strangers to him. Not far off stood a group of approximately 100 individuals, armed and menacing. The giant panda, Taiji, stood protectively in front of Liu Yao. Even from a distance, Zhu Linyuan could sense Taiji's palpable fury. Mr. Zhu, Liu Bai exclaimed urgently upon seeing Zhu Linyuan approach. These people are here to rob us. They seem to be a small faction from the vicinity, envious of our resources and planning to seize some while our people are occupied outside. They executed their plan meticulously, attacking when our numbers were insufficient. We lost a few brothers during the skirmish earlier, but your beast companion managed to drive them away. Liu Bai bore injuries on his arm, his gaze fixated on the intruders, brimming with anger. Zhu Linyuan nodded, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the group before him. At that moment, a bespectacled man at the forefront addressed him. So, you must be the leader here? We have no other intention than to request some resources from you. We've observed your recent shipments. You cannot possibly consume all that food. We are all from Nancheng, and my brothers have been starving for 2 days. Hand over 50 boxes of your supplies, and we will leave at once. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. The bespectacled man spoke harshly. Even if you have the advantage of numbers and that giant panda assisting you, we can still take down several of your men. After all, starving to death is still death. We might as well take a few of you with us. He concluded, we only asked for 50 boxes. Consider whether it's worth it to engage in a bloody conflict. Following his declaration, the group behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, glaring menacingly at Zhu Linyuan. Observing their demeanor, Zhu Linyuan unexpectedly smiled. You think that because you are hungry, I should feed you? He scanned the faces before him, a sardonic smile, curling his lips. Are you my pets? Even dogs know to bark and wag their tails when begging for food. Your method of solicitation is beneath even that of a dog. You, the bespectacled man retorted, his frustration evident. Abruptly, he noticed a massive fist hurtling towards him. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The sound was akin to a firecracker exploding. His head burst like a watermelon, splattering blood and matter onto the faces of his comrades behind him. In a heartbeat, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Zhu Linyuan did not spare a glance at the fallen body, but took a slow step forward, his gaze fixed on the remaining group. Despite the 100 or so people before him, they found themselves suffocated by his imposing presence. As he advanced, they instinctively recoiled. Just moments ago, they had been shouting threats. Zhu Linyuan chuckled darkly, striking with lightning speed. His claw-like hand seized the head of a nearby man, lifting him high before crushing him with the slightest of pressure. The sound was reminiscent of fireworks. Starving to death is still death, and fighting to the death with us is also death. It would be better to take a few of you down with us. Zhu Linyuan spoke slowly, echoing the bespectacled man's earlier words, before abruptly altering his tone. You garbage do not even deserve to speak of fighting to the death. With that, he stepped forward and casually swatted the face of a woman with the back of his hand. Her head exploded upon impact. Nearby, one man suddenly collapsed, flailing his legs in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet he lacked the strength to move, staring at Zhu Linyuan in terror, murmuring, "Monster, you are a monster." Zhu Linyuan paid him no mind, delivering a swift kick that caved in the man's chest, blood gushing from his nose and ears as he fell silent. Suddenly, one person in the crowd knelt down, followed swiftly by others who began to drop to their knees, discarding their weapons and repeatedly bowing in supplication. Do not kill us. We are all from Nancheng. We are all human. We were just too hungry and wanted something to eat. We were wrong. We will never dare again. Hearing their pleas, Zhu Linyuan's expression remained unchanged as he coolly replied, collect their weapons. Liu Bai immediately led a group to confiscate the weapons of the intruders and then inquired, Mr. Zhu, how should we deal with these people? Eliminate them all. Zhu Linyuan stated flatly, turning to leave. In his eyes, these were not lives but mere ants. Do not kill me. The crowd wailed in despair upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's decree. We have surrendered. Why must you kill us? We can work for you. Killing us brings you no benefit. Spare us, and we will labor for you. Who says killing you brings no benefit? Liu Bai's countenance twisted into a grimace. You scoundrels killed our brothers and sought to steal our supplies. Eliminating you brings us satisfaction, and that is the greatest benefit. With that, Liu Bai swung his blade mercilessly, severing the neck of the nearest man. Blood sprayed high, splattering Liu Bai from head to toe. Brothers, heed the leader's call. Eradicate these scoundrels. Liu Bai roared, plunging into the fray. Following him, dozens of brothers surged forward, initiating a slaughter. As the sounds of combat echoed around him, Zhu Linyuan remained impassive. His underlings were still inexperienced in the art of killing. They needed to witness bloodshed to cultivate their ferocity. It was time to let them see the reality of death and instill a sense of murderous intent. With this thought, he approached Taiji, the giant panda, and ruffled its head. Taiji immediately crouched down. Zhu Linyuan mounted Taiji's back, patting its head and pointing forward. Let us proceed, little one. It is time for you to witness some bloodshed. The direction he indicated led to the stadium where two aberrant creatures were confined. Upon receiving Zhu Linyuan's command, Taiji sprang into action, its massive form moving with surprising grace, darting towards the stadium at incredible speed. Behind them, the invading group fell like wheat before a scythe. Chapter 64. The secret of the Black Lotus Saintess. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Black Lotus sect, a bamboo grove lay behind the main building, within which stood a stone house. Inside the stone house was a hot spring, constructed of jade stones, filled with warm, inviting water. The hot spring water emanates wisps of steam, enveloping the stone house in a veil of ethereal beauty, with crimson rose petals floating serenely on the surface. The steam condenses upon these petals, forming glistening droplets that sparkle like gems. The atmosphere is one of tranquil elegance. Suddenly, a delicate hand, as if carved from jade, reaches for a rose petal. This hand is extraordinarily exquisite, with slender, pale fingers that taper delicately like tender green onions. The palm is small and soft, evoking an irresistible urge to grasp it. The graceful hand gently stirs the water, seemingly attuned to its warmth, before withdrawing gracefully. Following this, a fair and delicate foot enters the hot spring, followed by long, slender legs and a trim waist. Finally, the woman's entire form submerges in the water, cloaked by the scattered rose petals. As she basks in the warmth, a contented sigh escapes her lips, lifting the pristine veil to reveal a pair of alluring cherry lips. Reminiscent of glistening cherries, their pink hue inviting an irresistible desire to taste them. Merely the sight of her lips incites fanciful imaginings of the stunning visage that lies beyond the veil, for she is none other than the saintess of He Lianjiao. At that moment, A woman clad in a black gauze skirt approaches the hot spring with quick, respectful strides, proclaiming, "Saintess, the individuals you dispatched to the stadium have returned." They reported sighting two monstrous entities at the stadium, both of considerable size and covered in bony spikes and armor. It appears our prior intelligence was accurate. Aberrant beings indeed lurk in that stadium, and according to their descriptions, they are likely two second-tier aberrants. Had Zhu Linyuan heard this woman's words, he would surely be astounded, for in his understanding, no one had yet uttered the term aberrant at this juncture in the past life. This nomenclature arose post-moon calamity. A consensus reached by the surviving factions to designate the evolved zombies and mutated beasts, corresponding with human evolvers. Terms like aberrant, spores, evolver, and blood patterns, as well as classifications of first-tier and second-tier, were introduced only in that era following the calamity. Yet at this moment, it seems that He Lianjiao was already cognizant of this terminology. "I understand," the He Lian Saintess responded slowly, her voice melodious. "Dispatch several second-tier guardians to eliminate those two aberrants and retrieve the spores." Upon hearing the Saintess's directive, the woman in the gauze skirt hesitated before articulating, "Saintess, our sect currently possesses a limited number of second-tier guardians, most of whom have only just achieved this rank. The strength of those two aberrants is likely formidable. Our guardians may not be their match. Should we not wait a while longer?" Pausing briefly, she continued, "Currently, the entire southern city is in turmoil. New forces are rising in the Xianyang mountain range, with the three major families forming an alliance, subtly gaining strength. Moreover, the official forces have yet to intervene, undoubtedly scheming, perhaps even biding their time for the day of descent. Our second-tier guardians are the backbone of our sect. Should they fall here, they may not withstand the combined might of these forces when the Saint Lord descends." Listening quietly to her words, the He Lian Saintess waited until she finished before suddenly laughing, the sound enchanting. "Are you questioning me?" she asked, her expression both teasing and inscrutable as she gazed at the woman. "Or have you gained the audacity to doubt me simply because you have broken through to the second tier?" With that, she flicked her fingers, sending the rose petal flying towards the woman in the black gauze, which transformed into a streak of red light, spinning quickly like a blade, grazing the woman's cheek. A fine line of crimson appeared on her face, droplets falling to the ground. The woman stared at the Saintess, her eyes wide with shock. After her own breakthrough to the second tier, she had assumed her strength was comparable to that of the He Lian Saintess. Yet she had not anticipated the vast chasm between their powers. If the Saintess had wielded a weapon, she feared she could not withstand even a single blow. The He Lian Saintess did not regard the woman's expression, but spoke slowly, as if to herself. "The three major families are merely a collection of insignificant fish. Their numbers are inconsequential and easily extinguished. The official forces are still developing the evolution fluid, and their guardians are concentrated in Mo-Du and Yanjing. Unable to attend to the southern city, thus posing no threat to our sect, there is no need for concern. As for the emerging force, it is indeed intriguing. Zhu Linyuan has managed to ascend to the rank of evolver. I wonder if he accidentally developed the evolution fluid or harbors some secret. Regardless, his secrets are but the strength of a fledgling second tier. They will not stir significant waves. Moreover, with the day of descent approaching, what difference do his secrets make?" Turning to the woman in the gauze skirt, she intoned, "As long as I am present, no force in the southern city can threaten our sect. We shall ensure the successful descent of the Saint Lord. When that day arrives, with the Saint Lord's assistance, our sect's rise will be unstoppable." The He Lian Saintess's tone grew colder as she continued, "Remember, even if all second-tier guardians perish in battle, the spores must be retrieved." The woman bit her lip, appearing conflicted, yet ultimately bowed and replied respectfully, "As you command, Saintess." After the woman departed, the He Lian Saintess gazed at her palm, murmuring softly, "The evolution fluid obtained from the Saint Lord is limited, allowing me only to break through to the second-tier limit. I hope those two aberrants can assist me in advancing to the third tier, and perhaps serve as a means to eliminate these second-tier guardians. The day of descent is imminent. If I do not enhance my strength swiftly, I may become a mere puppet of that wretched Saint Lord." Reflecting on her earlier fortuitous encounters, a glint of coldness flickered in the He Lian Saintess's eyes. She had never believed in the so-called Saint Lord's assertions. The Saint Lord was using her, just as she was using the Saint Lord. It merely came down to who possessed the superior means. During the hunt, the exchange of roles between hunter and prey often occurs in an instant. At this thought, the He Lian Saintess suddenly recalled a certain individual, whispering softly, "Zhu Linyuan, to have ascended to the second-tier evolver. Are you also a puppet thrust into the limelight? Fear not, we shall inevitably cross paths." Meanwhile, He Lianjiao had dispatched 6 guardians, heading directly toward the stadium. On the other side, Zhu Linyuan sat atop Taiji, having arrived at the stadium's perimeter. Ahead lies the destination. A smile graced Zhu Linyuan's face as he gently grasped the Qiuyu sword at his waist. Taiji seemed to sense the presence of the aberrants, becoming agitated and emitting low growls. As if responding to Tai Ji's growls, two low roars emanated from within the stadium. Indeed, they're here. Upon hearing the sounds, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes as he leaped from Tai Ji's back to the stadium's apex, gazing down. The stadium was strewn with shredded garments and remnants, resembling a hell's cape, a testament to the countless souls lost within. Unfazed, Zhu Linyuan searched for the traces of the aberrants. At the edge of the stadium, he spotted two humanoid aberrants wandering, seemingly alerted by Tai Ji's growls as they sought its location. These two aberrants bore a striking resemblance, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Their bodies enveloped in dark bony plates as if clad in bone armor. Their fingers and toes have been replaced by sharp, elongated bone blades, presenting a terrifying visage. Indeed, they are second-tier aberrants, already resembling killing machines. Observing their appearance, Zhu Linyuan nodded in silent affirmation. In the previous life, it was already discovered that as the aberrant species evolved to higher tiers, their forms became increasingly akin to the ideal combat shape. The lower-tier aberrants might develop some superfluous features, but the higher-tier aberrants are entirely sculpted for battle and slaughter. They resemble machines of death. The 9th-tier aberrants are akin to exquisite works of art designed for killing. At this moment, the two aberrants in the arena began to exude the essence of lethal machines. Their bodies were armored with bone plates that boasted formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand considerable attacks, while their hands and feet had evolved into bone blades, drastically enhancing their offensive power. However, they still fell far short of the high-tier aberrants that Zhu Linyuan had encountered in his previous life, which were akin to masterpieces. The two second-tier aberrants left Zhu Linyuan curious about the extent to which they could elevate his evolution level. A smile crept across his face as he unhesitatingly leaped into the arena. Upon his descent into the arena, the two aberrants immediately detected his presence and charged at him with a fierce roar. Their speed was astonishing, and in an instant, they traversed the vast arena. Lunging towards Zhu Linyuan with claws poised to strike at his throat, a sound of air being sliced echoed ominously. Even steel would be torn asunder by the claws of these two aberrants, showcasing their second-tier extreme velocity. Zhu Linyuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising his forearm to block the claws. However, in the blink of an eye, both aberrants simultaneously kicked at him. Their toes had also transformed into bone blades, delivering a strike of terrifying power. For a moment, the two aberrants seemed to have the upper hand over Zhu Linyuan. Intrigued, a smile graced his features as he relaxed his stance slightly, using the momentum of their charge to propel himself backward. Zhu Linyuan executed a somersault mid-air, planting his feet against the arena wall, and then unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding boom, he shattered the sturdy wall, sending dust and debris flying. Simultaneously, he used the recoil to launch himself at the two aberrants like a cannonball. The Qiuyu sword was drawn. At this moment, Zhu Linyuan unleashed his full speed. In a rapid arc, the Qiuyu sword emitted a sharp ringing sound as it sliced through the air, transforming into a white rainbow aimed directly at the two aberrants. The aberrants, in their fervor, lunged at Zhu Linyuan, their fingers like blades aimed at his head. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Linyuan and the two aberrants passed each other. He slowed down, exhaling deeply as he sheathed the sword. The sound of the sword entering its sheath resonated like a switch being flipped, and suddenly, the upper halves of the two aberrants fell cleanly from their waists, crashing to the ground. The cut was astonishingly smooth, resembling a polished mirror, leaving only their 4 legs and half-body standing. Such a sharp sword, truly deserving of its legendary status. Observing the severed bodies of the aberrants, Zhu Linyuan felt immense satisfaction with the Qiuyu sword. The bone blades and armor of these aberrants were exceptionally sturdy, far surpassing metal. Had he employed an alloy-long knife, the outcome would have been drastically different. Yet, beneath the Qiuyu sword, these second-tier extreme aberrants were effortlessly cleaved into 4 pieces. Zhu Linyuan approached without hesitation, dispatching the two aberrants and extracting their spores, while collecting useful materials from their remains. These bone fragments could be fashioned into armor, and the bone blades could be crafted into weapons, far superior to ordinary arms. Zhu Linyuan gathered all his spoils, feeling immensely satisfied. Not only had he acquired 2 second-tier spores and a plethora of materials, but he also gained a deeper understanding of the sharpness of the Qiuyu sword. Fortunately, Gu Qiuyu lacked the strength to unleash the sword's full potential. Otherwise, capturing her would not have been so straightforward. Zhu Linyuan mused that while weaponry was undeniably important, the strength of the wielder was equally crucial. Even the finest divine weapons require a suitable master to unleash their true power. Even a divine weapon like the Qiuyu sword would be ineffective in the hands of a mere child of 4 or 5 years, who would struggle to even cut through a tree. In Gu Qiuyu's hands, it could barely slice through the alloy forearm guards crafted by Zhu Linyuan. Yet, in Zhu Linyuan's grasp, a single stroke could bisect the 2 second-tier extreme aberrants effortlessly. Regrettably, the sword was too light, not quite fitting for him. Zhu Linyuan contemplated that once the mining operations commenced successfully, he would forge a heavy battle knife, which would be a weapon more suited to him. With these thoughts, he vividly envisioned the design of the heavy battle knife in his mind, feeling a surge of anticipation. The quest to locate the other two branches of the Gu family must be addressed promptly. Additionally, the mining vein at Liaoxia Valley also needed to be expedited. Zhu Linyuan resolved that upon returning, he would transform the two spores into evolution liquid and commence these tasks. But Qingying and Ziyin were still at home waiting for him. With this thought, a smile appeared on Zhu Linyuan's face as he eagerly gathered his belongings and strode towards the exit of the arena. However, just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard an enraged roar from outside. Roar. The. Upon hearing Tai Ji's cry, Zhu Linyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed forward. Outside the arena, he beheld 6 men clad in black robes with hoods, wielding metal staffs surrounding Tai Ji. This attire was all too familiar to Zhu Linyuan from his previous life. The Black Lotus Sect. You seek death. Upon seeing the black robes and hoods, adorned with the lotus pattern, a fierce killing intent flashed in Zhu Linyuan's eyes. The Black Lotus Sect had the audacity to appear before him. His tone dripped with chilling menace. His enmity with the Black Lotus Sect ran deep, a vendetta that could not be reconciled. On one hand, they had aided in the massacre of humanity. On the other, Zhu Linyuan's brother had fallen victim to the hands of the sect's leader. Black Lotus, prepare to meet your demise. The image of the man in a gold-trimmed black robe, perpetually wearing a gentle smile, yet wielding ruthless cruelty, surfaced in Zhu Linyuan's mind, intensifying his murderous intent. This man, the leader of the Black Lotus sect in his previous life, was the one who had personally slain Zhu Linyuan's brother. No matter where you hide now, I will drag you out and tear you apart. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Linyuan clenched his fist, his physique suddenly swelling to nearly 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged, radiating a bronze glow under the sun, resembling a colossal bronze titan. Zhu Linyuan cast a cold gaze towards the 6 guardians of the Black Lotus sect, taking a step forward, causing the ground to fracture beneath him, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. The guardians' pupils constricted as they realized they faced an evolved being capable of controlling his form, identifying him as Zhu Linyuan. Ever since Zhu Linyuan's rise, all major factions in South City have been probing for information about him, with the Black Lotus sect being the most swift and accurate in their intelligence. Zhu Linyuan's characteristics were no secret within their ranks, especially known to the guardians. Upon recognizing the bronze giant before them as Zhu Linyuan, the 6 guardians exhaled in relief. With such a display, they initially feared encountering a monster. Fortunately, it was merely a somewhat special second-tier evolved being. But how special could he be? Was he not still a second-tier evolved being? All are second-tier evolvers. How could one of them possibly surpass us 6? The 6 guardians laughed heartily, entirely dismissing Zhu Linyuan. After breaking through to the second tier, they felt an extraordinary strength coursing through them. Not to mention a 3-meter-tall evolver. Even larger mutated beasts would be easily dealt with in a single blow. In their eyes, apart from a few members of the Halian Jiao, they had become invincible beings in this world. Listening to their banter, Zhu Linyuan remained silent, steadily advancing towards the 6. Which of you will take care of this big fool? The 6 guardians continued their jovial conversation. I will, proclaimed one man, roughly 1 meter tall, a sinister grin flashing across his face. I despise these big oafs the most. I shall saw him into pieces and let him experience the feeling of being treated like a dwarf. The dwarf-like man charged at Zhu Linyuan, swinging his sword towards his knee. This strike will sever your leg, he shouted. Seeing the dwarf charge at him, Zhu Linyuan's eyes betrayed no emotion. He stomped down with astonishing force. Despite his enormous size, his movements were remarkably swift. With that kick, he struck the dwarf beneath his foot. The dwarf was crushed into a pulp, unable to utter even a scream. Zhu Linyuan, expressionless, treated the act as casually as squashing an ant. How could this be? The remaining 5 guardians exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. According to their information, they were all second-tier evolvers. The dwarf's strength was nearly on par with theirs, yet he had been reduced to nothing with a single kick. Did this imply that the opponent possessed the power to annihilate them instantly? The information must be erroneous. Retreat. The 5 guardians turned and fled without hesitation. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly propelled himself off the ground, bursting forth with incredible speed, and appeared before the 5 in an instant. With a resounding thud, Zhu Linyuan's left arm swept across, knocking all 5 to the ground as if swatting flies. Although he had controlled his strength, he still shattered their bones. Were it not for the robust vitality of evolvers, these 5 would have perished on the spot. You base creatures, daring to boast? Zhu Linyuan gazed disdainfully at the incapacitated guardians sprawled on the ground. Who informed you about the evolvers? What else do you know regarding this apocalypse? Having overheard their conversation, Zhu Linyuan noted that these individuals were aware of the evolvers. Furthermore, they were all second-tier evolvers. In his previous life, Zhu Linyuan had never heard of any second-tier evolvers appearing before the lunar calamity. Coupled with the peculiar actions of the Heilian Jiao in his past life, he suddenly realized that there must be significant secrets lurking behind this organization. You will never extract information from us. One guardian began to speak, but Zhu Linyuan swiftly crushed him with a stomp. The once boisterous guardian was reduced to a heap of flesh. The 4 remaining guardians, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with terror. Though they were hastily cultivated by the Heilian Jiao using evolution fluid, their experience and courage were not vastly different from those of ordinary individuals. Zhu Linyuan's stomp shattered whatever resolve they had left. Think carefully before you speak. I have no time for your prattle. Zhu Linyuan then turned his gaze to the guardian furthest away. I will tell you everything. Just spare my life. As Zhu Linyuan's eyes swept over the remaining 3 guardians, they were left in a daze. One of them hurriedly exclaimed, "It was the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is the one who informed us." The other 2, hearing their companion confess, hurriedly added, "The Heilian Jiao existed even before the apocalypse. The Holy Lord found the Holy Maiden and bestowed the directive to her, instructing her to develop the church. The Holy Maiden is merely the Holy Lord's spokesperson. Through her, he revealed the impending apocalypse and taught us how to face it. He not only provided us with evolution fluid to become evolvers, but also instructed us on how to deal with zombies and aberrant creatures. He is an omnipotent and omniscient deity, destined to descend upon the world on the night of the full moon and lead us to triumph over the apocalypse." As they spoke of the Holy Lord, the 3 guardians exhibited fervent expressions, fervently extolling his virtues. Zhu Linyuan, having acquired the information he sought, had no desire to listen further to their incessant ramblings and swiftly dispatched the trio. Heilian Jiao, Holy Lord, full moon night. Sitting atop the Taiji, Zhu Linyuan murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Meanwhile, at Zhu Linyuan's residence, Luo Qingying and Su Ziyan were secretly plotting. "Do you think the boss will be angry with us for doing this?" Su Ziyan hesitated after hearing Luo Qingying's words. "How could he be?" Luo Qingying leaned in close to Su Ziyan's ear and whispered, "Once this is accomplished, he will no longer just be your boss. He will be your husband. Moreover, I am certain he will appreciate this surprise." Unexpectedly, the brothers' fervor was overwhelming. Lao had written from 7 o'clock until 2:30 in the morning, utterly exhausted, yet exhilarated by the process. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Lao has accomplished it. The rules remain in effect. As long as the brothers urge for more updates and offer rewards, Lao will deliver. 5 updates, 6 updates, 7 updates. Lao will not falter, ensuring the story is well crafted and exhilarating. A moment later, then I will hide in the wardrobe wearing this outfit. Su Ziyan regarded her attire with slight hesitation, questioning, "Will this work? Will the boss like it?" Dressed in black stockings, high heels, a tailor jacket, and a fitted black skirt, she considered this ensemble merely her usual work attire. Would Zhu Linyuan truly appreciate it? The only source of confidence for Su Ziyan lay in the fact that this outfit was more form-fitting than her usual clothes, accentuating her figure splendidly. Gazing at her reflection in the full-length mirror, she felt a surge of self-admiration. Upon hearing Su Ziyan's doubts, Luo Qingying could not help but chuckle. "Ziyan, you still do not understand, man. What man would not adore a secretary, especially one as beautiful as you?" Luo Qingying's face bore a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to Su Ziyan, whispering, "When the time comes, you will hide in our bedroom wardrobe. Once the boss returns, I will find a way to lure him to open the wardrobe. Just imagine, when he opens it and sees you in this uniform, what will his reaction be?" Luo Qingying, like a little devil, continued to tempt Su Ziyan. "What happens next is entirely up to you. Rest assured, given your appearance and figure paired with this outfit, you will enchant him entirely. Your only task now is to pray that he shows mercy, lest you be unable to move tomorrow." As Luo Qingying's words sank in, Su Ziyan couldn't help but imagine Zhu Linyuan's tall and powerful physique, and numerous vivid images flooded her mind. She gently bit her lip, instinctively clutching her skirt's hem. Her cheeks flushing a bright red, her delicate earlobes also tinged with color, making her look incredibly alluring. Observing her reaction, Luo Qingying felt a wave of relief, silently thinking, "Boss, I have brought Ziyan to you. You can take care of her these next few days. I'm utterly exhausted." Reflecting on Zhu Linyuan's recent behavior, Luo Qingying still felt a twinge of fear. His combat prowess was truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to Zhu Linyuan, the 2 women at home were conspiring to surprise him. At this moment, he was on his way home. Not far ahead, 2 groups were engaged in a fierce battle. The numbers on both sides were few, totaling less than 100. Such trivial skirmishes were beneath Zhu Linyuan's notice, and he urged Taiji to push forward. In this apocalypse, conflict was commonplace, and he could hardly summon the interest to observe the commotion. However, at that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emerged from the crowd. Was it the bleating of a sheep? Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Linyuan promptly patted Taichi's back, signaling it to halt, then leaped down and strode towards the gathering. Upon his approach, both factions instinctively ceased their actions, turning their gazes towards him, which reflected both vigilance and fear. It was not that they perceived Zhu Linyuan's strength. Rather, it was the formidable presence of the enormous panda, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, that accompanied him. Although Tai Chi appeared endearingly clumsy, its towering stature surpassed that of a two-story building, instilling a sense of terror. Such a daunting creature was undeniably intimidating to the ordinary survivors present. Furthermore, these individuals were not foolish. They had witnessed Zhu Linyuan riding Tai Chi moments earlier. Who among them could possibly tame such a fearsome beast? Consequently, as Zhu Linyuan advanced, both groups instinctively took a few steps back. Among the smaller faction, a man with a notably righteous appearance stepped forward. He was approximately 30 years old, with a square face and a resolute countenance, executing his movements with remarkable precision. Even while retreating, his posture remained slightly forward, ready to engage at any moment. Zhu Linyuan's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Although the man endeavored to mask it, Zhu Linyuan discerned that he had undoubtedly undergone some form of military training. How intriguing. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, but did not dwell on it. Instead, he turned his attention to the source of the bleating sound. There you stood, beneath which lay a litter of lambs, 5 or 6 in total. Indeed, it was a sheep. Zhu Linyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this apocalyptic world, animals such as pigs, cattle, and sheep were among the most challenging to survive, yet they represented a precious source of sustenance, providing both milk and meat. Especially since you had already given birth to several lambs. If nurtured properly, it could potentially yield a flock, allowing him to enjoy lamb on a regular basis. The thought of roasting lamb chops, legs, or savoring a fragrant lamb soup made Zhu Linyuan's mouth water. Typically, you would only produce 1 or 2 lambs. Thus, the fact that this one had birthed 5 or 6 was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhu Linyuan felt a surge of joy within. The occurrence of 5 or 6 lambs being born at once was akin to the rarity of human twins or triplets. Just then, as if aware of Zhu Linyuan's gaze, the resolute-faced man stepped forward and said, "Brother, we stumbled upon this litter of lambs in this ewe. If you're interested, you may take them. Just leave us 1 lamb." Upon hearing the man's words, the 20 or so individuals behind him clenched their fists, yet none dared to voice opposition. Observing this, Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but hold the man in high regard. It was clear he was reluctant to part with the sheep, yet he remained rational, understanding the importance of compromise. Furthermore, the loyalty of his subordinates underscored his leadership qualities. Notably, they were outnumbered, only 20 against 50 or 60, but they managed to hold their ground, indicating a significant disparity in individual strength. Additionally, the man's military training hinted at his potential. A valuable asset indeed. Despite these thoughts, Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly and spoke calmly. "I will take the ewe and all the lambs." The moment his words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The square-faced man tightened his fists. Just then, Zhu Linyuan turned to him and inquired, "What is your name?" The man, slightly puzzled, replied in a low voice, "Jin Zhuang." Jin as in gold, and Zhuang as in strong. "Very well, Jin Zhuang, I shall remember that. You wish to keep 1 lamb, presumably for sustenance, correct? Here's what I propose. Travel to the foot of the Xianyang Mountains, to the location of the Shihu community, and seek out a person named Lu Bai. Inform him that Zhu Linyuan sent you, and he will provide you with provisions equivalent to the value of these sheep." Initially, Zhu Linyuan intended to simply take the lambs. After all, in this apocalyptic realm, the imbalance of power rendered negotiations moot. However, Jin Zhuang's demeanor inspired a sense of appreciation in him. Although he commanded a sizable group, individuals with management skills and composure like Jin Zhuang were exceedingly rare. If he could utilize a small portion of resources to bring Jin Zhuang under his wing, it would be immensely advantageous. After all, having plundered the warehouse of the Extreme Path organization, Zhu Linyuan was in no shortage of supplies. What he lacked were capable individuals. After making his proposition, Zhu Linyuan turned his gaze back to Jin Zhuang. Chapter 68. A special gift. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Jin Zhuang appeared contemplative, remaining silent. Behind him, someone could no longer contain themselves, saying, "Brother Jin." Sensing his comrade's hesitation, Jin Zhuang shook his head and declared, "Let us do as Brother Zhu suggests and secure these sheep for him." With that, he glanced at Zhu Linyuan, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. His subordinates had not encountered many formidable opponents, but he had. He could discern that Zhu Linyuan's strength was undoubtedly immense. And the presence of the colossal panda further confirmed this. To oppose such a formidable figure for a few sheep seemed unwise. "Brother Zhu, take these sheep as a gesture of goodwill," Jin Zhuang said, clasping his fists and signaling his companions to retreat. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. He had extended an olive branch, and the acceptance of it lay in Jin Zhuang's hands. Regardless of the outcome, he had nothing to lose. Just then, from another group, a burly man suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn it, those sheep belong to me. You think you could just take my sheep without a word?" Upon hearing the man's outburst, Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly and fixed his gaze on the brute. The burly man, noticing Zhu Linyuan's lack of response, became even more brazen. "What are you staring at? Think you're special for riding a panda? I've hunted black bears on the mountains. I have 50 or 60 men here. And you think you can swagger in with your panda and take my sheep? Brothers, let us chop this guy up for the zombies. With a thunderous roar, the burly man charged forward, swinging his blade towards Zhu Linyuan's head. In the face of the man's full force strike, Zhu Linyuan merely shook his head and casually snapped the man's wrist. He then seized the brute by the neck, gradually exerting pressure, while his other hand pressed firmly on the man's shoulder, speaking slowly. A fool like you is a waste of resources. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan increased the pressure. With a series of cracking sounds, bones began to splinter within the man's body. The brute felt his head being pulled upwards while his body remained restrained, rendering him immobile and elongating his form. Suddenly, before the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Zhu Linyuan effortlessly wrenched the man's head clean off, leaving a bloody portion of the spine attached. Silence enveloped the scene. All present were struck with shock, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. They had never witnessed such a gruesome display, let alone contemplated it. Thud! The headless corpse of the burly man collapsed to the ground. Zhu Linyuan nonchalantly discarded the man's head, collected several sheep, and returned to Tai Chi. Let us go. Tai Chi, time to head home, Zhu Linyuan uttered calmly. For him, eliminating such a survivor was akin to squashing an ant. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's command, Tai Chi immediately bolted in the direction of Zhu Linyuan's home. It was not until Tai Chi's figure disappeared from view that the crowd began to stir. How is this possible? Jin Zhuang gazed at the head on the ground, astonished. What kind of monstrous strength could accomplish such a feat? Behind him, a person exclaimed with enthusiasm, Zhuang Go. Did that brother Zhu just mention that you should invoke his name to procure supplies? Does that imply he will protect us in the future? Another voice interjected. What if he deceives us and then ambushes us to seize our resources? Don't be ridiculous. Jin Zhuang shook his head with brother Zhu's prowess. Does he really need to resort to deceit to eliminate us? Brothers, let us gather our belongings and heed brother Zhu's instructions to head toward the Xianyang mountain range. Behind him, the crowd buzzed with excitement. This was indeed a golden opportunity. If they could align with such a powerful ally, wouldn't they thrive in this apocalypse? Across from them, a group of 50 to 60 individuals watched in stunned silence, too fearful to move, lest brother Zhu return unexpectedly to exact his vengeance upon them. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan had already returned to his residence, observing the nearby fields teeming with sprouting vegetables, and the brothers diligently watering and fertilizing the plants under the guidance of the triplet sisters. Zhu Linyuan nodded approvingly. Progress was being made. The issue of food was no longer a concern. The next step was to continue cultivating the land and expanding their territory. As he pondered this, Lu Bai spotted him and hurried over, bowing respectfully. Mr. Zhu. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly and handed him the rope tethering a few sheep, instructing, Xiao Lu, assign a brother to tend to these sheep. They must be cared for and nurtured. Also, inform the others that when they scavenge for resources outside, if they encounter livestock such as pigs, cattle, or sheep, they must bring them back. If any difficulties arise, communicate promptly. Additionally, if someone named Jin Zhuang approaches, provide him with 10 boxes of supplies and gauge his willingness to work for us. Understood, Mr. Zhu. Lu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned the potential of these sheep, realizing they could eventually become a thriving herd. What thrilled Lu Bai the most was Zhu Linyuan entrusting him with such a significant task. I must ensure this mission is executed flawlessly, he resolved, watching Zhu Linyuan's retreating figure. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan ascended the stairs leisurely. With the fields fully cultivated and crop sown, he no longer had to worry about food supplies. The sheep were entrusted to Xiao Lu, who would certainly manage them well without burdening him. With crops growing in the fields and birds soaring in the sky, all that remained were the creatures swimming in the waters. Zhu Linyuan mused, suddenly struck with inspiration. Silver-scaled fish. If he could establish a fish pond dedicated to breeding silver-scaled fish, he could indulge in their flesh whenever he pleased. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Given the resilience of silver-scaled fish, they could undoubtedly thrive under his care. Moreover, as he sought to cultivate his own power, a variety of resources would be essential. Special species like the silver-scaled fish, which could enhance their capabilities, were undoubtedly strategic assets. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to capture some silver-scaled fish and investigate their dietary needs. The silver-scaled fish king, akin to Tai Chi, consumed raw or, however, silver-scaled fish certainly could not ingest or. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Linyuan wondered what exactly these fish fed on to develop such extraordinary attributes, akin to a miraculous elixir. As he contemplated, Zhu Linyuan arrived at his doorstep, unaware that 2 women had prepared a special gift for him. Chapter 69, Breakthrough, Surge in Power. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to push open the door, he suddenly remembered that he was covered in blood and still had not dealt with the spoils of battle. First, he should handle the spores, and the materials from the aberrant species needed to be sterilized as well. With this in mind, Zhu Linyuan made his way to the dissection room. Meanwhile, Luo Qingying and Zhu Linyuan were quietly waiting in the room. Has the boss not returned yet? Su Xin gazed out the window, her voice laced with hesitation. It's getting dark. Could he have encountered some danger? Not at all, Luo Qingying replied. Focused on honing her blade, wiping away sweat, my husband has assured me that nothing in Nanqing poses a threat to him. There is no need for concern. We merely need to fulfill our responsibilities and not hinder his efforts. All right, Su Linyuan nodded, then suddenly added, I should go out to coordinate and arrange tasks for everyone. That is my duty. Didn't you already organize everything before coming up? I heard it with my own ears, Luo Qingying replied, exasperated. Ziyuan, don't be too anxious. This is merely a matter of time. What you need to do now is to obediently wait in the bedroom for my husband to come and carry you out. Upon hearing Luo Qingying's words, Su Ziyuan bit her lip and gently nodded. At this moment, within the Black Lotus sect, what? They're all dead? The Holy Maiden of the Black Lotus furrowed her brow as she listened to her subordinate's report. All 6 guardians were slain by those 2 aberrant creatures? Are they truly that formidable? Holy Maiden, I'm unsure of who exactly killed the 6 guardians, the woman in the gauzy dress replied, a hint of fear in her eyes. However, when I arrived at the scene, the 6 guardians had been reduced to a bloody pulp. It did not appear to be the work of aberrant creatures. Reduced to a bloody pulp? The Holy Maiden murmured softly. If it were the aberrant creatures, they would have consumed the guardians' remains. Since they were pulverized, it surely was not their doing. Holy Maiden, I also spotted the corpses of the 2 aberrant creatures in the stadium. The gauzy-dressed woman continued. Their bone armor and blades had been removed. And their deaths were peculiar. They were severed cleanly in half at the waist. So, the 2 second-tier extreme aberrant creatures are also dead? The Holy Maiden's voice betrayed a hint of anger. Hearing of the guardians' deaths did not incite her wrath. Rather, she felt a sense of relief. After all, those guardians had followed the so-called Holy Master, not her directly. However, the spores from those 2 aberrant creatures were vital to her, and their demise infuriated her. They are all dead, the gauzy-dressed woman quickly added. Furthermore, the spores have also been taken. Upon hearing that the spores were gone, the last glimmer of hope in the Holy Maiden's heart was extinguished. It seemed that the individuals responsible for the deaths of the aberrant creatures and the 6 guardians were likely the same group. Anyone capable of slaying 2 second-tier extreme aberrant creatures and knowledgeable enough to extract the spores must possess some understanding of this apocalyptic world. The Holy Maiden mused, a name suddenly surfacing in her mind. Could it be you, Zhu Linyuan? Have you already gained the power to slay second-tier extremes? Who stands behind you? Is it someone akin to the Holy Master? Yet, regardless of who supported him, anyone who obstructed her path would be ruthlessly eliminated. The Holy Maiden resolved. Immediately inform the 3 major families that our Black Lotus sect is willing to collaborate with them, but on one condition. They must eradicate that emerging force and deliver Zhu Linyuan to us. Understood. The gauzy-dressed woman accepted the Holy Maiden's directive and promptly departed. In the room, the Holy Maiden remained alone, contemplating whether the alliance of the 3 major families would unveil Zhu Linyuan's true power. With a sly smile, she mused, if you prove insufficiently strong, everything you possess shall belong to me. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan, who had caught the attention of the Holy Maiden, was in the dissection room preparing evolution liquid. The abundance of first-tier evolution liquid he had amassed would undoubtedly yield a significant number of first-tier evolvers. Zhu Linyuan surveyed the 2 rows of first-tier evolution liquid reagents laid out before him, a smile gracing his face. This was the fruit of his labor during this period. Having broken through to the second tier, first-tier evolution liquid held no value for him. He intended to distribute it among his subordinates to enhance their collective strength. Zhu Linyuan then glanced at a transparent container on the table, which contained a spore roughly the size of a fist. The spore bore 2 silver streaks, giving it an air of elegance. The silver-patterned spore has yet to show any signs of activity, and it remains indistinguishable from the ordinary blood-patterned spores. Zhu Linyuan, feeling a surge of impulsiveness, contemplated transforming this silver-patterned spore into an evolution liquid to discern the differences. However, after pondering, he decided to observe it a while longer. In his previous life, he had encountered countless aberrant species, yet he had never seen one with such silver markings, nor had he heard any related information. It is evident how rare and unique this entity is. I hope you do not disappoint me, Zhu Linyuan thought to himself. Casting a glance at the nearby bottles of second-tier evolution liquid, 2 bottles stood silently, crafted from the spores of 2 second-tier extreme aberrant species. The liquid was darker than others, exuding an alluring fragrance, a testament to his cell's yearning for evolution. Feeling this primal desire, Zhu Linyuan unhesitatingly seized 1 bottle and drank it down. As the evolution liquid coursed through him, Zhu Linyuan was instantly engulfed by a searing energy. This energy was extraordinarily violent, far more so than when he enhanced his body with attribute points or consumed the silver-scaled fish, as if it sought to tear apart and reassemble his very being. The capillaries beneath his skin ruptured instantaneously, and his muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, Zhu Linyuan smiled, grasping the second bottle and consuming it in one swift motion. This time, he felt every single cell in his body shattering and reconfiguring, inundated with unparalleled agony. Nevertheless, he sensed his strength surging exponentially. In an instant, his physique uncontrollably expanded. Where he once stood at 3 meters tall, he now began to grow even more. 3 meters 1, 3 meters 2, 3 meters 5 for meters. After an indeterminate duration, the energy from the evolution liquid was exhausted, and his growth finally ceased, settling at an impressive 4 meters 7. Remarkably, in this giant form, he did not resemble the bulky figure he had been before. Instead, he appeared sleek and elongated, emanating a subtle black sheen, akin to a streamlined black metallic exoskeleton. Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He clenched his fist, admiring his elongated and powerful physique, while feeling the torrent of strength within him. With a voice reminiscent of machinery, he mused, "Just how much stronger have I become?" He then directed his gaze toward the system panel. Upon seeing the system panel, Zhu Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. His statistics had surged dramatically. Name: Zhu Linyuan. Tier: Second Tier Evolver. Evolution Level 91. Strength: 485. Speed: 479. Constitution: 473. Attribute points: 6. Daily tasks: complete 1,000 pull-ups. Reward 1 attribute point, 11,000. Complete 1,000 squats. Reward 1 attribute point, 01000. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Reward 1 attribute point, 01000. Capture tasks: none. Number of prisoners: 4. My attribute points have increased by nearly 500, Zhu Linyuan exclaimed, astonished. The evolution level has reached 91, not far from the 3rd tier. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still astounded by the magnitude of this enhancement. This increase was truly terrifying, even altering his complete form. Observing his sleek, exoskeletal physique, a smile crept across Zhu Linyuan's face. He then concentrated, reverting his body to its normal state, resembling a model stepping out from a magazine. After briefly handling the remains of the aberrant species, Zhu Linyuan took a shower, changed into fresh attire, and proceeded toward his room. Outside, the world was shrouded in darkness. It was already deep into the night. A glance at the clock revealed it was 2:46 in the morning. He had spent so much time in his breakthrough. Zhu Linyuan chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging the remarkable outcome. Next time I encounter those 2 second-tier extreme aberrant species, I could easily decapitate them with my bare hands. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power within him, Zhu Linyuan brimmed with confidence. He now yearned for more encounters with aberrant species to further elevate his evolution level. He had already established a considerable advantage in the early apocalyptic phase. The next step was to maintain and even expand this advantage, empowering himself to overpower others in the aberrant species. Only then would he stand a chance against the impending catastrophe and triumph in this apocalypse. Now feeling hungry after his breakthrough, Zhu Linyuan wondered if Qingying had left any food for him. He had yet to complete today's daily tasks. Although the attribute points were few, every little bit counts. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly halted. No, it seems I haven't provided food for the prisoners in the past 2 days. With this thought, Zhu Linyuan quickly accessed the system's vision to observe the prison. Inside, Gu Qiyu sat cross-legged in meditation, while the others huddled on the ground, pale and weak, their lips turned white from hunger after 2 days without sustenance. Seeing this, Zhu Linyuan shook his head and smiled, heading to the kitchen for some food before making his way to the prison. After Luo Qingying left the prison, he had been preoccupied with various matters and had forgotten to visit. Yet, they had been obedient, completing their daily tasks. Zhu Linyuan decided to allocate the remaining 6 attribute points from the system panel to strength. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Warden Qingying, drowsy, perked up at the sound of the door opening. He's back. Straining to listen, she indeed recognized the familiar footsteps. Zhu Linyuan had returned. Her husband was finally home. She glanced at the wardrobe, secretly thinking that Sister Ziyuan had been waiting inside all night and must be exhausted. She would have to ensure her husband compensates her properly. Today, she intended to rest well. With this in mind, she quickly tidied her hair and clothes, patiently awaiting Zhu Linyuan's return to the bedroom. However, after a brief moment, all she heard was the soft sound of the door closing, followed by the fading footsteps of Zhu Linyuan leaving once more. He left again? Warden Qingying was taken aback, glancing at the wardrobe with a twinge of sympathy. It seemed Sister Ziyuan would have to wait a little longer. Yet, she understood that Zhu Linyuan was engaged in matters of great importance, and she could not disturb him over trivialities. Her responsibility was to handle her own affairs and patiently await his return at home. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the prison. As he heard the familiar footsteps, the ladies inside promptly sat up to look. Even Gu Qiyu slightly opened her eyes to gaze at Zhu Linyuan. Though her physique was exceptionally strong and she could endure, the uncertainty of not having eaten or drunk anything for days weighed on her mind. You all have performed admirably these past 2 days. It's time for some food, Zhu Linyuan announced, distributing portions of food into each cell, including rice, canned goods, and a serving of silver-scaled fish soup. In recent days, everyone has been deprived of sustenance. A warm bowl of Linyuan soup could restore some vitality, preventing their bodies from succumbing to exhaustion and hindering their ability to accumulate attribute points. Linying, pitiably sipping her soup, cast a glance at Zhu Linyuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Is there a grievance against me? Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly, preparing to admonish Linying. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Prisoner number 2, Linying's loyalty value increased to 63 points, unlocking daily tasks. Such a significant rise in loyalty value? Zhu Linyuan was taken aback. Previously, Linying's loyalty value had been barely above 40. How could a mere bowl of fish soup lead to such an increase? Moreover, despite this rise, why did she still regard him with that resentful gaze? Zhu Linyuan shook his head, pondering the inscrutable nature of a woman's heart. Yet, he felt no need to speculate on her thoughts. He could simply rely on the loyalty value for insight. Unbeknownst to him, Linying had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, always pampered and never having experienced hunger, even amidst the apocalypse. These past 2 days, deprived of food and confined in a cell by Zhu Linyuan, she felt an overwhelming fear. She dreaded the possibility that Zhu Linyuan might abandon or forget them, leaving them to perish within the confines of their prison, ultimately becoming mere bones. Thus, when Zhu Linyuan approached with food, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her, a feeling of longing. This was the first time in her life she had felt such a flutter of emotions. Even when Zhu Linyuan had previously attended to her health, she had merely felt physical sensations. This time, her heart raced with a genuine sense of excitement. This was why she felt a sense of grievance and resentment, a clear indication of her burgeoning affection, though neither she nor Zhu Linyuan had yet recognized it. Finish your soup and lie down, Zhu Linyuan instructed as he observed Linying finishing her meal. You have gone 2 days without food. I will examine you to see if there are any health issues. For someone like Linying, whose loyalty value exceeded 60, Zhu Linyuan decided to extend some leniency. Chapter 71. Speak softly. Zhu Linyuan had previously examined Linying's health a few times. However, this time, he sensed something different. Her body remained the same, yet her reactions seemed peculiar. She was fidgeting. What was wrong with her? He thought, growing slightly impatient as he applied more pressure, prompting a sound of discomfort from Linying. It hurts. She bit down on her lip, turning to him with wide, watery eyes that appeared utterly pitiful. Most men would soften at the sight of a stunning beauty in distress, yet Zhu Linyuan was not swayed. With a sharp slap, he struck the upper part of Linying's thigh. You wish to be examined, yet you create such a fuss? Silence. After receiving the blow, Linying dared not voice her discomfort any further, clenching her delicate fists, gritting her teeth, and enduring in silence. Moments later, Zhu Linyuan left her cell, while Linying lay on her blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. He had tended to the hidden injuries left by her extensive physical exertion. Subsequently, he approached Zhang Miao's cell. Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan, Zhang Miao immediately lay on the ground, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Big brother, could you be gentler when you hit me? Observing her innocent demeanor, Zhu Linyuan paused for a moment, then shook his head. I do not intend to strike you. I merely wish to ascertain if you have any strain that might lead to hidden injuries. With that, Zhang Miao exhaled a sigh of relief, her cheerful smile returning. As long as you don't hit me, go ahead and check. I promise I won't make a sound. With that assurance, Zhu Linyuan proceeded with the examination. Zhang Miao was the epitome of a petite girl. Though short in stature, her features were exquisitely delicate, particularly her long, slender legs, reminiscent of a character stepped straight out of a manga. Especially now, with her memory lost, she appeared as a blank canvas, all the more alluring. Soon, Zhu Linyuan completed her examination and provided some care to her body. Throughout this process, Zhang Miao remained silent, her small fists tightly clenched. Yet, combined with her youthful visage and figure, she remained undeniably enticing. After attending to Zhang Miao's health, Zhu Linyuan entered Gu Qiuyu's cell. There's no need for your help. I can perform the massage myself. Gu Qiuyu coldly rejected him, her tone imbued with an air of aloofness. Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly, regarding her quietly as the atmosphere within the cell grew tense. All eyes were upon them. Suddenly, Zhu Linyuan reached out, seizing Gu Qiuyu by her collar and lifting her effortlessly. Do you consider yourself noble? Or do you believe I am easy to converse with? As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan began to tear her trousers from the thigh, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like legs. You! A fierce glint flashed in Gu Qiuyu's eyes, as if she wished to rend Zhu Linyuan into pieces. A sharp slap from Zhu Linyuan silenced her intentions. I have told you before, you have no say here. You need only to follow my instructions, or I shall ensure you comprehend the true meaning of regret for coming into this world. You harbor disdain for the opposite sex, do you not? Zhu Linyuan remarked, his hand brushing against her smooth, delicate arm. Instantly, Gu Qiuyu's skin prickled with goosebumps. Zhu Linyuan shook his head, discarding her carelessly onto the ground. Think before you speak next time. With that, he turned and exited the cell. As Zhu Linyuan departed, the four women within the cells exhibited varied expressions. Linying felt a flicker of satisfaction. Having long harbored resentment towards Gu Qiuyu, witnessing her punishment brought her immense pleasure. Zhang Miao, however, felt a pang of fear, huddling tightly in the corner. Gu Qiuyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, consumed with a desire for vengeance against Zhu Linyuan, while simultaneously grappling with profound humiliation. Once a proud descendant of the Gu family, commanding thousands and wielding great power during the apocalypse, she now found herself a mere prisoner, subjected to Zhu Linyuan's whims. The most perplexing reaction, however, came from Bai Yuan. Why did he not even glance in my direction? She felt incredulous. Am I truly devoid of charm? Am I invisible? Despite laboring tirelessly with countless squats each day, does it not warrant even a trace of his attention? Bai Yuan found it utterly confounding. She had exerted herself in every possible way to stand out, even pushing herself to complete the maximum number of squats. Yet, Zhu Linyuan had never acknowledged her. Every other woman had been examined by him. Even Gu Qiuyu had received a few slaps, but she remained entirely overlooked. Even a slap would suffice. Bai Yuan had never anticipated that despite her attractive appearance and figure, she could be treated as if she were air. Surely, he must be testing me. Bai Yuan consoled herself, thinking perhaps one day she would touch his heart, and at that moment, she could enjoy the same treatment as Luo Qingying escaping this prison. With that thought, Bai Yuan resumed her squats with renewed determination. After leaving the cell, Zhu Linyuan observed the scene from the system's perspective. Lei Ning's joy, Zhang Miao's fear, Gu Qiuyu's anger and humiliation, all unfolded before him. What's she doing? He suddenly noticed Bai Yuan tirelessly performing her squats and felt a sense of bewilderment. Why is she so diligent? Has she fallen in love with squats? In that instant, he mused that if only Bai Yuan were a recognized criminal by the system, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of squats. However, regrettably, Bai Yuan was not a criminal, leading him to dismiss her efforts. No matter how many squats she performed, it would not grant him a single attribute point. Zhu Linyuan shook his head and withdrew his gaze, returning to his room. At this moment, the pot contained the red-braised silver-scaled fish soup, stir-fried meat with chili, and other dishes that Luo Qingying had specially prepared for him. Zhu Linyuan savored several large bowls of the silver-scaled fish soup and polished off the red-braised silver-scaled fish, feeling thoroughly satisfied before rising. He first completed his daily tasks, then took a shower, changed into his sleepwear, and returned to his room. It was already past 4 in the deep night, and Luo Qingying was sound asleep. This little girl. A smile crept across Zhu Linyuan's face as he gently closed the door. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. Why was there another breathing sound? Zhu Linyuan quickly realized that, besides his and Luo Qingying's breaths, there was another person's breath in the room. From the wardrobe, discovering the source of the breathing, Zhu Linyuan opened the wardrobe without hesitation. In the next moment, he was taken aback. There, within the wardrobe, was Su Zian, dressed in a uniform, deep in slumber. These two little girls are playing tricks on me. Zhu Linyuan instantly understood Luo Qingying and Su Zian's intentions, a smile spreading across his face. He then reached out and lifted Su Zian from the wardrobe. Su Zian instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhu Linyuan's neck, only to wake up abruptly the next second. Chill, Zhu Linyuan whispered, urging her not to wake Qingying. Su Zian shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. No wonder everyone likes secretaries. Luo Qingying dreamed she was lying on a small boat, drifting across a serene lake. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sway the boat, creating a sense of comfort and ease. It felt like she could hear the sound of songs, reminiscent of a siren's melody. In this dream, Luo Qingying slept peacefully. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, she slowly awakened, blinking her sleepy eyes and stretching with a smile. I slept so well. At that moment, Luo Qingying noticed that Zhu Linyuan was still beside her, soundly asleep, an unusual occurrence where he had not risen early. It seemed he was exhausted from last night. Luo Qingying felt a twinge of concern as she adjusted the blanket around Zhu Linyuan, sighing softly. I wonder what time he returned after being so busy. My husband works too hard every day, determined to treat him to something delicious. Luo Qingying felt invigorated and quietly got out of bed, heading towards the kitchen. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. Hey, Luo Qingying gently tapped her head, realizing Sister Zian. She suddenly remembered that Su Zian was still hiding in the wardrobe. Could it be that Sister Zian slept in there all night? Overwhelmed by guilt, Luo Qingying hurried to the wardrobe and quietly opened it. However, it was empty aside from clothes, with no sign of Su Zian. She left? Luo Qingying paused for a moment, then sighed. Alas, she must have grown impatient waiting too long and left. What a pity, she missed her chance. With this thought, Luo Qingying glanced at Zhu Linyuan, declaring, just wait, husband, I will definitely bring Sister Zian back to you. With renewed enthusiasm, she dashed off to prepare breakfast. After a considerable time, Luo Qingying finally finished cooking, just as she was about to call Zhu Linyuan to rise for breakfast. She turned around to find him already dressed and stepping out of the bedroom. "Husband, you're awake," Luo Qingying exclaimed, skipping over to link her arm with his, delightfully saying, "Hurry and eat. You must be exhausted from last night. I made soup and breakfast for you." Exhausted from last night? Upon hearing Luo Qingying's words, Zhu Linyuan's smile momentarily faltered, quickly recovering as he chuckled. "Let us see what my precious wife has prepared for breakfast." With that, he strode toward the dining table. "How sumptuous!" Zhu Linyuan marveled at the array of dishes and breakfast laid out before him, attempting to divert the conversation away from last night's events. Indeed, last night had been quite exhilarating. If it had occurred in front of Luo Qingying, it might not have felt as intense. However, it was precisely because Luo Qingying was asleep that the experience was different. Naturally, Zhu Linyuan understood that even if Luo Qingying were to find out, it wouldn't matter much. After all, this had originally been her idea. Yet, he preferred to keep it from her. It made things all the more intriguing. Reflecting on the events of last night, Zhu Linyuan found himself lingering on the memories. No wonder everyone likes secretaries. There's indeed a reason for it. He couldn't help but murmur quietly to himself. The combination of black stockings with a uniform and high heels was undeniably striking. "What did you say?" Luo Qingying approached, pulling out a chair and, sitting down, curiously leaning in to ask, "What book? What's in it?" Zhu Linyuan's mind raced, concealing his thoughts as he replied. "I mentioned that I still prefer sweet potatoes and corn. All right, we have both in the cold storage at home. I'll prepare sweet potatoes and corn for you tomorrow morning." Luo Qingying pecked him on the cheek and filled a bowl with porridge for him. Watching Zhu Linyuan drink the porridge heartily, Luo Qingying rested her delicate chin on her palm, tentatively inquiring, "Husband, what do you think of Sister Zian?" Zhu Linyuan gulped down the rest of his porridge, momentarily dazed as images of last night's graceful figure flooded his mind. Black stockings, uniform, and high heels. Quite impressive. He nodded. "Very capable. I trust her with tasks." Luo Qingying nodded in satisfaction. Then just as she was speaking, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Boss, Qingying, it's me, Su Zian." The voice of Su Zian resonated from outside. "Sister Zian's here," Luo Qingying exclaimed joyfully, rushing to open the door. "Sister Zian, come in for breakfast." Qingying. Seeing Luo Qingying's enthusiastic demeanor, Su Zian felt a pang of guilt, quickly lowering her head to feign changing her shoes before stepping into the room. Luo Qingying observed Su Zian's gait with curiosity, asking, "Sister Zian, what's the matter?" Su Zian, facing Zhu Linyuan, met his gaze, both quickly diverting their eyes. After a moment's thought, Su Zian bit her lip and leaned closer to Luo Qingying's ear, whispering, "I stayed in the wardrobe too long last night. My legs feel a bit stiff." Hearing Su Zian's words, Luo Qingying felt a flicker of guilt arise within her. She then assured softly, "Sister Zian, don't worry. Give me some time. I will find a good opportunity for us to win over my husband." As she spoke, she waved her tiny fist at Su Zian, encouraging her. Su Zian felt immensely embarrassed, quickly turning to cast a playful, reproachful glance at Zhu Linyuan, as if to say, "It's all your fault for hiding this from Qingying. You could have just told her directly." However, Zhu Linyuan remained unfazed, focusing on his own thoughts, pretending not to hear. What fun would there be if everything were laid bare? It was precisely this mystery that added to the thrill. Nonetheless, this little interlude quickly passed as Su Zian sat beside Zhu Linyuan, reporting the situation regarding their gathering. "Boss, we currently have a total of 476 people in our gathering. Among them, 178 are males and 298 are females. The youngest is 16 years old, and the oldest is 41, with 90% of them aged between 18 and 30. Zhu Linyuan nodded discreetly. After all, the apocalypse had begun over a month ago, making it difficult for those who were either too young or too old to have survived until now. The demographic proportions in their gathering were quite normal. Observing Zhu Linyuan's reaction, Su Zian continued. Among all members, 72 possess special skills in medical care, nursing, cooking, combat, construction, farming, and planting. Only 72? Zhu Linyuan frowned slightly. In the apocalypse, individuals with such special talents were particularly valuable. Combat skills were essential, as there were countless scenarios requiring fighting. Practically every day involved some form of battle. Medical care, nursing, and cooking were equally crucial, for taking good care of the members' health and ensuring they were well fed would enable them to create even greater value. In the apocalyptic world, construction is of paramount importance. Zhu Linyuan is utterly dissatisfied with the current scale of the gathering place. His ambition is to establish a base city. However, this endeavor is a considerable undertaking that must be approached gradually. The need for breeding and planting is self-evident. Zhu Linyuan currently requires the breeding of silver-scaled fish and lambs, while the cultivation of crops is an ongoing endeavor. The scarcity of talent remains a pressing issue. Zhu Linyuan gently shook his head and turned to Su Zian, saying, "Zian, please continue sharing your thoughts." Chapter 73. Do not call me boss, call me husband boss. Here is my perspective. Zhu Linyuan responded to Zhu Linyuan's prompt. Indeed, we currently have a limited number of individuals with specialized skills, yet these abilities can be cultivated. I believe we should proceed in 3 stages. Zhu Linyuan meticulously outlined her plan. The first step is to select individuals, categorizing them by potential or enthusiasm for learning specific skills, and forming groups led by those with strong professional expertise who can serve as mentors for skill training. The second step involves gathering specialized tools and equipment. While planting and breeding can be managed with some ingenuity, areas such as cooking, medical care, and nursing require specific instruments and materials, such as medicinal herbs, food supplies, cooking utensils, surgical knives, and disinfectants. The first and second steps can be executed concurrently, dividing our existing personnel into several groups, one for resource collection, one for skill training, another for ongoing cultivation, and a dedicated team for security and combat duties. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, refraining from immediate comment. Su Xiyan, having worked under Zhu Linyuan for an extended period, understood him well, and continued. The third step is practical application. Once we acquire some equipment and personnel have undergone training, we should allow them to engage in focused practice. All medical personnel together, all cooking staff together, all combatants together, performing the same tasks. We will then assess their practical performance and categorize them accordingly, with differing levels of treatment to motivate their passion for learning and improvement. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's ideas, Zhu Linyuan nodded appreciatively. The overall approach is commendable, but I have a few additional points to consider. Firstly, we must establish suitable venues to provide these professionals with the space they require to flourish. This can be easily achieved by clearing nearby residential and office buildings to create room. Secondly, we need to continuously attract new talent. Merely cultivating our own is insufficient. We must extend our invitation to all survivors in the southern city, welcoming truly capable individuals who can join us after assessment and enjoy the benefits we provide. Zhu Linyuan spoke with confidence, for he believed that with the resources at his disposal, few in the southern city could rival him. Thirdly, we must adopt a flexible approach to practical training. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Zhu Linyuan articulated his thoughts. As you mentioned, having all medical personnel together performing identical tasks is akin to having them intern in a hospital, working in the same roles and stimulating their motivation through job levels and performance evaluations. While this was applicable in the old world, it does not align with the realities of the apocalypse. Zhu Linyuan shook his head. We need to form mobile teams, each equipped with combatants and medical personnel. Depending on circumstances, certain specialized teams may also include cooks and agricultural workers. Combat personnel need only focus on combat knowledge and physical fitness, while medical culinary and agricultural staff must also possess a degree of combat capability to meet the requirements of the mobile teams. Xian, you must understand that we are in an apocalypse. Even if we establish a base city, it cannot resemble the world of the past. Zhu Linyuan gazed out the window. Though dawn had just begun to break, he could still discern the faint silhouette of the moon. Contemplating the impending moon disaster, he spoke slowly. In the future, we will establish a dedicated channel for task assignments, with all tasks being conducted in units of mobile teams, as this is the only way for talent to truly showcase their capabilities, allowing our base city to develop rapidly. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhu Linyuan could extrapolate so many ideas from her analysis. Listening to his words, she could almost envision the future city and the state of human life therein. This sensation stirred within her an overwhelming excitement, bringing back memories of the previous night. Noticing the glimmer in Su Xian's eyes and the sight of her beautiful legs clad in black stockings, Zhu Linyuan felt a stirring within himself. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Xian, you may proceed with your plan for training other personnel, integrating my suggestions as you see fit. However, the development of combat talents requires a distinct approach. Combatants cannot be trained in a short time. We must implement specific measures during this process. As Zhu Linyuan stood, he said, Xian, come with me upstairs. I need to retrieve something for you. Nearby, Luo Qingying, who had been listening to their conversation, gazed at Zhu Linyuan with starry eyes. She had witnessed his combat and training numerous times, but this was her first glimpse of him diligently at work. My husband is so handsome, Luo Qingying thought, filled with admiration. Upon hearing that Zhu Linyuan was taking Su Xian upstairs, she quickly interjected, Husband, I want to go too. I want to see what's upstairs. Foolish girl, stay at home, Zhu Linyuan replied, shaking his head. Your responsibilities differ from those of Xian. Your task is to master your sword techniques, lead the team, and cultivate a skilled cohort proficient in swordplay. As for the organizational management, Xian is more suited for that role. Zhu Linyuan's words were not solely to exclude Luo Qingying. After his rebirth, the establishment of such a vast commercial empire was largely due to Su Xian. He had initially exerted effort in the early stages, but thereafter, he had traveled across the nation, preparing for the apocalypse and strategically placing his pieces to navigate future changes. In terms of business, he had scarcely been involved, merely providing Su Ziyan with general direction to unleash her talents, which ultimately led to the creation of an extensive commercial empire, showcasing her remarkable abilities. Feeling a sense of grievance, Luo Qingying reluctantly acquiesced. All right, you both go on. I will practice my sword at home. Witnessing Luo Qingying's pitiful demeanor, Su Ziyan felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, as Zhu Linyuan turned and ascended the stairs, she quickly donned her high heels and followed suit. Soon, Su Ziyan arrived at the dissection room alongside Zhu Linyuan. "Boss, what is this place?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the orderly arrangement of various skeletons, colorful potions, and peculiar creatures suspended in strange solutions. It felt as though she had entered the laboratory of a scientific madman. Indeed, this is an excellent place. Zhu Linyuan suddenly embraced Su Ziyan from behind, whispering in her ear, "For now, do not call me boss, call me husband." Chapter 74. The gathering place of the flame time has passed, and it is certain that Qingyan must be feeling anxious. Su Ziyan weakly remarked, "We need to descend quickly." As she spoke, she struggled to rise, yet found herself devoid of strength, barely able to stand. Exhaustion had truly taken its toll. "It's all right," Zhu Linyuan assured, supporting Su Ziyan with a gentle smile. "After you drink this, your body will recover swiftly." He handed her a vial of vitality potion. Su Ziyan, having entrusted everything to Zhu Linyuan, harbored no doubts and drank it without hesitation. Once the potion entered her system, she immediately felt its effects. "So warm," she said, touching her abdomen in astonishment. "What is this? It feels delightful, akin to drinking huangjiu, but far more pleasurable." "This is remarkable," Zhu Linyuan replied with a smile. "Once you finish this, you won't feel so fatigued in the future." Upon hearing his words, Su Ziyan recalled the earlier scene, and her fair face flushed once more, uncertain whether it was due to the potion or something else entirely. Soon, the potion's effects fully manifested, significantly enhancing her physique. Although Su Ziyan had little understanding of this transformation, she could distinctly sense her newfound strength. "Darling, did you just give me a potion that can make one stronger?" she exclaimed with delight. "I feel remarkably empowered." Zhu Linyuan chuckled. "Don't rush. There's another vial." He handed her yet another potion, which appeared somewhat different from the previous one and emitted a captivating fragrance. Merely inhaling its aroma ignited an overwhelming desire within her. Without hesitation, Su Ziyan consumed the potion. This time, the warmth was starkly different. While it was indeed hot, it was an intense heat, accompanied by excruciating pain that felt as though every inch of her skin and muscle fibers were being torn apart. Unable to contain herself, Su Ziyan cried out, clinging tightly to Zhu Linyuan's arm. He gently patted her back, offering no words. The journey to strength and survival in this apocalyptic world necessitated enduring such trials. The pain she experienced now was but a precursor to a better life ahead. In this harsh reality, strength ultimately dictated survival. Without it, no matter how adept Su Ziyan was at strategizing, she would struggle to command respect. Even as Zhu Linyuan's beloved, the zombies and mutated creatures would show her no mercy. He wished to avoid a future where he stood alone, bereft of those he cared for. The effects of the evolution liquid soon subsided. Su Ziyan exhaled, feeling as though she had emerged from water, her body drenched in sweat. In truth, had Zhu Linyuan not first provided her with the vitality potion, the agony would have been far more severe. "Darling," Su Ziyan gazed at her delicate fists in astonishment. "I truly feel stronger, as if I am invincible." Zhu Linyuan smiled, recognizing this sensation as a common illusion following sudden physical enhancement. "Everyone undergoes this phase, you'll grow accustomed to it," he reassured her. With that thought, he lifted Su Ziyan into his arms and headed toward the bathtub. "Invincible? Let me see just how invincible you are." After a while, Zhu Linyuan returned to their room with Su Ziyan, who still bore a faint blush on her cheeks, clutching the evolution liquid and vitality potion he had given her. Zhu Linyuan appeared invigorated and, in front of Luo Qingying, declared, "Ziyan, these evolution and vitality potions are entrusted to you. Select suitable individuals to utilize them and swiftly cultivate a cadre of combat-ready warriors. Remember, prioritize Qingying, Luo Qingying, and Lu Bai, especially Qingying. She is an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship." Hearing Zhu Linyuan's instructions, Luo Qingying, who had been diligently practicing her swordplay, perked up, her face beaming with pride. Observing Zhu Linyuan's calm demeanor as he assigned her tasks in front of Luo Qingying left Su Ziyan astounded. She quickly responded, "Boss, I understand. I will implement this immediately. I will carefully develop plans for nurturing combat talent and specialized professionals, as well as address the tasks you assigned. I will initiate everything promptly to solidify the power of our gathering place. By the way, what should we name our gathering place?" Upon hearing Su Ziyan's question, Zhu Linyuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Let it be called Xinhua, the Xinhua gathering place." Xinhua, passing down the flame, Su Ziyan murmured, her eyes lighting up. "What a splendid name. I will inform everyone at once. Henceforth, our force shall be known as Xinhua, the Xinhua gathering place. With that, Su Zian hurriedly exited the room, slightly overwhelmed. However, her fright was not the sole reason for her haste. After her departure, Luo Qingying stealthily approached, her delicate hand clasping Zhu Linyuan's larger one, gazing at him with admiration and sparkling eyes. "Darling, you were so impressive just now. How do you know so much?" she said, affectionately wrapping her arms around his. "Impressive, you say?" Zhu Linyuan chuckled at Luo Qingying's adorable demeanor. "I possess knowledge in various areas. Would you like to hear more, my dear?" "Yes, please," Luo Qingying exclaimed with delight. "Do share." "Very well. Allow me to enlighten you," Zhu Linyuan said, leading Luo Qingying into the room to begin his lesson. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away in my city, a group armed with sophisticated weaponry faced off against another faction. Chapter 75. The predicament of the Gu family matriarch and her daughter. At this moment, the two opposing groups in the center of my city were drastically unequal in numbers. One faction, though equipped with superior gear, consisted of only about 40 to 50 individuals, led by an elderly man with a cane. Behind him stood a group clad in black garments, each wielding weapons, their attire emblazoned with a golden character for Gu. They appear to be members of the same family. Among this group, the most striking figures were a young woman and a girl, both remarkably similar in appearance, wielding finely crafted long swords and wearing expressions of intense indignation. They were both exceptionally beautiful, resembling a pair of sisterly blossoms, or perhaps a mother and daughter duo. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and if the woman were her mother, she would be nearly 40. However, the woman appeared to be only in her 30s, remarkably well-preserved, with flawless skin. A closer inspection would reveal that the two bore a resemblance to Gu Qiyu. Opposite the Gu family stood a formidable contingent of over 200 individuals. Although their equipment was not as refined as that of the elderly man-S group, they were armed and eyed the Gu faction with predatory intent. Their leader, a middle-aged man with thinning hair yet a robust physique, fixated his gaze upon the mother-daughter pair, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. "Gu, old man, just hand over your family's stockpile of weapons," he jeered, withdrawing his gaze to address the leader of the Gu family. "You've crafted weapons for so many years. Surely you have a considerable reserve. In this apocalypse, why hoard those weapons? Your family consists of only a handful of people. Do you truly need so many weapons? We are all survivors, and it's no small feat to endure. Outside, countless zombies and monsters lurk, and we might not survive another day. If I may suggest, go, old man, surrender your stockpile of weapons to us, and we will slay the zombies for you. Once the zombies are dealt with, your family will be safe. You provide the weapons, and we expend the effort. It's a win-win situation." The middle-aged man, having spoken, turned his gaze toward the mother of the mother-daughter duo, displaying a semblance of a conciliatory smile. "Gujia Mei, don't you agree?" At that moment, the daughter, with a sudden sharpness in her voice, exclaimed, "You filthy fool. Don't stare at my mother. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you?" She continued, "Our Gu family is already small in number, and yet you would dare to wield weapons against us? What would happen then? Would you do as you please?" The girl scrutinized the middle-aged man disdainfully, remarking, "With that rotund figure and greasy demeanor, and not a single hair on your head, you dare to have designs on my mother? How shameless!" The middle-aged man, incensed by her tirade, retorted furiously, "You little brat, do you wish for your entire family to perish alongside you? If you had the confidence, you would have acted already rather than waste time here." The girl surveyed the crowd before her, scoffing. "Though our Gu family may be outnumbered, each of us has trained from a young age, honing our bodies through forging and swordplay. Who are you trying to intimidate? If a fight ensues, the outcome is uncertain." At that moment, the elder leading the Gu family spoke slowly, his voice gravelly and low. "If you seek weapons, then please take your leave. We apologize for our inadequate hospitality." As he spoke, he lightly tapped his cane twice on the ground. Behind him, 4 to 5 dozen individuals immediately pointed their weapons toward the opposing group, ready for a confrontation at any moment. "Well, the Gu family thinks highly of themselves." The middle-aged man sneered bitterly. "Let us see how long your number can withstand." His gaze shifted toward the young girl who had just scolded him, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. The girl returned his stare, unyielding. After the brawny men departed, the elder waved his hand, instructing, "Everyone, return to your tasks. Remain vigilant in the coming days and avoid acting alone to prevent falling into their traps." Once the crowd dispersed, the young mother approached the elder, speaking softly. "Father, our family's food supplies are nearly depleted. They will last us only 2 more days at most." The elder shook his head, sighing deeply. "I am aware. But at this critical juncture, our Gu family has drawn attention. Venturing out for food would be tantamount to courting death. Grandfather, what if we relocate as a family?" The girl suggested with a bright tone. "We could travel light. Even if we encounter zombies, we need not fear. We could reach Nancheng or Yicheng and seek refuge with the other branches of our clan. The distance is not great, and uniting our 3 branches would create a formidable force, freeing us from the threats of these petty individuals. Moreover, this is the end of the world. We have weapons and combat skills at our disposal. We can forge weapons here, and the Nancheng branch possesses the divine weapon, Qiuyu sword. This is our moment to shine, grandfather. The elder, upon hearing her words, felt a flicker of intrigue. The girl made valid points. Yet the only concern was the considerable distance from Maicheng to either Nancheng or Yicheng. In the past, it was a trivial matter, a short drive away. However, vehicles were now inoperable, and traveling on foot would take an extended period, fraught with dangers, with zombies being the least of his worries. The real fear lay in encountering other survivor factions. The entire lineage of the Gu family in Maicheng rested upon his shoulders, necessitating caution. Let us wait a little longer, the elder sighed, turning to return to the residence. The girl, frustrated, stomped her foot and complained to her mother, "Mom, look at how indecisive grandfather is. Our situation cannot bear further delay. We will soon run out of food. There is enough food left for 2 days. We will heed your grandfather's advice and wait," the mother replied with a sigh. Since the girl's birth, her father had passed away, leaving the mother to raise her alone, which had led to a certain indulgence in her upbringing, nurturing a rebellious spirit. In the past, this was manageable, but now, in the apocalypse, such a temper would hinder survival, the mother mused. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, Zhu Linyuan was diligently toiling away. Chapter 76. The request of Luo Qingying having concluded the 4 rounds of competition, Zhu Linyuan left the room, satisfied. Warden Qingying, having taken a quick shower, was now fast asleep. Despite having consumed a physical enhancement potion, her constitution still lagged significantly. Her evolution had reached the 2nd tier, nearly 50 times that of an ordinary human, rendering the 4 rounds of competition trivial. Yet, Zhu Linyuan had myriad tasks ahead and could not indulge in distractions. It was time to seek out the other branches of the Gu family. Zhu Linyuan donned his clothes, stretched his limbs, and contemplated the urgency of developing the mine and locating the Gu family's refining branch. However, mining required substantial manpower and resources, and he had to personally guide the expedition. Otherwise, his subordinates would not even be able to enter the Xianyang Mountains. He had already assigned Xian to enhance the strength of his followers. So now was the perfect time to retrieve the Gu family's refining branch. With determination, Zhu Linyuan set off without hesitation. Just as he stepped outside, he caught sight of an exquisitely striking figure radiating an icy elegance. It was Luo Qingying, clad in a white combat uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and a slender alloy blade at her waist. She exuded an arresting presence, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a frigid mountain. "What brings you here, Qingying? Waiting for me?" Zhu Linyuan inquired with a smile. "Teach me to wield a sword." Luo Qingying responded earnestly, locking eyes with him. Had it been anyone else, Zhu Linyuan might have found the request puzzling and rude, but with Luo Qingying, it felt perfectly natural. He had long sensed her resolute nature, her difficulty in expressing herself, and her icy demeanor. Most importantly, he could perceive her unwavering loyalty. For one who was entirely devoted to him, Zhu Linyuan paid little mind to the finer details. "Very well," he nodded. "I am about to embark on a task. Accompany me, and I shall teach you along the way." Luo Qingying nodded, following closely behind him as they descended the stairs. Upon exiting the front door, Zhu Linyuan snapped his fingers, prompting Tai Chi, who had been lazily napping, to perk up and rush over, bounding to Zhu Linyuan's side. While others may feel fear or affection toward the imposing yet endearing Tai Chi, Luo Qingying remained still, her expression unchanged as she stood beside Zhu Linyuan. Noticing her reaction, a smile crept onto Zhu Linyuan's face as he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Leaping onto Tai Chi's back. This way, he directed, patting Tai Chi, who promptly took off at a brisk pace. With both Zhu Linyuan and Luo Qingying seated on Tai Chi's back, Luo Qingying in front and Zhu Linyuan behind, his left arm encircling her waist to steady her. Their surroundings were filled with a subtle tension. Although Tai Chi's movements were stable, slight bumps persisted, causing Zhu Linyuan's hand to rise and fall upon Luo Qingying's waist in a somewhat intimate manner. Nevertheless, both remained oblivious to the implications of the situation. Zhu Linyuan, having recently engaged in rigorous competition, was in a resolute state of mind, while Luo Qingying was solely focused on mastering swordsmanship. When it came to practicing sword techniques, particularly with a long and slender blade like the Tang Dao, the fundamental and most crucial aspect could be summarized in 3 words. Zhu Linyuan articulated with deliberate precision, swift, accurate, and ruthless. One must exert the least effort to achieve the greatest results in battle. He elaborated, stating that with a single strike, before the opponent even comprehends the situation, their throat could be severed, resulting in their demise, that would signify a modest mastery of the blade. "Now draw your knife and demonstrate your technique," he instructed. Without hesitation, Luo Qingying unsheathed her Tang Dao from her waist, only to furrow her brow slightly in reply. "I cannot wield a blade while seated." "Then rise," Zhu Linyuan responded, encircling her waist to assist her in standing. Luo Qingying's waist was remarkably slender and supple, making her presence feel quite comfortable in his embrace. With his left arm securing her delicate form, he commanded, "Now, allow me to observe your swordsmanship." Nodding, Luo Qingying gripped the Tang Dao firmly, its tip angled forward, and then she swiftly raised her arm, delivering a decisive downward stroke. The action was crisp and unblemished. Nonetheless, Zhu Linyuan shook his head. Your strike appears competent at first glance. It would struggle to cleave even a branch as thick as an arm. It bears little lethality. While it may suffice against an ordinary person, against a zombie, failing to sever its head would expose you to the risk of injury. If it were an ordinary individual, such a strike would indeed be commendable. However, having consumed the elixir, your physical prowess far surpasses that of an average person. This should not reflect your true capabilities. As Zhu Linyuan spoke, Luo Qingying bit her lips slightly, her eyes filled with a stubborn determination, resembling a defiant little beast. Upon concluding, Zhu Linyuan grasped her right hand, gently instructing, "Feel the force behind my strike." He then delivered a swift cut. With a slicing sound, Luo Qingying distinctly heard the rush of air. This strike utilized only the force you are currently capable of exerting, yet its impact exceeds your previous blow by several magnitudes, Zhu Linyuan explained. This disparity stems from the efficiency of force application. Your current utilization remains inadequate. To put it simply, you exert tenfold strength, but deliver merely a fraction of that. He continued, once more holding her right hand, affirming, "This time, I shall proceed more slowly. Pay close attention to the sensation of power." With his left arm encircling her slender waist, he elevated her right hand holding the blade, elucidating, "Imagine your spine as a great dragon. As you raise your arm, your body should stretch as if the dragon expands, and when you push against the ground, the force travels from your feet, through your thighs and waist, reaching your shoulders and arms, culminating in the dragon's powerful contraction." As he spoke, he suddenly executed a downward strike. Luo Qingying felt her entire body tighten at her core, as if an internal force surged forth, propelling her arms and ultimately erupting through the blade. With a swift whoosh, she released a strike that sliced through the air. When the dragon contracts forcefully, only then can your strength fully manifest, enabling you to unleash your entire potential, even amplifying it through the weapon to achieve effects of 15 or 20 times the original. I shall instruct you a few more times. Take care to absorb the essence of this technique. Zhu Linyuan patiently guided Luo Qingying through several repetitions. As she focused on the exertion of her body, a peculiar sensation began to arise. At that moment, Zhu Linyuan stood behind her, his left arm enveloping her, his right hand clasping hers, their bodies closely intertwined, swaying slightly with the rhythm of Tai Chi, creating a subtle friction. Initially, Luo Qingying felt untroubled by the proximity, not giving it much thought. However, after following Zhu Linyuan's advice and concentrating, she suddenly sensed an inexplicable shift. Chapter 77, An Astounding Stroke. Feeling Zhu Linyuan's breath, Luo Qingying bit her lip, and, after a moment of inner conflict, spoke, "I believe I have grasped a portion of it. I shall practice alone for a while." "Very well." Zhu Linyuan, in a sage-like state, did not dwell on it, releasing his grip on her right hand while maintaining his hold with his left. Having trained rigorously over the years, and particularly under Zhu Linyuan's intense regimen recently, Luo Qingying's waist was supple yet resilient, a sensation that Zhu Linyuan found quite pleasant. Unconsciously, he recalled the feel of her right hand in his while teaching her the blade, nodding inwardly. Truly, she was an unparalleled beauty. At merely 18 years of age, she was already stunning. How remarkable would she become in 2 years? Zhu Linyuan began to understand the motivations behind the actions of historical figures like Wang of Zhou, who risked everything for a smile from Bao Si. Yet, despite this understanding, his foremost priority remained the enhancement of his strength to conquer this post-apocalyptic world. Even the most exquisite woman must take a back seat to that ambition. The Tai Chi's speed was remarkable, surpassing even Zhu Linyuan's previous experience with a massive vehicle. And before long, they arrived at the borders of Maicheng. Zhu Linyuan had previously extracted information regarding the Gu family S branch in Maicheng from Gu Qiyu, and now he directed Tai Chi straight toward the Gu family S metallurgy lineage. Throughout the journey, Luo Qingying diligently practiced her sword technique, although her physique was formidable. Mastering the blade was indeed a laborious endeavor, and she was already beginning to perspire. Noticing her unwavering commitment to her practice, Zhu Linyuan nodded appreciatively. He admired her resolute spirit. Once she set her mind on a task, she pursued it relentlessly, determined to succeed. Her earlier efforts with squats and crunches had revealed her tenacity, and now, her dedication to swordplay was even more evident. Such a disposition was undoubtedly worth nurturing. Zhu Linyuan's satisfaction deepened as he gazed ahead. There, amidst the city center, stood a series of ancient and elegant structures, and a smile crept onto his face. That was precisely his destination, the residence of the Gu family S metallurgy lineage. Just then, he suddenly heard a rustling sound and bellowed, "Come out!" His gaze turned fiercely toward the building ahead. Suddenly, applause erupted from within the structure, and a throng of individuals emerged. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, his hair thinning and physique robust, displaying a mixture of astonishment and a hint of disdainful amusement. It was he who had been applauding. "No wonder you can ride such a large panda. You are indeed quite extraordinary," the middle-aged man mused, surveying Tai Chi with curiosity. "I have heard of pig kings weighing several thousand pounds, but this is my first encounter with such a massive panda. Shouldn't this be called Panda King?" After delivering his quip, he chuckled to himself, and the 200 or so individuals behind him followed suit, laughing awkwardly. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan and Luo Qingying remained impassive, while Tai Chi regarded the gathering with curiosity, akin to spectators observing a monkey, creating an awkward atmosphere. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man addressed Zhu Linyuan and Luo Qingying. "My Chung is my territory. What brings you two here?" As his gaze roamed over them, it suddenly brightened, fixating intently on Luo Qingying. "What a rare gem." The middle-aged man observed Luo Qingying, clad in a white outfit, her skin fair, her demeanor aloof, and her hair styled in a high ponytail, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Such an exquisite woman, with that cold demeanor. Indeed, this is precisely his type. Contemplating how he might win her over, he reckoned that although the man before him rode an imposing panda, they were merely two against a crowd of over 200 armed individuals. Dispatching him would be a trivial task, though the panda presented a challenge. Yet, upon beholding Luo Qingying's breathtaking beauty, the middle-aged man resolved, to hell with it. If I can claim this woman, it would be worth any risk. With that thought, he waved his hand, and the throng of over 200 surged forward. Encircling Tai Chi meanwhile, not far away, a Gu family girl on lookout spotted the unfolding scene and exclaimed, "Grandfather, mother, everyone, quickly come out. There's trouble." Upon hearing her cry, the numerous members of the Gu family, who had been poised for action, hurriedly emerged. The elder at the forefront leaned heavily on his cane, moving with surprising swiftness. Upon seeing that the doorway was empty save for the young girl, he quickly inquired, "What is it, granddaughter? What has happened?" "Grandfather, look," the girl exclaimed, pointing towards the direction of the Tai Chi that group just fought with the giant panda. "Shouldn't we launch a pincer attack and let the fishermen profit? A fight with a panda?" The crowd rushed out, all eyes directed towards the girl as indication. Heavens, what a colossal panda! If it stood upright, it would tower 2 stories high. My goodness, has the panda become a spirit? Look, is there not a person standing on the panda? Not just one, but 2. A man and a woman. Are they the legendary heroes riding such a massive panda? While the crowd buzzed with chatter, the elder remained fixated on the Tai Chi, his hand trembling on the cane, tears welling in his murky eyes. The bear god. Is the bear god? The bear god? The crowd was perplexed, but the young woman and girl exchanged knowing glances, the girl exclaiming, "Yes, a panda of such size has come to our doorstep. It must surely be the bear god." Noticing the puzzled expressions among the crowd, the girl hastily added, "Oh, there's no time to explain. Just know that our ancestors were saved by the bear god. The treasured Qiu sword that has been passed down through generations was forged from a meteorite gifted by the bear god. Our Gu family owes its prosperity to the bear god." As she spoke, she unsheathed her long sword, urgency in her tone. "Why are you all still standing there? Go help the bear god vanquish those fools." With that, she charged ahead. "Follow her," the elder urged, tapping the ground with his cane. "Protect the bear god." The crowd surged forth toward the battlefield. At that moment, the immense panda suddenly swiped its paw, sending a dozen individuals who stood in its path flying through the air. "Tai Chi, you are still too lenient." Observing the injured on the ground, Zhu Linyuan shook his head, stepping forth to leap from Tai Chi into the fray. His sword drawn in a flash. Swish! A sword stroke emitted a radiant arc of pure white light. In an instant, the upper bodies of 20 individuals surrounding him fell away, the severed edges impossibly smooth, revealing muscle fibers and marrow within the bones. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The middle-aged man bore a look of horror. The girl who had rushed over widened her eyes, disbelief etched on her face. The remaining members of the Gu family mirrored her shock. However, Zhu Linyuan showed no interest in the corpses at his feet, slowly advancing towards the middle-aged man. A gentle breeze swept by. A drop of crimson blood slid down the pristine blade of the Qiu sword, splattering onto the ground. Drip! The sound of blood hitting the earth was not loud. Yet at that moment, it resonated with startling clarity, as if it fell upon the hearts of all present. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, his face paling, and he began to tremble. "Run!" With that, he abruptly turned to flee. Seeing their leader dash away, the others hurriedly followed suit. Zhu Linyuan shook his head slightly, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow, and when he returned, he held the middle-aged man in his grasp. The group that had fled alongside him lay scattered, their bodies severed. "Let me go!" The middle-aged man struggled desperately. "Please, let me go." Hearing his pleas, Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly and released his grip, applying merely a modicum of force. Thud! The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. A deafening roar filling his mind. In an instant, all his bones shattered except for his skull and neck, leaving him a limp mass on the ground, resembling a giant octopus. Yet, even in this state, he was not dead. He emitted raspy sounds from his throat. Qingying. Zhu Linyuan turned to Luo Qingying. You may finish him off with your Tang Dao. At his command, Tai Chi obediently knelt. Luo Qingying, her expression impassive, drew her Tang Dao, its slender blade glinting in the sunlight as it reflected upon the middle-aged man's face. And no, please don't, the middle-aged man begged in a strained voice. However, Luo Qingying remained expressionless as she approached him. In the midst of his desperate pleas, she struck down towards his neck. Swoosh! Blood gushed forth from the severed neck of the middle-aged man, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, his eyes devoid of life. He was dead. Observing the lifeless form of the middle-aged man and comparing it to those slain by Zhu Linyuan, Luo Qingying furrowed her brow, seemingly dissatisfied with her technique. Indeed, her execution was still lacking. Zhu Linyuan perceived the uncertainty in her eyes and shook his head. You have yet to coordinate your entire body. Your swordsmanship requires further practice. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow once more, returning with several more of the thugs. These thugs lay on the ground, their limbs broken, gazing up at Zhu Linyuan in despair, pleading for mercy. Yet, Zhu Linyuan merely replied indifferently, use these individuals to refine your swordsmanship. This way, your skills will improve more swiftly. He had not chosen these individuals at random. They were the loudest instigators, their gazes towards Luo Qingying most unrestrained. Zhu Linyuan initially contemplated executing them outright, but decided instead to utilize them, allowing Luo Qingying to practice her craft. He instructed her to refine her skills not merely for physical prowess, but to learn the art of killing, of annihilating aberrations. Merely hacking at the air would not suffice to master the art of murder. Of course, genuine slaughter would expedite her learning process. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Luo Qingying wasted no time, methodically slicing downwards. Each strike found its mark at a thug's neck. Moreover, with each stroke, she paused to contemplate her power and technique. The remaining surviving thugs were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. The other thugs fled in panic, but Zhu Linyuan swiftly positioned himself before their escape route. Return. His gaze swept over the remaining 100 or so thugs as a Qiuyu sword suddenly unsheathed, cleaving a narrow trench into the ground. He then coldly declared, anyone who crosses this line shall have their limbs shattered and be used for practice. The fleeing crowd halted abruptly, standing within that line, glancing around in trepidation. None dared to move. They had witnessed Zhu Linyuan's might, how one sword stroke had slain so many, even cleaving the earth itself, showcasing his unparalleled power. Moreover, they had felt the swiftness of Zhu Linyuan, appearing and disappearing like a phantom, leaving them only with fleeting shadows, unable to discern his true location. These thugs were not foolish. In such circumstances, who would dare to flee? Meanwhile, as Luo Qingying delivered her final blow, all the thugs Zhu Linyuan had gathered for her practice lay lifeless. Casting a glance at the corpses on the ground, Luo Qingying's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze shifting to the remaining 100-plus thugs. Do not kill those who have not crossed the line. Zhu Linyuan sensed her intent and shook his head. We need manpower. If we kill them all, who will assist us? Once he brought back this branch of the Gu family, Zhu Linyuan intended to organize a workforce for mining. Mining itself poses considerable danger, being an underground endeavor. Rockfalls and collapses may be trivial to Zhu Linyuan, but they are perilous for ordinary individuals. Not to mention, the mine is home to a myriad of silver scale fish and the terrifying silver scale fish king, making it exceedingly hazardous. The process of mining could lead to numerous fatalities. Thus, Zhu Linyuan did not plan to send those he trusted into such peril. He originally intended to have the last group of captives from the Yidao organization mine the ore, but suddenly he felt he had found a better candidate. The more than 100 individuals before him seemed quite suitable. Each one was robust and undeniably fit for labor. The most crucial aspect was that he did not feel a pang of regret should they perish. After listening to Zhu Linyuan's words, Luo Qingying withdrew her gaze, sheathed her Tang Dao, and her expression appeared tinged with regret. Zhu Linyuan could comprehend her sentiments. After consuming a physical enhancement potion, her combat prowess surpassed that of an adult male, and she surely wished to practice her swordsmanship on several able-bodied individuals. However, understanding aside, Zhu Linyuan still restrained her, for these were to be his future miners. At that moment, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, surprisingly rushed toward Zhu Linyuan, his face etched with an expression of urgency. Upon noticing the character Gu on the old man's chest, Zhu Linyuan's eyes brightened slightly. However, just then, the old man suddenly fixed his gaze on the Qiuyu Jian at Zhu Linyuan's waist, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and he knelt before him. More accurately, he knelt before the Qiuyu Jian. The old man extended his trembling hand, attempting to touch the sword. Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow, initially intending to evade. But upon recalling the old man's identity, he remained motionless. Yet, when the old man's hand was about to make contact with the Qiu Jian, it abruptly halted. The old man gazed longingly at the sword, his lips quivering. Qiu Jian, his eyes filled with both infatuation and reverence. He then struck his cane against the ground, addressing the Gu family members behind him. Why have you not yet knelt before our family's ancestral divine weapon? Chapter 79. The Maiden's Concern. The young woman's choice. With a thud, the dozens behind the old man followed suit, kneeling one after another. Even the previously rebellious young woman, known for her sharp tongue, bowed down. They all gazed at the Qiu Jian with utmost devotion. The old man trembled as he spoke. This is the divine weapon, forged by the first patriarch of the Gu family with his life's blood. Capable of slicing through iron like mud, the Qiu Jian. As long as the Qiu Jian exists, the Gu family endures. The members of the Gu family had grown up hearing tales of the Qiu Jian, and for them, it was a symbol of faith. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, Zhu Linyuan did not rush to clarify his intentions, but allowed them a moment to compose themselves. After a brief pause, the group settled down, and the old man slowly rose. Looking at Zhu Linyuan and inquiring, with the Xiangshan by your side and the Qiu Jian in your possession, who exactly are you? The old man's expression bore complexity. He was aware that the current owner of the Qiu Jian was Gu Qiu. Yet, it was evident that the person before him was not Gu Qiu, while the Qiu Jian remained with him. Thus, the answer was rather apparent. Zhu Linyuan did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. Gu Qiu is imprisoned by me, and I have taken the Qiu Jian from her. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression soured. Though he was not of the same lineage as Gu Qiu, they were both members of the Gu family and leaders of their respective lines. The patriarch of the Gu family had been captured, and their ancestral swords seized, with the perpetrator standing before them. Such an act was akin to a slap in their face. Not only did the old man look displeased, but the expressions of those behind him were equally grim. However, given the display of Zhu Linyuan's strength witnessed moments ago, they hesitated to act out. After all, they were surrounded by corpses, most of which had fallen to Zhu Linyuan's hand. It was clear he was not one to be trifled with. Nobody dared to become the scapegoat at such a moment. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, Zhu Linyuan spoke again. I have come to seek your assistance. As he spoke, he produced a piece of, metallic raw material. Upon seeing the metallic ore, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment, and he leaned closer, scrutinizing it as though it were a rare treasure. Source stone, the old man exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Source stone? Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had heard such a term. Indeed, this is the raw material used to forge the Qiu Jian, the source stone. The old man continued, glancing at the Xiangshan, then at the source stone in Zhu Linyuan's hand, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. According to the ancient texts left by the Gu family's ancestors, it was said that their progenitor had been granted a source stone by the Xiangshan. Upon receiving the source stone, the ancient patriarch had been at a loss for how to utilize it. Eventually, he scoured imperial texts and discovered fragments of information. Learning the name of this mystical, source stone, the Taoist practice of refining metals into elixirs actually referred initially to this source stone, though later generations misconstrued it, producing a myriad of so-called alchemical formulas. Simultaneously, the ancient patriarch had also gleaned the method to smelt the source stone from ancient texts. Using the ancient technique, he successfully forged his most cherished creation, the Qiu Jian. After hearing the old man's explanation, Zhu Linyuan appeared contemplative. Behind the old man, the young woman queried curiously, So, is this thing a stone or a metal? The crowd cast inquisitive glances. It appeared metallic. Why was it called source stone? Even as, it should be named after a specific metal, such as iron or copper ore. The term source stone seems somewhat incongruous. The old man, however, shook his head in response. I only learned this from the texts left by our ancestors. The appearance of the source stone was depicted in ancient manuscripts. This is the first time in my life I have seen a true source stone. The young woman nodded in slight disappointment. And Zhu Linyuan furrowed his brow as well. He too was curious about the true purpose of this so-called source stone. From the old man's explanation, it seemed not only was it used for weapon forging, but it also bore some connection to ancient alchemical practices. Moreover, considering the Xiangshan and the Yin Linyuan, both of whom consumed this source stone and exhibited sizes and intelligence far surpassing their peers, Zhu Linyuan increasingly felt that this source stone was extraordinary. However, the old man remained uninformed and unable to delve deeper. Zhu Linyuan suppressed his curiosity and asked the old man, Are you willing to accompany me to Nanxing to forge weapons? As he spoke, he slightly raised the source stone in his hand. I possess many of these source stones, and I require weapons akin to the Qiu Jian. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the crowd behind the old man hesitated. Firstly, the journey to Nanxing was quite distant, and they were unfamiliar with Zhu Linyuan, uncertain of what might transpire along the way. Secondly, Zhu Linyuan had seized their ancestral sword and captured the patriarch of their lineage in Nancheng. So agreeing to work for him left them feeling somewhat disgraced. Nonetheless, the old man promptly declared, "Very well, we of the Gu family agree." He then turned to the others. "Immediately gather your belongings. We shall set off for Nancheng as swiftly as possible, as this gentleman has requested." With that, he leaned on his cane and led the way towards the ancestral home. Zhu Linyuan did not expect the old man to agree so readily. He had prepared to take action, believing he could extract the smelting methods with relative ease. However, since this would spare him effort and yield a host of subordinates, he certainly had no objections. The members of the Gu family exchanged glances, but followed the old man back to the ancestral home. As they entered, one person immediately inquired, "Patriarch, why must we work for this individual?" The old man remained silent, merely shaking his head with a sigh, and quietly proceeded towards the Gu family's ancestral hall. The young woman, however, scoffed and retorted, "Are you brainless? What do you think will happen if we refuse to work for him? Shall we wait for him to strike? Do you believe he won't slaughter every one of us in the Gu family?" The young girl spoke directly. It is evident that what he desires is merely the method for refining the source stone. If he were to slaughter each member of our Gu family before the clan leader, do you think the leader would hand over the refining method? Which is more important, the method of refinement or the Gu family? The man she addressed turned crimson, rendered speechless. Another individual chimed in, "Why don't we just give him the refining method? Why should we do his bidding? He has seized our ancestral divine weapon and captured the head of our lineage in Nancheng. Assisting him would be a tremendous disgrace to our Gu family." The girl shook her head, wearing an expression that suggested a sense of futility in reasoning with him. "You do not understand how the world works. He only requires the refining method. Once you hand it over, what purpose do you serve for him? Your very life hinges upon his whims." The group fell silent. An elder, with a deep sigh, reminded them, "Let us not forget that we are in an apocalyptic world. Those who survive must either possess strength or hold value. Our current task is to demonstrate the value of the Gu family. As for face, history is written by the victors. In this apocalypse, the ones who maintain their dignity are surely those who endure until the end." With that, he waved his hand and instructed, "Stop pondering. Gather your belongings and prepare to depart." The crowd quickly dispersed to pack their things. During this process, the young girl quietly asked her mother, "Mom, do you think that man, who is accompanied by a beautiful woman, might be lecherous? Do you think he might take advantage of us?" Upon hearing her daughter's words, the mother abruptly paused, her hands trembling slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. However, the next moment, when she turned to face her daughter, the panic had transformed into calmness and tenderness. "My dear, rest assured, no matter what happens, your mother will always protect you." She then gazed out the window towards the location of Zhu Linyuan, softly murmuring, "I promise." At that moment, a resolute expression adorned the mother's graceful visage. In Chapter 80, both mother and daughter were consumed by their own thoughts, neither daring to break the silence as they busily packed their belongings. Approximately 20 minutes later, the members of the Gu family gathered at the entrance, having prepared all essential items. The clan leader of the Gu family, the elder leaning on a cane, tapped the ground with it and hoarsely declared, "All members of the Gu family from Maicheng, bow to our ancestors." He was the first to kneel. With a thud, the others followed suit, kneeling and bowing, tears glistening in their eyes. Having been born in this ancestral home, the thought of leaving stirred a multitude of emotions within them. Zhu Linyuan stood a distance away, observing the scene with an impassive expression, yet not urging them. He had witnessed such moments countless times. In the apocalypse, weakness is the original sin. Hence, he had tirelessly strived to grow stronger. After about a minute, the elder shakily rose to his feet, tears streaming down his weathered face as he carefully tucked away the ancestral tablet. He then looked at the Gu family members and sighed deeply. "Let us go. Let's go." Subsequently, he, aided by his cane, slowly approached Zhu Linyuan. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, seated himself atop Tai Chi, and wrapped his arm around Luo Qingying's slender waist, patting Tai Chi as he said, "Let us set off." Soon, a procession of over 200 individuals embarked on their journey towards Nancheng. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Xianyang Mountains in Nancheng, at the gathering point of the embers, over 1,000 people stood in neat formation. Su Zian, clad in a black combat uniform that exuded an air of confidence, stood at the forefront and addressed the crowd. "The 30 individuals whose names I just called, please step forward." Hearing her words, 30 people simultaneously advanced from the ranks, forming a line at the front. Among them were individuals of various ages and genders, seemingly lacking any commonality, save for the resolute determination reflected in their gazes. Lu Bai was conspicuously among them. As her gaze swept over the 30, Su Zian nodded and remarked, "Thank you all for your hard work during this period. Mr. Zhu is very pleased with your recent achievements and has instructed me to distribute these potions to you." She gestured towards 3 rows of potions on the table behind her, each row containing 10 bottles, totaling 30 bottles. Su Zian opened one of the potions, and the crowd soon caught a whiff of its subtle fragrance. feeling a stirring within their bodies. This potion was the evolution liquid. Observing the change in expressions among the crowd, Zhu Linyuan slowly spoke. I trust you are all curious about how Mr. Zhu has attained such formidable strength. At her words, the crowd perked up, eager not to miss any detail. Every individual present was intrigued by Mr. Zhu's power, which surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. Zhu Linyuan continued, Mr. Zhu wants me to convey that his current prowess is not only a result of rigorous training, but also due to this very potion. Upon hearing her, the crowd erupted in excitement. Consuming this potion can make us as powerful as Mr. Zhu. What kind of potion is this? When can we have access to it? Some individuals, however, with deeper thoughts, eyed the potions on the table with slight hesitation, pondering if this might be a scheme to manipulate them. Yet, they quickly deduced that with Mr. Zhu's strength and character, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths to deal with them. In an instant, all attention was drawn to the evolution potions on the table, each gaze aflame with desire. Everyone aspired to be as powerful as Mr. Zhu, to reign supreme in this apocalyptic world. Seeing the crowd's response, Zhu Linyuan recognized the moment had arrived and announced, the 30 individuals I just called have made the most significant contributions to our gathering place during this time and are the most deserving of receiving these potions. Mr. Zhu has named them evolution liquids. The reason they can enhance your strength is that drinking the evolution liquid allows your body to undergo evolution. Of course, the process of evolution carries certain risks, and you may choose not to consume the liquid. She then looked at Lu Bai and said, Lu Bai, you will be the first to come forward to receive the evolution liquid. You must drink on the spot, but you can also opt not to take it. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, Lu Bai smiled faintly, stepping forward without hesitation to take a bottle of evolution liquid and down it in one go. The sound of his swallowing echoed as everyone focused intently on him. Lu Yao clenched her fists in anxiety. For Zhu Linyuan had just mentioned that the evolution process is not entirely safe. Indeed, shortly after drinking the evolution liquid, Lu Bai's entire body flushed crimson, and blood began to ooze from his skin, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Brother, Lu Yao exclaimed in alarm. Mifine. Lu Bai managed to force a smile, blood staining his pearly white teeth, creating a rather gruesome sight. He clenched his fists tightly, enduring the searing pain coursing through him while also feeling his strength steadily augmenting. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on Lu Bai's condition. Finally, after a brief moment, the pain dissipated. Suddenly, Lu Bai stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, prompting Lu Yao to rush forward to support him, her concern evident. Brother, are you all right? Lu Bai hesitated, clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes, and then turned to Zhu Linyuan, asking Sister Linyuan, may I test my strength now? Of course, she replied. Zhu Linyuan smiled, and immediately, 2 individuals approached, carrying a slab of blue stone. This blue stone slab was approximately 2 fingers thick and remarkably resilient, typically used for paving roads, impervious to the weight of vehicles. The 2 men stood before Lu Bai with the slab. Lu Bai slightly lowered his body, retracting his right fist to his waist before launching a powerful punch. Bang! Lu Bai struck the blue stone slab with all his might, shattering it into pieces. The onlookers were left in astonishment. If it had been Zhu Linyuan who struck, they would not have been surprised, even if he had shattered a slab as thick as a thigh. However, they were acutely aware of Lu Bai's capabilities. He was merely an ordinary person with above-average physical fitness, having perhaps learned a few moves in secret, but certainly not possessing such formidable strength. With this realization, their gazes towards the evolution liquid transformed into fervent admiration. At that moment, in the heart of Nanchang, the patriarchs of the 3 major families were gathered in a residence, deliberating whether to take action against Zhu Linyuan. We cannot intervene, one elder with graying hair firmly stated. The Heilian Jiao does not have our best interests at heart. They wish to combat this emerging force but are unwilling to act themselves, instead urging us to do so. What rationale is this? What is Heilian Jiao compared to us, daring to impose upon the 3 major families? Elder Huang concurred, indeed. This emerging force has annihilated the Ji Dao organization and absorbed its members. They are at their peak strength now. Engaging them head-on would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing the Heilian Jiao to profit from our conflict, which is not a prudent course of action. Moreover, you are all aware of Zhu Linyuan's prowess, right? The elder gestured. Even Gu Qiuyu from the Ji Dao organization was no match for him, captured in a single move. Do any of you possess someone stronger than Gu Qiuyu? Certainly not in our Wang family. I oppose any action against this emerging organization. Zhang Qingyun, the patriarch of the Zhang family, sighed before speaking. Elders Huang and Wang, while your points are valid, have you considered that if we do not act, this new force will inevitably turn its attention towards us? Let's not forget, they have already obliterated the Ji Dao organization and seized all its resources without even consulting us, which signifies what? It indicates that Zhu Linyuan does not regard the 3 major families at all. He feasts while leaving us with nothing. Zhang Qingyun continued. addressing the leaders of the Huang and Wang families. With such an ambitious individual in Nanshang, can you both sleep soundly at night? How he treated the Jidao organization today will be how he treats us tomorrow. Hearing his words, the expressions of the Huang and Wang family leaders shifted, revealing signs of wavering. Seizing the moment, Zhu Linyuan added fervently, moreover, as Elder Wang mentioned, Zhu Linyuan's strength is formidable. If he were to attempt an assassination against us, would we resort to deploying 100 guards for our protection? Wouldn't he that render our alliance of the three major families a mere joke? Zhu Linyuan asserted decisively. Thus, in my view, we must eliminate this emerging force, and, specifically, we must kill Zhu Linyuan. Since the establishment of our Nanchang alliance, we have yet to accomplish anything significant. We shall use Zhu Linyuan's blood to send a clear message to other forces in Nanchang. Refuse to join us, and you shall perish. Upon hearing his declaration, the patriarchs of the Huang and Wang families exchanged glances and gritted their teeth in agreement. Very well, let us strike. At that moment, the Wang patriarch interjected. We can engage, but I must clarify in advance that our Wang family will not provide personnel. However, we can offer resources. Zhu Linyuan chuckled. It is not that the Wang family will not provide personnel. Rather, none of the three families need to. Let's not forget that we are now the Nanchang Alliance, with at least 7,000 to 8,000 individuals beyond our three families. And now is the time for them to exert their strength. Huang, my brother, you are indeed ruthless. The Wang patriarch laughed heartily, but I admire your spirit. They shared a knowing smile. However, the Huang patriarch shook his head. Our Nanchang Alliance is already on shaky ground. Directly sending our subordinates to do our bidding while we remain uninvolved is not conducive to solidifying our power. Moreover, these individuals are merely hastily assembled forces, while numerous. They lack cohesion and will not exhibit substantial strength. Since we have resolved to confront this emerging force, we must strike with overwhelming force and decisively crush them. Elder Huang declared, I propose that our Huang family contributes 500 men, the Wang and Zhang families each provide 300, and we draw an additional 1,900 from the Nanchang Alliance, a total of 3,000 to decisively eradicate them and eliminate any future threats. Until they're all vanquished, I cannot find peace. Agreed. Zhu Linyuan nodded repeatedly. Elder Huang's reasoning is sound. With 3,000 men, even if Zhu Linyuan were as formidable as Lu Bu, he would surely meet his demise. The Wang patriarch concurred, however. One condition, we must bring back Zhu Linyuan's corpse. I am quite curious about what makes him so powerful. I wish to investigate further. Not a problem. We shall act tonight, under the cover of darkness, and strike at their stronghold. Once we have annihilated this emerging force and retrieved Zhu Linyuan's body, we shall indulge in a grand feast. The Huang patriarch exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Tonight we strike to slay Zhu Linyuan. The three men burst into laughter. As if in jest, they had already sealed Zhu Linyuan's fate. After a brief conversation, they departed, escorted back to their respective family territories. Upon returning to the Zhang family stronghold, Zhu Linyuan's smile vanished, and he muttered coldly to himself, that Wang is utterly short-sighted and greedy, of little consequence. However, this Wang is somewhat troublesome. He is a force to be reckoned with. It is no wonder they say the Huang family is the foremost among the three major families. I have witnessed it firsthand today. Fortunately, I have managed to persuade these two old fools to take action. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan glanced at several photographs on the table. The images revealed an imposing black SUV, exuding an air of dominance. Parked at the entrance of a building he recognized all too well. That building was the residence of his daughter, Zhang Miao. The second photograph depicted a tall, muscular man hoisting a figure wrapped in a bedsheet and tossing her into the vehicle. That figure was none other than his daughter, Zhang Miao. The final photograph showed the SUV heading toward the Xianyang mountain range, precisely where the gathering of the fire was located. Kidnapping my daughter, Zhu Linyuan. Do you think this matter ends here? Zhu Linyuan clenched the photographs tightly in his hand, crumpling them into a ball of waste, and spoke in a cold tone. Zhu Linyuan, I shall use your head as a toast. At that moment, the veins in his arms bulged ominously, presenting a stark contrast to his usual refined demeanor. After a moment, he managed to calm himself and, regarding the crumpled photographs, fed them into a shredder. The Heilian Jiao sent these photographs to me with the sole purpose of inciting conflict between us and Zhu Linyuan, anticipating that we would both suffer losses, allowing them to reap the benefits. However, you all underestimate me, Zhu Linyuan, as well as my Zhang family. Zhu Linyuan sneered. Is my Zhang family truly the weakest among the three major families? Wait and see. The opportunity will arise to demonstrate who truly reigns as the foremost family in Nanchang. As dusk settled over the Xian Hua gathering place, all 30 members had consumed the evolution liquid, transforming them into first-tier evolved beings. The remaining 1,000-plus individuals, witnessing their newfound prowess, felt a surge of determination. eager to showcase their abilities in hopes of earning the favor of Zhu Linyuan and receiving the evolution liquid themselves. Observing the spirited crowd before her, Zhu Linyuan could not help but smile. She had successfully molded this group of over 1,000, along with 30 evolved beings and the invincible Zhu Linyuan, into a cohesive and formidable force. With such strength, no faction in Nanchang could rival their Xianhua gathering place. Simultaneously, Zhu Linyuan, accompanied by members of the Gu family, approached the outskirts of Nanchang. At this pace, we shall return to the gathering place tonight, he murmured, glancing at the road ahead. Chapter 82. Those who dare to reach out shall be severed at the Xianhua gathering place. Zhu Linyuan observed the crowd's heightened spirits and clapped her hands. Soon, a procession arrived, carrying large boxes to the front of the assembly. A glance revealed dozens of sizable crates. Although many present had not received the evolution liquid this time, Mr. Zhu had stated that every brother had worked hard during this period, and these were rewards for everyone. As Zhu Linyuan opened one of the boxes, she revealed it to be filled with cans. She poured the contents onto a table, displaying hundreds of cans within a single box, and with dozens of boxes present. The crowd's eyes illuminated with excitement. If these boxes contained canned goods, wouldn't that mean everyone would have share? In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people often struggled to find enough food, let alone canned goods. Though joining the Xianhua gathering place had ensured they no longer faced hunger daily, canned food remained a rare commodity, not easily accessible. Yet, Zhu Linyuan did not pause. She opened another large box, revealing a collection of gleaming knives. These weapons, though inferior to the alloy long knives crafted by Zhu Linyuan, were nonetheless commendable armaments. Following this, she opened yet another box, revealing everyday necessities such as toothbrushes and towels. The crowd gazed in awe at the abundance of supplies, each individual brimming with exhilaration. With the crowd's emotions ignited, Zhu Linyuan proclaimed, "These are rewards for Mr. Zhu. He has also declared that our gathering place shall henceforth be known as Xianhua Gathering Place. As long as everyone contributes to our community and to Mr. Zhu, he will not neglect you. I believe many of you have endured the trials of the early apocalypse, living in constant turmoil and uncertainty, struggling for food and even sleep, perpetually wary of zombies and other survivors who seek to seize your resources. This experience is not easily forgotten, is it?" Zhu Linyuan continued, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Many clenched their fists, evidently recalling their own hardships. Many among you, including myself, were nearly sold as commodities. This sensation of having your life dictated by others is equally distressing, is it not? Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, many women in the crowd bowed their heads, biting their lips, their bodies trembling slightly. Among you, many hailed from various factions, some even once adversaries of our Xianhua gathering place. Yet, Mr. Zhu has stated that as long as you are willing to contribute to Xianhua gathering place, there will always be food for you, a roof over your head. As her words resonated, the crowd lifted their heads to meet Zhu Linyuan's gaze. She gestured toward the boxes at their feet and the 30 individuals who had consumed the evolution liquid behind her. Continuing, "As long as you contribute to the gathering place and earn Mr. Zhu's recognition, you shall not lack these cans, supplies, or the evolution liquid." At this, one individual suddenly shouted, "I am willing to serve the Xianhua gathering place. I am willing to serve Mr. Zhu." Initially, only he raised his voice, but soon, many others joined in, and within moments, the entire crowd was fervently chanting, "I am willing to serve the Xianhua gathering place. I am willing to serve Mr. Zhu." As this unfolded, Zhu Linyuan smiled, glancing at her subordinates, who instantly understood and began distributing the supplies. In the past, such a scene would have led to chaos as people rushed to claim their share. Yet now, the crowd stood orderly, patiently awaiting their turn. Witnessing this, Zhu Linyuan felt a strange sensation wash over her. It was as though, with the arrival of the apocalypse, the previously collapsed order was being re-established within the Xianhua gathering place. In that moment, the world remained chaotic, but the Xianhua gathering place had found its order. This order was simple, to heed Zhu Linyuan's guidance. As long as they followed Mr. Zhu's directives, provisions, supplies, and evolution liquid would be assured. Everyone remembered Zhu Linyuan's words. In that instant, Zhu Linyuan was not only the master of the Xianhua gathering place, but had also become an indelible symbol, a belief in the hearts of all present survivors. Observing the crowd's response, Zhu Linyuan began to grasp the concept of deification within religion. What is a deity? A deity should not merely symbolize strength, but embody omnipotence. In that moment, Zhu Linyuan provided sustenance, supplies, equipment, safety, and most importantly, hope to those who had endured the trials of the apocalypse. Thus, in that fleeting instant, he briefly emerged as a deity in the hearts of the people. However, this faith would soon wane. The path to true deification remained long and arduous. Yet in that brief moment, Zhu Linyuan suddenly saw the direction of her future efforts. "I must transform my boss into the omnipotent deity in the hearts of the survivors," Zhu Linyuan silently resolved. Only in this way can hope flourish within them, allowing true unity to emerge, unleashing their most formidable strength against the apocalypse. At this moment, the people of the Xanhua gathering place quietly consumed their cans, while Zhu Linyuan envisioned her deification plan, and the atmosphere fell into a serene hush. Suddenly, a distant, urgent shout broke the stillness. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. A multitude is approaching us. At least 2,000 or 3,000 people. Upon hearing the alarm, Zhu Linyuan turned to the crowd. The formation of over 1,000 individuals displayed varying expressions. Some appeared anxious, others exuded a murderous intent, while many remained expressionless, yet none uttered a sound. They all looked to her, awaiting her command. With a smile, Zhu Linyuan declared, "Brothers, it seems someone is coming to deliver supplies. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy in our usual formation." She then glanced at Liu Bai and the others. The 30 individuals, recently transformed into evolved beings, felt an overwhelming surge of energy and, upon hearing of the approaching enemy, began to crack their knuckles in anticipation. Seeing the crowd state, Zhu Linyuan cheerfully opened the last 2 large boxes. Within one of the crates lay a collection of exquisitely crafted alloy steel blades, while another contained combat attire adorned with obsidian bone fragments. The eyes of the 30 newly evolved individuals sparkled with excitement. Zhu Linyuan remarked, "Mr. Zhu has stated that not only must you possess strength, but your equipment must also be up to par. This is the gear he has bestowed upon you. 1 set for each of you. In this operation, you shall be the main force." Zhu Linyuan addressed the group. "Your task is quite simple. You are to penetrate the enemy's formation, thereby allowing our other brethren the space to maneuver." With a steely demeanor, she continued, "This time, we shall pierce through this group of blind fools, instill fear in them, and make the name of Xinhua gathered land resound. I want the entire South City to recognize that Xinhua gathered land is not to be trifled with. Those who dare extend their hands shall find them severed." Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the 30 newly minted evolvers promptly equipped themselves. Simultaneously, the formation of over 1,000 soldiers began to shift. The foremost soldiers grasped the rudimentary shields crafted from timber felled at the foot of the mountain. Although rudimentary, these shields were robust, constructed from thick planks bound with iron chains, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary weaponry. Standing at approximately 1.5 meters in height, these shields provided substantial cover, making it difficult for enemies to attack the shield bearers. Furthermore, the center of each shield featured a series of arc-shaped grooves, which appeared peculiar at first glance. At that moment, those stationed behind the shield bearers drew forth their weapons. While termed weapons, they were more accurately described as 2-meter-long steel pipes. However, unlike conventional pipes, these had black bone spikes affixed to their fronts, bone spikes that Zhu Linyuan had extracted from mutated beasts and entrusted to his subordinates to fashion into armaments. With the spikes attached, these pipes resembled long spears, perfectly designed to rest within the grooves of the shields above, thus maximizing efficiency. Additionally, a small distance separated the spear bearers from the shield bearers, making it challenging for enemies to breach the shield bearers and strike the second line of spear bearers. With spears extending 2 meters in length, the spear bearers could easily reach and strike enemies as they approached, especially if the adversaries lacked heavy weaponry, making it arduous to dismantle the combination of shield bearers and spear bearers. Furthermore, the formation effectively blocked the entire roadway, with towering buildings flanking both sides, rendering lateral assaults by the enemy virtually impossible. However, for reasons unknown, approximately 300 individuals retreated quietly to the rear of the formation, soon vanishing into the night. The remaining soldiers displayed no reaction. Zhu Linyuan observed this scene, but refrained from commenting, instead focusing her gaze towards the front of the formation. Not far ahead, a sizable group approached rapidly. This was the South City Alliance, led by the 3 prominent families. A formidable force of 3,000, they exuded immense authority. In the age of warfare, 3,000 represented the composition of an independent battalion. In the dark of night, the nearly 1,000 remaining individuals at Xinhua gathered land remained motionless, their only sound the deep rhythm of their breathing, presenting an image akin to a prowling tiger, poised to strike with ferocity. Meanwhile, the 3,000, under the leadership of the upper echelons of the 3 families, surged towards Xinhua gathered land with great vigor. "Huanggu, is it truly wise to charge and so directly?" One upright-looking man in the vanguard inquired of a nearby, portly figure. The portly man, upon hearing the question, turned with a broad grin, his sunken eyes gleaming. "Zhang Laodi, you worry too much. Rest assured, with over 3,000 of us, what if they have an ambush? We shall break through with sheer force." The upright man nodded vigorously. Indeed, Huanggu speaks wisely. No wonder he has been appointed to lead this operation. Such insight. He lowered his head slightly, yet a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, his scorn held no weight, for the portly man was the primary commander of this operation, being the sole son of the Huang family patriarch, while he was merely a distant relative of the Zhang family. The portly man, buoyed by the flattery, boisterously replied, "Fear not, Zhang Laodi. We shall annihilate this pathetic faction and return with Zhu Linyuan's remains. Your standing in the Zhang family will surely rise. Do not say, I have not helped you." Gratitude spilled from the Zhang family man's lips. As they conversed, the entire troop had already fully entered the territory of Xinhua gathered land, flanked by towering, windowless edifices. The path appearing somewhat constricted, lending an oppressive air to the night. Suddenly, the Zhang family man sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Hesitating to counsel the portly Huang further. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the rear of the formation. The crowd turned to see an enormous steel plate emerging from nowhere, a formidable barrier measuring 4 to 5 meters in height, completely sealing the gap between two buildings and effectively blocking their retreat. Playing military strategy with me? The portly Huang snapped, incredulous. You think a mere iron plate can sever our escape? Listen closely, the last 200 must remain. Whatever it takes, they must clear that iron plate. The rest. Advance with me. As he spoke, he spat in contempt. Damn it, playing tactics with me? How devious. I shall strike directly at the heart of the enemy. Yet, just then, he noticed a vast shadow looming closer. Upon closer inspection, it was a throng of people, the foremost among them brandishing shields, advancing step by step towards them. As the distance narrowed, Huang distinctly heard the rhythmic sound of marching feet, growing increasingly louder. Boom, boom, boom. Huang's pupils contracted as he surveyed the encroaching formation, then glanced back at the impenetrable iron plate behind them, swallowing hard as he murmured, "This is disastrous. Both our front and rear are trapped. This is akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. We are doomed." Having been raised in comfort, Huang had never encountered such a scene, and in an instant, he was petrified, repeating his lament of impending doom. Observing Huang in a daze, the Zhang family commander urgently called out, "Everyone heed my command. Charge forward and break their formation. They are vastly outnumbered. If we can disrupt their ranks, victory will be ours." He raised his arm emphatically. However, no one moved. This troop only acknowledged Huang as commands. His words held no sway here. And even the Zhang family members disregarded him, for he was merely a distant branch of the family. Curse it, the Zhang family commander swore in frustration. Yet, at this moment, the opposing formation had closed in entirely, sealing off their escape routes. Damn it, waiting here is akin to signing our death warrants. If you wish to live, rally and charge. He kicked Huang, jolting him back to reality. All right. Huang could barely register the kick as he shouted urgently, "Charge! Everyone! Forward! Annihilate them!" He quickly turned and plunged into the throng. However, despite Huang's dire straits, the death warriors trained by the three families swiftly surged forward, embodying the essence of death warriors, fearless and unwavering, obeying orders without regard for their lives. Witnessing the advance of their comrades, the remaining troops hastened to follow suit. A vast legion of 3,000 individuals surged towards the gathering place of the flames of hope. Chapter 84. A sword that shatters the enemy's courage. Despite their fierce momentum, the people at the gathering place remained utterly unafraid. The first row of shield bearers simultaneously dropped their shields to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. They then crouched slightly, gripping the handles firmly while bracing their shoulders against the shields. In unison, the shields formed an impregnable line of defense. In the next moment, the second row of spear wielders positioned their weapons atop the shields, poised for action. At that moment, the death warriors of the three prominent families charged forward, brandishing their long knives and aiming to cleave through the solid defense with their flesh and blood. Yet just then, the spear wielders let out a thunderous shout and unleashed their weapons with full force, thrusting their spears forward. The sharpened spearheads, crafted from mutated bone spurs, effortlessly pierced the bodies of the death warriors, impaling them from front to back. Even with their bodies pierced, the death warriors continued to wield their long knives with reckless abandon, striking at the shields. The clang of metal echoed as their blades met the iron chains that wrapped around the shields, but they could not inflict any harm. At that moment, the spear wielders retracted their weapons, and the bodies of the slain death warriors fell lifelessly to the ground, blocked by the shields. However, in this brief interval, the second wave of death warriors had already surged forward. Some spear wielders were unable to react in time. In this critical moment, the brothers behind the spear wielders hurled large stones, prepared in advance, directly at the death warriors of the three families. Though the stones may not have been fatal, they significantly slowed the advance of the death warriors, granting the spear wielders precious time to prepare. As the second wave of death warriors reached the shields, the spear wielders repeated their actions, thrusting their weapons once more. The fragile flesh of the death warriors stood no chance against the combined might of the shield bearers and spear wielders. In mere moments, the area before the shields was piled high with the corpses of the death warriors, numbering in the hundreds. Almost all the death warriors dispatched by the three families perished here. As for the other members of the Nanshang Alliance, they suffered minimal losses, having recognized the dire situation and retreated without engaging in the fray. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the forces at the gathering place continued their inexorable advance. While behind the Nanshang alliance lay a heavy iron barrier, and the doors and windows of the surrounding buildings had long been sealed, leaving no avenue for escape. Everyone, ram against the iron barrier with all your strength. We must break through, shouted the plump man in terror. Their formation cannot move quickly. If we break the barrier, we can survive. Upon hearing his words, the crowd hurriedly hurled themselves against the iron barrier. Yet, they were unaware that behind the barrier stood 300 people bracing themselves, employing various tools, making the barrier impervious to mere human strength. At the same time, 30 fully armed figures exchanged glances, then leaped into the air, vaulting over the iron barrier and crashing into the ranks of the Nanshang Alliance. These were 30 fully armed evolved beings. With a swift motion, Liu Bai took the lead, executing a horizontal slash that severed the throats of several individuals before him. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons and commencing a massacre. The 30 fully armed evolved beings, facing ordinary individuals preoccupied with escape, created a one-sided slaughter. It's over. We're doomed. The plump man collapsed beside a member of the Zhang family, his eyes vacant, muttering, with no way forward and enemies behind, we're caught in a deadly pincer. There's no escape. At this moment, the Nanshang Alliance descended into chaos, devoid of fighting spirit. Everyone either begged for mercy or sought a way to flee, utterly lacking resolve. Meanwhile, under the command of Su Ziyan, the forces at the gathering place continued to tighten the encirclement, mercilessly slaughtering the members of the Nanshang Alliance without an ounce of compassion. Soon, the streets ran red with blood, the ground slick with a viscous substance, each step sinking into the crimson tide. The sounds of battle and pleas for mercy spread rapidly. Although the nearby zombies had long been cleared, hordes of them still surged from afar, drawn towards the gathering place like sharks sensing blood. Not far from the gathering place, a contingent of over 200 individuals rushed towards it. Leading the charge was a massive panda, upon whose back rode a man and a woman. The woman, clad in white combat attire, swung her blade repeatedly, practicing her technique, while the man, dressed in black, sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. They were Luo Qingying and Zhu Linyuan. At that moment, behind the great panda, an elderly man, supported by a young girl, approached with a feeble voice. Mr. Zhu, how much longer until we arrive? We've been on the road for so long. Everyone is exhausted. If we have further to go, it would be wise to rest here for 10 minutes, allowing everyone to catch their breath and eat something. Hearing the elder's words, Zhu Linyuan slowly opened his eyes and spoke with unwavering authority. Let everyone hold on a little longer. Just ahead lies our gathering place. We shall rest once we arrive. Noticing the elder's worried expression, Zhu Linyuan shook his head reassuringly. Fear not. Our brothers at the gathering place are honorable and will not take advantage of your late arrival. As he spoke, Zhu Linyuan suddenly perked up, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. There's trouble at the gathering place, he declared coldly. Everyone move at full speed. With that, he wrapped an arm around Luo Qingying's slender waist and gave the panda a gentle pat. The creature understood immediately, surging forward with incredible speed, resembling a heavily armored truck racing down the road. Observing Zhu Linyuan's reaction, the head of the Gu family urged, everyone, keep up. Be mindful not to lag behind. Several sturdy clansmen hurriedly assisted the Gu patriarch onto a cart, propelling him swiftly along. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan had already arrived at the gathering place. The scent of blood filled the air. Upon inhaling the thick, metallic aroma, he frowned slightly, then vanished in a flash, unleashing an unparalleled speed as he darted towards the heart of the battle. With a powerful swing of his sword, he unleashed a fierce strike. The swift motion produced a sharp whistling sound as the Qiuyu sword sliced through the crowd. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted, severed heads and dismembered limbs scattering through the air. Zhu Linyuan's furious strike carved a path through the battlefield, creating a momentary lull in the cacophony of combat. All eyes turned to him in astonishment. The members of the gathering place gazed at him with admiration and respect, while those of the Nanshang Alliance looked on in terror and disbelief. Zhu Linyuan's recent advance had claimed the lives of dozens in an instant, leaving a graveyard of shattered bodies in his wake. This single blow became the final straw that broke the Nanshang Alliance's resolve. In the ensuing silence, a member of the Nanshang Alliance dropped his weapon, crying out in desperation, I surrender. Please stop. I surrender. He knelt down, hands on his head, trembling uncontrollably. This act triggered a chain reaction. One by one, the remaining members of the Nanshang Alliance discarded their weapons and followed suit, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Linyuan turned his gaze towards his brothers, who were still brimming with fighting spirit, and a smile slowly spread across his face. In that moment, he realized that the brothers at the gathering place could truly stand by him. The term gathering place had finally come to embody its true meaning. Chapter 85. By Yuan's concern soon, the head of the Gu family, accompanied by the clan members, arrived at the gathering place of the Xinhua. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the entire Gu family was struck dumb with astonishment. Although it was night, the gathering place was illuminated by numerous searchlights, casting a bright glow over the area. Beneath this light stood a formidable army of over 1,000 warriors. Each soldier, though smeared with blood, stood upright, their gazes fervently fixed ahead, their eyes brimming with admiration. All eyes were drawn to a towering figure known to the Gu family, Zhu Linyuan. Good heavens! One member of the Gu family exclaimed in shock. Mr. Zhu has such a large following. There must be at least 1,000 of them. My word, to establish such a grand force in the apocalypse, just who is Mr. Zhu? In the eyes of the Gu family, although Zhu Linyuan was formidable, they had assumed his followers numbered only in the hundreds, as the largest faction in my city boasted merely around 200 individuals. They were utterly unprepared for the realization that the Xinhua gathering place could harbor such a multitude, with each individual exuding a distinct vigor unlike that of other factions. If the other factions were mere ragtag groups, then the army at the Xinhua gathering place was undoubtedly an elite force. Wait, look over there. Suddenly, one member of the Gu family pointed into the distance. Oh my, there are corpses everywhere. The crowd quickly turned to see the street ahead littered with numerous bodies, appearing to number over 1,000 at first glance. Some of the corpses had gaping holes piercing through them, as if they had been stabbed, while others had their skulls shattered. Most terrifying, however, was the heap of severed limbs at the center, resembling remnants brutally torn apart by machinery. Not far from the bodies, a throng of individuals knelt on the ground, cradling their heads in their hands. This group was even larger than the one before Zhu Linyuan, numbering nearly 2,000. Yet, at this moment, not a single soul dared to make a sound. All were kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. The Gu family found it hard to fathom what kind of horror could render such battle-hardened souls into a state of sheer terror. But upon contemplating the gruesome state of the corpses, they deemed their fear entirely rational. At this moment, a young lady from the Gu family bit her lips slightly, gazing at the tragic scene unfolding before her, then turned to look at Zhu Linyuan, her expression betraying an unprecedented hint of fear. The girl, who had never feared anything since childhood, finally understood the meaning of terror. The other members of the Gu family were equally paralyzed by the scene before them. It was evident that the corpses littering the ground had been slain by Zhu Linyuan's subordinates. Recalling Zhu Linyuan's earlier assertion that the brothers of the Xinhua gathering place adhered to principles and did not bully others, they suddenly wondered if they had misunderstood. This was hardly the behavior of those who did not bully others. They had annihilated everyone. The Gu family members fell silent, acutely aware that they might be next. As for the more than 100 individuals who had been captured by Zhu Linyuan for mining, they were utterly dumbfounded. They had initially thought that Zhu Linyuan's treatment of them was already cruel, but now it seemed he had shown them mercy, while some had harbored ulterior motives. At this moment, they dared not entertain any schemes for fear of being brutally beaten to death. Meanwhile, Zhu Linyuan stood at the forefront of his troops, his gaze sweeping over the battle-hardened ranks. Brothers, he began slowly, a smile gracing his lips. You have done well. His voice, though soft, resonated in the hearts of everyone at the Xinhua gathering place. A wave of pride swept across their faces, as if receiving Zhu Linyuan's praise was more rewarding than any material gain. Acquiring canned goods and supplies was a reward to them, but earning Zhu Linyuan's recognition and commendation was a matter of honor. Observing the spirited demeanor of his followers, Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly and turned to Su Ziyan. Ziyan, you have done well. The aftermath of this matter is now entrusted to you. I have briefly interrogated a few individuals. They are affiliated with the 3 major families of Nanqing. You are to sift through this group and extract the members of these 3 families, then uncover their secrets. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. It is only fitting to seize this opportunity to eradicate these 3 families. The Xinhua gathering place shall be the sole power in Nanqing. Upon hearing Zhu Linyuan's words, the members of the Xinhua gathering place felt a flame ignite within their chests, envisioning a future where the Xinhua gathering place stood unrivaled in Nanqing. However, by that time, the gathering place would need to adopt a new name, Xinhua Bay City. Ziyan, exercise caution when dealing with these individuals. The commotion from the recent battle is bound to attract some zombies, Zhu Linyuan cautioned. He then addressed the Gu family members. These are the smelting talents I have brought back, and beside them are the miners I have captured. You will oversee them as well. I shall take them to the mines tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked toward home. The battle had reached its conclusion. The remaining matters could be entrusted to Su Ziyan and his loyal brothers. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhu Linyuan detected a faint aroma of fish soup. Upon inspecting the pot, he found it was indeed the fish soup prepared for him. Nearby lay a note that read, Husband, Sister Ziyan asked me to gather some medical supplies with the other sisters near the gathering place. The zombies there have been cleared out, so it is very safe. I have consumed the evolution liquid and am now an evolver, so do not worry about me. Also, the fish soup will taste better when heated. So please warm it up before drinking. Smiley face. The note was accompanied by a simple smiley face. Upon reading the note, a smile spread across Zhu Linyuan's face. He had no concerns for Luo Qingying's safety, as she was now an evolver, and with her exceptional skills, any ordinary evolver or abomination would meet their demise against her. The fish soup was still warm, so he poured out a portion, drank the rest in one gulp, and devoured the silver-scaled fish he had deboned. Feeling a comforting warmth coursing through his body, Zhu Linyuan contentedly gathered the remaining fish soup, took a bit of food, and headed for the door. With Luo Qingying absent from home, and Su Zian and Luo Qingying preoccupied outside, he decided to visit the individuals in the prison, hoping to help those who had performed well relax their bodies and supervise their exercise. With this thought in mind, Zhu Linyuan opened the door and made his way directly to the prison. At this moment, inside the prison, Bai Yuan was staring at her once pristine white suit, now sullied and grimy, her brow furrowed in dismay. Although Zhu Linyuan had sent clothing for others in the prison, he had never provided any for her or Gu Qiuyu. Thus, she had been left with this one outfit from the very beginning. Now, however, the suit was dirty, and being a person with a strong sense of cleanliness, she was reluctant to wear it. Unfortunately, she had been using all the water she saved to bathe, leaving none for washing her clothes. Glancing at the other women in the prison and then at the tightly shut door, an idea suddenly struck Bai Yuan. Since they were all women, did she really need to wear clothing? Chapter 86. The surge of submission value, and Bai Yuan's resolution with this thought, Bai Yuan's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she removed her suit jacket. Next came her fitted white trousers, revealing her smooth and fair skin, as well as her long, shapely legs. Compared to the others, Bai Yuan's complexion was the fairest, akin to milk, incredibly alluring. Even the other women couldn't help but be drawn to her radiant skin, their gazes instinctively drifting in her direction. At this moment, Bai Yuan felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. There exists a sensation of liberation from moral constraints. Simultaneously, freed from the confines of clothing, she indeed felt a profound sense of comfort and release. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to attempt squats again. An idea suddenly blossomed in Bai Yuan's mind, growing ever more insistent. Without hesitation, she parted her legs, the delicate, pale soles of her feet pressing against the ground. She then gradually descended into a squat. In that moment, she could even perceive the subtle contours of her leg muscles shifting as she lowered herself. This novel sensation was immensely intriguing, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips. Not far away, Lanning, who had just completed her daily tasks and was gently massaging her beautiful legs, witnessed this scene and shook her head, exclaiming in resignation, "Another one gone mad." At that moment, she found herself reminiscing about Zhu Linyuan. Life in the prison was exceedingly dull, and her only anticipation was the brief moments when Zhu Linyuan would visit. Gu Qiuyu cast a glance at Bai Yuan, her expression unchanged, and resumed her meditation, closing her eyes and adopting the 5 hearts to the heavens posture. Practicing according to ancestral methods, this 5 hearts to the heavens technique was indeed effective, granting Gu Qiuyu a physical strength far surpassing the limits of ordinary individuals. However, compared to Zhu Linyuan, she fell significantly short. Thus, when facing Zhu Linyuan, she was utterly defenseless. Even wielding the indomitable Qiuyu sword, she was still effortlessly vanquished by Zhu Linyuan in a single move. Reflecting on Zhu Linyuan's terrifying prowess during their previous confrontation, despair filled Gu Qiuyu's heart. She could see no glimmer of hope in overcoming Zhu Linyuan. Her daily efforts and training were merely a self-soothing act, a faint desire to continue living. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao sat alone in a corner, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. At that moment, the prison door suddenly swung open, and a tall, slender figure entered. It was Zhu Linyuan. Upon stepping into the prison, Zhu Linyuan's gaze immediately fell upon Bai Yuan, who was squatting unclad. Her fair skin was undeniably captivating. Zhu Linyuan took in the entire scene without a flicker of emotion, proceeding into Lan Ying's cell. "Time to eat," Zhu Linyuan announced, pouring a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of rice before Lan Ying. A flicker of joy crossed Lan Ying's eyes, not because of the food, but because Zhu Linyuan was the first to enter her cell. With the system notification sounding, prison number 2, Lan Ying's loyalty increased by 66 points. A hint of a smile emerged on Zhu Linyuan's face. Another 3 points gained, not bad. Zhu Linyuan thought to himself, once her loyalty reaches 80 points, he would send her out to serve him. Since a gathering place had already been established, various facilities should gradually be constructed. Zhu Linyuan intended to create a library within the Gathering of Flames, preserving the tomes of human civilization. The term Gathering of Flames signifies the ember of human civilization. It is essential to safeguard this knowledge for the preservation of human culture, which would greatly benefit the future development of the Gathering of Flames. However, Zhu Linyuan had yet to identify a suitable candidate for the position of library director in his mind. After all, this role was uniquely significant and required someone he could trust completely. Currently, as Lan Ying's loyalty continued to rise, There would be no risk of betrayal once it reached 80 points. Furthermore, she possessed ample experience in this area, leading Zhu Linyuan to plan for her to assume the role of library director. Unbeknownst to Lianying, Zhu Linyuan had already made arrangements for her future. At that moment, she was enjoying Zhu Linyuan's routine health examination. Moments later, her complexion became rosy, and she drifted into a deep sleep, while Zhu Linyuan rose to approach Zhang Miao's cell. "Big brother, you're here," Zhang Miao exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Linyuan enter, her innocent eyes sparkling like a child spotting a beloved friend. She eagerly stood and grasped Zhu Linyuan's hand, saying, "I've been diligently exercising, just as you instructed." Zhang Miao tilted her face upward, looking at Zhu Linyuan as if awaiting praise. "Very good," Zhu Linyuan replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. "Big brother, that tickles." Zhang Miao giggled as Zhu Linyuan's fingers brushed through her hair, sending a ticklish sensation across her face. Observing Zhang Miao behaving like a child, Zhu Linyuan couldn't help but smile. Since her amnesia, she had transformed into a compliant and sensible child, which made things considerably easier for Zhu Linyuan. Just then, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Prisoner number 3, Zhang Miao's loyalty increased by 52 points. Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly, realizing that Zhang Miao's loyalty was also rising rapidly, and she now resembled a blank canvas upon which he could mold her into any form he desired. However, he had not yet found the time to contemplate how to train Zhang Miao. As Zhu Linyuan pondered, he noticed Zhang Miao had obediently laid down in front of him, pointing at her body and plaintively saying, "Big brother, I'm so sore. Can you help me?" Zhu Linyuan chuckled, applying some ointment to his hands and checking Zhang Miao's health. Soon, her tightly clenched fists relaxed, and she fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Linyuan then left behind the food and stood up to depart. He glanced at Gu Qiuyu but did not linger, instead entering Bai Yuan's cell. At that moment, Bai Yuan remained in the same position as before, appearing exceedingly alluring. Upon seeing Zhu Linyuan enter her cell and leave food for her, Bai Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Previously, whenever Zhu Linyuan had entered her cell, it had never boded well. He either interrogated her or tortured her. She had never received a glance during the distribution of supplies. This was the first instance Zhu Linyuan had provided her with provisions. A sudden thought struck Bai Yuan as she gazed at her fair skin. Could it be because of this? With this revelation, excitement surged within her. She felt as though she had discovered a potential means of escaping the prison. If she could align herself with his preferences and gradually earn his acceptance, one day, she too could leave this prison like Luo Qingying. With this determination, Bai Yuan resolved to attentively observe Zhu Linyuan's likes, the types he favored, the clothing he preferred, and the postures he admired. As she contemplated the last point, she stole a glance at Zhu Linyuan's robust physique, her fair skin suddenly tinged with a faint blush. Just then, Zhu Linyuan unexpectedly approached her. Chapter 87, Organizing Gains. Winning big. As Zhu Linyuan walked closer, Bai Yuan's heart raced. She was uncertain of what awaited her. Gazing at Zhu Linyuan's strong physique and chiseled features, she felt both anxious and anticipatory. At that moment, she suddenly heard Zhu Linyuan speak slowly. "There seems to be an issue with your leg. Let me examine it." Could it be? Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat as she scrutinized Zhu Linyuan's expression but could discern no clues. She was unsure whether Zhu Linyuan's words were truthful. Her fists clenched tightly, a wave of tension enveloping her, yet she complied with Zhu Linyuan's instructions. She dared not resist, knowing full well that defiance would be futile. Once Bai Yuan settled into position, Zhu Linyuan examined her calf and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's not too troublesome, just bear with it." With that, he applied a bit of pressure. Bai Yuan winced, gripping her fists tightly, yet she stifled any cries of pain. After a while, Zhu Linyuan stood and exited the cell. Bai Yuan then succumbed to a deep slumber, a contented smile lingering on her face. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Linyuan returned to his chamber. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he shook his head slightly, realizing that he had detected the problem in time. Otherwise, it would not have been long before she was rendered incapacitated. He had not anticipated Bai Yuan's rigorous training, which had left her body riddled with hidden injuries. If he had not caught the signs earlier and conducted an examination, it would not have been long before her legs were rendered useless. However, the situation has now improved. He has just administered treatment to Bai Yuan. At this moment, Luo Qingying has yet to return. Zhu Linyuan took a bath and retired to his room alone for rest. Meanwhile, the Xinhua gathering place remains brightly lit. As the tasks of handling corpses, managing zombies, and interrogating captives are being executed in an orderly manner under Su Xian's central coordination. Despite the late hour, everyone remains full of vigor, for they have just achieved a magnificent victory and received commendation from Zhu Linyuan. They are aware that their current exertions are laying the foundation for their future home. In stark contrast to the fervor at the Xinhua gathering place, the Nanqing Alliance headquarters is shrouded in a dismal atmosphere. Is there still no word? Huang Lao croaked in the small room shared by 3. His posture appeared slightly hunched, a far cry from the spirited demeanor he had exhibited not long ago. It seemed as though he had aged a decade overnight. After all, his only son is among the troops, with a force of 3,000 against 1,000, and having dispatched so many elite warriors. The head of the Huang clan had initially thought it was a foolproof plan, allowing his sole son to lead the expedition merely to gain experience. Yet, after sending out the 3,000, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. Not a single report had returned. Logically, by now there should have been some news, whether victory or defeat. After all, they were 3,000 strong. Could they truly have been entirely annihilated? Zhu Linyuan also wore a grim expression, shaking his head. Not a single piece of news. Although he had only dispatched a branch of his family, it still amounted to 300 individuals. The Zhang family is already small. If anything were to happen, the loss of 300 would be acutely felt. Moreover, his only daughter remains in the hands of that organization. The head of the Wang clan pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Linyuan, fuming. How dare you speak? Huang Lao and I warned against taking action long ago. Yet you were the one who insisted. What are your true intentions? I have long suspected that you are not to be trusted. You may appear refined, but your heart is full of malice. Enough. Just as Zhu Linyuan was about to respond, the head of the Huang clan slammed the table, exclaiming, "What use is arguing now? It has been so long without a whisper from the 3,000, and not a single scout has returned. We must prepare for the best and the worst. Let us ready ourselves for a decisive battle." The head of the Huang clan turned to Zhu Linyuan, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Brother Zhang, this battle was proposed by the He Lianjiao, and you were the one who advocated for it. You cannot deny that." Zhu Linyuan remained silent, merely observing the head of the Huang clan. The latter scrutinized him for a moment longer, then declared, "For this decisive battle, the He Lianjiao must act alongside us. Brother Zhang, the task of persuading them falls to you. Do you have any objections?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Linyuan slowly nodded. "Very well. I shall take charge of liaising with the He Lianjiao. Knowing you will handle it puts my mind at ease," the head of the Huang clan replied, a hint of an inscrutable smile gracing his aged face. "Thus, let us not dwell on past grievances. Our sole focus now is to win this decisive battle. Huang Lao, what strategy shall we employ for this battle?" The head of the Huang clan inquired hastily. "We shall engage in a war of attrition." The head of the Huang clan stated decisively. "We possess numbers, territory, and ample resources. I also control the food production chain, and we currently have a substantial supply of raw materials. A prolonged confrontation will surely exhaust Zhu Linyuan. Regardless of the insidious tactics he may have employed to decimate our 3,000 troops, the advantage remains with us. We need only maintain our course, and we shall secure our position. Gradually, we will consume Zhu Linyuan's territory, and eventually, we shall eliminate him completely." At this point, a fierce glint flashed in the head of the Huang clan's murky eyes. "When that time comes, I will have him torn to shreds, his bones scattered to the winds." As he spoke, the head of the Huang clan's posture straightened, as if he had regained his former strategic poise. He abruptly stood and strode out of the room. After the head of the Huang clan departed, the head of the Wang clan cast a glance at Zhu Linyuan, snorted coldly, and followed suit, leaving the room in solitude. Zhu Linyuan remained alone, reflecting on the words of the two elders. His right hand rested on the sturdy wooden table, his index finger unconsciously tapping its surface. "Those two old men putting on a performance for me." Zhu Linyuan murmured with a hint of a sardonic smile. "Let us see who ultimately prevails." With that, he rose and exited the room. On the wooden table he had just tapped, a deep imprint of his finger was left behind. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhu Linyuan awoke without the need for an alarm, his internal biological clock seemingly precise. At this moment, Luo Qingying had yet to return. Zhu Linyuan was not concerned, as it is entirely normal to spend a day or two gathering supplies. After all, both traveling and searching for resources require time. Luo Qingying had only been gone for half a day, which was hardly alarming. The primary reason for his calm was his confidence in Luo Qingying's abilities. After completing his morning exercises and allocating his attribute points to strength for the day, Zhu Linyuan casually had a light breakfast before making his way downstairs. Outside, many were still busily engaged in various tasks, and the ground was strewn with the remains of numerous zombies, some of which were distorted types. Clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle from the previous night. The heads of these distorted types had been severed, their spores extracted. Observing this scene, Zhu Linyuan nodded slightly. It was evident that this was the work of Su Zian, as he had directly assigned the task of collecting spores to her, instructing her to ensure the extraction of the spores from the heads of the distorted types. Of course, he had not explained the rationale behind this, nor had Su Zian inquired. This was the unspoken understanding between them. At that moment, Su Zian, who was directing the others from a distance, noticed Zhu Linyuan's figure and hurried over.